Chapter 1. I became the great villain. Today, there have been multiple cases of unknown virus infections reported in Tianhai City. It is understood that this virus first appeared in Xia country 3 days ago, and nearly 20 people have been infected so far. The International Health Organization has named this virus the special coronavirus. The head of the organization stated that the transmission of this virus is poor and will not spread on a large scale. In a luxurious hotel suite, a girl with a graceful figure and delicate features lay on the bed, her complexion rosy and breathing heavily, as if she had just run a full marathon. Her body felt weak and sore. One long, white leg was tangled in the quilt, and her disheveled hair clung to her face. Clothes scattered on the carpet seemed to corroborate the recent madness. At this moment, a young man wrapped in a bath towel walked out. He ignored the woman's tender, sultry gaze and instead glanced at his phone before saying to her, "I have some matters to handle. You should head back to school first." The woman rolled over, seemingly wanting to say something, but before she could speak, the young man continued, "Your allowance for this month has already been transferred to your card. There's a car waiting to take you back." Hearing this, the woman obediently got up, dressed, and left the suite. Moments later, a woman in a suit entered the room, her sleek black hair cut short. Her eyes sparkled with reverence and submission towards Chen Ye. And as soon as she entered, she bowed her head and said, "Young master, there was a call from home just now." "About the special coronavirus?" "Yes, the spread of the virus is already out of control." "What do you mean by out of control?" "The family's biological laboratory has discovered that the special coronavirus is not as poorly transmissible as the WHO claims. Rather, it has an extremely long incubation period, making it difficult for people to detect. That on the contrary, it can be transmitted through aerogels, contact, blood, and various other channels. In simple terms, at least 75% of the world's population has already been infected. It is feared that within the next 20-30 days, there will be a global outbreak." Chen Ye nodded lightly, non-committal. He was the only heir of the Chen family, one of the 4 great families of Xia country. And just 10 days ago, on his 20th birthday, he suddenly unlocked a system. The system warned that a zombie virus would break out in 40 days, signaling the end of the world. It seemed that the family laboratory was far more capable than the WHO, as their estimated timeline was alarmingly close to the system's warning. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ye stood up and said, "What does the family mean?" "The guard team is already on the way and is expected to arrive in half an hour. The family has fully transferred the authority of the underground shelter in Tianhai to you. The head of the family wants you to oversee the allocation of resources here in Tianhai in preparation for the outbreak of the virus," the suited woman whispered. "Once the apocalypse truly descends, the existing social order and production systems will collapse, and all current classes will undergo a massive reshuffle. If the Chen family wanted to maintain their prominent status before the end of the world, they naturally needed to prepare in advance." "Then let's go. I'll change my clothes. Sister Ju, please wait outside for a moment." The suited woman, Chen Ju, was a death warrior trained by the Chen family for many years. She was also Chen Ye's personal bodyguard. Her loyalty and abilities were absolutely top-notch. Watching Chen Ju's retreating figure, a line of text slowly appeared next to her. "An orphan raised by the Chen family from a young age, she is your personal bodyguard. The man she has interacted with the most since childhood is Chen Ye. Her heart has long been secretly devoted to him, and her loyalty to Chen Ye even surpasses that to the Chen family. She is willing to give everything for Chen Ye. When the apocalypse arrives, she will be killed by the child of destiny, Fang Xian, while helping Chen Ye fight for the dream flower." Looking at this text, Chen Ye's expression darkened, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. "Fang Xian, you must die." Ding. Task progress updated. "Congratulations, you have gained 10 points of resentment value from Fang Xian." The task progress has been updated. Chen Ye hurriedly opened the system panel. Apocalypse Villain System. Host, Chen Ye. Physique, 0.8. Human limit is 1. Mental strength, 1.2. Human limit is 1. Special ability, none. Current task, kill the child of destiny, Fang Xian. Please note, the child of destiny has extremely high luck, making it difficult to kill him recklessly. It is necessary to accumulate a certain amount of resentment value to reduce his luck before there is a possibility of killing him. Current resentment value of the child of destiny Fang Xian, 10. Chance of successful kill, 0.1. Chen Ye understood this luck value It was similar to the protagonist's luck in novels that, as long as the luck value is there, the protagonist won't die even if they fall off a cliff, and they can gain unparalleled martial arts even if imprisoned. They will be rescued by noble figures. In short, they're like cockroaches that can't be killed and only get stronger the more they are attacked. 0.1 chance of success? Clearly, this is not the time to act. Chen Ye dressed neatly and had just walked to the hotel lobby when he heard a commotion at the entrance. Before he could inquire further, a bodyguard reported, "Young master, Miss Ran is being harassed by a man. It sounds like she's calling him Fong something." "Fong Xian?" "Yes, this guy is being disrespectful to Miss Ran. Do you want me to go?" "No need. I'll go take a look." Chen Ye shook his head. In fact, Chen Ye, Fong Xian, and Ran Yuming were all college classmates, with Ran Yuming being the school belle who had just been intimate with Chen Ye. However, Chen Ye and Fong Xian were from two different worlds, and although they attended the same school, they rarely interacted. Ever since the villain system was bound to him and predicted that Qin Zhu would die at Fong Xian's hands, Chen Ye had launched a comprehensive investigation into Fong Xian and begun actions to weaken his luck. He had stolen Fong Xian's childhood sweetheart, Ran Yuming. This woman looked pure and transcendent, but Chen Ye found it incredibly easy to win her over with just a few gifts worth hundreds of thousands. During the most intense moments with Ran Yuming, Chen Ye even took the opportunity to send Fong Xian a message from her phone, notifying him. The main theme was face-to-face NTR Netarare. "You killed my woman, so I'll send you my woman worth billions." Isn't that fair? Originally, Chen Ye thought this would severely damage Fong Xian's spirit and luck, but he only gained a pitiful 10 points of resentment value. This made Chen Ye have to take Fong Xian seriously. No wonder he was the child of destiny. This opponent was definitely not as simple as he appeared. "Young master, do you need to deal with this guy?" Qin Zhu whispered. "No need. It's just a little conflict among classmates. I'll handle it and won't take long." Chen Ye smiled as he walked toward the door. He soon saw a fairly handsome young man standing in front of Ran Yuming, his eyes filled with tears, passionately declaring something, surrounded by a group of onlookers. However, Chen Ye could see at a glance that Fong Xian was acting. Chapter 2. Child of Destiny, Neil. Fong Xian was indeed acting. In reality, he was a reborn individual. In the future's wasteland apocalypse, Fong Xian had struggled to survive for 3 years. Although he awakened a decent ability, he had not become a top-tier powerhouse due to a lack of resources and other factors. In the end, during a raid on the Chen family's grain warehouse, he was killed by the strong subordinates of Chen Ye. Having lived again, he planned to use the information advantage gained from his rebirth to gather resources, seek opportunities, and rise quickly in the apocalypse. At that time, he naturally would not let Chen Ye off the hook. The grudge of killing him and the hatred of taking his wife after being reborn, he vowed to make Chen Ye his mortal enemy. In his previous life, when Fong Xian received the hotel room number sent by Chen Ye using Ran Yuming's phone, along with the overhead shot of Ran Yuming's bare back, her head tilted back, being pulled by her hair, the whole person collapsed. Although he caused a scene at the hotel, it not only failed to win back Ran Yuming's heart, but also resulted in him being beaten up by Chen Ye's bodyguards and humiliated when Chen Ye slapped his face with a 5 million yuan bank card. After that incident, Fong Xian fell into a state of depression and despair for a long time. Even after the apocalypse broke out, he still couldn't get over the shadow of Ran Yuming's betrayal, which led to his slow development compared to others. One step behind meant falling further behind, and coupled with insufficient resources, he failed to develop properly to this moment. Looking at the damn-fared, rosy-cheeked Ran Yuming as she came out of the hotel, Fong Xian felt no waves in his heart. This vain woman wasn't worth his anger. In his previous life, Ran Yuming had only attached herself to Chen Ye 2 days before the apocalypse broke out, which was when the scene of Chen Ye slapping his face with the 5 million yuan bank card occurred. Fong Xian needed a large amount of supplies, so he must have a substantial sum of money as startup capital to get Chen Ye's 5 million yuan bank card earlier. He played a little trick this time, creating more opportunities for communication between Ran Yuming and Chen Ye. As expected, with 30 days left before the apocalypse, Chen Ye couldn't help but take Ran Yuming down. With 5 million yuan and 30 days of preparation time, it was enough for him to get everything ready before the apocalypse arrived and to make a grand move. So Fong Xian waited here early, hoping to see Chen Ye and Ran Yuming appear. But strangely, this time only Ran Yuming came out of the hotel alone. That guy Chen Ye was really heartless. taking the blood and letting Ran Yuming go home alone? The goddess he once admired was, in Chen Ye's eyes, nothing more than a plaything that could be summoned or dismissed at will. At the same time, Fang Xian was very worried. Without Chen Ye, wouldn't his plan fall apart? It was at this moment that Fang Xian gained 10 points of resentment value. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and staged a farce at the hotel entrance, as his true intentions were not in the act itself. Yuming, did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I can change. Please don't leave me. I don't mind what happened between you two, as long as you come back to me. Fang Xian cried, pulling Ran Yuming in a tearful plea. Don't hold me. If Chen Ye sees, he'll misunderstand. We have nothing between us, so let go. Ran Yuming was both disgusted by Fang Xian's entanglement and eager to escape, constantly retreating. You must have been threatened by Chen Ye, right? You weren't like this before. Yuming, if you've been threatened, just blink and he'll understand. Fang Xian wiped his tears and continued to plead. He didn't know when Chen Ye would come out, so he had to perform the whole act perfectly without showing any flaws. Only then would that foolish and arrogant rich second-generation slap the 5 million yuan bank card on his face. Yuming and I are in love. Fang Xian, can't you be more mature? We can part on good terms and still be friends. That if you keep pestering me like this, you won't even have the chance to be friends anymore. Ran Yuming said disdainfully, taking a few more steps back, just to bump into Chen Ye's arms. Brother Chen Ye, it's him who's pestering me. I have nothing to do with him. As soon as Ran Yuming saw Chen Ye, she immediately began to clarify her relationship with Fang Xian. Fang Xian, when you beg girl, you have to look the part. You won't even kneel, which shows you have no sincerity. Chen Ye said, wrapping his arms around Ran Yuming and smiling coldly. At the same time, Qin Yu and a dozen bodyguards slowly surrounded them. Chen Ye, the moment Fang Xian saw Chen Ye, the anger in his heart couldn't help but rise, making him kneel before this gold-digging woman who betrayed him. Moreover, since Chen Ye and Ran Yuming were standing so close, if he knelt, it would mean even Chen Ye would kneel. This was an absolute humiliation. However, years of living in the apocalypse had taught him to endure. Fang Xian knew very well that with his current strength, he was no match for Qin Yu, who was by Chen Ye's side. When strength is insufficient, one must endure. Pretending to be strong in front of the powerful only leads to self-destruction. Besides, he needed to get that 5 million cash. Once he had it, he could quickly develop according to his plan. A gentleman's revenge is not late, even after 10 years. When the time comes, he would definitely repay today's humiliation double. You're right. Fang Xian's face turned ugly. After hesitating for a long time, he finally knelt before Chen Ye and Ran Yuming with a thud. Ding. Congratulations. You gained 100 points of resentment value from Fang Xian. Total resentment value. 110 points. Kill probability. 1.1. Huh? Chen Ye was stunned. The resentment value Fang Xian earned from kneeling was actually 10 times more than what he got from taking his girlfriend's blood. In front of Fang Xian, Chen Ye touched Ran Yuming's thigh and smiled. These legs I could play with for a year. Next time you come, remember to wear the Balenciaga I bought you. The previous pair of stockings tore so easily, there was no sense of achievement. We'll do whatever you say. Ran Yuming blushed and nodded. Chen Ye looked at Fang Xian and paused. No resentment value yet. They were face-to-face with an NTR situation, and he didn't react. Sure enough, this Fang Xian didn't care about this girlfriend at all. He was just acting. Yuming, come back. I wasn't wrong before. Chen Ye is just a rich second generation. He's only playing with you and not serious. Wake up. Don't let this beast with a human face and a beast's heart deceive you. If you don't come back to me, you'll kneel here forever and won't get up. Fang Xian cried bitterly. What are you doing? Kneeling here will make it hard for people to do business. Get up. Ran Yuming knew that this hotel was owned by Chen Ye, so her words were also a way of indirectly defending Chen Ye. And if you don't come back to me, I won't get up. Fang Xian reached out to grab Ran Yuming's calf, but was dodged by her. Chapter 3. Your girlfriend returns to you, and my money returns to me. All right, it's just money, right? I know exactly what kind of person you are. Chen Ye said as he opened his wallet, revealing rows of shiny cards. He picked the most inconspicuous card from inside and slapped it on Fang Xian's face. This is 5 million. Get out of my sight. Fang Xian did not reach out to take the bank card because he understood the principle of playing hard to get. If he took the card and left immediately, Chen Ye would surely be displeased, making it easier for his subordinates to snatch the card back. He had to act as if he considered money worthless, just like with Ran Yumming, so that Chen Ye would feel a sense of conquest and achievement, making him think his 5 million was well spent. Are you humiliating me? Do you think the relationship between me and Yumming can be bought with your filthy money? Fang Xian displayed an expression of extreme disgust and heartbreak, grabbing the bank card and throwing it at Chen Ye's face. However, he deliberately threw it off target, missing Chen Ye entirely and landing on the ground. He knew that if the card were to hit Chen Ye, Qin Zhu behind him would definitely spring into action to catch it. At that point, getting the card back would be extremely difficult. What are you doing, you little brat? Are you tired of living? How dare you attack young Master Chen? Several bodyguards quickly grabbed Fang Xian's arm and pinned him to the ground. Chen Ye looked at Fang Xian expressionlessly, his gaze seemingly piercing through to his soul. Chen Ye realized that the system had not received any resentment value from Fang Xian. This meant that Fang Xian did not reject the 5 million. All those righteous words he just said were intentionally directed at him. Forget it, let us go, Chen Ye said, ignoring Ran Yumming, and walked towards his luxury car with Qin Zhu. He had already figured out that Fang Xian no longer cared about Ran Yumming, so this vain woman was no longer of any use to him. Brother Chen Ye, wait for me. Ran Yumming ran over in her high heels, gently tapping on a car window. Drive, Chen Ye said without any hesitation, his tone indifferent. A woman who could be bought for 100,000 by Chen Ye could easily be bought for hundreds of thousands or even millions by someone else in the future. Keeping such a vain and unfaithful woman around was like having a ticking time bomb. Besides, her performance in bed just now was indeed very average. Young master, how should we deal with that Fang Xian? Qin Zhu, sitting beside Chen Ye with her beautiful legs crossed, asked softly. You saw it too. He attempted to attack me and was stopped by the bodyguards, which counts as attempted assault. I don't know if there's a law for that, but think a way to lock him up for a few days. Chen Ye just replied. No problem, leave it to me. Qin Zhu nodded and then made a phone call. Chen Ye fiddled with his phone, edited a text message, and sent it to Fang Xian. At that moment, the two bodyguards were kicking Fang Xian, who was on the ground, protecting his head. Even though he was being beaten badly, he still tightly clutched the bank card containing 5 million. Daring to attack our young master. Are you out of your mind? You're really asking for death. Being so ungrateful. After a while, another bodyguard ran over and whispered to the two, Don't hit him anymore. The police are coming. Only then did the two bodyguards stop and slowly back off. TCH. Fang Xian stood up, his face covered in blood, and spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva on the ground. Although he protected his vital areas, the bodyguards only caused some minor superficial injuries, but he looked extremely disheveled. However, after being beaten, Fang Xian showed no signs of regret or anger. Instead, a cheerful smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, Chen Ye, you foolish rich second generation. You've ultimately been played by me. You never imagined that all of this was part of my plan, did you? Endure a beating, gain 5 million, and seize the opportunity to be one step ahead before the apocalypse hits. And this opportunity that allows me to grow stronger quickly is delivered right into my hands by you. If you knew this, I wonder if you'd be furious? Ha ha ha. Fang Xian laughed out loud. Others thought he was crazy, but only he knew that he had made the right move. Sir, someone just reported. Several police officers approached, but before they could finish speaking, Fang Xian interrupted. It's fine. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm fine. I have other matters to attend to. With only 30 days left until the apocalypse, time was pressing. Only by fully utilizing this time could Fang Xian accomplish his grand ambitions, so he had no time to waste with the police. Sir, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Someone reported you for harassing a woman in public and assaulting others. Please return to the station to cooperate with the investigation. Just a second ago, Fang Xian was still feeling proud, but he was now frozen in place. This isn't right. The Chen family can manipulate the truth and dominate everything. That's no news. But if you remember correctly, Chen Ye should be the kind of arrogant, nauseating young master who wouldn't even look at someone like him, completely ignoring him. How about he call the police? This doesn't make sense. Even as he was pushed into the police car, he was still in a daze. Ding! Resentment value from Fang Xian detected. 150. Current total. 260 points. Success rate of killing. 2-6. However, Fang Xian had experienced the apocalypse, and he quickly forced himself to calm down. I must find a way to get out early. Although being there might delay his plans and prevent them from reaching perfection. It didn't matter. As long as the 5 million was still in his hands, turning the tide was still a sure thing. Chen Ye, you despicable villain. I won't let this go. Ding dong. Suddenly, Fang Xian's phone vibrated. He received a WeChat message. He quickly opened his phone. Generally, individuals being escorted were not allowed to contact the outside world freely. However, the two police officers beside him seemed oblivious to Fang Xian's actions. Opening WeChat, he saw a message from Chen Ye. Is he just here to mock me? I want to see what you have to say. Fang Xian sneered and opened WeChat. He saw the message. Fang Xian, I just thought about it. You were right. I shouldn't use money to humiliate you. Your relationship with Ran Yuming cannot be measured by money. So I'm returning Ran Yuming to you. Her skills are average, but after a wash, she can still be used. As for that 5 million, I've transferred it away, so we owe each other nothing now. Don't let it affect our friendship as classmates. Chapter 4. Fang Xian on the verge of bloodshed boom. Upon seeing this message, Fang Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he froze in place. He felt his hands and feet turn cold, his mind went blank, and half of his body went numb. What the hell? What is going on? This is completely different from what I expected. I was the one who tried to matchmake Ran Yuming and Chen Ye, only to end up being humiliated at the hotel entrance, crying, making a scene, kneeling, and getting beaten up, and then the security police took me away for detention. Why did I go through all this and sacrifice so much? Wasn't it just for that 5 million? And then Chen Ye just transferred the money away with a simple "you are right." I meticulously planned for so long. Just end up playing myself? And Chen Ye even had the nerve to say not to affect the classmates' feelings? You took all the benefits while I bore all the suffering, and in the end, you still want to stand on a moral high ground to morally kidnap me. Chen Ye, damn it, Fang Xian shouted in rage. The two security policemen looked at each other upon seeing Fang Xian like this, then silently drew their electric batons. In Tianhai City, you can curse the city guards and anyone else, but cursing Chen Ye? Just wait and see if I want to zap you. Ziz. Fang Xian's angry convulsions echoed through the night sky. Ding. Detected Fang Xian's resentment value at 2,000. Current, 2,260 points. Kill success rate, 22. 6. Ding. Detected Fang Xian's resentment value at 100. Current, 2,360 points. Kill success rate, 23. 6. At this moment, sitting in a luxury car, Chen Ye saw this set of numbers and first felt relieved, then stunned. He felt relieved because his predictions were indeed correct. Fang Xian accurately gauged his extravagant personality of tossing money around whenever there was a disagreement. The scene at the hotel was all just a show to get that 5 million bank card. Fortunately, he managed to stop the loss in time. It seems that losing this 5 million made Fang Xian harbor deep resentment, increasing by a whopping 2,000 points. As for the inexplicable additional 100 points of resentment, Chen Ye couldn't quite figure it out, but it didn't matter as long as it increased. The convoy soon arrived at the Xingfeng building in the suburbs of Tianhai City. This is the headquarters of Xingfeng Group, one of the few pharmaceutical companies in the Fortune Global 500. At the same time, it is not particularly prominent among the countless assets of the Chen family. However, there is a special place here. The underground part of the Xingfeng building contains a basement that is over 100 meters deep and has more than 20 floors. Although it is not as grand as the hive of the Umbrella Corporation from the novels he had read, it is not far off in terms of scale and technological content. The authority here has now been transferred to Chen Ye, and for the next period, it will become the most important office for the Chen family in Tianhai City. It will also be upgraded and transformed into a true permanent underground fortress. As soon as Chen Ye entered, he headed straight for the underground area to arrange for the stockpiling of supplies over the next few days. Of course, he didn't need to worry about what specific items to stockpile or how to do it. The think tank of the Chen family would handle all of this. His role was to coordinate and try to balance the interests of all parties. The stockpiling plan was already in execution, starting tomorrow, Most supplies being shipped to Tianhai port from both domestic and international sources would be redirected to the logistics warehouse designated by the clan, while overseas procurement was also being expedited. As per your request, all would be air freighted to save time, but the cost would likely be more than 10 times that of sea freight. In front of the mahogany desk, a bald man was cautiously reporting information to Chen Ye. His name was Chun Ming, a side branch of the Chen family. On the surface, he was the founder and chairman of Xingfeng Group, a billionaire whose wealth could place him in the top 100 of the rich list. However, in front of Chen Ye, the young master of the main family, he did not dare to offend him in the slightest. Money was not an issue. The key was the amount and speed of stockpiling. Chen Ye flipped through the documents and casually asked, "I heard from the captain of the guard team on the way here that the armored vehicles and various protective gear you were supposed to prepare haven't arrived yet?" Upon hearing this, Chun Ming trembled and quickly bowed his head to explain, "Young master, this is really unavoidable. Bringing in such heavy military equipment on a large scale into the city is too conspicuous. The quantity could attack several small countries, which might cause panic. The officials want us to be discreet and handle this matter slowly." Chen Ye paused his hand, flipping through the documents, looked at him, then continued to focus on the pile of documents in front of him, and said lightly, "I don't care about this. If the first batch of equipment isn't in place by tomorrow morning, then Xingfeng Group will have someone else to handle it. If the Tianhai officials have any objections, let the city guards come and speak to me in person rather than you discussing a plan and then notifying me." Cold sweat immediately broke out on Chun Ming's forehead, and he hurriedly said, "I dare not. Young master, rest assured, this matter will definitely be handled properly by tomorrow." Chen Ye nodded, his expression unreadable. After discussing the upcoming logistics and stockpiling plans, Chen Ye pulled out a document from the pile he had just reviewed and asked, "How is the research on the infected subjects captured in the underground laboratory going? The special coronavirus is completely different from all bacteria and viruses that have appeared in human history. The samples in the laboratory are still insufficient, and there has been no progress so far." Chun Ming immediately replied. Chen Ye stared at the experimental log in front of him without speaking. After a moment, he finally said, "From today onwards, double the guard force in the lower-level laboratory. All levels below the 19th floor are to be quarantined. Entry is allowed, but exit is not." This. Chun Ming was taken aback, not expecting Chen Ye to make such a request. "Is it difficult?" No. "I will arrange this immediately," he said, quickly leaving. Watching him hurry away, Chen Ye slowly turned his gaze to an experimental report in front of him. Suyan Fimud, 22 years old, first-generation special coronavirus-infected person, semi-mutant, clinical symptoms include. Of course, this is not the focus. The key is that after entering the bunker, a new prompt appeared on the system panel. Detected the presence of a child of destiny nearby. Mission refreshed. Mission: alter the life trajectory of the child of destiny. Suyan, another child of destiny. This made Chen Ye sigh. Being a villain is quite busy. The first child of destiny he encountered hasn't been resolved yet, and the second one has appeared, and by coincidence, in his own stronghold. However, at this stage, Suyan is locked in the lowest level of the bunker, so there shouldn't be any issues. He wasn't in a hurry to make contact. Of course, the main reason is that the depths of the bunker are the research base for the special coronavirus, which is not actually safe. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He has no intention of seeking death. Chapter 5. No wonder it's you. While Chen Ye was busy dealing with the Chen family's affairs in Tianhai City, Fang Xian, the chosen one, was not idle here. In the dim prison cell, Fang Xian had already been locked up for 2 hours. The good news was that on the way, he had calmed down and thought carefully, and came up with a plan that could allow him to escape unharmed. If this plan went smoothly, he wouldn't even have to worry about money afterwards. Of course, he had thought of such a good method before, but it required a certain price and carried significant risks, so he had not intended to implement it. Now, having been forced into a desperate situation by a casual remark from Chen Ye, he had no choice but to use this method. As long as he waited until dawn, everything would be fine. Fang Xian looked at the energy-saving lights in the corridor outside and slowly counted the time in his heart. There were no windows here, and he didn't know what time it was, so he could only wait. Once dawn broke, the guards inside would certainly change shifts, and at that time he could take the opportunity to have the new, unfamiliar guard help him contact the outside world. As for now, the guard knew he was sent by the Chen family and would definitely not help him. This was beyond doubt. However, just as Fang Xian was counting the time and almost falling asleep, he suddenly felt a darkness in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he found two burly men standing in front of his cell, blocking the light from outside. "You are Fang Xian? Who are you?" Fang Xian said in a deep voice. Something was off. The two men in front of him were not wearing guard uniforms, but were dressed in neat black suits, likely members of the Chen family. Realizing the situation was not right, he moved back a bit and secretly revealed a key hidden in his hand. He had just used a little trick to hide it and easily avoided a body search. With this key in hand, if these two men tried to do anything to him, he was confident he could kill both of them in retaliation. "You don't need to care who we are. You just need to know that you've offended a big shot. We're here to help the big shot teach you a lesson." As they spoke, the two bodyguards opened the cell door and walked in. At the same time, they pulled out sturdy batons. "This is Bang. Fang Xian wanted to remind them where this was, hoping they would hold back, but the leading bodyguard didn't bother to waste words with him. He directly slapped Fang Xian hard across the face. With such a powerful blow, Fang Xian felt his teeth loosen a bit, and his mouth was instantly filled with the taste of blood. Coming to his senses, he gritted his teeth and prepared to use the killing techniques he learned in Apocalypse High School to kill these two men and escape directly. However, the bodyguard's next words made him hesitate again. "Kid, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Remember to be more careful next time and don't offend people you shouldn't." Next time, that meant they had no intention to kill him. Bang! The baton mercilessly struck Fang Xian's back, and just as he was about to get up, he fell down again, letting out a scream. However, this time, the key he had tightly held in his hand silently slipped into his sleeve. Facing the rain of blows, Fang Xian curled up tightly, protecting his vital areas and daring not to resist at all. Only the tightly closed eyes had already filled with bloodshot veins, and he was about to grind his steel teeth to pieces. Endure. At this moment, he had to endure. A moment of anger could lead to a bloodbath. But that was a desperate measure. Although he certainly had the ability to kill the two men once he acted, even if he successfully escaped, all his plans before the apocalypse would be ruined. Chen Ye. Feeling the pain all over his body, Fang Xian's heart screamed in madness, already falling into a frenzy. But the last bit of reason restrained his hands and feet, forcing him to endure the pain without resisting. He didn't know how long it had been, but the two bodyguards finally stopped. One of them glanced at the seemingly dead Fang Xian on the ground and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm directly on his face. "Pa, ungrateful thing." And they swaggered away. Throughout the process, the guards seemed to turn a blind eye to the situation here, as if Fang Xian's life or death was not as important as the newspaper in their hands. So weak, still too weak. Lying on the ground, Fang Xian clenched his fists. The resentment and madness in his eyes had reached their peak. But it didn't matter soon, as long as he could grab that thing. He would soon become the most powerful existence in this world. "Chen Ye and those minions of the Chen family. I will definitely tear you into pieces and slaughter the entire Chen family. And Ran Yumming, filthy bitch, I will definitely skin your parents, family, and all those you care about in front of you, letting everyone witness the consequences of betraying me. And those who stood by and watched. Those who laughed at the joke. Not a single one will live." Ding. Detected Fang Xian's resentment value at 300. Current, 2,660 points. Kill success rate 26. 6. Young master, last night you instructed us to keep an eye on Fang Xian, and now someone is trying to take him out of the detention center. Our people just sent a message asking whether to stop it. In the early morning, Chen Ye had just woken up when Qin Zhu brought him the latest news. "Who?" Chen Ye asked, somewhat surprised. "Someone from the Zhou family in Tianhai, named Zhou Xinyu. It is said that she is Fang Xian's pursuer," Qin Zhu continued. This morning, Fang Xian persuaded the guard to inform his roommate about his arrest under the pretense of contacting his family. Our people analyzed the call records and found that although Fang Xian did not explicitly tell his roommate to notify Zhou Xinyu, he implied it in his words. Sure enough, this morning, Zhou Xinyu received the notification from Fang Xian's roommate and rushed to the place where he was detained. The Zhou family. Chen Ye had some impression of this family. They were considered one of the top families in Tianhai, involved in multiple industries including finance, automotive, and semiconductors. Not to say they were as rich as a nation, but they were certainly a major player. Of course, compared to the Chun family, they were far behind. Their influence limited to business. After a brief thought, he said, "Let her take him out. Also, send me a copy of the Zhou family's information." If I remember correctly, the Zhou family is a vassal of the Bai family, right? Notify the Bai family that the Zhou family is getting my way. After Qin Ju went out to relay the order, Chen Ye sat alone in his office chair, his expression playful. Even if Fang Xian didn't know the power of the Chun family before, he should have understood it after last night's events. Yet he still chose to involve his roommate and the woman Zhou Xinyu. Didn't he fear for their safety? It seemed he wasn't so upright after all, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. No wonder he was the chosen one. Chapter 6. Fang Xian's Plan B, Young Master. As soon as Qin Ju entered the room, she saw Chen Ye lost in thought, seemingly pondering something. She couldn't help but remind him, "What's on your mind?" Is something wrong, Ju Jia? Chen Ye came back to his senses immediately. Someone from Fang Xian's side sent back a video. "It might be important, so I'll show it to you," Qin Ju said, as she transferred a video file to the computer in front of Chen Ye. Although she never understood why Chen Ye was targeting that guy named Fang Xian, since the young master wanted to do this, she would execute it seriously. Looking at Qin Ju's delicate and beautiful face, her perfect S-shaped figure, and those long legs wrapped in black stockings, she squatted closely beside Chen Ye. Her slender fingers swiftly operating on the computer, her watery eyes focused intently on the screen. Thinking about the system prompt that indicated she might be killed by that bastard Fang Xian, Chen Ye couldn't help but affectionately stroke her cheek. Smooth, tender, and cool. Qin Ju didn't feel uncomfortable or resistant to his gesture, but she looked up in surprise and asked, "What's wrong, young master?" "It's nothing. I was just thinking how great it would be if you could always be by my side," Chen Ye said. "What are you talking about, young master?" "I, Qin Ju, am yours in life and in death." Qin Ju began earnestly, but before she could finish, Chen Ye placed his index finger on her lips. "You must not die. That is my order." Chen Ye reprimanded seriously. "Yes, young master, I will always be by your side." Qin Ju felt a wave of emotion in her heart. Usually, she only saw Chen Ye partying with various girls, but she had never seen him so serious before. The serious young master was truly handsome. Qin Ju's charming face instantly turned as red as an apple. Feeling shy, she couldn't help but gently fan her face with her hand, interrupting, "I just ran over, it's a bit hot." But internally, she was conflicted. What was she thinking? He was a young master. How could her identity possibly match his? As long as she had the qualification to stand by his side and see his back and profile at all times, she would be satisfied. Qin Ju secretly vowed, as long as she was there, she would never let anyone hurt a single hair on the young master. Whatever the young master desired, even if it cost her life, she would make sure he got it. In the temporary detention center, Fang Xian, bruised and battered, was painfully recounting what happened last night. Opposite him sat a girl with a doll-like face, her long black hair cascading down, adorned with a cute hairpin, her smile sweet. Clearly a well-behaved girl. However, judging by her clothing and accessories, she was undoubtedly from a wealthy family. Listening to Fang Xian's story, the girl seemed extremely furious, slamming her palm on the desk. "You treated Ran Yumming so well before. How could she repay you like this? And that Chen Ye, I thought he was a decent person back in school, but I never expected him to do such disgusting things. Is it no law anymore?" As she spoke, she looked at Fang Xian with a mix of dissatisfaction and concern. "You should have told me about this last night. You and T have had to suffer here for an entire night. If it weren't for your roommate telling me, I wouldn't even know you were in trouble. Don't be so foolish in the future, okay? That kind of woman isn't worth it. It was a big deal. There was no need to bother you. If they hadn't insisted I notify my family, I wouldn't even want to contact my roommate," Fang Xian replied helplessly. Hearing this, Zhou Xinyu felt even more heartbroken. After a moment of tenderness, she said, "Don't worry, the charges they've pinned on you aren't serious. I'll ask someone for help, and I should be able to get you out soon." Fang Xian finally felt relieved at her words. However, he maintained a serious expression, glancing around the room. Zhou Xinyu immediately realized quickly reassuring him. Don't worry, there are no listening or recording devices in this room. It's completely confidential. If you have any concerns, you can tell me. Fang Xian lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Actually, I was framed by Chen Ye to end up here, not because of Ran Yumming, but for other reasons. You probably won T. Let me go easily. Other reasons? What is going on? Zhou Xinyu immediately perked up, asking with concern. If I know the reason, I can help you get out. Do you know about the special coronavirus? Fang Xian took a moment to gather his thoughts and began telling a story. Basically, he mentioned that last night, while he was at a hotel catching someone cheating, he accidentally overheard Chen Ye talking about the special coronavirus and learned that this virus was incredibly terrifying, capable of destroying the world. Chen Ye was afraid this information would leak, so he found an excuse to lock him up here. His fabricated story was quite far-fetched, differing greatly from the actual events of last night, but his acting was top-notch, making it sound believable. His purpose was to reveal the existence of the special coronavirus to Zhou Xinyu. This was his carefully thought-out backup plan. The previous plan to get 5 million in startup funds from Chen Ye, based on memories, had already failed. Now, even if he got out, he wouldn't know how to handle the impending apocalypse a month later. Although Zhou Xinyu's family was wealthy, her upbringing was very strict. As a typical well-behaved girl, she couldn't really access too many resources from the Zhou family. Even if she could gather a large amount of funds, she would probably be under her family's scrutiny and wouldn't be allowed to spend Zhou Xinyu's money freely. But now there was no other way. If he wanted to prepare before the apocalypse, he could only think of ideas from Zhou Xinyu. Sure enough, after hearing his impromptu story, Zhou Xinyu, the love-struck rich girl, showed no signs of doubt. Covering her mouth in surprise, she exclaimed, "So the apocalypse might really be coming?" "Yes," Fang Xian said solemnly. "For what Chen Ye said, it should be true. The Chen family is already preparing. If you don't believe me, you can ask your dad to contact the docks and logistics. He'll find out." As a reincarnator, he could confirm that the Chen family had definitely been prepared for the apocalypse long before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such deep foundations now. However, he clearly overestimated Zhou Xinyu's intelligence, or underestimated the limits of a love-struck girl's self-deception. Upon hearing Fang Xian's words, her first instinct wasn't to seek confirmation from her father. Instead, she focused on his suggestion to ask, shaking her head vigorously. "I believe you. Of course I believe you. How could I not trust you? So what should we do now?" Fang Xian took a deep breath and glanced around. "Time is tight. We need to get out of here first." Neither Fang Xian nor Zhou Xinyu knew that everything they were discussing inside had been watched and recorded, and was sent to Chen Ye through Qin Zhu's hands. Chapter 7, Is He a Reborn Person? This guy not only knows the dangers of the special coronavirus, but is also aware that the apocalypse is approaching. Chen Ye watched the information revealed by Fang Xian in the video, his expression thoughtful. He had already investigated Fang Xian's past thoroughly, based on his background and life experiences. There was no way he could have access to information about the special coronavirus. At most, he might have seen it occasionally in the news. Yet now this guy can confidently state secret information that even Chen Ye, the young master of the Chen family, only recently learned about. If there were basically no errors, then this matter is worth pondering. A reborn person? Or did he acquire this secret information through some unknown special channel? Chen Ye was not sure. But one thing he could confirm was that, judging by the scheming nature displayed by Fang Xian, he would definitely not reveal everything he knew to Zhou Xinyu. It's possible that Fang Xian knows far more than Chen Ye does. Just like that dream flower, Chen Ye was almost certain that Fang Xian was aware of its existence. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Sister Zhu, increase the manpower and continue to monitor his every move. If he exhibits any unusual behavior, remember to inform me, including the places he visits. Everything needs to be documented and reported to me one by one. Also, they should still be inside, right? Tell the people over there not to make things difficult for him. Once the Zhou family arrives, they should just give him some face and let him go. It's already arranged. We've placed a hidden listening device on Zhou Xinyu. If he reveals any information to her, we will be able to monitor it." Qin Zhu immediately replied, "Good, then I'll leave it to you, Sister Zhu. It seems Chen Ye really doesn't take me seriously." As Fang Xian stepped out of the detention center, He was almost unable to believe that he had offended the young master of the Chen family, yet could still walk out so easily. If this were a post-apocalyptic environment, he probably would have been dead without a burial place last night. Fresh air. Fang Xian took a deep breath, a confident smile reappearing on his face. He had to admit that Chen Ye was impressive, and the Chen family was indeed powerful. However, in front of himself, a reborn person, it was nothing extraordinary. Just one night of detention, and he was able to escape with ease. Moreover, when he was released, no one from the Chen family came to make things difficult for him. This indicated, on one hand, that the Zhou family indeed had some standing in front of the Chen family, and, on the other hand, that Chen Ye didn't take him seriously at all. He simply wanted to annoy him. After annoying him, he naturally moved on to consider which girl to pursue next and which bar to settle the bill at. What an arrogant Chen Ye. Letting me out so easily today will be the biggest mistake of your life. Zhou Xinyu, seeing the change in Fang Xian's expression, thought he was overwhelmed with emotions after being released. So she took the initiative to hold his hand and said, "It's all in the past. Let us go." Fang Xian looked at the Rolls-Royce in front of him and smiled. "Yes, it's all in the past. Let us go. We need to discuss serious matters. This is urgent." As for what the serious matters were, of course, it was about Zhou Xinyu exploding gold coins. Fang Xian was well aware that this woman had an almost obsessive trust and admiration for him. In layman's terms, she was just a pure fangirl. Although he himself had been a fangirl for Ran Yuming in the past, he didn't think much of other fangirls. Now, getting close to Zhou Xinyu was purely because she still held some value for him. Fortunately, there was still an opportunity. As long as he secured the support of the Zhou family, not only could he stockpile enough supplies to deal with the apocalypse, but the success rate of obtaining that item would also greatly increase. At that time, Chen family? Fang Xian cast a fierce glance at the detention center behind him. Little did he know, while he was gazing into the abyss was also gazing back at him. On the top floor of the tightly guarded building, a man in black watched Zhou Xinyu's vehicle leave, his expression indifferent. "The target has left. Keep a close watch. If you miss anything important, you will face the family laws." Yes. The next day, as soon as Chen Ye got up, he heard an interesting piece of news. "Are you saying that the Zhou family suddenly took action last night, intercepting a lot of supplies that were supposed to be ours, and paid a hefty penalty for breach of contract?" Looking at Chen Ming, who had come to report, Chen Ye showed an intrigued expression. "Does the Zhou family not know that these are our supplies?" "They know," Chen Ming replied immediately. "We are making large-scale purchases of supplies for the warehouse. Ordinary people might not sense anything unusual, but these local snakes definitely realize it. However, usually, they don't dare to question us, but today they seem to have gone mad." "Mad? They might not be mad." Chen Ye chuckled. "Yesterday, I reviewed the materials. The supplies we ordered from Tianhai are too many, and we are still looking for warehouse storage, right?" Chen Ming hadn't reacted yet. He didn't understand why Chen Ye suddenly asked this, and quickly said, "Yes, for now, the warehouse is insufficient, but please trust me. I will definitely find enough storage space before the supplies arrive." "No need to look." Chen Ye shook his head. "The Zhou family is also in the big business. Their warehouses should be sufficient, right? Since they want to help us stockpile, let us not worry about it for now. We can send someone to pick it up later once they have stocked it. The penalty they paid has already been transferred. If we do this now, won't it be inappropriate?" Chen Ming said with some concern. "No one in this world dares to go back on their word with my Chen family's things. Since they dare to provoke us, they must pay the price. Do they think they can just settle for a penalty?" Chen Ye said, "That would be too simplistic." Chen Ming was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes, and he quickly said, "I understand." Once he left, Chen Ye pondered for a moment, then got up and walked out of the room, taking the elevator down to the 19th floor. The Star Peak Group's underground fortress has a total of 24 floors. And from the 20th floor down, all have been transformed into biological laboratories, mainly used for researching the special coronavirus. He had already ordered the lockdown of the floors below 19, and now coming here was not to seek stimulation. Instead, he had some free time to check on another destined child, Su Yin, in his own lair. She was currently the most peculiar infected person in the entire laboratory, referred to as a semi-mutant by a number of top international biologists. Therefore, without Chen Ye's special attention, she was already a key focus of research in the laboratory. However, since she was certified as a destined child by the system, it indicated that she absolutely could not be confined here. Bring me the data on infection, subject 31. And also prepare, I want to have a conversation with her. Chapter 8. Calm despair at 9 a.m. on October 14th. Blood sampling was conducted, extracting 400 milliliters of blood. At 10:20 a.m. on October 14th, epidermal tissue sampling was performed, and the patient's mood was poor. At 11 a.m. on October 14th, the patient was agitated, behaving violently, with tendencies for self-harm, and was injected with 7 doses of sedatives. Chen Ye looked at yesterday's experiment log regarding Su Yan, his expression as cold as water. The researchers in the Chen family's private laboratory were all top biologists recruited from around the world by the Chen family's biomedical company. In biology, especially in the medical-related aspects, there are always living subjects involved in experiments. Many of these people were not here for money, but rather because the Chen family had enough power to allow them to do whatever they wanted outside the constraints of the law. In other words, many researchers were essentially scientific madmen without moral boundaries. Having a half-mutant like Su Yan, who had been infected with a virus but had not fully mutated, was an extremely rare research subject for these obsessed researchers of the mysterious special coronavirus. Everyone wanted to get some samples from her for study. As for Su Yan's feelings, these people were completely indifferent as long as she didn't die. To conduct a blood analysis experiment, they would extract 400 milliliters of blood at a time. And this was not an isolated incident. It was almost a daily occurrence. If it were a cow, it would likely die of anemia after a few days of such bloodletting. Su Yan, as a half-mutant, was exceptionally special and resilient. Coupled with the fact that the researchers would provide her with large amounts of meat and specially formulated nutrient solutions daily, along with her extremely fast metabolism, she managed to survive until now. Moreover, these people were so twisted that sometimes they would feed her raw meat to conduct comparative experiments for data analysis. Although Su Yan was a half-mutant, the experimental report clearly stated that her thoughts and habits were not much different from those of normal people. Forcing her to eat raw meat just to conduct an experiment, wasn't that a crime? From Su Yan's perspective, looking at this experimental report, all Chen Ye could feel was a calm despair. If she were just an ordinary person, he wouldn't care about what these researchers were doing. After all, whatever they discovered would ultimately benefit him. But Su Yan was a system-certified child of destiny. If Chen Ye did not intervene, she would definitely escape from here in the future. Looking at what these researchers had done to her in the experiment log, if she were to run away, the Chen family would probably gain an extremely terrifying enemy. Young master, the video call with experiment subject 31 is ready. Should we connect now? A well-equipped guard respectfully asked. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Ye nodded and said, "Connected." Upon hearing this, the guard immediately pressed a few keys on the keyboard, and soon a bright laboratory appeared on the screen before Chen Ye. His gaze immediately fell on the frail figure curled up in the corner. She was wearing a simple white shirt and a pair of hot pants, and her exposed thighs and arms, apart from being exceptionally pale, were almost indistinguishable from those of a normal person. Just from her appearance, it was hard to associate this seemingly delicate woman with those disgusting mutants. At the same time, the system's prompt appeared. Su Yan, born into a poor family, grew up under the care and love of her parents. Knowing the difficulties at home from a young age, she worked hard and was admitted to one of the best universities in the country, coming to Tianhai to study. However, just as she was about to achieve academic success, she was infected with the special coronavirus. As a special half-mutant, she was targeted by the Chen family's biological laboratory, and from then on, she was captured into a bunker, enduring endless research and torment that drastically changed her personality. Until one day, the surging power within her made it impossible for the bunker to contain her. But when she broke free from her cage, she discovered that the apocalypse had already arrived, and her parents and relatives had perished in it. The bad news was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing her spirit, and along with it, her last shred of conscience. Su Yan vowed to slaughter all the filthy creatures in this world. The daughter of death, a taboo of the apocalypse, has since descended. Chen Ye was not entirely clear on the conditions that triggered this personal panel from the system. Apart from Chen Ye, this was the second time he had triggered a similar character card prompt. Even Feng Xian, as a child of destiny, did not receive this treatment. However, it significantly reduced Chen Ye's exploration costs when dealing with Su Yan, as her entire life was essentially laid out before him. His task was to change Su Yan's life trajectory, and with her original trajectory in hand, changing it would be much simpler. However, looking at the information before him, Chen Ye couldn't help but sigh. The endless research and torment mentioned in the system prompt, although only a few words, concealed a horrific reality that Chen Ye, having read the experimental log, understood very well. It was too tragic. Of course, he was merely expressing a momentary sentiment and felt no guilt. Those in high positions need to be ruthless. This was precisely what Chen Ye lacked the least. While he was reflecting, a voice came from the video, "Knock, knock, knock. It's time to eat." The staff in the laboratory knew that the young master wanted to observe this mutant and took the initiative to tap on the glass wall without needing him to instruct them. The woman, who had her back to the glass, slowly turned her head. Upon seeing her profile, the first word that came to Chen Ye's mind was beautiful. Su Yan had almost a perfect face without any flaws, of course, assuming you only looked at one side. When he saw her whole face, even Chen Ye, who had seen everything in the world as a young master from a prominent family, couldn't help but catch his breath. The left side of Su Yan's face could be described as flawless, but the right side was covered with black lines resembling demonic tentacles. These lines were extremely complex, occasionally flashing with dark purple light in rhythm with her breathing, looking mysterious and eerie, and they became denser toward the bottom, while they were clearly defined on her face. Once they extended below her neck, they merged into a complete mass, dark as ink. However, if earlier Chen Ye thought her profile was very beautiful, then after seeing her full face, his evaluation became exquisite. The black lines covering half of her face not only did not detract from her beauty, but also added a touch of mystery and allure, giving her an indescribable sense of flawed beauty. Hello, MS. Su. The momentary astonishment in his eyes passed, and Chen Ye greeted her. Silence. Su Yan shifted her gaze from the staff to Chen Ye, looking at him through the screen with a deep gaze, not saying a word. Chen Ye didn't mind and introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Ye. As for my identity, you can consider me the master of this place. There was finally some fluctuation in her unusually light purple eyes. Su Yan looked at him for a while, her voice a bit hoarse as she said, "Let me go. That day will come, but not now." Chen Ye shrugged and said helplessly, "You carry some very dangerous viruses. You should know that. If I let you out, it could endanger countless people. I'm not like those monsters." Suan Israelvis slowly clenched. The monsters she referred to were, of course, the other infected mutants in the laboratory. In the same underground laboratory, she had certainly seen what the real mutants looked like. But the virus inside you is the same. Chen Ye was not here to chat with her. After stating the facts and dispelling her unrealistic thoughts, he continued, "I checked the experimental logs, and the violations committed by the researchers in the lab against you are due to my failure to manage them properly. I apologize for the unfair treatment you have received here. I will deal with some of the violators and restore justice for you. Although I still cannot release you, I can promise that from today on, you will receive the treatment that a patient deserves, rather than being treated like a lab rat without dignity in reckless experiments. As compensation, you can make some requests, and I will do my best to meet them." Su Yan stared at him for a while before slowly saying, "I want to see my mom and dad." She wasn't foolish. She certainly didn't believe what Chen Ye said about dealing with the violators. But since she was allowed to make a request, she couldn't help but want to try. "All right, you will see them within 3 days." Chen Ye agreed without a second thought. Su Yan was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Did he really agree? Ding. Task progress updated. Su Yan's favorability towards you is 10. Fate trajectory deviation is 0. 1. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Chen Ye couldn't help but smile. It was indeed correct, but immediately another prompt from the system made him pause, and his breathing became noticeably heavier. Chapter 9. System rewards, virus immunity ding. Successfully diverted the life trajectory of the destined child Su Yan. Reward. Special coronavirus immunity physique. The system reward that appeared before Chen Ye left him momentarily stunned. The tasks assigned by the system for Feng Xian and Su Yan were different. One required him to kill the other, while the other required him to change their life trajectory. Chen Ye was very clear about this. Therefore, when dealing with Feng Xian, he obtained Feng Xian's resentment. And the more resentment he had, the higher his success rate in killing Feng Xian. The final reward would undoubtedly be revealed only after he killed Feng Xian. Even the probability of killing displayed on the system panel could greatly affect the final reward he could obtain, whether it was 1 or 100. He was confident he could kill Feng Xian, as the gap between absolute strength and power was too vast. However, the probability of killing Feng Xian would certainly be assessed differently by the system. He was mentally prepared for this, so he didn't rush to kill Feng Xian. But the situation with Su Yan left him momentarily confused. Could it be that he could let Feng Xian grow fat before slaughtering him for a bigger meal, while simultaneously gaining rewards from Su Yan? Chen Ye wasn't sure, but it seemed that way for now. It appeared that the system had different reward schemes for different destined children. Of course, it was also possible that Su Yan was a special case. This was something he could note and observe later. Not dwelling on this question, Chen Ye focused on the system reward, special coronavirus immunity physique. He had to say, this reward perfectly matched his current needs. He didn't lack power or money, but the coronavirus was a threat that indiscriminately attacked everyone. A large number of people had already been infected with this virus. It was just that symptoms hadn't appeared in the short term. Once the virus broke out, no amount of power could cure it. Although individuals who had been infected and remained unaffected after the outbreak had been discovered in laboratories, such individuals accounted for less than 10 of all infected cases. No one could guarantee they were among that 1/10, and Chen Ye was no exception. This immunity physique provided him with a layer of protection, meaning he could almost stop worrying about being infected by the virus. Even without any protective measures, he could freely enter and exit the biological laboratories on the lower floors without any issues. Moreover, the benefits of this physique might not end there. Chen Ye recalled the experimental logs about Su Yan. Besides detailing daily research on her, they also recorded numerous aspects of Su Yan that were extraordinary. Aside from being infected, yet maintaining normal human cognition, Su Yan's most notable feature was her terrifying strength after infection. According to the records, the woman's strength could probably be measured in tons. Hidden within that frail body was a strength capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, completely defying the laws of physics. Top experts had studied this for so long without reaching a conclusion, merely classifying it as an unknown mutation symptom. This symptom also showed a tendency to worsen. Some experts speculated that Su Yan was not only part of the 10 of the population unaffected by the virus, but also among the exceedingly rare individuals who could utilize the virus to enhance their physique. Some bold researchers even proposed the evolution theory. This suddenly emerging coronavirus would eliminate 90 of humanity, leaving behind 10 of the superior individuals, among whom a very small portion could undergo radical evolution using this virus. Ultimately, these successfully evolved individuals would lead the surviving elite into a new era. If these expert speculations were correct, the future world would undoubtedly belong to these evolved beings. And to evolve, one would inevitably need to come into contact with the coronavirus, or even actively accept it. Under normal circumstances, this would be akin to suicide. But now, with the immunity physique, Chen Ye could interact with the virus without any concerns. This was a threshold, and crossing this threshold granted him the qualification to discuss the future. Though Chen Ye estimated that even in a doomsday scenario, he would likely not be one of the unfortunate souls mutated after being infected by the virus. That was just an estimate. Now, the system had helped him cross this threshold, which would soon filter out 90 of the world population. This sudden gain kept Chen Ye in a good mood for several days. While methodically managing the family's resource hoarding plan, the ground-level part of the Xingfeng group finally completed its renovations. He, the young master, no longer had to stay in the bunker and moved directly to the top floor of the Xingfeng building. On the surface, this building seemed no different from before. However, the interior had been transformed into a fortress resembling a steel barrel, and the Chen family's guard stationed in the building had surpassed 3,000. Coupled with personnel secretly deployed around various critical routes, The Chen family's power in Tianhai City had exceeded that of a heavy mechanized brigade. Even various heavy equipment had been brought into the city. Due to the ostentatious entrance, it had made the residents of Tianhai quite nervous for a while. It was no exaggeration to say that with the power at his disposal, Chen Ye could capture this first metropolis of the Summer Nation at a single command. But there was no need for that. Standing before the glass curtain wall on the top floor, Chen Ye quietly gazed at the bustling city below, while Qin Zhu reported various messages from behind him. These messages had been filtered and summarized by the Chen family's think tank. He only needed to be informed, and most did not require his opinions. Until Qin Zhu mentioned a particular matter. So, the Bai family agreed to give up on the Zhou family? Yes, the Bai family was initially unwilling. But their influence was in the south, and they were reluctant to conflict with us during such a critical time. After several rounds of negotiations, the family ceded some interests in the south, and the Bai family relented. Qin Zhu said without thinking. How many days has Fang Xian been out of the detention center? Chen Ye asked with interest. It has been 5 days. Qin Zhu swiped on the tablet, bringing up another document. According to reports from our people monitoring him, he has been almost entirely assisting the Zhou family in resource collection over the past few days. When he does go out, it's usually accompanying Zhou Xinyu to go shopping. So far, no unusual behavior has been detected. By the way, the Zhou family's recent resource collection activities have significantly impacted our plans, intercepting about 22 of the resources we originally had reserved. Our collection plan was designed not to interfere with the normal supply of Tianhai, but now that the Zhou family has intervened, our people have had to use more means to gather resources to complete the established plan. This has already caused a shortage of some resources in Tianhai and rising prices. If this continues, it may soon lead to chaos. After letting him comfortably enjoy 5 days, it's about time. Chen Ye stretched lazily and smiled. Hoarding resources during a disaster, the Zhou family would be facing extermination in ancient times. Chapter 10. Shattering his hopes, what people fear is not the absence of hope, but the complete extinguishing of hope after seeing it. Therefore, after figuring out Fang Xian's general background, Chen Ye chose to let him use the power of the Zhou family to achieve his plan. Of course, during this period, he didn't forget to make things difficult for Fang Xian. For example, when the Zhou family was collecting supplies, he would secretly create some small obstacles. After being annoyed for a few days, Fang Xian's resentment value had now risen to 3,300 points, and his kill success rate had reached 33. However, he did not suspect that this was Chen Ye targeting him. After all, the Chen family was collecting supplies, and the Zhou family was doing the same, so some friction was quite normal. But he would definitely remember this debt on Chen Ye's head, which led to the increase in his resentment value. Despite the resentment, it did not prevent Fang Xian from enjoying the scene of showcasing his abilities in the impending apocalypse after collecting a large amount of supplies with the Zhou family. Chen Ye had a precise grasp of his little thoughts. What Chen Ye needed to do now was to shatter his fantasies. In Tianhai, in a garden-style courtyard of the Jiang and Buyuan Villa area, a huge terrain map of Tianhai was laid out on the coffee table. Fang Xian was passionately explaining something to several imposing figures in front of him while pointing at the map. Zhou Xinyu stood behind Fang Xian, her eyes filled with admiration. Uncle Zhou, we don't have much time left. We've already collected a considerable amount of supplies, and we can continue collecting according to the current situation. What is most important for us now is to create a shelter for the impending apocalypse, or to establish a base. Although the nuclear shelter we bought in the southern mountains is being renovated, it's still remote. While it's safe, it's over 300 kilometers away from Tianhai, which is too far. Tianhai is a treasure land, with both a seaport for maritime transportation and a major river leading inland. Even in the apocalypse, this location will definitely have a huge geographic advantage. We absolutely cannot give it up unless absolutely necessary. My suggestion is to treat the mountain fortress as a final retreat. And we also need to establish a foothold here in Tianhai. A rather handsome middle-aged man standing opposite Fang Xian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Since everyone is here today, feel free to continue discussing your plans and views. As long as there are no issues, our Zhou family will definitely support you fully. This was naturally Zhou Xinyu's father, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Lin. In normal times, with his influence, He was a big shot that could shake Tianhai with a stomp of his foot. However, after witnessing the extraordinary abilities of this young man that his daughter brought back, even at the risk of offending the Chen family, he set aside his usual demeanor as a business tycoon and was willing to listen to Fang Xian's suggestions. After receiving affirmation, Fang Xian continued, "After the apocalypse descends, with such a dense population in Tianhai, it will inevitably become extremely dangerous. At this time, choosing a location to establish a base in Tianhai is crucial. It needs to be in a slightly more remote area, avoiding densely populated regions, while also being easily accessible and close to transportation hubs like ports and airports for convenient supply transfers." He spoke at length and finally, under the gaze of the Zhou family's power figures, pointed to a location. "Here, this is actually the most suitable place in all of Tianhai to establish an apocalypse base. This is..." Zhou Lin looked in the direction he was pointing and shook his head without thinking. "The headquarters of Xingfeng Group? This is the Chen family's territory. We can't take it. During the previous resource gathering, there were some conflicts with the Chen family and with the Bai family backing us. The Chen family won't turn against us. But if we dare to take aim at Xingfeng Tower, the consequences are something we can't bear. According to my information, the Chen family has already stationed a large number of guards in Tianhai, and once they turn hostile, no one in Tianhai can stop the power of the Chen family. Uncle, don't worry, I know this too. To completely resolve the Chen family's influence in Tianhai, we have to wait until after the apocalypse. That's not what we should do now. So I have an alternative location," Fang Xian said with a carefree smile. Zhou Lin frowned upon hearing this. This prospective son-in-law was great in many ways, but the constant desire to compete with the Chen family made him feel somewhat uneasy. What kind of power was the Chen family? One of the 4 major families in Xia country, a colossal entity with tentacles spread across military, politics, and business. Looking at the whole world, it was also one of the top forces hidden in the darkness. If the Chen family was unhappy, many small countries could be wiped out with a snap of their fingers. Zhou Lin was clear about the strength of the Zhou family. If it weren't for their reliance on the Bai family, and with the apocalypse approaching, causing the existing order to collapse, he wouldn't dare to follow Fang Xian's suggestions to gather supplies and provoke the Chen family. Zhou Lin wanted to remind Fang Xian that even in the apocalypse, it was best not to provoke the Chen family. But seeing Fang Xian earnestly discussing serious matters, he refrained, planning to speak with him privately later. "Here." Fang Xian slapped his hand on the southeastern part of Tianhai while glancing out the window. "Jiang Ninyuan, if I remember correctly, this is the Zhou family's property, right? I have to say, Uncle, your foresight in acquiring this land back then is truly remarkable." He then continued to enthusiastically discuss the benefits of this place. It was easy to transform, easy to defend, and difficult to attack, and close to the port for convenient transportation of supplies, etc. After his speech, this famous luxurious villa area in Tianhai seemed to have become an even more perfect area for transforming into an apocalypse base than the location of Xingfeng Tower. The power figures of the Zhou family showed signs of interest. However, after hesitating for a moment, Zhou Lin still said, "The location is indeed good, but this is the most upscale villa area in all of Tianhai, and the residents are all high-ranking officials and nobles. Some of the family forces here are not inferior to our Zhou family. If we don't give them an explanation, it might not be easy for us to transform this place." "2 options," Fang Xian said calmly, showing no surprise at his reaction. "First, find a reason to have them temporarily relocate. After all, the apocalypse is approaching, and once they move out, they probably won't have a chance to return. That might not work. Common reasons won't fool these people. If it's just about money, they aren't short of money. There are already signs of chaos outside, and this is one of the safest places in Tianhai. They won't move for money." Zhou Lin immediately shook his head. "Then we'll use the second option." Fang Xian's expression darkened. "Uncle, the chaos in Tianhai will only get worse as time goes on. As long as we do it cleanly and hide it for 3 to 5 days, by then, even if the news leaks, the authorities probably won't have time to manage it." His meaning was simple. Since they wouldn't leave, they should take the initiative to clear the place out. After all, order was about to collapse. As long as they delayed for a while, no one would care about the small matters happening here. Of course, There was an important reason for him to devise such a risky plan. In his memories from his previous life, the location of that item was not far from here. Gaining control of this place was something he had to do. Zhou Lin fell silent, his gaze fixed on the map in front of him, and his breathing gradually became heavy. The other members of the Zhou family were similarly affected, their expressions shifting as they weighed the pros and cons. The room fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of everyone's breathing. However, at that moment, a sudden round of applause broke the silence. Clap, clap, clap. What a great plan. If nothing unexpected happens, you guys might really be able to seize control of this place. Fang Xian's expression changed, and he turned around abruptly. Suddenly, a heart fell to the bottom of the valley. Looking at the person who appeared at the door, I gritted my teeth and said, Chen Ye. Chapter 11. The gunshot. Chen Ye had actually arrived long ago and had been listening outside for quite some time. As for the security guards of the Zhou family, they naturally had no power to resist in front of the elite assassins trained by the Chen family and were quietly dealt with. It must be said that after hearing Fang Xian's words, even Chen Ye felt that the Jiangnan was indeed a good place. It was even located on opposite sides of Tianhai, with his own Xingfeng building situated to the north and Jiangnan to the south. After the apocalypse, the densely populated Tianhai would turn into a giant cauldron. Although the two places were less than 50 kilometers apart, under the isolation of Tianhai City, Chen Ye feared that it would be difficult to take this place without a firm decision. If the delay were prolonged, with Tianhai City's resources, Fang Xian and the Zhou family could develop a significant force in the apocalypse by occupying such a prime location. Although it couldn't compare to the Chen family, it would still have some capital for dialogue. One could only say that this guy was indeed worthy of being a reborn individual. He truly had some tricks up his sleeve. However, it was a pity that even if Chen Ye didn't come today, the conversation that took place here would still be delivered to his desk tomorrow. The gap in power was too significant, and under Chen Ye's deliberate scrutiny, the current situation was essentially one-sidedly transparent. The atmosphere in the villa's living room suddenly became eerily silent. Faced with the sudden appearance of Chen Ye, Fang Xian was somewhat at a loss, let alone the people from the Zhou family. Chen Ye was not in a hurry. He casually walked to the sofa in the living room as if he had returned home, and Qin Zhu immediately poured him a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and praise, Mr. Zhou, you truly are a great merchant. This Dahong Pao is comparable to that produced by the few mother trees on Wui Mountain. I suppose it isn't cheap, right? Zhou Lin, who was frantically thinking of countermeasures, could only force a smile and say, young Master Chen has a good eye. This tea is indeed produced by the direct descendants of those mother trees. Although it can't compare to the tribute from those mother trees, it is indeed quite good. As he spoke, he glanced at his son beside him and said, what are you still dawdling for? Go to the study and bring me those 2 pounds of tea for young Master Chen. His son was taken aback, but immediately understood his meaning and stood up to leave. No need, Chen Ye said, putting down his teacup. A gentleman does not take what others favor. Mr. Zhou must have put in quite a bit of effort to collect these teas. What would it mean for me to just barge in now? Zhou Lin's smile instantly froze on his face. He was well aware that Chen Ye was referring to the Zhou family's recent theft of Chen family goods. Zhou Lin knew the Chen family's power all too well. But after confirming that the apocalypse was approaching, he inevitably had some wishful thinking, believing that the Zhou family was also a prominent family in Tianhai, backed by the Bai family, who was not inferior to the Chen family. In the current chaotic situation, the Chen family might not necessarily expend so much energy dealing with him. But the sudden appearance of Chen Ye here shattered his delusions entirely. Secretly cursing in his heart, he could only force a smile and say, young Master Chen is indeed from a noble background. You are truly high-minded and upright. Oof. Chen Ye sneered, enough small talk. The reason I came today was to see my old classmate and, by the way, bring you some news regarding the Zhou family. Zhou Lin immediately replied. The Zhou family will naturally listen attentively. It's nothing much, just that hoarding and taking advantage during this great disaster could lead to beheading. Although it doesn't comply with current laws, in chaotic times, heavy punishments are needed. This world certainly requires some special measures, Chen Ye said as he stood up. The city guard was furious after hearing about what your Zhou family has done recently, but the Tianhai authorities are currently unable to intervene. so they entrusted me to help deal with this. As soon as he finished speaking, the armed Chen family guard team surged in. The originally spacious living room suddenly felt a bit crowded. Under the dark muzzles of the guns, the Zhou family members instantly turned pale. As the head of the family, Zhou Lin was already sweating profusely but could only lower his voice and say to Chen Ye, "Young Master Chen, our Zhou family is but honest businessmen. We have never dared to engage in any illegal activities. There must be some misunderstanding." Bang! A gunshot interrupted Zhou Lin's words. A young man who had quietly crept to the stairs, seemingly wanting to escape upstairs, had his head burst with blood and fell to the ground. It was Zhou Lin's son. Ah! Someone's dead. The sudden blood and death instantly shattered the sanity of some people. With a scream, chaos erupted in the small living room. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out continuously. Several more people fell in response. Amid the chaos, Fang Xian shouted, "Run!" Just after shouting, he saw that Qin Zhu's gaze was already fixed on him. Without thinking, Fang Xian pulled Zhou Xinyu in front of him and then rolled backward. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and Zhou Xinyu fell to the ground, while Fang Xian didn't even look back. After rolling, he agilely got up and smashed through the living room's glass door, running toward the backyard. Qin Zhu showed no signs of emotion on her face as she pulled the trigger again. Fang Xian, fleeing in panic, suddenly jerked as he felt a sharp pain, rolling on the ground a few times before he could no longer care about the blood gushing from his back. He climbed over the wall and escaped into the backyard, plunging into the lake of the villa area. The icy water stimulated his nerves, but the gunshot wound on his back felt like a hole in a balloon, making him feel his energy draining away, drowsiness creeping in. "I can't sleep. I can't sleep." Fang Xian bit down on his tongue, the taste of blood instantly filling his mouth and nose, and the intense pain made him a little more alert as he struggled to swim forward in the lake. But he was still not an evolved ability user. Even with a strong will cultivated in the apocalypse, he had no body to withstand such injuries. Ultimately, as he neared the shore, he couldn't help but see darkness closing in and lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, all he could see was Chen Ye's calm expression and the words that determined the Zhou family's fate. There was certainly resentment, but beyond that, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear toward Chen Ye. After being reborn, he had thought that everything was under his control, that he just needed to employ a little strategy to toy with the powerful forces and figures he could only look up to in his past life, and ultimately stage a dramatic comeback. But after encountering Chen Ye, he realized that those seemingly advantageous plans appeared so pale and ridiculous in the face of the Chen family's absolute power. In the darkness, a feeling called despair gradually filled Fang Xian's body and mind. Until a moment, no, I still have a chance to turn things around. That thing, the dream flower, as long as I get it, no matter how powerful the Chen family is, I can break through with strength. This thought was like a sword that tore through the darkness, instantly awakening Fang Xian. Huh, where's this? Looking at the pale pink girl's room in front of him, Fang Xian was in a daze. Chapter 12. Fang Xian's marvelous drifting. Attempt to kill the child of destiny failed. Kill success rate -10. Current kill success rate 53. Ding. Task progress refreshed. Congratulations. You have obtained 3,000 points of Fang Xian's resentment value. Current resentment value 6,300 points. Kill success rate 53. The next day, Chen Ye woke up and received a system notification, which took him by surprise. It wasn't that he was surprised that Fang Xian was still alive. After all, he hadn't expected to kill Fang Xian last night. It was merely a probing attempt, hoping to gain more resentment value. But now it seemed that things had backfired somewhat. He hadn't anticipated that the failure to kill would lead to a decrease in the kill success rate. As for the subsequent gain of 3,000 resentment points, Chen Ye guessed it wasn't because he had injured Fang Xian, but rather because he had disrupted Fang Xian's carefully cultivated situation in the Zhou family. It seemed that he needed to be more cautious next time he really planned to kill him. If he didn't have a guaranteed kill, he shouldn't act. Chen Ye didn't feel frustrated. This probing had allowed him to understand more about the uniqueness of the child of destiny, and the situation was still under his control. A 10 kill probability was just equivalent to 1,000 resentment points, and he had plenty of opportunities to make up for it later. Consider it tuition fees. If he encountered a powerful child of destiny and only then discovered that failing to kill would decrease the kill probability, that would truly be life-threatening. As if sensing his thoughts, not long after Chen Ye woke up, Chen Ye stealthily entered the room. Seeing him awake, she reported, "Young master, the people we arranged by the lake found Fang Xian in the lake last night. He was already on the verge of death. According to your instructions, our people implanted a tracking chip into him and then let him float on the water without interfering, only keeping a watchful eye on him. The person watching him just reported that Fang Xian was washed into the river by the outlet of the lake in the villa area. And then a female streamer doing a live broadcast outdoors at night discovered him and brought him home. According to the chip's data, Fang Xian's vital signs have stabilized and he should be out of danger. The shot must not have hit his vital points. It's my fault. Please punish me, young master." "Punish you for what? If I hadn't let him go, he wouldn't have escaped even with 10 lives. Chen Ye chuckled and shook his head, then patted the bed and said, "Come sit over here." Chen Ye's cheeks flushed, and she obediently sat on the edge of the bed. Chen Ye rubbed her tightly wrapped black silk legs and smiled. "Are you curious why I've been targeting Fang Xian, but also letting him go repeatedly? The young master has his own considerations in doing things. That's not something I should be concerned about." "Smart." Chen Ye pinched her, and Chen Ye let out a soft cry, collapsing into his arms. "Why, young master, it's not convenient today," she said softly, her face red as she felt Chen Ye's mischievous hand. "But I want to indulge now. What should I do?" Chen Ye spit it. I'll help you," Chen Ye said, her mouth slightly open and her face turned crimson to the neck. Although she had anticipated this day, she had never experienced such things before, and she was completely unlike her usual calm and indifferent self. Not to mention, she was now caught in an awkward situation. At this moment, she could only clumsily apply the methods taught by the female instructors in her family who specialized in this area. Seeing her awkward movements as she fumbled under the covers, Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle. However, he soon found himself gasping in surprise. After a brief morning exercise, Chen Ye got out of bed with Chen Ye's attentive service. By the time he finished washing up and had breakfast, it was already past 10 in the morning. Chen Ming had been waiting in the office for a long time. "Young master, how should we deal with the people captured by the Zhou family last night? Although we have essentially wiped out the Zhou family, they're a large family with many business dealings, and quite a few people have come to inquire about the situation this morning. Are you suggesting that the Chen family needs to give them an explanation?" Chen Ye said lightly. "Of course not," Chen Ming hurriedly replied. "It's just that many of them have business interactions with our family, and if we offend them too severely, our family's future business might face some difficulties." "In the future?" Chen Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chen Ming was taken aback and quickly lowered his head, saying, "Sorry, young master, I was thinking too far ahead. Is there anything else?" Chen Ye didn't mind. This could only be considered a failure to adjust his thinking. It couldn't be said that Chen Ming lacked ability. Just like Zhou Lin was certain that the Chen family would still follow the rules of the game as before. Even if the Zhou family had touched on some of the Chen family's interests, Chen Ye wouldn't take action against him in the short term. It was essentially the same reasoning. Simply put, he hadn't changed his mindset yet. The Chen family had previously acted reasonably not because they lacked the power to turn hostile, but because they needed to consider the long term and maintain a harmonious business environment. But the apocalypse was coming. The game's rules in this world were about to change, and the previous methods would no longer work in the face of the apocalypse. Long-term considerations? What nonsense! What the Chen family needs now is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and establish authority. In chaotic times, whoever has the biggest fist is the truth. The exchanges of interests in the business world and harmonious dealings are no longer applicable. Last night, we basically took over the Zhou family's assets. The supplies they collected have all been recorded, and other assets are still being processed. The Zhou family has many companies, factories, real estate, and ships as fixed assets. With the apocalypse approaching, many things will become useless. Our people have devised a plan to liquidate most of the assets and then use this liquid capital to gather more supplies. However, taking action against the Zhou family is your decision, young master, so I just wanted to ask for your opinion. Okay, sort out all the Zhou family's assets. Keep the factories and ships, and for the factories, assess the actual situation. Retain those in advantageous locations that can survive after the apocalypse, and dismantle the equipment in those that can't. Try to deal with the factory buildings soon. As for the real estate, we can liquidate everything. Wait a minute. Chen Ye paused and said that Jiangnabuan Villa area was also Zhou family's asset, right? Keep that, and also clear out the residents inside. Jiangnabuan? Chen Ming hesitated and said, there are many officials living there, and even the former retired guardian of Tianhai City lives there. If we clear them out, anyone who doesn't want to move can come to Xingfeng Building and tell me why they don't want to move. Chen Ye interrupted impatiently. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Chen Ming quickly said, but after finishing, he revealed a slightly lecherous expression. Young master, the girl from a Zhou family named Zhou Xinyu was not hit in a vital spot by the bullet. After treatment, she is out of danger. I think she looks quite good, and as the Zhou family's little princess, she is not just any ordinary girl. The doctor has also checked, and she is still a virgin. Should we wait for her to recover? Hearing this, Chen Ye laughed and scolded, get out. Hey, okay, I'm leaving. Chen Ming was scolded, but his expression showed no signs of being upset. Instead, he looked pleased. Since the young master didn't refuse, it meant he wasn't averse to it. He finally managed to flatter him correctly. As soon as he left Chen Ye's office, he hurriedly ordered people to take good care of Zhou Xinyu and do some persuasion work so as not to upset the young master and ruin a good thing. Zhou Xinyu. In the office, Chen Ye recalled this person who could be considered the culprit behind the downfall of the Zhou family, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Foolish enough, but after all, she is a member of the harem of the Son of Heaven. It would hurt to give it a try. Moreover, Chen Ye really didn't believe that after sleeping with Fang Xian's woman, he would have no grievances at all. Although he had already tried it with Ran Yuming once, it couldn't be guaranteed that it was Ran Yuming's fault, right? Anyway, trying it out carried no risk. Chapter 13. The Holy Doctor, Clue of the Dream Flower, huh? You're awake? On the fragrant bed, Fang Xian, just waking up, heard a girl's crisp voice coming from the doorway. Struggling to turn his head, he saw a girl in a white coat walking in, chattering as she approached. What happened to you? You were so badly injured. I was shocked when I found you by the water last night. I called the police, but no one answered. It was always busy. It took ages to get through to 120 for emergency services, and when they finally answered, they said they couldn't come because there were too many patients. Even the community hospital was overwhelmed late at night, and the doctors were swamped. Fortunately, I haven't forgotten what I learned before, and your penetrating chest wound didn't hit any internal organs. Otherwise, you would have been dead for sure. Hearing the girl's words, Fang Xian instinctively looked down at the tightly bound bandage on his chest. From the shape of the bandage, he could roughly guess that it was just a small gunshot wound, and he couldn't help but feel lucky. The bullet that hit him last night came from behind. Normally, a rapidly spinning bullet would lose balance upon entering the body due to the change in medium, releasing terrifying energy that would instantly create a cavity in his flesh. It would explode out a scar the size of a bowl on his chest. If that were the case, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him to survive. But he happened to be lucky, encountering a bullet that passed through without hitting any organs. That shot only caused him to bleed a lot. Thank you. Fang Xian said weakly. No need to thank me. I saved you because my dad is a doctor and taught me a lot of medical skills. I can't just watch someone die in front of me. The girl shrugged. The public security outside is getting worse every day. I don't care who you are or why you were shot. I won't tell anyone about you. Since last night, no one else has seen you except me. It's safe here. No one should come. Just focus on recovering for the next few days. When you're better, you can leave without saying goodbye. Fang Xian, who had just begun to feel a bit lively, could only smile bitterly at her words. In any case, thank you for saving my life, miss. My situation is quite complicated, and it's best if you don't get involved. I should be able to leave by tomorrow at the latest, and I'll definitely leave without dragging you into it. By the way, my name is Fang Xian. What do you call yourself? I am Shen Yangxi. The girl walked to the bedside, took out a blood pressure monitor, and put it on Fang Xian's arm. After a moment, she looked at the numbers and said, blood pressure is normal. You're quite healthy. You had low blood pressure last night due to excessive bleeding, but it's back to normal today. Fang Xian didn't show any surprise at her words. The special coronavirus could cause mutations, Those who mutated successfully would become superhumans, while those who failed would turn into zombies. He had long been infected with the virus, but just hadn't erupted yet. Moreover, for someone like him who could evolve, the virus would start to improve his physique during the incubation period, making his body far superior to ordinary people. At this stage, the virus hadn't erupted, and his powers hadn't awakened, but his physical qualities were impressive. However, what was running through his mind at that moment had nothing to do with all this. Instead, it was repeatedly echoing the name Chen Ye. He was very familiar with that name. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was like thunder in his ears. But he was a bit uncertain whether this charming girl was the same person from his memories. After the apocalypse, he had only heard of the holy doctor named Chen Ye. He had never seen her because, with his status, he had no qualification to even meet her. Looking at the girl tidying up the blood pressure monitor, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Miss Shun, you mentioned your father is a doctor. Is he a Western or traditional Chinese medicine doctor?" Chen Ye glanced at him, thinking he was just trying to make small talk, and replied, "My dad learned traditional Chinese medicine in elementary school and later studied modern medicine as well. He has knowledge of both." "What's the difference?" "As long as it can save people, that's enough. I didn't have any equipment when I found you by the river last night. I just used a safety pin to acupuncture you and stop the bleeding." "And what about your father?" Fang Xian probed. "He's been very busy lately. My dad is always at the hospital and doesn't have time to come home. He won't suddenly come back and find you, so don't worry." Chen Ye finished tidying up and stood up. "I can't cook, but I'll go out to buy some food. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll bring it back for you." "Just plain congee will do," Fang Xian said somewhat distractedly. "Plain congee? It should be meat congee. You need to replenish protein while recovering," Chen Ye said as she left. Fang Xian watched her leave, lost in thought, his gaze growing brighter. "It's a match. It really is a match." According to rumors, the holy doctor's medical skills were initially learned from her father and combined with her own abilities. It's not an exaggeration to say she could bring the dead back to life. Her father was a well-known figure in the medical field of Tianhai City before the apocalypse, famous for combining traditional Chinese and modern medicine, curing countless difficult diseases. He could now almost confirm that the girl who saved him was the holy doctor, a true top figure in the apocalypse, someone whom even a giant like the Chen family wouldn't easily provoke. It was clearly a delusion to think that one could achieve such status in a cannibalistic apocalypse solely based on medical skills. The holy doctor's power lay in her being among the very best, in strength as well. With exceptional strength and a compassionate heart, she has saved countless lives. Although Chen Ye didn't establish any forces in the apocalypse, her charisma was incredibly strong, rivaling those large powers. Most crucially, the reason she could be so strong was the dream flower. It was rumored that the dream flower was a pair of lotus flowers, one white representing life and the other black representing death. Chen Ye obtained the white flower representing life during the outbreak of the apocalypse, allowing her to rise rapidly afterward. This was also why Fang Xian believed that even if all his preparations and plans failed after being reborn, as long as he obtained the dream flower, he could turn the tables. However, he only knew the approximate area where the dream flower might appear and had no idea about its specific location. Therefore, he planned to develop his strength and seal off the surrounding areas for a large-scale search when the time came. Now that his strength hadn't developed, and the Zhou family had fallen, he was unsure whether he could find the dream flower. But just at this moment, he encountered Chen Ye, the one who should have obtained the dream flower. "What is this?" "This is destiny calling me." Fang Xian's previously dwindling fighting spirit, which had been dampened by repeated setbacks in front of Chen Ye, reignited fiercely. "What can't kill me will only make me stronger." Chen Ye, Chen family. Wait for me to come back. Chapter 14. The Genius Girl Young Master. Fang Xian has already been staying at the home of the female streamer named Chen Ye for 3 days. According to the previous agreement with Chen Ye, he was supposed to leave the next day, but for some reason, he suddenly changed his mind and made up various excuses to stay at Chen Ye's house. On the top floor of Xingfeng Building, Qin Zhu, dressed in a suit and black stockings, was meticulously reporting Fang Xian's situation over the past few days to Chen Ye. Our experts have analyzed the behavioral psychology data transmitted from the chip implanted in his body. The conclusion is that he is likely staying there because of Chen Ye herself. Chen Ye? Chen Ye tapped his fingers on the table. What makes her special? Special. That seems a bit too much. Chen Ju looked at the woman's profile and raised an eyebrow, then continued. She comes from a middle-class family. Her father is a well-known doctor in Tianhai with exceptional medical skills. Her personal interests are quite broad. She studied medicine since elementary school, but her scores in cultural subjects were also excellent. At just 14, she entered Tianhai University, obtained a bachelor's degree in clinical medicine at 15, and completed both a master's and doctoral degree by 17. She then switched to study psychology and earned a doctorate in that field in just 2 years. In short, this person is definitely a genius. Now at 22, she has already obtained 5 doctoral degrees, all in unrelated fields: clinical medicine, psychology, history, international politics, and finance. It seems she is currently preparing to pursue a degree in film and performance studies, which is why she became a streamer. In less than 2 months of broadcasting, she has gained over 10 million followers and is now one of the top streamers on a certain platform. At this point, her expression became somewhat strange. By the way, the chip in Fang Xian's body has recorded their interactions over the past few days. So far, it appears that he's being played with and is completely unaware, thinking Chen Ye is just a kind-hearted, simple girl who knows a bit of medicine. He doesn't even consider that no innocent girl would dare to rescue a nearly dying person from the river in the middle of the night. This woman is quite impressive and very bold. She seems to have realized that Fang Xian's persistent stay at her house is suspicious and is testing his intentions. Chen Ye was somewhat surprised after hearing this. He had thought that Fang Xian's unkillable protagonist aura was in full swing again, not only surviving a major disaster, but also encountering a benefactor and finding hope for a turnaround. But instead, he had run into a scheming genius girl. With his foolish demeanor, he thought he could use others. Chen Ye was worried that before he could intervene, this fool would be played to death by her. However, this also indirectly indicated that as the resentment value increased, the halo of the destined child seemed to be losing its effectiveness. Otherwise, he should have encountered a truly innocent girl by now. Young master, what should we do now? Chen Ju's inquiry brought Chen Ye back to reality. Without thinking, he replied, It's not time yet. Let someone continue to monitor Fang Xian. By the way, keep an eye on Chen Ye as well. Pay close attention to her movements and report any unusual actions to me. We're already monitoring her, but she seems to have learned some investigative knowledge. Her counter-surveillance skills are much stronger than Fang Xian's, and she seems to have already noticed something. Chen Ju shook her head. Is she that capable? Chen Ye rubbed his chin and then smiled. Then let's not play with her anymore. Have someone invite her over, but be careful not to alert Fang Xian. Whatever genius or prodigy she is, I won't play with her anymore. The apocalypse has not completely descended. Even Su Yan, the future death girl, has to obediently act as a lab rat in the laboratory. Is it possible that Chen Ye's current combat power is stronger than Su Yan's? Yes. Speaking of this, Chen Ju was no longer sleepy and immediately nodded and left the office. So you were framed by an enemy, and they wanted to silence you, which is why you got shot and fell into the water. In the cozy little room, after hearing Fang Xian's story, Chen Ye pushed up her delicate glasses and cooperatively asked, So who exactly are your enemies? How can they be so lawless and unpunished? I'm afraid I can't tell you, otherwise it would put you in danger. Fang Xian pretended to be troubled. Based on the interactions over the past few days, he expected Chen Ye to probe further into who it was. Then he would conveniently mention Chen Ye's name. With Chen Ye's enthusiasm, she would certainly want to use her status as a streamer with millions of followers to help expose this matter. At that point, he would need to remind her of the Chen family's power, dissuading her from this dangerous thought to prevent the news of his survival from reaching Chen Ye's ears. Then, under normal circumstances, once Chen Ye confirmed that the Chen family was indeed that powerful, she would feel grateful for his honesty. This way, it would bring him closer to her. By repeating this same strategy a few times, Chen Ye would naturally develop more and more fondness for him. When the timing was right, he could find an excuse to stay with Chen Ye long term, and at that point, he would be able to find the dream flower at the first opportunity. However, just as Fang Xian was calculating in his mind, Chen Ye's response left him stunned. Huh? Is it that serious? Then I won't ask anymore. Fang Xian. No, girl, what happened to your enthusiasm? As a major influencer with millions of followers, do you really not have a sense of social responsibility? Such heinous acts of killing and trafficking, and you don't even have the thought of exposure? Seeing Fang Xian's bewildered expression, Chen Ye appeared unaffected on the surface, but was secretly amused. Just then, a phone call came in. Su Yin glanced at the number and saw it was her father, who had been working overtime for almost a week and hadn't come home. Without thinking much, she picked up the phone and chose to answer. The next moment, the strange voice on the other end made Chen Ye's expression change, and she looked at Fang Xian, who was awkwardly playing with his phone, with surprise. "My dad collapsed while working. You must save him. Please don't let anything happen to him. I'm going to the hospital right now." "Don't worry, I'll definitely bring enough money. Whatever the cost, it's not a problem." Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the call was disconnected. Chen Ye glanced at Fang Xian and said, "My dad collapsed while working. I need to go to the hospital. If you can't go out, just stay at home for now." As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly grabbed her bag and left. Throughout, Fang Xian had no doubts at all. He even showed a somewhat expected expression. After all, no one in the apocalypse had ever heard of the medical sage's father. He must have died before the end times. Now, suddenly collapsing while working didn't seem like a big deal, but Fang Xian felt that it was probably not something that could be saved. Chapter 15. A clever, good person Chen Ye hurriedly left her home with a small bag on her back. Not long after exiting the community, her anxious expression gradually faded, replaced by an unexpected calmness for her age. After glancing around, she walked straight toward the man smoking by the roadside and coldly said, "Lead the way. Miss Shun is indeed impressive. No wonder the young master specifically wanted to see you," the man said, a bit surprised as he looked at her, then stood up and opened the door of an old Santana parked by the road. "Please." Chen Ye took a deep breath and stepped into the car. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove into Xingfeng building. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye couldn't help but sigh. "So it's indeed the Chen family," the driver said lightly. "Miss Chen knows that Fang Xian has offended my Chen family and still dares to take him in? I only guessed this in the afternoon and was thinking of ways to distance myself when your call came," she replied, seeming a bit frustrated. The man smiled but did not respond. As someone on the front lines, he was well aware of Chen Ye's background and knew exactly what kind of prodigy she was. Experience told him that when dealing with such individuals, it was best to focus on the task at hand and avoid excessive communication. Otherwise, one might not even know how they died. Seeing his reaction, Chen Ye could only sigh inwardly and put away her little thoughts. "Young master, the person has been brought here," Qin Zhu in the office on the top floor reported upon receiving the news. "Bring her straight up," Chen Ye replied. "Straight up? What if?" Qin Zhu hesitated. After all, Chen Ye's performance was too extraordinary, and no one knew what card she held. Bringing her directly in front of Chen Ye made her worry about unexpected outcomes. No matter how extraordinary she is, in the end, she is just a weak woman. Can she really eat me here? Besides, Sister Zhu, aren't you here? Chen Ye waved his hand nonchalantly. Still, we haven't reached the point of a full outbreak of the virus with large numbers of mutants appearing. No matter how extraordinary someone is, they still fall within the range of ordinary people. As long as she is an ordinary person, she cannot pose any threat to me in this Xingfeng building. "All right," Qin Zhu said, not saying anything more, and immediately stood up to leave. Moments later, she returned with Chen Ye. The moment Chen Ye saw her, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Chen Ye comes from a wealthy family, possesses a high IQ. At not yet 22 years old, she has obtained no less than 5 doctoral degrees. After the apocalypse began, while traveling, she accidentally obtained the Dream Flower, awakening powerful abilities. Since then, she has rapidly risen in the apocalypse, quickly building a large reputation with her powerful medical skills combined with her terrifying strength, being revered as a medical saint. Even though she has long seen through the dark side of the world, she still harbors light in her heart, saving lives amidst the apocalypse, with her greatest wish being to rebuild order from the ruins. Indeed, Chen Ye gaze sharpened. Fang Xian is very purposeful in his actions. When he was willing to waste precious time before the apocalypse by staying close to Chen Ye, Chen Ye suspected that she was not simple. She was either an important figure after the apocalypse or someone related to the Dream Flower. It now appeared that she possessed both attributes. Moreover, the latter half of the system prompt seemed quite interesting, revealing her true nature beneath her genius exterior, a clever good person. However, what surprised Chen Ye was that someone as special as Chen Ye had not triggered the system's Child of Destiny prompt, meaning she was not considered a child of destiny, just an unassuming genius. The abilities of geniuses are not necessarily inferior to those of the children of destiny. In fact, Chen Ye was far stronger than Feng Xian. If she were the one reborn with a protagonist halo, the difficulty of completing the system's tasks would not even compare to dealing with that fool Feng Xian. The biggest difference between the two was that the Child of Destiny had extremely absurd luck. For example, if Chen Ye had forced someone to kill Feng Xian without considering the system's kill probability, not only would he fail, but it would likely lead to Feng Xian benefiting from the misfortune. However, if Chen Ye wanted to kill Chen Ye now, there would be no suspense. No matter how talented she was, under absolute power, she would only meet her end. As his thoughts raced, he looked at the petite girl with glasses and smiled. "Miss Shun, you've come all this way. You must be tired." Chen Ye replied expressionlessly, "My father is in your hands. I had no choice but to come. I also need to say in advance that I have no relationship with Feng Xian. Saving him is out of a doctor's responsibility, and taking him in is out of personal interest. Of course, now that I know your Chen family is targeting him, I have no interest in him either. He is currently at my home, so you can do whatever you want with him." Her honesty made Chen Ye feel a bit uncomfortable, but after thinking it over, he realized it wasn't a problem. After all, Chen Ye was not the foolish Feng Xian and could not be unaware of her background. If she came to Chen Ye pretending to be innocent, that would truly be foolish. It was better to be straightforward. "Miss Shun is overthinking. Your father is Tian Hai, even a top doctor in the entire Xia country. At this critical juncture, he is a highly sought-after talent. We have no plans to do anything to him. We merely offered him better conditions to work at our Chen family's hospital," Chen Ye said with a calm smile, then pointed to the sofa. "Please have a seat." Chen Ye's attitude immediately relieved Chen Ye. Communication among clever individuals is often like this. Many things do not need to be spoken. Just showing an attitude is enough to express one's meaning and purpose. Chen Ye's current demeanor clearly indicated that he would not do anything to her or her father. Of course, she would not naively think that this was the end, while there was no danger to her life. Having caused trouble meant it wouldn't be easy to extricate herself. After sitting for a while, seeing that Chen Ye had no intention of mentioning any conditions and was instead engrossed in his phone, Chen Ye couldn't help but speak first. If young Master Chen has a purpose, why not just say it directly? Stating purposes feels a bit too distant. Chen Ye put down his phone and said, "Miss Shun saved Feng Xian, causing our Chen family to suffer significant losses. If one does something wrong, one must pay a price. I've reviewed your resume, and I personally admire your capabilities very much. Recently, the situation is complex, and we have many tasks to handle, but the number of usable people is too few. With your abilities, wouldn't it be a waste to stay at home, live streaming every day?" A smile appeared on Chen Ye's previously tense face as she adjusted her glasses. "Are you suggesting that I work for you? You have detained my father to force me to comply. Aren't you afraid I will bear a grudge and cause you trouble from within?" Miss Shun has misunderstood. Dr. Shun has a great love for humanity and is wholeheartedly dedicated to healing. After witnessing our Chen family's research on the special coronavirus, he voluntarily requested to join our laboratory, wanting to use the resources of the Chen family to develop a vaccine for the special coronavirus to avoid the apocalypse. Chen Ye raised his hands innocently. "It's not that we wanted to detain him. He simply doesn't want to leave right now." Chen Ye's eyes narrowed, instantly grasping the key point, and she stood up abruptly. "What you just meant was, the special coronavirus will lead to the apocalypse?" Chapter 16. This young master just happens to need a capable female secretary. Chen Ye is the descendant of a famous doctor. Her father has been overwhelmed with work due to the special coronavirus. Moreover, she is a genius herself and has a wide network of information. However, her understanding of the special coronavirus is limited to knowing that it is a highly contagious virus. What makes it particularly unique, in her eyes, is that up until now, all its transmission routes have not been fully clarified, making it hard to defend against. As for the consequences of being infected with this virus, she only knows about symptoms like fever and headache, which are common cold symptoms. Therefore, She has always thought of it as a severe flu and hasn't paid much attention to it. As for the cases of people who were infected early on, who ended up becoming zombies after suffering from headaches and fever, that information has long been sealed off. Currently, only the 4 major families and the authorities in Xia country are aware of these matters. The Zhou family, a wealthy family, was completely unaware of the impending apocalypse until Feng Xian reminded them, let alone Chen Ye. Upon suddenly learning this, Chen Ye was naturally shocked and somewhat incredulous. Indeed, otherwise, why does Miss Shen think there are so many armed personnel here? As she came in just now, with your intelligence, you couldn't have missed the signs, right? Chen Ye's heart sank. This was indeed the confusion she had after arriving near the Xingfeng building. Although the streets around were bustling with people, as usual, the buildings nearby were filled with various defensive structures and firepower positions. Although they had done some camouflage, ordinary people couldn't tell, but they couldn't fool her eyes. The security in the Xingfeng building was even more exaggerated. The level of alertness was probably more stringent than that of most military strongholds. A rough glance made her estimate that the number of armed personnel stationed inside was likely not less than 1,000. This was hard to imagine in peacetime, and although she couldn't understand it before, she had silently noted it down. She didn't expect that Chen Ye would clarify it for her now. The special coronavirus. What exactly is it? After a moment of silence, Chen Ye spoke, without questioning its authenticity. Given her intelligence, and by recalling her recent experiences combined with the information Chen Ye revealed, it was easy for her to confirm that this was true. Well, this involves some of our core secrets, Chen Ye said with a troubled expression, indicating that he was unwilling to disclose such information to outsiders. What do you need me to do? I just happen to need a secretary to help me with my work, and I think Miss Shen is quite suitable. Chen Ye was not surprised by this request, and then asked, what about the time? Even imprisonment has a sentence. There must be a time frame, right? 3 years. Help me for 3 years, and after 3 years, you can come and go freely. Chen Ye smiled, but I guess by then, you definitely won't want to leave. 3 years is acceptable, but during this period, you need to ensure my father's safety. I will do my utmost to work for you. Chen Ye did not comment on his latter statement and instead put forward her own request. I can't guarantee that. Can't guarantee it? Chen Ye picked up a nearby tablet and found a top-secret document about the special coronavirus. You can take a look yourself. Chen Ye quickly flipped through the document. Although it contained a lot of technical jargon, it was naturally not difficult for her. Soon, she finished reading this complex document that could shatter one's worldview. When she slowly put down the tablet, the shock in her heart had not yet faded. Seeing her reaction, Chen Ye helplessly said, you saw it. The special coronavirus is extremely bizarre. After it breaks out, you either die or gain some powers beyond current scientific understanding. The probability of the former is about 10 times greater than the latter, meaning once infected, the chance of survival is less than 1 in 10. More critically, we still haven't fully clarified all the transmission routes of this virus. Dr. Shen, by personally getting involved in researching it, the risks are significant. No one knows whether you will be infected, so I can't guarantee your safety. There was something else Chen Ye didn't say, not to mention Chen Ye's father. He couldn't even guarantee the safety of his own father. In fact, if it weren't for the system giving him a virus immunity constitution a few days ago, he wouldn't even be sure if he could survive the virus outbreak. The Chen family had even preemptively arranged the order of succession. If the current head of the Chen family, who is Chen Ye's father, is infected and doesn't survive, then Chen Ye would take over as the family head. If Chen Ye were also infected, the inheritance would shift to his uncle, and if the uncle died, it would go to his cousin. The list of successors extended beyond 30 people. To avoid putting all the eggs in one basket, the people on the list are now spread across the country and even abroad, preparing their own forces, ready to take over the family power at any time. I understand. This is his own choice. If something goes wrong, he can't blame others. Chen Ye sighed. Then let's change the terms. I need you to do your best to cooperate with my father's research. Of course, the Chen family is a beneficiary of the current order, and we also do not wish for the existing order to collapse. The unknown risks are too great. Chen Ye nodded in agreement. Chen Ye didn't find anything wrong with the statement, and then said, so, young Master Chen, no, I should call you boss now. I wonder what instructions the boss has for me now. Instructions. Chen Ye smiled. Go home and continue to keep an eye on Fang Xian. He must have some ulterior motives regarding you. Find a way to figure out his intentions. With your intelligence, dealing with such a fool shouldn't be a problem. Of course, I will send people to secretly watch him near your home. You don't need to worry about safety. Even if he discovers something unusual, he won't be able to do anything to you. By the way, I can remind you that if he asks or tests you about any recent travel plans, just tell him you don't have any. He will definitely try to persuade you to go somewhere. That place is crucial. Extract that information, and you don't need to worry about anything else. The system prompt said she obtained the dream flower while traveling outside, but it didn't specify the exact location. Chen Ye is not a reincarnator like Fang Xian, so she naturally doesn't have the ability to predict the future. She currently couldn't know where the dream flower would appear. However, Fang Xian should know more about it. Chen Ye guessed that Fang Xian probably didn't know the specific location, only the general direction, which is why he was lingering around Chen Ye, hoping that she would encounter the dream flower and then take the opportunity to seize it. Chen Ye, unlike Fang Xian, doesn't need to know the exact location. With the family's power in place, he only needs to determine the general location, and he can directly seal it off and search slowly. And it seems that no one is more suitable to do this than Chen Ye right now. Chapter 17, Hidden Intentions. Is it enough as long as I figure out this place? Is there a time limit? Is there a method limit? Chen Ye pushed her glasses. No, do it however you like, as long as it's completed within 10 days. Chen Ye casually replied, for a genius like you who has their own ideas, I'm always willing to let you do your thing. Of course, if you mess it up, there will definitely be consequences. I understand. Is there anything else? No. As long as you can complete this task, I can promise you one thing. Of course, it must be within my ability. Chen Ye waved his hand. Go ahead. I know you're concerned about your father. Someone will take you to see him later, so you can rest assured. No need. Let him focus on his own matters. Chen Ye shook her head. Before coming, she was worried this was the Chen family's way of retaliating for her saving Fang Xian. Now that she had confirmed that Chen Ye summoned her not to take revenge, but for another purpose, she naturally didn't need to worry about her father's safety. Whether or not she saw him was no longer a concern. Since she was already on the Chen family ship, it was better to quickly handle the tasks assigned by Chen Ye to elevate her status on this ship, making it easier to operate in the future. After Chen Ye left, Qin Zhu, who had been by Chen Ye's side the entire time, couldn't help but ask, young master, do you think she can accomplish this? It wasn't that she looked down on Chen Ye. It was just that the task Chen Ye had given was a bit too difficult. And the difficulty wasn't in extracting information from Fang Xian, but rather in the location Chen Ye wanted. There were too few clues. Simply put, if Chen Ye expressed that she wasn't going anywhere, Fang Xian would likely encourage her to go. As for why she would go, what features the location had, and what Fang Xian's purpose was in sending her, she had no idea. Even if she managed to extract the location using Chen Ye's method, there was no way to confirm its authenticity. The most bizarre part of this whole situation was that while it was normal for Chen Ye to be aware that Fang Xian had ulterior motives regarding Chen Ye, it was strange that he knew Fang Xian wanted her to go to a specific place and was so confident that Fang Xian would definitely persuade Chen Ye to go. That was quite absurd. Could it be that he really had some sort of foresight? What if Fang Xian had no such intentions at all? Even more bizarre was that, faced with such a task, Chen Ye actually agreed without a second thought, not even asking for more information. Qin Zhu couldn't help but suspect that she never intended to complete the task and was just putting on an act. Of course she could. Chen Ye smiled slightly, not elaborating much. This task might be difficult for others, but for Chen Ye, who was proficient in psychology, it was actually not that hard. With her ability, as long as she had a clear goal, she could slightly guide the conversation and observe the other person's reactions, making Fang Xian reveal everything. After all, this wasn't a court trial where everything had to be backed by evidence. As long as she could extract the information, that would count as a success. Whether what she extracted was true or false, Chen Ye could certainly discern. Is that so? Qin Zhu furrowed her brows, but didn't ask further. Since the young master said so, it must be correct. You're back? How is uncle? As soon as Chen Ye returned home, Fang Xian asked with concern. It's fine, nothing serious, just too tired. He'll be fine after resting for a few days. The hospital has prepared a place for him to recuperate, and he estimates he'll have to stay there for a few days. Chen Ye let out a sigh of relief. then handed the bag she was holding to Fang Xian. You haven't eaten, right? I brought you some buns from downstairs. I need to tidy up a bit and then go to the hospital to take care of my dad. I probably won't be back home for the next few days. This place is very safe. If you plan to stay here to avoid the limelight, you shouldn't be found by your enemies. As for food and drink, the neighbors here have been living here for over 10 years, so there are fewer outsiders. If you only go to nearby restaurants or convenience stores, your enemies probably won't find you. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian became anxious and asked instinctively, "You're going to take care of your dad? For how long?" Chen Ye, who was packing her things, was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. Fang Xian immediately realized his words were inappropriate and quickly corrected himself. What exactly is Uncle's condition? Does he need to stay in hospital for a long time? Only then did Chen Ye shake her head. His condition isn't serious, but he's been overworking himself and needs some time to recuperate. However, my dad is quite stubborn. If I don't keep an eye on him, he'll probably just go back to work as soon as he wakes up. I see. Fang Xian's eyes flickered. So that means you'll be in the hospital for a while? How long do you think it will take? According to traditional Chinese medicine, this kind of overworked condition requires long-term recuperation, at least 10 days to half a month. If it's more severe, it could take a month or two, depending on the specific situation. Chen Ye said seriously. After all, she was a doctor. She had the final say. So long? Shouldn't this kind of situation be about resting at home? The hospital environment is too noisy, which is actually not conducive to recovery, right? Fang Xian asked with concern. That's not the case. The recuperation room arranged by the hospital is quite quiet. Moreover, the various facilities there are more complete and convenient than at home. Chen Ye answered while packing her things, showing no signs of any flaws in her tone or expression. However, Fang Xian felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. The location where the dream flower appeared was not close. It was in a park scenic area in the southern suburbs of Tianhai. It was at least 20 kilometers away from where Chen Ye was currently living and even further from the hospital where her dad worked. Under normal circumstances, unless she had planned an outing, she would definitely not go there. And given that her dad was hospitalized and needed care, Fang Xian didn't need to think twice to know that Chen Ye definitely wouldn't be in the mood to go out for fun. He was unsure about the exact time of the dream flower's appearance. Some said it was before the end, while others said it was right after the apocalypse began. Now, with only about half a month until the apocalypse fully descended, it meant that if everything went well, Chen Ye would need to stay in the hospital for about half a month, just in time for the apocalypse to arrive when she returned home. If the dream flower appeared before the end, she would likely miss it. Fang Xian was uncertain whether this was a butterfly effect caused by his rebirth that prevented Chen Ye from obtaining the dream flower this time, or if the dream flower's appearance was actually after the end, and Chen Ye, due to various coincidences, would end up going to a remote park dozens of kilometers away after the apocalypse and accidentally obtain this newly emerged treasure. But he couldn't gamble on probabilities. Moreover, he discovered an extremely awkward situation. Because of the Chen family's presence, he really didn't dare to run around Tianhai, and now that Chen Ye was going to the hospital, he couldn't follow her. This meant that, regardless of the situation, if he didn't do something, the dream flower would likely be out of his reach. Chen Ye, combining the information given by Chen Ye, conducted a simple test upon returning home that directly left Fang Xian, the fated child, in a cold sweat, unsure of what to do. Chapter 18. Determining the location of the dream flower after a moment of silence. As Chen Ye's belongings were almost packed, Fang Xian couldn't help but ask, if you go to take care of him, do you have to stay there all the time and not go anywhere? At first, it will probably be quite busy and there won't be time to go anywhere. But after a few days, when my dad's health improves a bit, it should be easier and I won't have to stay there all the time. What's wrong? Chen Ye asked, puzzled. Nothing. I just thought you might get bored being in the hospital all the time. So I was planning to wait until your father's condition gets better and you're less busy to ask you to take some time to relax. I happen to know a rather obscure, nice place that would be perfect for that. Fang Xian replied with a smile. Got it. Chen Ye understood, but still blinked and asked innocently, aren't you afraid of being discovered by your enemies? Well, I was overthinking things before. Actually, if you think about it, we're in a society governed by law now. My enemies are just some underground gangs. They don't have that much power. Fang Xian waved his hand dismissively. I've been to that place once, and it's really interesting. When the time comes, we can go together, and I promise you'll like it. Although this reasoning was a bit flimsy and inconsistent with his previous description of a powerful enemy, he thought it shouldn't be a problem to fool someone as naive as her. Is that so? Chen Ye nodded, somewhat understanding but still confused. Then where exactly is it? If it's too far, I might not be able to go. Even if my dad is in better shape by then, I should still stay with him and not go too far. Don't worry, it's not far. It's at the Lianqi Wetland Park south of Tianhai, he said, feeling relaxed as he spoke without much thought. Chen Ye noticed his demeanor and already had a plan in mind. She immediately showed a sunny smile and said, "Really? I've never been there. I'll make some time to go with you in a few days." With that, she picked up her pack bag and headed out the door. Seeing this, Fang Xian felt relieved. He then began to calculate the timing on his calendar, estimating when it would be best to ask Chen Ye to help him find the dream flower. Although Chen Ye was easy to deceive, she wasn't a fool, so he couldn't keep using the same excuse over and over. It would be best if he could arrange for Chen Ye to go when the dream flower appeared, but he would need to spend some time thinking about the specific timing. Lianqi Wetland Park? Chen Ye frowned when he heard Chen Ye's news. That was a bit too quick. He had someone send Chen Ye back and then waited for her return, and it had been less than 3 hours. Had she already extracted the information he wanted? Can you confirm this? Yes. Chen Ye's voice on the other end of the phone was filled with certainty. She then recounted her conversation with Fang Xian almost verbatim. After listening, Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel at her talent. Her control over people's hearts was nearly perfect, and her adaptability was absolutely top-notch. The excuse she casually made up about her father collapsing in the hospital when she left became the most crucial part of her plan upon her return. By leveraging her persona with Fang Xian, she easily extracted such important information without raising any suspicion from him. It could be said that she was playing Fang Xian, the destined child, like a puppet. Well done. However, you might not be able to go home for a while. If you have no other arrangements, you should move to Xingfeng building to live, Chen Ye said lightly. Also, I promised to help you with something, and that promise still stands. You can bring it up anytime. Since the big boss is so graciously inviting me, I won't refuse, Chen Ye replied with a smile. As for what that is, I haven't thought it through yet. We'll talk about it later. After a brief chat, the two hung up. Sitting there, Chen Ye looked at her phone after the call, her gaze flickering. Why me? There was one critical point in this entire matter. Why did Fang Xian want to coax her to that Lianqi Wetland Park? Would it not work with someone else? Even with Chen Ye's intelligence, she couldn't find any clues in this situation and ultimately had to temporarily give up, waiting for an opportunity to investigate further later. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Chen Ye pondered for a moment before knocking on his desk and saying to Qin Zhu, "Have the people watching Fang Xian pay attention. You should go out to buy something later. After he leaves, wait 1 or 2 hours and then go find him. You can approach him however you want, but it's best not to attempt to kill him. Just give him a little opening to escape from death. Do you understand?" Understood. Qin Zhu immediately left the office to convey the orders. Meanwhile, Fang Xian, who was hiding in Chen Ye's house, was completely unaware of this. As the sky gradually darkened and the buns Chen Ye had brought back for lunch were all gone, he prepared to go out for something to eat. The situation outside was almost the same as what Chen Ye described. The neighbors were mostly elderly people, with very few young people. The traffic in and out wasn't as busy as those luxurious neighborhoods in the city center, and even deliveries weren't allowed inside. The risk of exposure was extremely low. Fang Xian's trip outside went smoothly. He quickly bought food and even spent money on some things he considered useful. After doing all this, he hurried back to Chen Ye's house, afraid of being discovered by Chen Ye's subordinates if he stayed outside too long. However, just as he arrived at Chen Ye's doorstep, even before he opened the door, he glanced at a certain spot on the doorframe and immediately became alert. As someone who had survived for 3 years in the apocalypse, his vigilance was quite good. He had used a hairpin to wedge the door when he left. At that moment, he didn't notice that hairpin. This meant someone had entered. Fang Xian wasn't sure if Chen Ye had forgotten something and returned, but he didn't relax his guard at all. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his keys and slowly opened the door. Just as he opened the door, a gunshot shattered the silence. Accompanying the gunshot was the spray of blood erupting from Fang Xian's right shoulder. However, Fangxian clearly couldn't care about that anymore. The moment he heard the gunshot, he didn't even have time to consider the injury on his shoulder. He immediately slammed the door shut with terrifying speed. Then, without a second thought, he turned and ran. Chapter 19 Lotus Pool Wetland Park. Young Master, I found the information about Lotus Pool Wetland Park. Qin Zhu hurriedly entered the office with the documents. The wetland park is not far from the Zhou family's Jiangnan villa community. Initially, there were plans to build a residential area here, but after a short period of construction, an accident forced the project to halt. Later, the residential project was transformed into a park, resulting in the current Lotus Pool Wetland Park, which has been completed for over 5 years. The park is not large. Despite being called a wetland park, it only has a small lake with many lotus flowers, and the scenery is just average. Only the nearby residents go there for walks. Chen Ye sat in the boss's seat, pondering for a moment before asking, what kind of accident happened shortly after the construction began? There were fatalities. Qin Zhu glanced at the documents, somewhat puzzled. According to the records at the time, the lake was already here. To build the residential area, they had to fill the lake first. However, on the first day of the filling operation, a worker accidentally fell into the lake and drowned at night. The project was halted for 2 days, and after the authorities ruled out homicide and confirmed it was an accident, construction resumed. But as soon as work started again, another worker died. This cycle repeated several times, resulting in a total of 6 workers and 2 foremen losing their lives. After that, both the workers and the construction team were too afraid to continue. The owner of the development site was quite superstitious, so he reluctantly changed the construction plan, converting the lake that was supposed to be filled into the current park. Interestingly, as long as they didn't disturb the lake, subsequent construction proceeded smoothly without any further fatalities. To be honest, Qin Zhu herself didn't believe in such superstitions. However, the documents she held were classified materials obtained from the Tianhai official secret archives by the Chen family, so they could not be false. This made her feel compelled to believe it. At this point, she pulled out another document. By the way, there's another strange matter, though I don't know if it's a coincidence. Since the park was completed and opened to residents 5 years ago, no one living in the nearby communities has fallen ill. Some cancer patients with hospital records have even miraculously started to recover after moving in. The Tianhai authorities noticed this because the nearby pharmacies and community hospitals were struggling to stay open. As for why the archivists included these 2 documents together, it remains unclear. Perhaps it's due to some shared oddity? Qin Zhu shook her head, finding it hard to understand. Listening to her report, Chen Ye's gaze flickered. After a moment, he asked, is there any other news? Just some fragmented information. In recent years, the park's developer has been losing money on maintenance, so they thought about commercializing the park and launched some projects. For instance, camping by the lake, fishing, and tea brewing by the fire. There are also reservation projects where some young people prefer to book the venue for proposals, which indeed increased the park's revenue significantly. At this point, Qin Zhu's expression became more serious. Almost every week, there are 1 or 2 days when the Lotus Pool Wetland Park is fully booked. The furthest reservations are already made for 2 months later. We looked into the information of these reservers and found a special individual. Saying this, she placed a document in front of Chen Ye. Yi Chen, this person has reserved the park for a week from now, on October 30th, for a proposal. His proposal target is a woman named Zhao Qingya. Interestingly, Zhao Qingya. Qin Zhu's expression turned a bit strange. She's a close friend of Shen Ye, and their relationship is quite good. Lotus Pool Wetland Park, October 30th. Ye Chen. After a moment of thought, Chen Ye continued to ask, does this Yi Chen have any special characteristics? No, Yi Chen comes from an ordinary family. His parents died in a car accident when he was young, and he grew up relying on the compensation money. From school to work, he has never stood out in any way. He is just an ordinary person, without any highlights in his resume. Qin Zhu shook her head. Moreover, I also checked Zhao Qingya, the woman he is proposing to. She was considered a school beauty and is quite capable in her career now, living a refined life as a white-collar worker. Yi Chen has been pursuing her, but it seems she has never really paid attention to him and has explicitly rejected him several times. At the end, she couldn't help but comment, I doubt this proposal will succeed. Orphaned, utterly ordinary, and still chasing a goddess he can't attain? This is clearly the template of a main character. However, the dream flower in the wetland park was obtained by Chen Ye. If Yi Chun is the destined one, it wouldn't make sense for such a treasure to be obtained by Chen Ye. From this perspective, Chen Ye felt that Yi Chun might not necessarily be the destined one. Could it be a coincidence? After considering for a while, Chen Ye knocked on the table and said, "Go investigate where Yi Chun is. I want to take some time to see him tomorrow." Whether he is the destined one can be determined with a glance, if he is deemed so by the system. Yet the dream flower ends up in Chen Ye's hands. That would be worth discussing. Is the dream flower different from what he imagined? Or is there something wrong with the destined one himself? Not wanting to dwell on this matter, Chen Ye noted it down and then asked, "What is the situation over at Fengxian? About 10 minutes ago, we received news. According to your instructions, when our people infiltrated Chen Ye's home, they left some flaws for Fengxian. This guy realized something was off when he returned. After our people shot him in the shoulder, they deliberately let him go." Qin Ju replied immediately, "Currently, he is still fleeing. We are monitoring his movements and actions with the chip implanted in him. He won't escape." "I understand." Chen Ye nodded lightly. "No wonder we haven't received any system prompts about Fengxian's resentment points increasing yet. It seems this guy is busy running for his life and has no time to harbor resentment against him. By the way," Qin Ju slapped her forehead. "Last time you promised Su Yin in the lab that her parents could come to see her. They have arrived now. Should we arrange for them to meet?" "They've arrived?" Chen Ye frowned. "If I remember correctly, I said 3 days, right? It's already been a week. What kind of work is this?" Qin Ju explained. "Her family is in the mountains in the southwest, and transportation is inconvenient. Moreover, the chaos caused by the virus is already affecting that area. It wasn't safe for our people to find her parents. According to the information from the escort team, due to the proximity to the border, many people affected by the virus have fled to the mountains. And they even encountered infected individuals where the virus had fully broken out along the way, resulting in several accidents. It's actually quite difficult. Chapter 20 Open the Door. Has the Southwest become this chaotic? What is the situation with the Mu family?" Hearing Qin Ju's explanation, Chen Ye couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He was aware that the virus situation abroad had become very serious. This was the result of completely neglecting the virus in its early stages. After all, Xia country is a vast nation, and when this thing first appeared, the official government implemented various preventive measures. Even when it became clear that the situation was beyond redemption, the government still made efforts to do what it could, not completely giving up. That's why they have managed to hold out until now without a large-scale outbreak. Most small countries, however, are not like Xia country and lack the capability to manage such situations. The complete outbreak of the virus has caused local officials to lose their administrative power, which is akin to the destruction of the nation. The surviving populace naturally wants to flee to safer places. Unfortunately, there are quite a few such small countries to the south of Xia country. Therefore, he understood that the pressure on the southwestern border was significant. But according to Qin Ju, if infected individuals from abroad can run into Xia country to threaten ordinary people's survival, then the situation must be quite urgent. The Mu family in the southwest, like the Chun family, is one of the 4 major families in Xia country, and it is strong enough, so it shouldn't be in such a dire situation. After all, the truly severe times have not yet arrived. It is said that there was some internal upheaval within the Mu family, leaving them no time to deal with these matters. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but if you want to know, you should ask the family. Qin Ju shook his head. Currently, the resources allocated to Chen Ye by the Chun family and the territory they control are basically just around the Tianhai area, which is also the most prosperous region in Xia country, the Jiangxin Delta. There are no complaints about this for him, the legitimate heir. However, such a large family cannot be entirely handed over to Chen Ye at this moment. Therefore, aside from everything in the Jiangxin Delta being managed by his direct line, other locations are also managed by others, and much information is sent directly back to the family headquarters without going through him. If he wants to know something, he has to ask the family for it. Send a request in my name for the family to send over the recent intelligence from various places in Xia country. Chen Ye said calmly. He generally didn't need to pay special attention to these things. If there was something worth noting, the family's think tank would notify him proactively. But now it was different. Even a small place like Tianhai had seen two sons of destiny appear, along with a suspected one. In the face of impending chaos, such people seemed to be on the rise in the world. Chen Ye had to pay attention and find out if there were any suspicious individuals in other areas. Where are Su Yan's parents? Have someone take them to the basement. Help me contact the family. The elevator slowly opened, and what greeted Chen Ye's eyes was a clean little room. Once inside, the elevator closed slowly, and a tightly sealed chamber door slowly opened in front of him. Chen Ye stepped inside, and after going through a series of procedures such as changing clothes and disinfection, he finally entered the underground biological laboratory. The laboratory was of quite high standards to prevent the virus from spreading through the air. The air pressure inside was slightly lower than that of the outside. Even if a virus leak occurred inside, there was no need to worry about it spreading out. This was Chen Ye's first time entering here. Although he had obtained immunity to the virus a few days ago, he couldn't disclose this to others. Under normal circumstances, Qinju would never allow him to come here. It was only because he had managed to send Qinju away that he could take a look. Young master. This way, the number 31 infected subject is in the special ward over there. The laboratory director, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly led the way ahead. How has her condition been these past few days? Chen Ye asked as he walked. The director hurriedly replied, since your last conversation with her, we have restricted those researchers, and they have become much more restrained. Miss Su's treatment is now much better than that of ordinary hospital patients. However, her situation is special, and she often needs to cooperate with us on some experiments. But after communication, she now understands, and her emotions have stabilized a lot recently. Speaking of which, with her cooperation, many of our experiments have gone much smoother than before, breaking through several research difficulties. This is mainly because you, young master, have foresight. Those researchers only know to bury themselves in experimental materials without caring about Miss Su's well-being. If they were allowed to do as they pleased, how could there be the results we have now? Chen Ye naturally smiled at such flattery and did not take it to heart. If there were truly any major breakthroughs in virus research, they would have come to inform him and take credit long ago. How could they still be completely unaware? Each level of the underground facility was quite large, and Chen Ye chatted with the director about recent experimental results. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally reached the special ward where Su Yan was kept. Compared to the bare little room with a bathroom from a few days ago, after Chen Ye issued orders, the people here were clearly much kinder to Su Yan. Although the small laboratory wasn't big, it was equipped with basic furniture for daily use. They even provided Su Yan with a smartphone and computer to help pass the time. When Chen Ye arrived, Su Yan was still looking at some news on her phone. Do you remember me? Through the thick glass, Chen Ye greeted first. The sound system transmitted his voice into the room, and Su Yan, who was looking at her phone, instinctively turned around. When she saw Chen Ye outside the glass, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she immediately stood up and said, How are my family? They have already arrived at the company, and I will arrange for you to meet them shortly. Chen Ye smiled and said, It's a few days late, but it seems like you're not too surprised. Su Yan shook her phone. It's so chaotic outside now. And our family is on the border. It's normal for it to be delayed a few days. The laboratory's internet naturally had no restrictions, so she could easily see news from both inside and outside Xia country, making her more aware of the global situation than those outside. As long as you can understand. It's fine. Do you want to meet them directly? Or through video call? Have you made up your mind? Chen Ye thought for a moment and added, I personally recommend a video call. After all, the risks of coming down here are not small. And what about you? Aren't you afraid of the risks? Sudan frowned slightly. These past few days, through the researchers and staff in the laboratory, she had somewhat understood what kind of big shot Chen Ye was. Such a person should be more cautious about their life. So she found it hard to understand why he would come to such a dangerous laboratory. Risks? If there were no risks, I wouldn't be here. Chen Ye did not answer, but instead glanced at the laboratory director beside him, opened the door. Huh? The director was taken aback, never expecting the young master to make such a request. Chapter 21, The Strongest Virus? Bite me. Can't you understand? I told you to open the door. Chen Ye glanced at the slightly dazed person in charge. Sir, we can't open it. She's too dangerous. To open the door, we at least need to sedate her first, the person in charge hurriedly said. He was well aware of Su Yan's terrifying combat power, even without considering the dangers of the infection. Saying that Su Yan could tear an elephant apart was an understatement. Despite her slender and small stature, the primal power within her was far beyond what an ordinary person should possess. He dared not let the young master face such a monster without any protective measures. Chen Ye remained unfazed and said indifferently, "I said to do it. If you really can't understand, then let's change the person in charge of this laboratory." The person in charge hesitated and sweat beaded on his forehead. If it was just about not being the laboratory head, then it was worth it compared to the young master's life. After all, if something happened to Chen Ye here, he would surely die. However, this laboratory was quite special, and he knew a lot. If he were kicked out now, his family might silence him. In other words, no matter how he chose, it was a dead end? "I don't like to repeat myself," Chen Ye's indifferent voice came. The person in charge hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and walked to the side of the glass door. After entering the triple password of fingerprint, numbers, and iris, he finally used a physical key to open the thick glass door next to the glass curtain wall. Under the calamity, he could only pray that this young master wasn't acting irrationally and truly had something important to do while ensuring his own safety. Su Yan had been watching them through the glass. When she saw the person in charge actually open the door, her breathing quickened a bit. Looking at the approaching Chen Ye, her light purple eyes flickered. "Aren't you afraid that I might kidnap you and run away? Your parents are upstairs. You wouldn't do that." Chen Ye calmly shook his head. He had already seen Su Yan's life trajectory. Her mutation might have affected her mentality to some extent, and combined with her tragic past, it had turned her into a madwoman wanting to kill all living beings. But right now, she was definitely not insane. Moreover, because her parents were here, she would certainly control the bloodthirsty and violent instincts that appeared after her mutation. Su Yan's chest rose and fell more rapidly, and the light purple glow on her face flickered more urgently. Hearing Chen Ye's words, she instinctively licked her red lips and said, rationally, "I shouldn't attack you, but I haven't been this close to a living person for a long time. I really want to bite you. I was a bit curious why those researchers fed you raw meat, but now it seems they might not have been abusing you," Chen Ye said calmly. "Yes, although I know it's wrong. The fresh blood and flesh are just too tempting. Of course, beef is too coarse and nowhere near as good as human." Su Yan couldn't help but take a step forward. Chen Ye casually found a chair to sit on, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his arms, and said, "Come here. Bite me." The plain tone of command did not upset Su Yan. As soon as he finished speaking, she instantly appeared in front of Chen Ye, half kneeling and grabbing his arm as if she wanted to take a bite. However, at the last moment, she still retained a trace of reason. "Are you sure? The consequences of being bitten by me could be very serious." Chen Ye did not speak, looking down at her. After hesitating for a moment, her craving for flesh and blood ultimately overcame her reason, and Su Yan directly bit into Chen Ye's arm. An expression of enjoyment immediately appeared on her strange and enchanting face, and she couldn't help but let out a few low moans of pleasure. It hurt a bit. Chen Ye looked at Su Yan, sucking his blood, and frowned. He was certainly not insane. He just wanted to test whether his virus immunity would cause a positive mutation when encountering a supervirus. Previously, he had already tried concentrated viruses from the laboratory. He injected an entire tube of concentrated virus into his body. Usually, a person infected by a virus would have a long incubation period due to insufficient virus concentration. Normally, just a few drops of such concentrated virus could cause immediate mutation. However, Chen Ye used such a large amount at once and had no reaction at all. After a blood test, it was found that there were no signs of any virus in his body. This indicated that the viruses injected into him were killed by his virus immunity shortly after injection, completely preventing any mutation. Of course, this did not mean that his physique was such that he would never be able to trigger a physical mutation through a virus and gain powers similar to Su Yan's. He had privately discussed this situation with the top biologists in the laboratory. They generally believed that the virus concentration was insufficient. This was not just random talk. Experimental data supported it. In other words, if Chen Ye wanted to evolve using viruses and his own physique, he needed to find stronger, higher concentration virus strains. Was there anything in the entire laboratory stronger than the purified virus? Yes. In Su Yan, that's enough. If you keep sucking, I'm going to be anemic. Chen Ye patted Suyan's face. At this point, Suyan's light purple eyes had completely turned red, but Chen Ye guessed correctly that she still retained her reason. Hearing this, she reluctantly released her mouth. The crystal-clear saliva mixed with blood formed thin strands in the air, but she was completely unaware. Her expression as if she were in ecstasy. Chen Ye reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Try to maintain some reason. The day you can control the power within you and not let it affect your mentality is when I will set you free. If you can't even hold onto this last trace of reason, then you'll be just like those monsters you look down upon. At that time, even if I find you very interesting, I can only make you disappear. Clean yourself up. Your parents will call you soon. Suyan's gaze was dazed, and she instinctively murmured in response. As Chen Ye prepared to leave, she didn't forget to grab his hand and suck the last bit of blood from his fingertip clean. Although the researchers in the Chen family laboratory were crazy, they were quite professional. Defining Suyan as a half-infected being rather than labeling her as an evolved being or something else was not random from the start. She was indeed very similar to those infected beings. On the surface, she looked like a normal person, but when encountering living beings, she was filled with aggression and had an extreme obsession with blood and flesh. It was just that in her madness, she still maintained a degree of reason, which is why she was called a half-infected being, distinguishing her from true infected beings. Stepping out of the room, Chen Ye glanced at the person in charge waiting at the door, trembling. I don't want a fourth person to know about what happened here. Understood. The person in charge quickly nodded. Chen Ye said no more and immediately walked towards the elevator. He could vaguely feel a warm current slowly rising from within him. The place where Suyan had bitten him not only didn't hurt, but also had a strange itching sensation. It's coming. Chapter 22. Awakening of Superpowers Hot. Chen Ye felt an unprecedented heat rising from his chest and abdomen. It was as if he had a giant furnace inside him, ready to burn him from the inside out at any moment. But just when this heat was about to engulf his entire body, a cool sensation spread through his brain, keeping him alert. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours before it finally ended. When the heat completely dissipated, Chen Ye slowly crawled out of the bathtub and discovered that the water was boiling, still bubbling vigorously. Looking at his arm, the wound left by Suyan's bite had healed, leaving only 2 rows of small bite marks. Is this considered an awakening? Chen Ye looked at his hands and felt a surge of energy. A flame appeared in his palm. As the flame burned, he could distinctly feel his mental energy depleting. However, he didn't take care at all. With a concentrated gaze, the small flame in his hand suddenly swelled into a massive fireball, which then exploded like mercury spilling out. The scorching flames quickly flowed down his arm, enveloping his entire body. Chen Ye was surrounded by fire, but felt no burning sensation, only a warm glow. Even his clothes showed no signs of catching fire. With a gentle swing, his fist, wrapped in flames, shot forward like a fire dragon, moving so fast and with such force that it tore through the air with a shrill whistling sound. This was probably the strongest form of power he could currently achieve. His body wrapped in flames, the energy contained in a single punch was likely comparable to being hit by a car traveling at 100 miles per hour. Enough to kill an ordinary person on contact. The more of his body that was wrapped in flames, the stronger his power became. Even without any flames surrounding him, his current strength could probably tear apart tigers and leopards. Moreover, the flames within him likely served a purpose beyond just enhancing his physical strength and speed. They were special in their own right. Thinking of this, Chen Ye flicked his fingers, sending a wisp of flame into the bathtub water. However, the flames showed no signs of extinguishing upon contact with the water. They continued to burn. Soon, the water, which had just cooled a bit, began bubbling again. Chen Ye could clearly see the flames burning at the bottom of the bathtub, just as it seemed the bathtub was about to be burned through. He waved his hand to summon the flames back. Once something is ignited, it clings like a maggot. The energy within the flames will not extinguish until it is fully consumed. And the source of this energy is my mental power. As the flames slowly receded from his body, Chen Ye clenched his fist and could clearly feel a sense of weakness. After a quick calculation, he estimated that he could maintain this special form of flames covering his entire body for no more than 2 minutes. Once this time exceeded, he would not only be unable to sustain the flames, but the depletion of his mental energy would likely leave him too weak to even move. Fortunately, mental energy is something that can be enhanced. It is difficult for ordinary people to improve their mental energy, but for someone like him who has awakened superpowers, as long as he keeps his nutrition up and continually uses his abilities, it serves as a means to enhance his mental energy. Of course, in addition to mental energy, he also needs to pay attention to physical training. In battle, controlling superpowers with mental energy can raise his combat potential. Physical fitness serves as a foundation for strength, ensuring his minimum combat capability. The two complement each other. If his physique is too weak, improving mental energy will yield little result. If mental energy is insufficient, but his physique is too strong, a person may struggle to control an overly powerful body, leading to coordination issues. Of course, the above understanding is limited to Chen Ye's current comprehension of his awakened superpowers. Others' abilities may differ from his. Host, Chen Ye Physique, 7. 8. Human limit is 1. Mental energy, 11. 6. Human limit is 1. Special ability, June Fire, also known as Divine Fire, referred to as Shangmei, June Fire. Chen Ye se gazi sherpenit. Goodness, he suddenly recalled a saying he had heard in another world before reincarnating. The heart is June Fire, also known as Divine Fire, referred to as Shangmei. The kidney is Minister Fire, also known as Essence Fire, referred to as Zhongmei. The Qi Si is People's Fire, referred to as Xiaomei. The combination of these three is true Samadhi Fire. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. He didn't mind the different name for his superpower in the system, but now this June Fire felt strangely odd. Not to mention the introduction about June Fire in the system. This was quite a coincidence. However, if it's not a coincidence, that might not be a bad thing. Thinking of the descriptions of true Samadhi Fire in the literary works and legends he had read in his past life, he suddenly felt that if the system was not misleading, then it might actually be quite good. When will he truly awaken the other two aspects and combine them into the genuine, true Samadhi Fire? In this apocalypse, who could possibly have a more powerful ability than him? Cough, cough, thinking too far ahead. Chen Ye took a shower and, upon checking the time, realized it was already past 3 in the morning. Having just used his abilities, which had consumed a lot of energy, he had someone bring him several portions of supper, which he finished before going to sleep. Along with the awakening of his powers, his appetite had also increased. Sister Ju, have you found the whereabouts of Yi Chun? The next day, Chen Ye woke up around noon, and after washing up and finishing lunch, the first thing he asked upon seeing Qin Ju was about the matter he was most concerned about. We found him last night. He is currently working at a small company, but seems to be on sick leave at home recently, having been off for almost a week now. By the way, I had someone investigate Yi Chun thoroughly again yesterday and found that he visited the Eastport dock about a month ago. Qin Ju handed Chen Ye a document. The Eastport dock is where the first cases of the special coronavirus appeared in Tianhai City. Almost all of the infected people in Tianhai City now had been there at that time. Based on the timeline, the first batch of infections at the Eastport dock started to surge about a week ago, and Yi Chun coincidentally took leave from his company about a week ago, which seems a bit too coincidental. Moreover, this person has had some ridiculously good luck recently. 5 days ago, he won over 30 million in the lottery. And the day before yesterday, he casually bought a stone at the Jade Market, which turned out to be an ice-type imperial green, selling for over 100 million. In less than a week, his net worth has increased to several hundred million, even surpassing our company S-boss. However, many people saw him just 2 days ago, and surveillance near his home can provide footage of him entering and exiting, appearing no different from a normal person, so it's hard to draw conclusions. It can be confirmed that he is at home now. Do you want to go find him? There may be unknown dangers. It's fine, let us go. Prepare the car. Chen Ye glanced at the document and tossed it aside. From the latest intelligence, he believed that Yi Chun had most likely awakened some kind of superpower. But it was useless. He wasn't afraid of such things now. Isn't it just a superpower? Who doesn't have one? Chapter 23, Let Your Boss Talk to Me, Xiao Yi. Don't you have to work today? In the cramped hallway, Yi Chun had just stepped out when he encountered his landlord, who was getting rounder by the day. He simply smiled and replied, "The company's been doing poorly lately, so they gave us a long vacation." "Is that so?" The landlord said, with some regret. "Then you'll have to find a new job, right? Rent is due this month." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's gaze flickered as he said, No need, auntie. I'm looking for a new place these days, and we'll be moving out soon. Moving out? The landlord's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Chen Ye, you signed a 1-year contract, and if you move out now, you 1T get your deposit back. Huh, suit yourself. Yi Chen snorted with a laugh, not wanting to say more to the landlord, and turned to leave. It's just 2,000 yuan, right? Do I really need your few cents? This little money is something I can easily get back. How pathetic. After leaving the apartment, Yi Chen was still sneering to himself. Then he directly took a taxi to the nearby, famous villa community as sales office. He was going to propose to Chen Ye in a few days. Although Chen Ye wasn't a gold digger, a house and a car were still essential. Looking at the sales office with the 4 big characters Jiang and Bun, Yi Chen walked in with confidence after considering the balance in his bank account. He had already learned that this was one of the most expensive residential communities in the Magic City. Both the environment and the design and decoration of the houses were top-notch. Imagining the moment when he would write both his and Zhao Qingya's names on the property deed, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Walking with a spring in his step. "Hello, sir. Are you here to look at houses?" As soon as he entered, a saleswoman warmly approached him. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a wave of disappointment. He had thought that coming in dressed in ordinary clothes would lead to a scenario where the sales staff looked down on him, and then he would throw down his money to show off and slap their faces. However, in reality, most salespeople seem to have some awareness, especially in such high-end properties. Even if he walked in dressed like a beggar, they would still welcome him with a smile. No wonder this is the best residential area in Tianhai. Even the salespeople are so well-mannered. As Yi Chen listened to the salesperson detail the house types, he was internally giving thumbs up. He also learned that the villas in Jiang and Bun had different designs. No 2 houses were the same, and every building had a different layout. After listening for a while, he found it somewhat boring and interrupted the salesperson's introduction, asking directly, "What is the most expensive house you have here?" The most expensive? The salesperson didn't think much and pulled out a floor plan from a thick brochure, saying, "This retro garden-style courtyard should be our most expensive model." Should be? Well, because this is not for sale. It was previously reserved for our company's boss to live in. Although the boss has changed now, and this courtyard is vacant. I haven't heard anything about it being sold, so it's hard to estimate the price. In terms of design and materials, this is definitely the most expensive villa in our development. I heard that maintenance costs several tens of millions per year. The salesperson was quite talkative. Although she knew that this building could not be sold to Yi Chen, she patiently introduced it to him. However, the speaker was unwitting, while the listener was intent. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, feeling increasingly tempted, and finally slammed his hand on the table, saying, "Then I'll take this one." "This one?" The salesperson was taken aback and quickly said, "Sir, this courtyard is not for sale." However, Yi Chen didn't care at all. Not for sale? There is no such thing as not for sale. Go call your manager. I want to talk to him. The salesperson was a bit dumbfounded and said, "Sir, don't mention the manager. Without a document from the head office, even if our store manager comes, he wouldn't dare sell this courtyard. How about looking at other models instead?" Recently, there are quite a few good houses listed for sale in our community, and the previous residents were all important figures, either company CEOs or government big shots. I'm sure there is something that will satisfy you. Plus, it could expand your social circle, don't you think? Her words didn't have any ulterior motive. She simply wanted Yi Chen to consider other houses. But to Yi Chen, it sounded like the big company CEOs and government big shots can't buy this courtyard. So who do you think you are? Yi Chen's expression instantly darkened. He stood up abruptly and said, "What do you mean? Do you think I don't have money?" The salesperson was still confused and quickly replied, "How could that be? Sir, I just wanted to recommend some other houses. Then I want this one." Yi Chen's face was grim as he casually tossed his card onto the coffee table, saying, "How much do you want? I don't believe there is anything in this world that money can't buy." The saleswoman clearly had never encountered such a customer before. After a moment of shock, she quickly said, I'll go find our store manager. Please wait a moment." Saying this, she hurriedly ran to the office at the back. At this point, the commotion Yi Chen caused had attracted quite a few onlookers, and many people looking at houses were pointing and whispering about him. After understanding the situation, their gazes towards Yi Chen were filled with disdain. However, Yi Chen sat down on the sofa with a bold demeanor, completely unconcerned. They say money is a man's courage, and what he had now was courage. In just the past few days, he had spent tens of millions on gifts for female streamers, just to hear a few thank you, big brother. How can a mere house be worth that much? At worst, it would be a few hundred million, right? A few hundred million isn't enough. But surely over 10 billion is enough, right? Although Yichen didn't have 10 billion, it was now extremely easy for him to make money. He didn't take this little amount seriously at all. Before long, a refined middle-aged man wearing glasses approached him and said, "Hello, sir. I'm the manager of the Jiang and Bun sales office from Yunjian Construction Company under Xingfeng Group. I apologize for any rudeness from our sales staff." Receiving a respectful apology from a manager in front of so many people, Yichen immediately showed a satisfied smile and casually replied, "It's fine. It's not her fault. What is the price for that courtyard? Can you quote me now?" The manager hesitated. "That courtyard is specifically reserved by our Xingfeng Group's boss, so it might not be convenient to sell to you. How about looking at other courtyards?" However, Yichen wanted only the best. Having seen that non-sale courtyard, the other houses clearly didn't catch his eye. Without thinking, he shook his head and said, "Then let your Xingfeng Group's boss come talk to me and see if he is willing to part with it." The smile on the manager's face gradually faded. "Sir, do you know who our boss is?" Chapter 24. I heard you were looking for me? Who is your boss? Do you know who I am? Yichen smiled as he spoke. He was well aware that there are many people in this world who are not only wealthy, but also wield immense power. But so what? He wasn't just wealthy. The store manager didn't say much in response. The chairman of Xingfeng Group is Chen Ye, who used to be a big figure in Tianhai. But now, who doesn't know that the real boss of Xingfeng Group is Chen Ye? This young master of the Chen family is not someone like Chen Ye, a side character, can compare to. He is someone even the guardians of Tianhai City must treat with respect. The young man in front of him didn't even know Chen Ye, which clearly indicated he wasn't part of Tianhai's high society. Even if he could take out money to buy a house, he was just a nouveau riche. He even thought about meeting Chen Ye and having him sell the house to him. He should take a look in the mirror to see if he was worthy. Did the young master of the Chen family need his meager money for a house? Of course, due to professional ethics, while the store manager was internally criticizing, he didn't say it outright. He merely smiled at Yi Chun and then stood up to call for security. But at that moment, a clear voice came from the entrance. "I'm quite curious about who you are." The store manager and Yi Chun turned their heads simultaneously to see a young man standing at the door. Behind the young man was a stunningly beautiful woman in a skirt, her legs clad in black stockings. The two entered the sales office, and Yichen only glanced briefly before his attention was completely captured by Qin Ju. The store manager immediately recognized Chen Ye and hurried over, saying, "Young master." Chen Ye glanced at him and said, "What's going on here?" The store manager quickly summarized the situation, stating the facts without embellishment. After listening, Chen Ye raised an eyebrow, but didn't say much, just waved his hand. "You can go back to your work, leave this to me." After saying that, he walked straight towards Yi Chun and unceremoniously sat down on the sofa beside him. "I am Chen Ye, the boss of Xingfeng Group. You want to see me?" Yi Chun finally shifted his gaze away from Qin Ju. It wasn't that he wanted to communicate well with Chen Ye, but rather that the faint killing intent emanating from Qin Ju made him uneasy. Just then, hearing Chen Ye speak, he decided to go along with it. Yi Chun, looking at the man in front of him, Yi Chun politely smiled and extended a hand. The nearly 10 million royal oak watch on his wrist was just perfectly visible. Chen Ye noticed the watch on his right hand. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't point it out and politely shook his hand. However, he already had a preliminary understanding of this person from a series of behaviors he exhibited upon arriving here. It was clear he was a nouveau riche with a not-so-bright mind. But if one were to say he was stupid, that might not be the case. In Chen Ye's view, this person was not only not foolish, but also quite clever, at least much smarter than someone like Feng Xian, who thought too highly of himself. His performance here was merely an inflated reaction after suddenly gaining power beyond his comprehension. The root of this inflation was also due to a lack of understanding, a consequence of not having enough status previously and the scarcity of information. This did not reflect a person's true intellect. From his recent methods of making money, using his awakened abilities, it was clear that he was definitely not a fool. After all, Not everyone could rely on an ability to earn hundreds of millions in less than a week without attracting official attention. Making money with abilities is not a skill. Not being discovered is what counts as a skill. Just looking at this point, Yi-chun was not simple. I have my eye on the largest courtyard in Jiangnan. I wonder if Mr. Chun would be willing to part with it? After greeting him, Yi-chun got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye simply shook his head. That probably won't work. The price is negotiable. Price? Chen Ye smiled. How about Mr. Yi come work for me at Xingfeng Group? And I'll give you that courtyard? Yi-chun was taken aback, not understanding. What do you mean? The literal meaning. After all, the special ability you possess is worth that price. Chen Ye leaned back against the sofa behind him, his expression teasing. Yi-chun was startled and immediately guessed what Chen Ye was referring to. But why would Chen Ye know he had abilities? Almost hesitating for just a moment, he quickly shook his head in denial. What special ability? I don't know. But just after he finished speaking and saw Chen Ye's half-smiling expression, he realized he had made a mistake and inadvertently revealed himself. Taking a deep breath, a fierce look flashed in Yi-chun's eyes. However, before he could act on it, he heard Qin Ju's light cough beside him. He instinctively looked over and found that Qin Ju's hand had unknowingly reached into her bag. Through the zipper of the bag, he could vaguely see the glimmer of a gun's handle. Ahem. Yi-chun also coughed lightly a couple of times, the fierce look in his eyes dissipating as he smiled. Mr. Chun was just joking. It was all a misunderstanding. I didn't recognize the great mountain. Saying this, he stood up. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. I'll be leaving now. Not interested in the courtyard anymore? Chen Ye asked with a smile, noticing his panicked departure. No. I suddenly remembered I have some matters at home. I'll come back to see it next time. No need to trouble Mr. Chun. Yi-chun left without looking back, walking faster and faster. The onlookers, who had been watching for a while, burst into laughter. Yi-chun felt the mocking laughter around him like needles on his back, but dared not lose his temper. It wasn't until he left the sales office, hailed a taxi, and got in that he was still filled with dread. A gun. He was 100% sure it was a real gun. What kind of person has bodyguards carrying guns? He dare not think about it. But he was very clear that this was definitely someone he couldn't afford to provoke at this stage. And what terrified him the most was that Chen Ye knew he had abilities. Why? Could it be that there are others in the world who suddenly have special abilities besides me? As Yi-chun thought about this, he increasingly felt the likelihood was high. Reflecting on his actions in recent days and Chen Ye's seemingly all-seeing gaze earlier, he became more and more fearful. Young master, this person is not simple. Is it appropriate to let him go so easily? Should we have someone keep an eye on him? Qin Ju said in a deep voice, looking in the direction Yi-chun had left. We can have someone pay attention, but it can't be like tracking Feng Xian. That would be discovered. Just need to keep track of his movements. Chen Ye shook his head. Then, a system panel that only he could see slowly appeared before him. Detected that there's a child of destiny nearby. Mission has been refreshed. Mission: eliminate the child of destiny, Yi-chun. Please note, the child of destiny has extremely high luck, making it difficult to kill him recklessly. It is necessary to accumulate a certain amount of resentment value to lower his luck before there is a possibility of killing him. Current resentment value of the child of destiny, Yi-chun, 100, chance of successful kill. 1, Chapter 25, Strong Alliance Ding. The task progress has refreshed. You have gained 100 points of resentment value from Yi-chun. 100 points of resentment value. Is this due to fear? Or is it because of humiliation in public? Chen Ye looked at the system prompt, feeling a bit bewildered. However, today's visit confirmed one thing. Yi-chun is indeed the so-called child of destiny. Moreover, he is one of the first individuals infected by the special crown virus and among the earliest to awaken his abilities. The following events are bound to be interesting. How could Xin Yinshi obtain the dream flower from Yi-chun, the child of destiny? She is merely the best friend of Yi-chun's goddess. Logically, Yi-chun has no reason to give such a treasure to her, right? As for whether Yi-chun lacks discernment, that is impossible. Analyzing his recent experiences, it is not hard to conclude that Yi-chun's awakened ability leans towards the type of exploration. This is evident from the fact that he consistently opens the best rewards from various blind boxes. He cannot possibly be unaware that the dream flower is an extraordinary treasure. Is it due to a twist of fate, some other reason, or could it be that, there's more than one dream flower? Chen Ye paused for a moment, considering a rather unlikely possibility. If Fang Xian were present and knew about his analysis, he would definitely exclaim that it was rigged. A reincarnator like him, who only has hearsay knowledge, was actually guessed by Chen Ye so easily. Of course, Chen Ye was not entirely certain. He merely felt that there was such a possibility. Then he thought this matter was too difficult to guess, so he dropped it. After all, he had already bought the Lotus Pond wetland park. When the time comes to seal off the park, he would naturally find out what the situation with the dream flower is. When Chen Ye took the initiative to approach Yichun at the abandoned construction site, Fang Xian was alone, licking his wounds. A few days ago, he had been shot in the chest by Qinju, and the wound had not healed properly. This time, in a panic while fleeing, he had tore it open again, not to mention that he had also been shot in the shoulder. This time he was not as lucky as before. Apart from the penetrating wound, nothing major happened. After the bullet hit his shoulder, it exploded inside his body, leaving a hole the size of a baby's fist in the back of his right shoulder, with blood and flesh mixed, and even faintly visible bones. Previously, Chen Ye had helped him treat the wound, but this time he could only rely on some first aid knowledge he had learned in the apocalypse to save himself. In such a rudimentary condition, he used ash from plants to neutralize the poison in the wound, then left the wound exposed to the air, not daring to bandage it for fear that wrapping it would prevent ventilation and cause it to fester. The intense pain stimulated Fang Xian's nerves, but instead made his mind clearer. Carefully reflecting on everything that had happened in recent days, he suddenly felt that the events occurring lately were a bit too coincidental. From the hotel entrance, Chen Ye not only did not use money to smash him as he remembered, but instead casually sent him to the police station, almost ruining his apocalypse preparation plan. It felt as if he had fallen into a bizarre cycle. No matter what plans he thought of or what preparations he made, each time he finally saw a glimmer of opportunity and made some progress, he would be hit hard again, falling back to square one. Tracing all of this back to its origin, it ultimately pointed to one person, Chen Ye, this young master of the Chen family, whom he might not even be able to provoke after his reincarnation, even after a long time in the post-apocalypse. Could he also be a reincarnated? An absurd thought arose in Fang Xian's mind, but the next moment he denied it. Impossible. If he were really a reincarnator, he would certainly have monopolized all the first wave of opportunities that appeared when the apocalypse struck, using the Chen family's power. So why would he come specifically to target me? Fang Xian still had some self-awareness. He had been an inconspicuous nobody in his previous life. In the end, he had tried to rob the Chen family's grain depot and was killed by a Chen family expert. Countless people died at the hands of the Chen family due to such disputes in the apocalypse. In the previous life, Chen Ye was called the crownless king of Tianhai. He probably didn't even know the name of a small character like him, so it was impossible for him to have reincarnated just to target him. He thought for a moment and roughly mapped out the main thread of events. According to Fang Xian's reasoning, the initial conflict with Chen Ye was his own clumsiness, trying to take advantage of the foresight of a reincarnator, but neglecting that humans are the most unpredictable creatures, which led to him being played instead. This was an accidental event. Later, Chen Ye's targeting of the Zhou family was probably not a deliberate attack on him, but rather, the Zhou family was too reckless in collecting resources, offending the Chen family. Thus, the Chen family ruthlessly attacked and exterminated them, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. And he was just an extra. It was only at this point that Chen Ye likely took notice of him, and, after knowing he was still alive, sent someone to kill him to silence him. Then, just as he happened to go downstairs to buy something yesterday, he was discovered. With this thought, Fang Xian suddenly felt enlightened. All of this, in a certain sense, had causal relationships. Chen Ye and the Chen family were not targeting an ordinary person like him out of nowhere. Following this logic, it should not be Shen Yinshi who betrayed him. After all, the Chen family only wanted to kill him to silence him and had no need to go through the trouble of buying Shen Yinshi. So, Shen Yinshi was still trustworthy. Fang Xian's gaze sharpened slightly as he glanced at his bloody and mangled wound. Pondering, the wound is too severe and could inflame at any moment, and since it's a gunshot wound, ordinary doctors wouldn't dare to treat it. If I go to the hospital, I will definitely be discovered by the Chen family. I still need to find Chen Ye. However, this time, having narrowly escaped death, the Chen family would probably pursue him even more closely. Even if Chen Ye had not been implicated, there were likely Chen family members watching her now. I need to think of a way. At this thought, Fang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. I can't find Chen Ye, but I can find Chen Ye's friend. If I remember correctly, the medical sage had a very close best friend whose name seems to be Zhao Qingya. It is said that because their parents worked in the hospital when they were young, the two have known each other since childhood. Zhao Qingya is also a doctor. She is 3 years older than Chen Ye, and according to the timeline, she should be 25 now and already working in a hospital. Moreover, Zhao Qingya's suitor is Yi Chun, that killer. Thinking of Yi Chun, Fang Xian's eyes lit up again. Unlike the ordinary person he was before the apocalypse with Chen Ye, he knew very well that the killer Yi Chun, whom everyone feared during the apocalypse, had already awakened his abilities long before the apocalypse. He quickly rose to power after obtaining the dream flower that represented death when the apocalypse struck. He then established a considerable force, being one of the few who dared to challenge the Chen family in the vicinity of Tianhai and still not be exterminated. Using Chen Ye's connections to find Zhao Qingya for help, and then getting to know Yi Chun through Zhao Qingya. While I may not be able to reach the current Yi Chun, the Yi Chun of the past is certainly not out of my league. When the time comes for me to join forces with Yi Chun, this Tianhai might not just be dictated by the Chen family. Plan successful. Chapter 26 Dr. Zhao saves me Tianhai Central Hospital, Gynecology. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. Is Dr. Zhao in the consultation room? Zhao Qingya, who was frowning at the medical record in front of her, instinctively looked up upon hearing the voice at the door and saw a young man in a delivery uniform, wearing a mask, standing at the entrance. I am Zhao Qingya. What can I do for you? Someone asked me to deliver flowers to you. The delivery person walked into the consultation room holding a bouquet of flowers while glancing around. It was the lunch break and there was no one else inside. Deliver flowers? Zhao Qingya looked at the delivery person, her brows slightly furrowing. Yi Chun? I don't know. That gentleman didn't tell me his name, but he asked me to bring you a message. The delivery person said, seeming a bit embarrassed to share the message, peeking around before closing the consultation room door. Seeing this, Zhao Qingya didn't think much of it and said coldly, Go ahead, and after you're done, please throw the flowers in the trash outside. If it were Yi Chun himself, she would have already kicked him out, but since it was the delivery guy, she didn't want to be rude. Okay. Fang Xian closed the door and then sat down in the chair in front of Zhao Qingya, pulling down his mask and whispering, Dr. Zhao, please save me. What do you mean? Zhao Qingya's gaze sharpened, and her instincts as an excellent doctor quickly alerted her to something being off. The man in front of her had an unusually pale face, the kind that lacked color. I'm a friend of Chen Ye. Due to some matters, I'm currently being chased by someone. There might be someone watching her, so I can't go there now, but I'm seriously injured and urgently need treatment. I remembered that she told me you're also a doctor, so I took the liberty to come here. Fang Xian spoke rapidly. As he spoke, he took off a jacket he had snatched from a delivery guy. There were no other clothes underneath, and when Fang Xian turned around, the horrific gunshot wound on his shoulder was immediately exposed to Zhao Qingya. Looking at the bloody and mangled wound, which was blackened with dirt and ash, even Zhao Qingya, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but gasp. But the next moment, she became serious. You were friends with Yinchi? How can you prove that? Fang Xian thought for a moment and then unwrapped the bandage that had been tied around his chest. Inside was a wound that Chen Ye had treated before. The stitches still intact. As far as he knew, Chen Ye, as a medical sage, possessed extremely high medical skills. Moreover, her methods of treating patients were unconventional, so her approach to dealing with wounds should also be different from other doctors. He didn't understand this well, but someone knowledgeable should be able to tell. Sure enough, upon seeing the stitches on the wound, a look of surprise flashed in Zhao Qingya's eyes, and she nodded. It's indeed Yinchi's work. But why should I help you? You may be friends with her or possibly have some other relationship, but that has nothing to do with me. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, both of your wounds are gunshot wounds, right? In Xia country, getting shot and not daring to report, it can only mean two things. One is that you're being wanted by the authorities. Helping you would also be committing a crime. The other is that the people chasing you have significant power. And even if you go to the police for help, it's a dead end. Helping you would mean dragging myself into this mess. Although I have a good relationship with Yinshi, you're not her. Why should I take risks for you? Instead of directly refusing or being evasive. She was asking for reasons. Fang Xian immediately felt relieved. He was also glad. Although Zhao Qingya and Chen Yinxi's fathers were doctors who worked together in the past. Chen Yinxi's father was more straightforward, while Zhao Qingya's father was more research-oriented. Now, Chen Yinxi's father was a big shot in the field, and Zhao Qingya's father was also not simple. He was the head of the Tianhai City Health Department. With her father in a high position, the family had considerable influence. This was why Zhao Qingya was so fearless. If her father were still just a straightforward doctor like Chen Yinxi's. With Zhao Qingya's personality, she would never want to get involved in such trouble. After all, most people are not like Chen Yinxi, who doesn't mind seeking thrills. I know, a huge secret. This is the reason I'm being chased, but it's also closely related to everyone. Fang Xian said solemnly. Then, under Zhao Qingya's puzzled gaze, he revealed all the information he knew about the apocalypse. He had used this tactic countless times. But regardless of how old this tactic was, it was indeed effective. This line of reasoning would not convince ordinary people. But whether it was the Zhou family or later Chen Yinxi and Zhao Qingya, they were either from powerful families or worked in related fields. After receiving his information and combining it with recent observations, they could quickly verify its authenticity. In fact, they were the most receptive to this kind of information. Sure enough, Zhao Qingya, being a doctor herself and her father being a big shot in the Tianhai Health Department, naturally had some understanding of the recently popular coronavirus. After hearing Fang Xian's words, she quickly believed about 70 to 80% of it. Knowing such matters, it was normal to be chased. Zhao Qingya pondered for a moment, then glanced at her exquisite lady's watch on her wrist and said, "It's almost time. I should get off work today. If you're leaving later, remember to close the consultation room door." After saying that, she stood up and left under Fang Xian's surprised gaze. As for the matter of treating Fang Xian, she didn't even mention it. Fang Xian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized. Zhao Qingya's meaning was clear. Asking her to help with treatment and sutures was impossible. However, some medications and equipment in the consultation room were available, and she wouldn't mind if he used them. Although this was a gynecology consultation room, it had some basic anti-inflammatory medications and bandages. Seeing this, Fang Xian hurriedly closed the door, then rummaged through the cabinets to find some iodine, alcohol, and other supplies, along with a medical box. Enduring the intense pain, he cleaned the dark ash from the wounds with alcohol, sprinkled on some medicine, and then awkwardly sewed the wounds up one stitch at a time, finally wrapping them with bandages. Throughout the process, Fang Xian was sweating from the pain, but having struggled through the apocalypse for years, he managed to hold on with sheer willpower. Zhao Qingya was a bit older and not as easily fooled as Chen Yinxi. It wouldn't be that simple to connect with her. However, fortunately, he had resolved the urgent issue of his injuries, and he could plan for the future. Perhaps he could start with Yi Chun. After bandaging his wounds, Fang Xian began to formulate his plan. However, what he didn't know was that shortly after Zhao Qingya left the hospital, she received a phone call. Looking at the name Chen Yinxi on her caller ID, she immediately chose to answer. "Was there someone named Fang Xian looking for you just now? Did he bring you some explosive news? How do you feel? Are you nervous? Sweating like crazy? Huh, sis?" He. Chapter 27. I feel like you're enjoying this listening to Chen Yinxi's teasing voice on the other end of the phone, which showed no signs of tension. Zhao Qingya's forehead developed several black lines as she said irritably, "What on earth are you doing?" Although she had maintained a calm demeanor throughout. Seeing Fang Xian's gruesome wounds and suddenly learning that the end of the world was approaching made it impossible for her not to feel tense. However, hearing Chen Yinxi's words now gave her a feeling of being played. Don't get me wrong, everything is true, it's just that Fang Xian. This person is quite special. In short, he will definitely continue to look for you. Chen Yinxi quickly replied. Special? In what way? Zhao Qingya became interested upon hearing this. She knew her best friend well. She was an almost monstrous existence, and there weren't many things in the world that could catch her attention. For her to describe someone as special was extremely rare. which piqued Zhao Qingya's curiosity even more. This is a long story, and I only have some guesses, so I'm not quite sure. In short, I'm asking you for a favor. Chen Ye smiled and said, next time he comes to find you, agree to whatever he asks. But don't agree too readily to avoid revealing any flaws. Zhao Qingya's eyes widened instantly. Are you crazy? What do you want to sleep with me? I can't just agree to that, right? Don't worry, that won't happen. Even if he wants to sleep with you, it won't be him sleeping with you. It will definitely be him asking you to sleep with Yi-chan. Chen Ye said seriously on the other end of the phone. Moreover, even if he asks you to sleep with him, what's the big deal? It's not like agreeing means you actually have to sleep with him. Just playing along, you understand? Nonsense. I'm still a virgin. How can I agree to such a thing? Ah, don't worry. He definitely won't make such a request. Chen Ye said irritably, then shifted the topic and added with a teasing laugh. I've recently met someone who's quite good in all aspects. If you don't want to remain a virgin, I can introduce him to you. He will definitely meet all your criteria for a partner. Get lost. Looking at the hung-up call, Chen Ye shrugged helplessly at Chen Ye in front of her. It's done. Can you not always coerce me into doing such heartless things to set someone up? Coerce? Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. Why do I feel like you're enjoying this? Although this woman was top-notch in psychology and acting, and her external demeanor showed no signs, Chen Ye had a vague feeling that she was actually looking forward to setting up Fang Xian. This expectation didn't mean she was inherently bad or enjoyed harming others, but she probably realized Fang Xian's special nature and was eager to see how Chen Ye would target him. However, Chen Ye wasn't entirely sure. After all, he could only guess that Fang Xian was a reincarnator through the numerous clues provided by the system and the many pieces of evidence he had gathered through his own exploration. Chen Ye didn't have those conditions. If she could guess this, then her IQ was too high. On the other side, after gritting his teeth and tending to his wounds, Fang Xian left the hospital. He even took all the anti-inflammatory drugs, alcohol, bandages, and other supplies with him. On the way, when he encountered an elderly woman in her 70s with cash, ready to pay for her grandson's surgery, and asked for directions. He also stole the woman's medical money. Of course, Fang Xian prided himself on being an upright gentleman and would never do anything heartless. The incident started because the elderly woman was completely impolite when asking for directions. She didn't use any respectful language and even called him takeout delivery guy because he was wearing a delivery outfit. Thus, Fang Xian decided to give her a small lesson, teaching those disrespectful old folks what manners are. After all, he didn't feel that he was stealing money. As for the trouble that might arise from stealing so much money and whether the woman would report it, Fang Xian had no time to worry about that. His initial thought was to accumulate resources using methods that fit the current order after being reborn, but that path had already been interrupted by Chen Ye. If he didn't steal, he wouldn't even have money for a meal, let alone a grand plan for revenge against the Chen family. What Fang Xian didn't know was that shortly after he stole the money, the elderly woman, flustered from losing her cash, happened to encounter a fierce-looking man in a suit claiming to have found her money, and her lost money quickly returned to her. After changing into new clothes with the money he just acquired and simply disguising himself, Fang Xian went to a restaurant to have a big meal. He then set out to implement his plan of joining forces, finding Yi-chan in the vast Tianhai city. Finding a person without clues was like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, unfortunately for Fang Xian, he did have clues. Firstly, there was Zhao Qingya. As Yi-chan's devoted admirer, he could definitely find Yi-chan through her. However, currently, Fang Xian's relationship with Zhao Qingya was average, and she was not as easy to deceive as Chen Ye. It wouldn't be a problem to extract some information from her about the impending apocalypse. But contacting Yi-chan would not be easy. The good news was that Fang Xian had more than one lead. Lianqi Wetland Park. Getting out of the taxi and looking at the park's entrance, Fang Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. The dream flower was his biggest goal shortly after his rebirth, and he had long learned about this place where the dream flower appeared. He was well aware of the projects in this park. He even knew through the Zhou family that Yi-chan would book the entire venue a few days later. Since Yi-chan booked the venue in advance, he would naturally leave contact information here. Previously, Fang Xian had that contact information, but he just didn't remember it. Later, as the Zhou family was destroyed and he fled in a panic, he naturally didn't bring the collected materials with him. But it didn't matter. He could just take again. After all, he was now a lawless rogue. He dared to steal from an elderly woman's medical money. So what's the big deal about stealing customer information from a rundown park? Although the wounds on his body affected Fang Xian's movements, his soon-to-awaken powerful physique and rich combat experience allowed him to easily evade the park staff, sneak into the manager's office, and quickly obtain what he wanted. However, just as he opened the door to leave, he found two security guards standing outside, both armed with batons, and one of them was holding a large wolf dog. As soon as Fang Xian opened the door, one of the security guards said, "Hey kid, dare to come here to steal? I've already called the police. They'll be here soon. I advise you to surrender and come with me to the station." Just as Fang Xian was about to violently eliminate the witnesses, he paused, looked at the security guards blocking the door, and his killing intent slowly faded. He then turned and ran back. The office was on the second floor, not very high, and there were no security windows. He just needed to push open the glass to jump down. Want to escape? Chapter 28. Fang Xian. A tiger falls on the plane and is bullied by dogs. Fang Xian is still an ordinary person after all. Although his thoughts are clear, his movements are not quick enough due to his injuries. Just as he turned his head, he heard the angry shout of the security guard behind him and the whistling sound of a baton coming down. Fang Xian knew he couldn't escape this blow quickly, so he tensed the muscles in his back, preparing to take the hit. However, the metal baton struck exactly on his injured shoulder. Feeling the intense pain from the tearing of his shoulder wound, Fang Xian cried out in agony as he ran to the window, hurriedly pushing it open to jump down. As he was climbing out, another security guard baton came down on him again. Still the same spot, the same outcome. With a dull thud, a large dark area suddenly appeared on the black clothing he bought with the stolen money. This was due to a large amount of blood gushing out after the wound burst open. This hit left Fang Xian dazed, and he stumbled down from the window. As he landed, he heard a crack from his ankle. But he couldn't care less at this moment, limping and running outside. However, it wasn't over yet. He barely took 2 steps when he heard a whistling sound behind him. Turning around, he saw that the 2 security guards had released their large dogs. Fang Xian's heart sank. He quickly picked up a stone, hoping to scare off the 2 vicious dogs, as his experience told him that this trick worked on regular dogs. However, these 2 wolfhounds were obviously professionally trained and did not fall for his tactic at all. After dodging the thrown stone, they lunged at him from both sides. Fang Xian had no choice but to block them with his arms. The next moment, he felt a tearing pain in both arms simultaneously, enduring the excruciating pain of being bitten by the dogs. Fang Xian managed to shake one dog off and then punch the wolfhound that was biting his left hand on the head with his freed right hand. The wolfhound yelped and immediately released its grip. Fang Xian quickly turned around, his right hand darting out like a snake, grabbing the dog that had been thrown off and lunged back at him. Then he punched its nose. The second dog was also sent fleeing in panic. Fang Xian couldn't care less about taking revenge now. He just hurriedly limped away, covered in injuries. After running for a few kilometers, he finally reached a less busy underpass of a bridge and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he have time to check his injuries. The wound on his shoulder had opened up and the condition had worsened. Meanwhile, his right foot had lost all sensation, and when he rolled up his pant leg, he saw that his ankle was swollen like a radish. After feeling around the bones, Fang Xian suspected that it might be fractured. In addition, his arms were also seriously injured from bites. These 2 dogs had clearly been professionally trained. After biting, they shook their heads like crocodiles, causing severe damage. On his left hand, there were 2 rows of very obvious tear wounds, and on his right hand, a chunk of flesh as big as a palm had been bitten off, leaving a bloody mess. A tiger falls on the plane and is bullied by dogs. Fang Xian cursed inwardly. He never expected that a broken park would have security guards, and that these guards would have vicious dogs. Ridiculous. There was nothing valuable in there anyway. Was it really necessary? While cursing, he took out the surgical knife he had stolen earlier to treat his wounds. Yes, he actually had a weapon on him. He even had the confidence to kill those 2 security guards earlier. But after hearing that the guards had already called the police, he quickly dismissed that thought. Stealing could be considered a minor crime. Even if he stole tens of thousands, it would still be trivial. The police wouldn't mobilize much to hunt him down for that. As long as he got through these few days, once the apocalypse arrived, it would all be nothing. But killing someone was different. That was a homicide. At that point, he would definitely face a full-scale manhunt from the Tianhai police. That would be a true dead end. Fang Xian used a sharp surgical knife to deal with the complex wounds on his hands inflicted by the dogs, trying to cut off some rotten flesh and then apply medicine and stitch it up. However, after the adrenaline rush, his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Although he was cutting rotten flesh, his trembling hands ended up cutting quite a bit of good flesh as well. The key was that there were still no anesthetics. What was supposed to be healing was actually a form of torture. Oh, young master. Fang Xian indeed went to Lianqi Wetland Park and really stole customer information related to Yi Chen, Chen Ye reported after receiving the message. As per your instructions, our people have been waiting for him there. Fang Xian's old injuries have not healed, and he has new injuries as well. Under these circumstances, the data returned from the chip shows that his physical condition is very poor. However, he seems to be on the verge of awakening his abilities, and his physical fitness is excellent, so he probably won't die from this. Chen Ye nodded lightly upon hearing this, and then glanced at the system panel. Ding! Task progress refreshed. Congratulations. You have obtained 1,000 points of resentment value from Fang Xian. Current resentment value, 10,450 points. Kill success rate, 94. 5. Last time at the Zhou family's place, when Qin Zhu attempted to shoot and kill Fang Xian, the success rate dropped a bit, but the resentment value did not decrease. After that incident, to kill Fang Xian, it was necessary to collect 11,000 resentment points to reach a 100 success rate. Fortunately, that time the resentment value increased by 3,000 points, bringing the total to 6,300 points with a kill probability of 53. A few days ago, he had invited Shen Ye to cooperate in a plan, sending someone to capture Fang Xian at Shen Ye's house and deliberately letting him escape, which contributed another 2,500 points of resentment value, raising the kill probability to 78. Now, with today's additional 1,000 points and the resentment value contributed by Fang Xian during his wound treatment, the kill probability has finally reached 94. 5, just a little more, and he could completely eliminate this destined child. With a bit of phased task progress from Su Yin, he could earn a physique immune to viruses. And what rewards would he receive for completing the system's first task of killing Fang Xian? Chen Ye was very much looking forward to it. He then ordered, make sure the people keeping watch over there remain vigilant. Keep a close eye on him and find ways to trouble him. Didn't he steal something? Occasionally let the police chase after him, but be careful to give him a chance to escape. Don't actually let him get caught. Also, if he has trouble contacting Yi Chen, remember to help him out. In short, create trouble for whatever he is trying to do. Make it difficult for him, but help him complete what he wants to do. Although this command sounded strange and even somewhat contradictory, Qin Zhu had already gotten used to it over the past few days and didn't ask further. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she heard Chen Ye say, "Is there any news from Yi Chen?" In a certain place in Tianhai, Yi Chen suddenly sneezed. Just at that moment, a text message suddenly arrived on his phone. Yi Chen opened it and immediately saw the content. I can help you get Zhao Qingya. Short and direct. But just these few words piqued Yi Chen's interest. Chapter 29. Yi Chen. Fang Xian is truly a confidant. Hello, who is it? The next day, Zhao Qingya had just woken up when she received a phone call. Half asleep, it took her a while to understand that it was Fang Xian calling. While she was still curious about how Fang Xian got her contact information, she heard a few words from him on the other end of the line, and her expression instantly changed. Even after the call ended, her demeanor remained uncertain. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Qingya picked up her phone and called Shen Ye. Huh? Fang Xian contacted you? Hearing Shen Ye's lazy voice on the other end, Zhao Qingya immediately became anxious. Don't sleep. What time is it that you're still sleeping? Fang Xian said he discovered the special coronavirus that can cause mutations and grant extraordinary powers. Is that true? Of course it's true. Why would he lie to you? Shen Ye replied in surprise, seemingly not understanding why she didn't believe it. Zhao Qingya was a bit speechless at her calm tone. After a moment of silence, she said irritably, "Wait, how come you seem completely unfazed by this?" "Because I already knew about it." Shen Ye said impatiently, "If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm trying to sleep." Fang Xian said Yi Chen is one of the first batch of virus infectees, but he didn't mutate into a monster. Instead, he successfully evolved extraordinary abilities. Now Yi Chun wants to meet me to share the secrets of the extraordinary beings. Should I go? Zhao Qingya hesitated. If it were up to her, she definitely wouldn't go. Although she was indeed interested in this special coronavirus and the so-called extraordinary abilities that evolved after infection, she found Yi Chun disgusting and didn't want to see him at all. However, considering that Shan Yinshi had urged her to agree to Fang Xian's conditions yesterday, she called to ask, "Go ahead, why not?" Shan Yinshi suddenly became spirited. "The only extraordinary being I know right now is one with a very high status, so I can't study them. You go to Yi Chun and get me some research material. And then? What do you mean, and then?" Zhao Qingya said irritably. "Yesterday you seriously told me to agree to all of Fang Xian's conditions. Do you mean after agreeing there's nothing else you need me to do?" Shan Yinshi thought for a moment and said, "Well, if possible, try to get some insights from Fang Xian about extraordinary beings. Anyway, investigate in that direction. You don't need to worry about your safety. They shouldn't do anything to you, and there are people protecting you, so don't worry." "Then, okay." Zhao Qingya, although a bit worried, gritted her teeth and agreed. Meanwhile, Shan Yinshi, who was staying in a luxurious guest room at the Xingfeng Group headquarters, jumped out of bed as soon as she hung up the phone, quickly washed up, changed clothes, and excitedly ran to Qingya's office. Wangjiang Pavilion. At noon, Zhao Qingya, who had dressed up specially, arrived at the place she had agreed upon with Fang Xian, one of the most expensive restaurants in Tianhai. Wangjiang Pavilion, with an average cost of nearly 10,000 per person. To be honest, she was a bit surprised when she heard about this location. After all, Yi Chun had always seemed like an ordinary person to her, someone who couldn't possibly afford to dine in such a place. And Fang Xian. This guy seemed to be running for his life from some forces, too injured to even dare go to a hospital or clinic for treatment, only relying on her connection with Shan Yinshi to seek her help. He didn't look like someone who had much money. However, her family was well off, and her income was decent, so she had been to such places before and wouldn't be too intimidated. After a moment's hesitation, she walked straight in. As soon as she entered, a waiter dressed in a shirt and vest greeted her. "You must be Zhao Qingya, Miss Zhao?" "Yes, that's me. Your friend has already reserved a table for you. Please follow me." The waiter politely led the way. Soon, she was taken to a corridor-like hall facing the river. The environment here was quite nice, and through the windows, one could directly see the most prosperous riverside area in Tianhai. The only flaw was probably the lack of private rooms. However, for some people, the absence of private rooms could be a plus. So it couldn't be said that the restaurant lacked high-end features just because it didn't have private rooms. As soon as she arrived, Zhao Qingya saw Yi Chun, who was sitting with Fang Xian. Taking a deep breath, she walked over with the waiter. Before she got close, Yi Chun, who had been eagerly waiting, spotted her arrival and quickly stood up. "Qingya, you're here. Come, sit down." Speaking of which, although Yi Chun had been quite scared by Qingju while buying a house a couple of days ago, he had a good mindset and quickly adjusted. He realized that even though he had extraordinary abilities beyond imagination, there were still some people in this world he couldn't provoke for the time being. However, he didn't feel discouraged because of this. He just planned to be more low-key and develop steadily. Of course, his short-term goal of pursuing the goddess Zhao Qingya remained unchanged, especially after receiving a text from Fang Xian yesterday and having an in-depth conversation with him. He felt that with Fang Xian's help and having gained extraordinary abilities, he was in a much better position than before, and success was definitely within reach. Initially, Yi Chun had been skeptical about Fang Xian, who suddenly appeared and found him, but he quickly dismissed his doubts. Fang Xian's appearance finally confirmed one thing for him. There were indeed other extraordinary beings in the world, and the so-called extraordinary powers were merely benign mutations caused by infection with the special coronavirus. More importantly, Fang Xian himself was also an extraordinary being. Yes, Fang Xian told Yi Chun himself that his extraordinary ability allowed him to predict the future to a certain extent. He even proved the authenticity of this ability through actual actions. Finally, Fang Xian told Yi Chun that in the future he predicted, as long as Yi Chun did what he said, he would definitely succeed in winning over Zhao Qingya and embrace the beautiful girl. Yi Chun was naturally overjoyed. In addition, Yichen also found that Fang Xian aligned very well with his values and perspectives in various aspects, although they had only been together for a day. Yichen wished he could regard Fang Xian as a confidant and be on the same wavelength with him. Little did he know that Fang Xian's so-called extraordinary ability was merely a deception based on the foresight of a reborn person. And the alignment of their values was also a deliberate flattery by Fang Xian to win Yichen's trust in the short term, using Yichen to help him obtain the dream flower. Fajing Yichen se enthusiasm. Zahavinga meredicimidit politidi. After sitting down, her gaze fell on Fang Xian. Is the extraordinary ability you mentioned real or fake? Chapter 30. The Serum That Controls Evolution. Hearing this, Yichen felt a bit uncomfortable. Clearly, he was treating them, but the goddess he had been thinking about day and night spoke to another man first when she arrived, making him inexplicably feel a bit green on the top of his head. As for Zhao Qingya's calm and indifferent attitude towards him, he didn't mind that at all, because he was already used to it. If you start to look at him differently just because he had gained abilities and money, then she wouldn't be the cool goddess he liked anymore. After hearing her words, before Fang Xian could respond, Yichen quickly said, "Of course it's true, Qingya. I really have abilities." Zhao Qingya turned to look at him for a moment, then seemed a bit curious as she asked, "What abilities?" You'll know in the future." Although Yichen was like a pure sycophant in front of the goddess, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal his biggest trump card. Instead, he looked at her with concern and said, "Qingya, listen to me. The world has changed. This virus is very powerful, and it won't be long before it fully breaks out. At that time, many people will turn into monsters, and the current order will completely collapse. But don't worry. As long as I'm here, no matter what kind of world it is in the future, I can protect you." Starting off with such a straightforward declaration made Zhao Qingya's mouth twitch. She thought to herself that although this guy had gained abilities and seemed to have a considerable fortune now, he still had the same awkwardness as before. It was a typical loser behavior. Then, she showed an unhappy expression, seemingly dissatisfied with Yichen's concealment of his abilities, and turned to Fang Xian, saying, "Didn't you say on the phone that you would tell me about the secret of the abilities?" The implication of this statement was naturally, if you guys are unwilling to reveal your abilities, then isn't that deceiving me over the phone? Seeing that she seemed a bit angry, Yichen panicked, but he didn't want to expose his abilities just like that. He could only glance at Fang Xian. Fang Xian was still composed. Although Zhao Qingya had been asking him since she arrived, he didn't have the intention of stealing the spotlight and remained silent. Now, seeing Yichen signaling him to smooth things over, he smiled and said, "Dr. Zhao, don't worry. Since I said this, I definitely wasn't lying to you. Actually, as far as I know, the so-called abilities are a result of a benign mutation of the special coronavirus. Moreover, I also know that this mutation can actually be artificially guided." "What do you mean?" Zhao Qingya's pupils constricted. "Literally." Fang Xian shrugged and said, "The special coronavirus not only infects humans, but also infects some animals. After these animals are infected, some of them turn into mindless infected beings, just like humans, while others will truly evolve, gaining not only abilities, but also intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. Each successfully evolved animal is an extremely special individual, and after reproduction, they will give rise to entirely new animal populations. By the way, I forgot to tell Dr. Zhao that I have an ability that allows me to see the future. In the future I saw, someone used a serum made from a mutated beast called Tianma, combined with the serum of mental-type evolvers, to create a drug that can control human evolution, allowing those who cannot naturally evolve to become evolvers after being infected with the virus. This drug is called the Savior Serum. Of course, names aside, the production of this thing is too low. It's impossible to rely on it to completely solve the special coronavirus. In the apocalyptic future, people with this serum still struggle to survive, and zombies and various mutated beasts remain the greatest crisis for human survival. Evolvers in the post-apocalypse will have a very high status because the order has collapsed and the production system has been destroyed. People need to rely mainly on various evolvers to survive. Fang Xian spoke eloquently, with rigorous logic, and he mentioned a lot of specialized terms that only those who understood the post-apocalypse would know. This was not him lying. It was indeed information he had heard before his rebirth. Moreover, it was produced by the Chen family's biological laboratory. It had caused a stir during the apocalypse, but quickly fell silent afterward. The reason was naturally that the production of this thing was too low, and by that time, the apocalypse had already lasted for several years. The people who were still alive were either already evolvers or ordinary people immune to the special coronavirus, who wouldn't be infected or evolve. The significance of this drug was minimal. He brought this up because Zhao Qingya was originally a doctor and might be more interested in this area. And it would also allow him to continue steering the conversation towards abilities, making it easier for Yichun to respond. So you mean, if we can produce this serum now, we can mass-produce evolvers? Zhao Qingya quickly grasped the key point. Yes, but it's difficult, and there isn't enough time. Fang Xian shook his head regretfully and said, the future of this world still lies in the hands of powerful, naturally evolved evolvers. As he spoke, he didn't forget to glance at Yichun. For example, Brother Yi will definitely shine in the apocalypse in the future. As for my abilities, I'll probably only be able to assist truly powerful evolvers. Hearing this, Yichun immediately patted Fang Xian on the shoulder and said, what are you talking about? We brothers will team up and definitely make a name for ourselves in the future. At that time, who will care about the distinction between high and low? As they played off each other, Zhao Qingya watched them, but her mind was entirely on the news about the serum that Fang Xian had mentioned. As for their implied suggestion that the future belonged to evolvers, hinting at how impressive they were as evolvers, Zhao Qingya completely ignored it. Just evolvers, she thought. She knew more than just these two in front of her. Even if she really needed to find an evolver to lean on in the future, she would definitely go look for someone from Shen Ye's circle. Compared to Fang Xian and Yichun, she naturally trusted her prodigy best friend, who she had known since childhood, even more, under Fang Xian's deliberate guidance and Zhao Qingya's intentional probing for information. This meal turned out to be quite enjoyable for both host and guests. Zhao Qingya indeed gained a lot of information from Fang Xian. Although the truth of this information was hard to discern, she didn't have to worry about that. She would just relay it to Shen Ye later, and that prodigy would naturally figure out the truth. This was the first time Yichun had such a pleasant meal with the goddess, and he became more and more satisfied with Fang Xian. He was determined to take this little brother under his wing, while also feeling a bit inflated. Looking at Zhao Qingya, who was chatting happily, he contemplated whether he should just confess his feelings. After all, the apocalypse was approaching, and he still had a lot of things to prepare. Time was tight, and he couldn't always be thinking about romance. Moreover, now that he was an evolver, today he had also given Zhao Qingya a lesson, letting her know the power of evolvers. If he confessed now, it might not be impossible to win her over. With this thought, he felt it more and more feasible. He touched the huge diamond ring in his pocket that had cost him over 10 million and prepared to take it out. But just at that moment, a surprised voice rang out from the side. Qingya, what are you doing here? Yichun was taken aback, turned around, and saw a pretty girl wearing small glasses. The girl affectionately linked arms with a handsome young man. At the moment he saw the young man, Yichun's pupils couldn't help but constrict. He recognized him. It was Chen Ye, who he had seen a few days ago at the sales office of Jiang and Buyuan. At that time, he had been frightened by Qin Ju, who was beside Chen Ye, so he naturally wouldn't forget. The girl he also recognized was Zhao Qingya's best friend, Shen Ye. Compared to his surprise, Fang Xian, who was sitting next to him, turned pale, and his breath stopped when he saw Chen Ye and Shen Ye, who was acting intimately with him. Why are they together? This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. And the next thought was, run. Chapter 31. What a coincidence. Yanxi, what a coincidence. You're here too. Zhao Qingya's face lit up as soon as she saw Shen Ye appear. She wasn't naive. She quickly sensed that the more they talked, the more restless Yichun, sitting opposite them, became. Watching him fidget, glancing at her from time to time, and rummaging through his pockets, Zhao Qingya didn't need to think to know that this guy was probably having some delusions and was planning to confess right then and there. Just as she was pondering how to handle it, if Yichun really went through with his plan, Shen Ye just happened to show up. Yes, what a coincidence. Shen Ye smiled and pulled Zhao Qingya closer, subtly moving back a bit. The two appeared to be standing with Chen Ye, but in reality, they had stepped back a position, hiding behind him. This is... Zhao Qingya glanced at Chen Ye, a bit curious. He is Chen Ye, my boyfriend. Didn't I tell you last time? Chen Ye blinked. Chen Ye turned to glance at her without arguing, nodded at Zhao Qingya, and then turned back to look at Fang Xian and Yi Chun at the table. Yi Chun had finally mustered the courage to confess, but unexpectedly, he was interrupted by Su Chun, which left him feeling frustrated. However, after the last incident, he knew very well that this person in front of him was not someone he could provoke right now. Moreover, Zhao Qingya was right beside him, so he needed to maintain his composure. He could only stand up and awkwardly extend his hand with a smile, say, "Mr. Chun, good to see you again." What a coincidence! However, Chen Ye didn't even glance at him, just stared at the low-headed Fang Xian and said, "It really is a coincidence, don't you think, classmate Fang?" Fang Xian didn't respond, keeping his head down, lost in thought. Yi Chen's greeting was ignored, and he could only awkwardly retract his outstretched hand. Forcing a smile as he asked, "Mr. Chun, do you know Xian?" "Get lost." Chen Ye shot him a glance and said flatly. Yi Chen's face instantly flushed red with anger. He had already bowed his head repeatedly, and yet Chen Ye continued to ignore his existence and even told him to get lost. The key point was that his goddess, Zhao Qingya, was right there watching. If he swallowed this anger, how could he hold his head high in front of Zhao Qingya in the future? As the saying goes, holding back one moment leads to more anger, and taking a step back feels like a loss. So after his face alternated between green and red, Yi Chen chose to say, "Xian, since Mr. Chun has business with you, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go wait for you downstairs. Just come find me when you're done." After saying that, Yi Chen forced a smile and nodded, then quickly left downstairs. Fang Xian was not surprised by his newly acquainted good buddy selling him out. He knew very well that Yi Chen was easily swayed on certain matters, like those involving his goddess Zhao Qingya, and he lacked long-term vision, easily getting inflated by a moment's success. However, he wasn't foolish in some respects, knowing who he could offend and who he couldn't. He understood the importance of adapting his words to the audience. A mercenary would probably be the best description for Yi Chen. How could someone like him, who had only recently become friends with Fang Xian, dare to confront the young master of the Chen family? Even if Chen Ye were to openly flirt with Yi Chen's goddess Zhao Qingya, Yi Chen would likely not lash out on the spot. Instead, he would remember this and seek revenge later, perhaps concocting a narrative that Zhao Qingya was materialistic and looked down on him, the poor guy, while throwing herself at the wealthy second-generation heir Chen Ye, to comfort himself and transform his hatred into motivation, vowing to settle the score with a pair of dog lovers later on. Wait, at this point, Fang Xian suddenly froze, feeling that this situation sounded strangely familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. In that moment, a light bulb went off in his head, and he felt he had stumbled upon something important, though he couldn't quite articulate what it was. However, Chen Ye clearly had no intention of giving him time to think. After glancing at the hurriedly leaving Yi Chen, he turned to the still low-headed Fang Xian and asked, "What's wrong? Haven't seen an old classmate in a while. Don't you want to say a few words?" Returning to reality from his scattered thoughts, Fang Xian looked at Chen Ye sitting across from him and then at Chen Ye standing beside him. Although he hadn't figured out the various circumstances of his rebirth, after seeing Chen Ye, he had a general understanding of the recent events he had encountered and could only smile bitterly, saying, "What else there to say? Whether to kill or cut, I'll just accept it." That said, he certainly didn't intend to surrender without a fight. As he spoke, he was already calculating in his mind the probability of successfully abducting Chen Ye if he acted, although he had resolved to escape as soon as he saw Chen Ye. When he looked up, he realized that in the entire restaurant, aside from their table, there were no other patrons. Even the waiter who had just served them a moment ago was nowhere to be seen. Often, a quiet and sparsely populated place does not mean safety. It can instead mean that a trap has been set, clearing the area around. And Fang Xian was the target of this net. He didn't need to think to know that there were likely dozens of guns aimed at him. The moment he made any move, he would be turned into a sieve. So he sat there now, taking the opportunity to devise a strategy. Although he couldn't figure out how to escape after thinking for so long. The good news was that Chen Ye dared to sit right in front of him. He had no doubt that if he could capture this young master of the Chen family, he could easily escape from here. Accepting one's fate? Is that for real? Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Fang Xian's hand inching closer to the dining knife, he could roughly guess this guy's intentions, but had no intention of stopping him. Of course it's true. The Chen family is so large that I have no room to fight back, Fang Xian replied with a bitter smile. However, just as he finished speaking, the very next second, the seemingly resigned Fang Xian abruptly sprang into action. His right hand shot out like a snake, tightly gripping the dining knife in front of him and thrusting it straight toward Chen Ye. Of course, Fang Xian wasn't suicidal. He didn't intend to actually kill Chen Ye. Although he shouted die, the blade was clearly aimed at Chen Ye's arm, and his intentions couldn't have been more obvious. Overestimating yourself. With a light sigh, Chen Ye easily stopped Fang Xian's knife just 10 centimeters away from his arm. A hand enveloped in flames firmly gripped Fang Xian's wrist. You, a superhuman. Fang Xian stared at Chen Ye's flame-wrapped hand, his expression one of horror. Chapter 32. Killing and hard extermination, you guessed right. But there is no reward. Chen Ye smiled slightly, then exerted a bit of force with his hand. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the venue. Fang Xian let out a low growl, and the intense pain made him instantly lose all resistance, collapsing directly to the ground. At this point, he had almost lost all thoughts. Faced with an opponent whose backing and strength far surpassed his own, he saw no hope of turning the situation around. Even if he was a reborn person, so what? At this moment, Fang Xian's heart was filled only with regret. He regretted trying to use that woman, Ran Yumming, to set up Chen Ye after his rebirth, bringing upon himself an enemy he could not deal with at this stage. One wrong step led to another. When at the Zhou family, he had misjudged their strength, thinking that Chen Ye wouldn't act just because of a slight provocation from them, only to see the massive Zhou family fall in an instant. He was once again exposed to Chen Ye's eyes and subjected to the endless pursuit of the Chen family. All of this, in Fang Xian's view, was due to his first two moves being wrong. If only he hadn't provoked Chen Ye at the start, or if he had warned the Zhou family not to be too reckless after Zhou Xinyu brought him to the Zhou family, things would definitely not have turned out like this. Endless regret flooded his heart at this moment, and besides regret, there was also some helplessness. There was nothing he could do. Although he was a reborn person, his status in his previous life during the apocalypse was too low. He had never interacted with a big shot like Chen Ye and had no understanding of how terrifying he was. The gap was just too large. One wrong step led to another, a crime of non-war. Fang Xian let out a bitter laugh and slowly closed his eyes. The terrifying injuries all over his body had left him exhausted, and he didn't want to struggle anymore. However, after closing his eyes and waiting for a long time, he did not receive Chen Ye's fatal blow. He couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise. He then saw Chen Ye with a half-smile, pulling up a chair and sitting in front of him, seemingly having no intention of killing him. Could it be? Fang Xian's gaze sharpened, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope rekindle in his heart. He suddenly remembered that although he had been frequently suffering defeats recently, to be fair, he was performing much better than most ordinary people would in this situation, right? Moreover, after careful thought, to put it bluntly, he didn't have any deep-seated enmity with Chen Ye. At least from Chen Ye's perspective, there was no need to kill such a minor character as himself. Could it be that Chen Ye had taken a liking to him and wanted to recruit him to serve the Chen family? Although Fang Xian had sworn countless times before to destroy the Chen family if he had the chance, the situation was stronger than the individual now. If Chen Ye really wanted to recruit him, then it wouldn't be bad to feign compliance and agree. Chen Ye looked at this kid who had just a moment ago been full of despair, but now suddenly seemed to have a glimmer of hope, and immediately guessed what he was thinking. He couldn't help but laugh. Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of letting you go. I'm just bored and want you to die knowing the truth. Fang Xian was taken aback, despair once again surfacing in his eyes, but he was not entirely hopeless. This time was different from before. If Chen Ye had killed him directly without giving him a chance to speak, he would naturally have been dead without a doubt. But having the opportunity to speak meant that perhaps he could use his silver tongue to seek survival amidst death. Chen Ye, slap. However, just as he opened his mouth, Chen Ye delivered a loud slap directly to his face. Fang Xian, who was already sitting on the ground, was knocked over, lying face down, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth and saliva. I said, "You listen." Chen Ye wiped his hand. "Just now. I heard you mention a crime of non-war. Do you still think that you're just unlucky after reaching this point? If I told you that from the day you tried to scam money at the hotel, I had already been watching you, and that the Zhou family's downfall was not because they robbed my Chen family's resources, but because of you, would you believe it?" Chen Ye said all this not out of boredom or to indulge in a glitch where the villain dies from talking too much. Rather, it was because of the system's prompt just now. Ding. Task progress refreshed. Congratulations on acquiring 549 points of Fang Xian's resentment value. Current resentment value, 10,999 points. Kill success rate, 99.9. This was the first time Chen Ye had seen the resentment value increase with both integers and decimals during a task progress refresh. It happened to keep the kill success rate at 99.9. Of course, with such a level of success rate, killing Fang Xian now was almost without any suspense. As long as he wished, Fang Xian would immediately lose his head without any surprises. In fact, to avoid any unexpected occurrences, Yi Chun, who had just gone downstairs, had already been controlled by the Chen family and could not come in and save him at the last moment. The entire street had been laid out with forces both openly and secretly. Under this net of heaven and earth, even Fang Xian, who had abilities before his rebirth, would only face death, let alone now that he was stripped of the luck of the destined child and had not yet awakened his abilities. But killing him was simple. The rewards given by the system were mostly based on the success rate. The higher the success rate, the better the system rewards should be. Completing the main quest of the system for the first time, Chen Ye was seeking perfection and naturally wanted to see if he could make up for this last bit. As for how to make up for it, Chen Ye had some guesses and was just about to test them. No way. Sure enough, after hearing Chen Ye's words, Fang Xian appeared extremely agitated. Since today he was destined to face death, he simply let go of himself and sarcastically said, "You a big shot. Why target me? Is it for that bitch, Ran Yumming? How could that be? Saying these things now is merely to toy with people's hearts, wanting to see others die in despair to satisfy your perverted malice. Do you think I would believe it? Is that so?" Chen Ye simulated lightly, casually wrapping his arm around the side of Shen Yinshi, and said indifferently, "Dr. Shen, her father, isn't sick. He has actually been invited to work in the Chen family's biological laboratory. Recently, Yinshi has been living in Xingfeng building." Fang Xian's face, which seemed to see through everything, suddenly stiffened, his gaze turning sharply toward Shen Yinshi. "That's not true, right? He is lying to me, right? You tell me. He is not lying to me." The reason for his agitation was not that he was deceived by Shen Yinshi, nor was it that he was angry because he thought Shen Yinshi had betrayed him by siding with Chen Ye. In fact, he had realized that his current predicament was definitely related to Shen Yinshi when he saw the two of them appear together. He even suspected that after Shen Yinshi said she was going to take care of her father and left the house, he was immediately attacked by the Chen family's people because Shen Yinshi had tipped him off. Moreover, he also guessed that he had definitely underestimated this woman. Shen Yinshi was definitely not some naive and gullible person. What Fang Xian could not accept was that if what Chen Ye said was true, then he could have killed him long ago, but chose not to, instead playing with him, the reborn person, in the palm of his hand, watching him jump around like a clown. The humiliation of being treated as a clown was far more unbearable than being killed. Chapter 33, Rebirth. Just a dream after all in Fang Xian's hopeful gaze. Shen Yinshi glanced at Chen Ye, then at Fang Xian. This exceptionally intelligent and talented genius suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Although she didn't know what grievances existed, she didn't think it was a problem for Chen Ye to want to kill Fang Xian. After all, both sides definitely had enmity. However, to her, killing someone was just a matter of hitting the ground. She found it hard to understand Chen Ye's heartless way of killing. Under Fang Xian's gaze, she instinctively moved, wanting to escape from Chen Ye's arm. However, Chen Ye not only showed no intention of letting go, but instead tightened his grip a little, causing her slender waist to feel a bit painful. After a moment of silence, Shen Yinshi sighed and said to Fang Xian, "What he said is true." Upon hearing this, Fang Xian's face was devoid of life, and he kept murmuring, Why do this?" Chen Ye, however, showed no change in expression. After a satisfied glance at Shen Yinshi, he gently said, You don't need to watch what happens next. The commercial street is just downstairs. Let's go shopping, and I'll cover all the expenses. Chen Ye looked at him with a somewhat complicated expression, then nodded and said, "All right." Saying this, she hurriedly took the day's Zhao Qingya and went downstairs. At this moment, only Chen Ye and Fang Xian remained in the restaurant. Fang Xian was still mechanically repeating the word why. Chen Ye leisurely walked to the seat in front of him, adjusted his clothes, and smiled lightly. "Do you want to know the reason, classmate Fang? Or should I say, reborn?" As soon as the words fell, the constantly murmuring Fang Xian froze in place. The entire restaurant suddenly became eerily quiet. After a long while, Fang Xian slowly raised his head to look at Chen Ye, his lips trembling as he said with difficulty, "How? Do you know? Because so-called rebirth is just a lie." Chen Ye shook his head. "The special coronavirus is very unique. It probably appeared in this world 3 months ago. As soon as it emerged, our Chen family's biological laboratory discovered this virus and already had enough understanding of it, predicting that this world would fall into an apocalypse as a result. So those crazy scientists in the laboratory implemented a mad plan. They constructed a special algorithm to simulate what might happen after the apocalypse. This algorithm was based on the characteristics of the special coronavirus and required immense computational power, making it impossible to find suitable computers in the world. Therefore, they turned their attention to the human brain, which is more precise than any computer. During the experiments, they discovered that if they could make the experimental subjects' predictions about the future more aligned with reality, the best solution was to have the subject itself infected with the special coronavirus. This thing is called a virus, but in essence, it is an incredibly magical thing that humanity has never encountered before. Its uses are beyond your imagination. Sure enough, the experiment made significant breakthroughs, and we obtained a vast amount of information about the future. However, problems soon arose. Ordinary experimental subjects could not withstand the negative effects of the special coronavirus and would soon mutate into zombies. Therefore, we needed a special individual who was born immune to this type of virus and could even use the virus for beneficial mutations to gain supernatural abilities. Then, among countless medical records, they found you. You probably forgot that you had a car accident at that time, reaching a near-death state. No other place could save you. In the end, it was those geniuses in the laboratory who brought you back to life. Then the future simulation experiment began. Your body and brain were indeed very useful. The future models simulated were even more complete than imagined, almost as if they were real. Many details even touched upon the deepest secrets of the human brain, which our technology could not explore. Therefore, to extract the secrets about the future from your mind, our researchers deleted part of your memories and added some new ones, resulting in the current you. Chen Ye's tone was calm, as if he were recounting a trivial matter about what he had for breakfast that morning. But to Fang Xian, these words were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Yet the next moment, he shouted, "Impossible! What kind of technology is there in the world? Don't try to deceive me. There are too many things in the world that exceed your understanding. Would you rather believe that something as bizarre as rebirth happened to you than accept that all of this is the work of modern technology? Besides, why would I deceive a dead man?" Chen Ye laughed. "Do you know why that night I gave you the card and took the money back? Do you know why I had people lock you up? Because I knew you wanted that money, needed that time to prepare for the impending apocalypse. So I deliberately created trouble for you. Do you know why you have faced setbacks step by step after your rebirth, exhausting yourself, yet achieving nothing? Because everything you did was under our watch. From start to finish, you were just a puppet, and you just haven't realized it yet. And now, the experimental data we needed to collect from you has been gathered, and you, this experimental subject, should be put down humanely. In fact, the excuse he hastily concocted was riddled with flaws. If Fang Xian were clear-headed, he would have noticed many obvious inconsistencies. However, he was not clear-headed at this moment. Listening to Chen Ye unveil his intentions one by one, his mind was left in chaos. If what Chen Ye said wasn't true, then why did Chen Ye know what he wanted to do, and why did he specifically target a small character like him? Not to mention that the fact he was a reborn person was directly exposed. All of this forced him to believe. Yet, he always felt something was off in his heart. However, Chen Ye did not give him a chance to think further. After speaking, he stood up, walked behind him, picked up a dinner knife, and, ignoring Fang Xian's wails, directly cut open the flesh at the back of his neck. violently extracting a chip the size of a pinky finger, casually throwing it in front of Fang Xian. This was naturally the chip that was implanted when Fang Xian was shot and fell into the water unconscious during the extermination of the Zhou family. He had been completely unaware of it all along. Now, looking at the bloody chip extracted from his body and recalling Chen Ye's earlier words. Despite his instincts urging him to reject this explanation, the facts were laid out before him. Everything seemed so irrefutable. Ha ha, it's all fake, all fake. Fang Xian cried out in pain, clutching his head. Is it real? Is it fake? I can't tell. I really can't tell. Kill me, kill me. Ding. Task progress refreshed. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point of Fang Xian's resentment value. Current resentment value, 11,000 points. Kill success rate, 100. Looking at the system's prompt, Chen Ye couldn't help but curl his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes, just as expected. Boom! Blazing flames erupted, and Fang Xian, whose eyes were already filled with death, finally showed a look of relief in the midst of the raging fire. Chapter 34. Kill and Rich Rewards Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing the destined one. Fang Xian, and completing the system task. Congratulations, host, for receiving the basic reward. Ability, Heavenly Eye. Detection shows that the kill success rate has reached 100. Additional reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host, for receiving additional rewards. Physique 10, Mental Power 10, Ability Awakening Serum 100, Reborn Memory Fragment 1. The blazing flames slowly extinguished. Fang Xian had turned to ashes, leaving no trace in the world. Chen Ye's kill rewards had finally arrived. After choosing to extract, he was surrounded by a strange wave. When this wave dissipated and he opened his eyes again, a golden light flickered in his eyes. The golden glow was fleeting, quickly returning to normal. However, Chen Ye was quite satisfied with this new ability. Previously, his ability, the Lord Fire, was fierce and ruthless, burning everything, making it an extreme killing-type ability. But in other aspects, he was somewhat lacking. Once he encountered some abilities that were quite bizarre, he could easily become a fool, manipulated at will. Just like that Yi-Chen. Chen Ye was still uncertain about what his ability was, but he could roughly guess it was some kind of mental-type ability, rather than a combat-heavy ability. After all, if it was just about fighting, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much money in such a short time. It was hard to say how far this ability could evolve in the future. It might evolve into capabilities like mental control or creating illusions. Before acquiring the Heavenly Eye, if Chen Ye encountered such a mental-type ability user with his Lord Fire ability, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. But now it was different. The greatest feature of the Heavenly Eye was its ability to see through illusions. Moreover, he could also use the Heavenly Eye ability to launch extremely powerful mental attacks. In other words, with the Heavenly Eye, he could now be considered a mental-type ability user, and one of the top-tier ones at that. Even more absurdly, the Heavenly Eye ability not only provided mental attack and defense methods, but was also a genuine combat ability. Techniques similar to laser eyes were just the basics. If he had enough mental power in the future, he could even kill someone with a single glare. As a basic reward for killing Fang Xian, Chen Ye was quite satisfied, and it was worth all the effort he put in over the past few days to deal with Fang Xian, the Reborn. The additional rewards did not let Chen Ye down either. Physique 10 and Mental Power 10 were easy to understand. These two were complementary, related to the strength and endurance of abilities, directly affecting an ability user's combat power. While abilities have varying strengths, a user with a weaker ability could still counterattack those with naturally powerful abilities if their physique and mental power were outstanding. The limit for ordinary people in these two aspects is 1. Achieving 10 at once doesn't merely mean an increase in combat power to the level of being able to take on 10 ordinary people. The data presented in the system is not just simple addition, but calculated according to certain formulas. For example, after Chen Ye awakened the Lord Fire, his physique had already reached 7, 8, and at that point his punching power exceeded 3 tons. Not to mention 7 or 8 people. Even if that number were multiplied by 10, facing 70 or 80 people without weapons, Chen Ye could easily kill them. As for the 100 ability awakening serums, this was somewhat useless for ordinary people, as most ordinary individuals couldn't find that many loyal followers who could use the serum. In the end, The biggest use would probably be to sell it for other resources. But Chen Ye was different. The Chen family had plenty of loyal warriors. He could use this to cultivate an absolutely loyal team of ability users, building his core base. The Chen family was large and powerful, and as the eldest son, inheriting the family business wasn't that easy. Without his own core team, even if he succeeded in taking over, he would face many difficult and embarrassing situations in the future. After all, some of the elders in a big family were not so easy to get along with. Before the apocalypse, he needed talents from various industries. But after the apocalypse, everything became simpler. An absolutely loyal army of ability users was the most flawless core team. As for the reborn memory fragment, there was naturally no need to say much. It was exactly what he needed at the moment. Fang Xian, as a reborn individual, definitely had a lot of useful information in his mind, and Chen Ye was well aware of that. But he couldn't wait until he dug out all the information in Fang Xian's head to deal with him. Who knows how long that would take? Fortunately, now the system had given him the memory fragment, allowing Chen Ye to gain more information about the future to some extent, compensating for the lack of information. Host, Chen Ye Physique, 18, Human Limit is 1, Mental Power, 22. 7. Human Limit is 1, Special Ability, Lord Fire, also known as Divine Fire, named Shangmei. Heavenly Eye, breaking illusions and retracing the truth, exorcising demons and pacifying bandits. Items, Ability Awakening Serum 100. Reborn Memory Fragment, one looking at the rapidly increasing attributes on the system panel and feeling the surging power within him. Chen Ye couldn't help but let out a sigh. This is the feeling of power. With his current strength, he could at least be considered unmatched at this stage. Of course, this was only at this stage. As for the future, Dream Flower. Chen Ye's eyes flickered as he clarified his next goal. Although he hadn't used that reborn memory fragment yet, from Fang Xian's previous performance, the Dream Flower was definitely a rare and valuable resource. It likely had the potential to cause a qualitative leap in the strength of ability users, or even ordinary people. Otherwise, Fang Xian wouldn't have been so fixated on using the Dream Flower to turn the tide in that desperate situation. Glancing at the messy restaurant, Chen Ye grabbed a napkin to wipe his hands and then went directly downstairs. The cleanup here would naturally be handled by someone else. He didn't need to worry about it. Just as he reached the first floor, he saw Yi Chun being detained by the security personnel of the Chun family, with Qin Zhu also watching him. When Qin Zhu saw Chen Ye come down, she visibly relaxed. However, before she could say anything, Chen Ye waved his hand, signaling her to discuss anything later. He then walked straight to Yi Chun. A line of prompts slowly appeared on the system panel. Ding! Task progress refreshed. You have gained 500 resentment points from Yi Chun. Current resentment points, 600. Kill success rate, 6. This should be the resentment points generated from him being knocked down and then detained. Chen Ye glanced at him and smiled. Fang Xian is your friend? Yi Chun hurriedly replied, Mr. Chun, I just met him 2 days ago. We aren't friends. Isn't it up to you to say? Fang Xian broke the law, incited unrest, and has now been eliminated. You were so close to him. You have an obligation to cooperate with our investigation. Chen Ye glanced at him and said, take him away. Chapter 35 Target. Yi Chun Ding. Task progress refreshed. You have gained 800 points of Yi Chun's resentment value. Current resentment value, 1,400 points. Kill success rate, 14. The first thought in Yi Chun's mind was, what the hell? Fang Xian is dead? Then he quickly reacted. Damn it. He actually got caught up in this unwarranted disaster and is about to be taken into custody? If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter. After all, he doesn't lack money now and doesn't need to work. Being arrested would just waste some time. He didn't think Chen Ye would have someone kill him too. But now it's different. This damn situation, the apocalypse is coming soon. If he gets locked up, won't that be a dead end? Yi Chun wanted to say something, but after glancing at Chen Ye's back, the words were swallowed back down. He probably already understood the power of this guy, just a short while ago. Fang Xian was still lively, and now he's gone, and it seems that no one would trouble Chen Ye. Adding him to the mix would probably just be one more person for Chen Ye. At this moment, daring to speak up could mean risking his life. His brain raced, and Yi Chun quickly came up with a plan. He absolutely cannot go to jail. He now possesses supernatural abilities. If it weren't for being scared by Qin Zhu earlier, these people wouldn't be able to hold him at all. So, later when there are fewer people around, he just needs to find an opportunity to run away. Being wanted is whatever. After all, these days are not going to be good anyway. The apocalypse is coming soon. Moreover, there are already some chaotic situations appearing in Tianhai, and the authorities are too busy putting out fires to care about him. After running away, he just needs to find a place to hide and avoid the Chen family's pursuit. Besides, from Yi Chen's perspective, the Chen family might not even fully pursue him. After all, with the apocalypse approaching, this big family must be focusing their energy on preparing for it. What is the point of wasting manpower and resources looking for someone irrelevant like him? They just happened to catch him with Fang Xian and took him in. With a plan in mind, Yi Chen immediately felt relieved, and his expression softened a bit. However, the next moment, Chen Ye's question to Qin Zhu nearly made his mentality collapse again. Where is Shun Yinshi? Qin Zhu immediately replied. Miss Shun and Miss Zhao went out shopping, accompanied by our people. I'll head back first. Zhao Qingya gives me a good feeling. Let her come to my office later. Yes. The conversation between the two did not intentionally lower their voices, just like ordinary people discussing what they had for lunch. The surrounding Chen family members showed no unusual expressions. Many even felt it was natural. After all, this is their young master. Sending a woman to the office is no big deal, right? However, the captured Yi Chen felt as if struck by lightning, his vision darkening, with only that one sentence left in his mind. Zhao Qingya gives me a good feeling. Let her come to my office later. Zhao Qingya. She's the goddess he has longed for, and he hasn't even touched her once. Could it be? Ding, task progress refreshed. You have gained 1,000 points of Yi Chen's resentment value. Current resentment value, 2,400 points. Kill success rate, 24. Chen Ye discovered that obtaining resentment value from Yi Chen was much easier than from Fang Xian. Fang Xian was a reborn person. Although his brain didn't work too well, and he was far less intelligent than Yi Chen, after struggling through the apocalypse, his will was extremely resilient, and the things he pursued were quite practical, such as power and strength. This guy had a strong ability to withstand blows. He survived in the apocalypse, and his human weaknesses were minimized. Relationships with women were optional for Fang Xian, so extracting resentment value from him was quite difficult. But Yi Chen was different. He was just an ordinary person, and after gaining power, his biggest goal was to make money and pursue the goddess. Now that the apocalypse was approaching, he didn't value making money as much. However, he had never given up on pursuing Zhao Qingya. Now, with Chen Ye doing a face-to-face NTR on him, it directly exploded a wave of resentment value. Hearing the system's prompt, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Ye's lips. It seemed Yi Chen should be easier to deal with than Fang Xian. Of course, this was just the current observation. What happens next remains to be seen. This guy's brain is sharper than Fang Xian's. If he adjusts later, he might not be easier to deal with than now. It would be best to take the opportunity to extract more resentment value from him now. However, this matter cannot be rushed. After returning to Xingfeng Building, Chen Ye did not go to his office, but directly went to the laboratory on the lowest floor. He took out several vials of supernatural awakening serum from the system's item bar and threw them to the group of researchers for study. It was unrealistic to expect them to come up with something significant in a short time or to replicate this stuff. However, confirming the safety and reliability of these serums shouldn't be a problem. Soon, Chen Ye received results from the laboratory. Effective. Not only effective, but the results were also quite good with a rapid onset time. Those mad scientist types even did only simple tests and animal comparison experiments, and someone directly gave themselves an injection. The result was that they gained supernatural abilities on the spot, and this guy's ability was not weak. He could control plants, even making them grow on steel. Now, this guy had already become experimental material for the researchers, and it was said that the entire Chen family biological laboratory's understanding of supernatural abilities had reached a new level. After confirming the effectiveness and safety, Chen Ye called Qin Zhu to his place. Not in the office, but in his residence. Young master, I just got news that Yi Chen escaped during transport, and I was about to handle it. Qin Zhu entered the room, ready to report on Yi Chen's situation. She knew her young master cared more about this matter. However, before she could finish, Chen Ye shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter. You don't need to worry about him. Come sit over here." Saying this, he patted the sofa next to him. Qin Zhu was taken aback, then very naturally sat down, extending her delicate hand to massage Chen Ye's shoulders. After rubbing on her black stocking-clad legs for a while, Chen Ye casually said, "Do you want supernatural abilities?" "Supernatural abilities?" Chen Ju's hand paused. Then she replied, "I'll listen to the young master." Chen Ye's hand slowly moved up, and when it reached a certain spot, Chen Ju couldn't help but tremble, a blush appearing on her face, but she also cooperatively leaned against Chen Ye's back. Feeling the softness behind him, Chen Ye smiled and placed the supernatural awakening serum in her hands. "Use this, just do a muscle injection." Chapter 36. Yi Chen's Abilities, Great Fortune. Chen Ju, with a somewhat dazed expression, stared at the suddenly appeared metal syringe in her hand, paused for a moment, and quickly regained her composure. "Yes." Saying this, she carelessly removed her small suit and the shirt underneath in front of Chen Ye, revealing her form-fitting clothing and perfectly shaped body without reservation. After taking a quick look at how to use the syringe, she unhesitatingly plunged it into her arm, injecting the faintly glowing suspicious green liquid into her body. She didn't ask what it was or why she had to inject it. Because Chen Ye said so, she just did it. "How do you feel?" Chen Ye's hand gently brushed over her abdomen along her waistline. It feels a bit itchy," Chen Ju replied, her voice trembling slightly. "I asked how you feel after injecting the serum," Chen Ye said, slightly annoyed, as he gave her a light slap on the butt. Chen Ju let out a soft moan, her watery eyes looking at Chen Ye. "It's just that my arm feels a bit swollen, and now it seems like my body has become especially sensitive?" Chen Ye asked with a strange expression. The people in the lab didn't mention this effect. Chen Ju didn't speak, but her face was even redder. Seeing this, Chen Ye tried to gently pinch her. "Ugh, young master." Chen Ju's breathing became heavier, her voice nearly trembling. Could it be that different people show different symptoms when awakening their abilities? Chen Ye recalled how he had a fever so high that it nearly boiled the water in the entire bathtub when he awakened, deep in thought. At this moment, Chen Ju had already climbed onto him like an octopus. Seeing this, Chen Ye simply picked her up and carried her into the bedroom. Unlike Chen Ye, who was in the embrace of beauty, Yi Chen was feeling quite troubled. Just a moment ago, while being taken to the police station by the Chen family, he used his abilities and the extraordinary physical qualities he gained after awakening to break free from the handcuffs and jumped out of the car to escape. He thought that as long as he ran away, everything would be fine. Worst case, he could just move to another city. Although he had heard Fang Xian mention the strength of the Chen family, Yi Chen really didn't believe that such a large country could be dominated by just one family. However, after running away, he realized that things were far from what he imagined. Because Yi Chen suddenly discovered one thing. All his bank card numbers and mobile payment accounts had been frozen. Even his phone number had been deactivated. What does this represent in modern society? It means being completely disconnected from society, making it nearly impossible to move. The fortune he had accumulated with his abilities over the past few days had vanished like water in a bamboo basket, leaving him with nothing. There were a few antiques he had bought from the antique market at home, which should be worth around 10 to 20 million. If he lowered the price a bit and allowed cash transactions, it should work. Yi Chen thought, but the problem is, there might be people from the Chen family watching the house now. Returning would be too dangerous. Should I go to the antique market again and try my luck? Upon thinking this, Yi Chen immediately dismissed the idea. Previously, he had found several valuable antiques in a row, one of which even sold for over 100 million. He was already famous in the antique market in Tianhai. The Chen family members might be waiting for him there. Moreover, there weren't that many antiques left in Tianhai that he could find at a bargain. It would be difficult for him to find anything valuable again using his abilities. Yi Chen's ability was very special. Simply put, he could see good and bad fortune. This ability could only be used 3 times a day. Over the past few days, he had won the lottery jackpot nearly every day because he kept using his abilities. Of course, it was also because he never anticipated such an unexpected disaster, using all his abilities to make money, which led to him being completely unprepared for the current situation. Now that all his bank accounts were frozen, he had almost become a black household, making it extremely difficult to make money again. He could only think of ways to obtain valuable items like antiques and then lower the prices for cash transactions. Continuing to stay in Tianhai probably wouldn't work. He had to find a way to leave Tianhai for another place. But for Chen Ye, For Yi Chun, as an orphan without parents, even with abilities, he could still live better than others, even if the apocalypse were to come. Where he went didn't matter. But just thinking that Zhao Qingya, the goddess he had pursued for so long, might have been taken by Chen Ye made his heart ache. No, I have to save Qingya first. She must have been forced by Chen Ye. Once I rescue her, I'll take her away and leave Tianhai. Even at this point, Yi Chen hadn't completely given up on his goddess. To put it bluntly, it was still a matter of information disparity. He had no idea of the seriousness of the situation until now. After all, when Fang Xian was with him, he couldn't possibly tell Yi Chen about the Chen family situation or that he was being hunted by Chen Ye. Otherwise, how could Yi Chen dare to get so close to Fang Xian? This led to Yi Chen knowing that Chen Ye had killed Fang Xian for some reason and that he was implicated, but he still didn't think it was a serious matter. He didn't believe that the Chen family would spare no effort to deal with him. However, now that Qingya was deep in a tiger's den, rescuing her would require careful planning. The urgent matter was that he needed to find a way to establish himself in Tianhai temporarily, but with all his accounts frozen and the Chen family's people watching. Yi Chen realized he was caught in a strange loop. He wanted to save Zhao Qingya, but he had to stay in Tianhai to wait for an opportunity. However, he couldn't establish himself in Tianhai at all and couldn't stay there. Yet if he left Tianhai, he wouldn't have the chance to save Zhao Qingya. This was quite frustrating. In the quiet park, Yi Chen scratched his head, feeling uncertain about what to do. Just then, he suddenly heard a woman's voice calling for help not far away, seemingly yelling for help. Yi Chen paused for a moment. If he could save a life, then asking for some money as a reward shouldn't be a problem, right? Wouldn't he then have money to survive in Tianhai? With this thought, his eyes lit up, and he quickly got up and headed toward the direction of the cries for help. As he was about to get closer, he hesitated for a moment and decided to use his abilities. It was already a new day, and he hadn't used any of his 3 chances to use his abilities yet. In the next moment, in Yi Chen's eyes, golden light began to shine from the place not far ahead where the cries for help were coming from, making him suddenly alert. His ability could predict the fortune or misfortune that an object or event could bring him. Of course, this prediction was only for the short term. The same thing might be very fortunate now, but could bring about huge disasters after a while. This was the limitation of his ability, but as his strength increased, the duration of the predictions would also extend. The specific manifestation of the prediction-S results appeared to him in different colors, and gold represented the highest level of fortune. Great Fortune, Chapter 37. With this thigh, who fears Chen Ye? Grandpa, hang in there. I'm going to find someone to save you right now. Help! Is anyone there? At the edge of the park's woods, a charming and cute girl was kneeling in front of an elderly man lying on the ground, frantically calling for help while continuously shouting. The old man was wearing a loose tang suit, his gray hair neatly styled, indicating he was a respectable person. However, he didn't seem very respectable at the moment. As he lay on his back on the ground, his body was convulsing and his half-open eyes were rolling back, clearly indicating he had lost consciousness. Is this a heart attack? When Yi Chen arrived, he immediately realized what was happening to the old man on the ground. Although he was currently unemployed, he had studied medicine during school thanks to his acquaintance with Zhao Qingya. Even though he hadn't worked in the field after graduation, he still remembered some professional knowledge and quickly recognized the old man's symptoms. He hurried over and said, "This is a heart attack. Do you have any medication? Nitroglycerin? Or quick-acting heart-saving pills will do." The girl, who was busy on the phone, froze for a moment and shook her head in a panic, saying, No. This is the first time my grandpa has shown such symptoms. He was perfectly healthy before." Yi Chen immediately asked, "Have you called 120? After that, stop wasting time on the phone. It's several kilometers to the nearest hospital. We won't wait for the ambulance. Hurry and look for some elderly people who are out for a walk this morning and ask them if they have quick-acting heart-saving pills or anything. I know some first aid methods and can help the old man stabilize." Yi Chen was familiar with the area and knew there would be many elderly people out for their morning walks. Many older adults have some cardiovascular issues, so they often carry quick-acting heart-saving pills. While speaking, he glanced at the girl still in a daze and shouted, "What are you still doing? Hurry up. Remember, nitroglycerin or quick-acting heart-saving pills. Whether your grandpa can survive depends on you." The girl, somewhat flustered, agreed and hurriedly ran out to find someone. As for Yi Chen, After clearing the vomit from the old man's mouth and nose, he looked at the still, filthy area and recalled the golden light he had seen earlier. Forcing himself to suppress his nausea and began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the girl returned, followed by two elderly men who were out for their morning walks. She also had a small, gourd-shaped medicine bottle in her hand. Inside were the quick-acting, heart-saving pills. Yi-chun took the medicine, quickly fed the old man a few pills, and continued with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Time passed second by second, and he saw the old man's symptoms gradually weaken, his autonomous breathing slowly returning, and his convulsions easing. Yi-chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the old man was basically saved. The next step was to wait for the ambulance to arrive and take him to the hospital for a full checkup to prevent similar incidents in the future. "Young man, how is it?" An enthusiastic old man handed him a bottle of mineral water. Yi-chun took the water and rinsed his mouth, only then noticing that a crowd of elderly people had gathered around. He then said, "The most dangerous moment has passed. Just wait for the ambulance to arrive. Everyone can rest assured." Hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in relief, praising Yi-chun endlessly. What a good young man, both handsome and warm-hearted. Isn't that right? This old fellow suddenly fell ill on the road. If it weren't for this young man, it would have been tough. Look at how standard his techniques are. He must be studying medicine. The elderly people chatted among themselves, and Yi-chun politely responded to each one. However, his gaze occasionally darted toward the concerned girl beside the old man. "Hey girl, I saved your grandpa, and the old folks are thanking me. Aren't you going to show any appreciation?" However, the girl was focused on the old man's safety and, being young and inexperienced in social matters, was too preoccupied to think about him. She anxiously awaited the ambulance while continually receiving and making phone calls, as if many people were worried about the situation. Fortunately, not long after, before the ambulance arrived, the old man's family members arrived first. The first to come was a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket, looking stern. After understanding the situation, he finally relaxed and then expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yi-chun, promising a substantial reward later. Judging by the man's attire, Yi-chun guessed that his identity was likely not simple, and the promised reward would probably not be trivial. He felt relieved knowing that helping him through this crisis should not be a problem. However, thinking of the earlier golden light he had seen, he recalled his understanding of his own abilities. This golden luck should not only help him through the current predicament, but likely bring more benefits. Just then, the ambulance arrived. Yi-chun thought for a moment and came up with an idea. As the doctors and nurses carried the old man onto a stretcher and pushed him into the vehicle, he stepped forward to explain that he was the one who saved the old man and was familiar with his condition, hoping to accompany them to the hospital. Upon seeing Yi-chun's Tianhai Medical College certificate, the doctor didn't hesitate and agreed to let him and the girl board the ambulance. As for the middle-aged man and the other relatives arriving one after another, they naturally drove their own vehicles behind the ambulance. On the ambulance, Yi-chun finally began to understand the girl's family situation. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. According to the girl, the middle-aged man was her father, named Li Qingtsong. His identity was the governor of Tianhai City, a proper high-ranking official. Moreover, he learned from the girl that not only was her father the governor, but her uncle, aunt, and other direct relatives also held high positions. The most impressive was the old man lying in the ambulance, who had reportedly worked in the capital. This family had connections that were beyond impressive. Yi-chun then realized why the golden light had appeared when he used his ability to scan earlier. He had latched onto a big thigh. Moreover, given the current situation, as long as he held tightly onto this thigh, would he still need to fear the Chun family? Not at all. Chen Ye, wait for me. I will come to save you soon. Looking at the worried girl and the old man lying on the bed, Yi-chun secretly clenched his fists, feeling invigorated and shaking off the despair he felt earlier from being made a black household by the Chen family. In an instant, his fighting spirit was fully ignited. Chapter 38. Contest. Terrifying Su Yin in the bedroom on the top floor of the Xingfeng building. Scattered clothes and torn stockings hinted at the madness of last night. Chen Ye lay on the bed, looking at his phone and scrolling through the latest news. Qin Ju, on the other hand, curled up in his arms like a little cat. Usually, Qin Ju would wake up before Chen Ye, but today it was Chen Ye who woke up first suggesting that she was likely very tired from last night. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Chen Ye lazily stretched and woke up, dazed for a while before recalling what had happened last night. Seeing that her head was still resting on Chen Ye's arm, she panicked and said, "Sorry, young master, I slept too long." Zhu Jie can sleep as long as she wants. Chen Ye interrupted her with an indifferent smile, then asked, "Your supernatural ability should have awakened, right? What is it?" Supernatural ability. Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment, then stretched her hand out from under the covers. The next moment, an electric arc suddenly appeared in her palm, and when the arc came into contact with the surrounding air, it made a loud bang. "This is lightning?" Chen Ye looked at the electric arc in her palm with a strange expression. He had wondered why he felt a tingling sensation last night, thinking that Chen Ye was exceptionally gifted. Turns out it was real leakage. It seems I have gained the ability to control lightning," Chen Ye said, looking at the arc dancing between her fingers, wanting to test the power of her ability, but thought better of it since they were in the young master's bedroom. "How does it feel? The power? I'm not sure since I haven't tested it yet, but I feel like just that one arc could probably electrocute an elephant. Mainly, I feel a bit tired right now. If my physical condition is normal, I think I could use similar attacks almost without limitation. If necessary, I could also use stronger lightning attacks," Chen Ye explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I can take a break and test it in the lab later." "Rest? Rest for what? Let's test it next time," Chen Ye said, but then turned over to look at her. Feeling the increasingly restless hand, Chen Ye's face turned even redder. "Yeah. Try leaking some electricity." Boom! In a large indoor training ground, accompanied by the painful sounds of flesh colliding, Chen Ye slowly got up from the ground after crashing into the arena pillar. She looked at the woman on the stage radiating a purple aura and, feeling a bit ashamed, said to Chen Ye, who was watching from behind, "Young master, I can't beat her." After awakening her supernatural ability, her strength had vastly improved. By Chen Ye's standards, her physique was now close to 8 points, and her mental strength was around 7 points. These were extremely impressive stats for someone who had just awakened, coupled with her supernatural ability and her already rich combat experience. It will be difficult for ordinary people to get close to her without using firearms. However, despite the surge in her stats after awakening, Chen Ye had suffered 2 setbacks. One came from Chen Ye. Although they hadn't exchanged martial arts techniques, they did compare skills in other areas. Chen Ye then despairingly realized that even with her awakened abilities, she was still no match for her young master and was thoroughly beaten. The other setback naturally came from the monster, Su Yin, locked in the underground lab. This woman had yet to awaken any supernatural ability, but her body itself was like the strongest supernatural ability. By Chen Ye's standards, Su Yan's physique and mental strength values must have exceeded 30 points. At first, Chen Ye was a bit unconvinced, thinking that with her combat experience and lightning ability, she should have no problem dealing with Su Yan, who only relied on brute strength. But then she discovered that Su Yan was a typical example of high defense and thick blood, with simple and brutal but effective attack methods. After being knocked away several times by Su Yan's unrefined punches, and realizing that even her lightning abilities couldn't inflict any harm on Su Yan, she finally accepted that she couldn't compete with Su Yan at all. Of course, this was purely in a no-weapon scenario. If weapons were allowed, Chen Ye felt she still had a chance to take down Su Yan from a distance. However, just a few days ago, according to the data provided by the researchers in the lab, experienced agents like Chen Ye should have no problem killing Su Yan with weapons. But just a few days later, even with her awakened abilities, Chen Ye couldn't confidently say she could handle Su Yan with weapons. There was nothing to be done. This woman's growth rate was simply too fast. After a while, Chen Ye couldn't even imagine how strong she would become. According to the researchers in the underground lab, the reinforced small room they had fortified countless times could no longer contain Su Yan. This time, after seeing the reinforcement request from the lab, Chen Ye specifically brought Chen Ye down to take a look and, in a moment of excitement, let Chen Ye compete with Su Yan. The outcome, of course, was unnecessary to elaborate on. "Don't be discouraged. Supernatural abilities will gradually become stronger," Chen Ye smiled and said, not at all concerned about it. It would be surprising if Chen Ye could beat Su Yan. After all, she was a system-certified doomsday taboo, known as the Death Woman. If nothing unexpected happens, she will unleash boundless slaughter in the apocalypse, and even those supernatural beings after the end of the world would find it difficult to deal with her, let alone the current Chen Ye. Saying this, Chen Ye easily leaped onto the stage and looked at the enchanting Su Yan in front of him, chuckling. Let's have a contest. Su Yan's purple pupils glanced at him a few times before she said, "You are stronger than her, but you still can't beat me." She was speaking the truth. After all, if just looking at the data, she had exceeded 30 in both categories, while Chen Ye only had one category exceeding 20. There was a significant gap. However, Chen Ye did not believe that being weaker in data meant he wasn't a match. The differences in supernatural abilities determined that battles between supernatural beings were not solely based on physique and mental strength. Su Yan had yet to show any powerful supernatural abilities. As for Chen Ye, he believed his supernatural ability should be quite strong. Whether he could win or not, he had tried to find out. Chen Ye smiled and waved at her. "If you win, I will grant you one request. I want blood. Yours." "Okay." Boom. With Chen Ye's consent. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Su Yan's eyes as she stomped on the arena floor. The sturdy composite floor was directly smashed into a large pit, and Su Yan herself shot towards Chen Ye like a cannonball. Chapter 39. Head-on confrontation. Good. Faced with the aggressive Su Yan, Chen Ye's gaze sharpened. A wisp of crimson flame ignited from his palm, instantly coalescing into a massive fireball. The next moment, the fireball collapsed like mercury, the flames spreading out as if alive, enveloping every corner of his body. Under the cover of the flames, Chen Ye's power surged dramatically, far exceeding the limits of his 18-year-old physique. At the same time, a glimmer of golden light appeared in his eyes. Su Yan's speed, which had nearly caught him off guard, immediately slowed down in his perception. Stepping back with his right foot, Chen Ye deftly sidestepped, easily dodging Su Yan's fierce attack. It was clear that Su Yan had little combat experience, relying solely on instinct and failing to consider what to do after missing her strike. Her body was now suspended in midair, with no leverage to push off. She could only watch helplessly as Chen Ye, after dodging her, reached out with his flame-ensheathed hand and gripped her wrist like a serpent. Immediately, Su Yan felt a wave of dizziness before being slammed down to the ground, her back aching painfully. Chen Ye used her own momentum against her, swinging her in place before smashing her onto the arena. The force was so great that not only did it shatter the arena, but it also created a large pit in the hard floor beneath, with cracks spreading out like a spider's web for several meters. There wasn't a single intact tile to be found in the surrounding area. Hiss! Those watching the battle collectively gasped. The researchers in the underground laboratory were studying the special coronavirus and related phenomena. Naturally, the mutated superhumans caused by the virus were of utmost importance. When they heard that a superhuman was going to compete against the peculiar Su Yan, they all gathered around. Initially, when they saw Chen Ye, another superhuman, struggling to compete with Su Yan, the researchers were not too surprised. After all, they understood Su Yan very well. This woman could easily tear a tank apart with her strength. Dealing with a newly awakened superhuman was certainly no challenge for her. However, at this moment, they were shocked to see their boss effortlessly subdue Su Yan, who appeared to be inhuman in every regard. This was quite alarming. There's another expert. Yet, unlike the astonishment of the researchers, Chen Ye, the one involved, did not feel like he had truly subdued Su Yan. Watching her slowly rise, as if unaffected, his expression turned serious. That strike earlier could have reduced an elephant to mush, yet Su Yan showed no signs of injury. Her physical strength had reached an absurd level, far beyond what her displayed physical data could account for. This indicated that Su Yan had either been hiding her true capabilities during previous tests or that her body held some sort of secret. From any angle, it was clear that this woman had not used her full strength during her earlier match with Chen Ye. She might not have even utilized 2 or 3% of her power. It hurts. Su Yan slowly got up from the ground. Although she verbally complained of pain, her alluring eyes clearly sparkled with excitement. Come again. Before her words fell, she vanished from her spot, a wave of energy erupting as she reappeared right in front of Chen Ye. It was only when she was almost upon him that Chen Ye barely heard her voice. Breaking the sound barrier speed, Chen Ye's expression turned grave. Without the enhancement of his eye ability, he would not have been able to see Su Yan's movements at all. However, while he could see clearly, it did not mean his body could react in time to evade. He could only take it head-on. A fist engulfed in flames struck directly toward Su Yan's fist, which was surrounded by a purple halo. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept through the entire training room, and the already ruined arena was sent flying. Qin Zhu, watching from inside, instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. The researchers outside watching were even more startled. What level of power is this? Su Yan is this strong? Logically, she should have been able to break free from that room long ago. Why had she not attempted to escape? If it weren't for the young master's previous instructions, based on how some of you treated her, she might have already broken free and gone on a rampage. Thank the young master for his foresight. Such experimental materials are truly rare. Don't think about it. Her current strength cannot be contained in our laboratory. Do you think the young master would let her stay down there any longer? Even if he wanted to? The old man would have to ask the young master for some experimental materials. Wait, are you referring to the young master as experimental material? Big guts. Amidst the discussions of the onlookers, the contest in the training room finally reached a conclusion. Su Yan's sudden burst of power was indeed terrifying, but ultimately, it was still slightly inferior to Chen Ye's abilities. With the enhancement of the King Fire, Chen Ye's strength was comparable to, if not greater than, Su Yan's, whose physical data was much higher. In a pure test of strength, he completely overpowered Su Yan, pinning her down against the ground. At the same time, the all-consuming King Fire also dealt significant damage to Su Yan's resilient body, although it seemed she had some special force protecting her from the flames. Preventing them from burning her completely, the traces of fire would extinguish after a short while. Even so, Su Yan's body was now covered in burn marks. If classified medically, it could be considered severe burns, potentially life-threatening. However, for her, such injuries were nothing. As long as there was enough flesh for her to consume, she could recover within a day at most. Su Yan herself was unconcerned. Now battered and pinned down by Chen Ye, she showed no signs of pain. Instead, a strange flush appeared on the pale side of her face, and with a trembling voice, she smiled and said, "Your fire is impressive. I can't beat you now, but your fire must have a limited duration. Once you can't maintain this state, you won't be able to defeat me." "You're right, but as long as I want, I can kill you right now," Chen Ye replied expressionlessly. At the same time, he tightened his flame-ensheathed hand, visibly compressing Su Yan's delicate neck. The flesh and fire made a sizzling sound as they made contact, and wisps of blue smoke rose continuously. Su Yan seemed completely unconcerned, as if her body wasn't her own and she couldn't feel pain. Instead, she blinked her enchanting eyes and asked with a smile, "Cough. Are you really going to kill me?" Cough, cough. Of course not. Chen Ye chuckled and released his grip, looking at Su Yan's tattered clothing burned by the flames. He casually took off his jacket and tossed it to her. "Clean yourself up and come with me. You don't need to stay here any longer." Chapter 40. Increasing Favorability, Rewards Again Ding. Task Progress Refreshed. Su Yan's favorability towards you is 500. Current favorability is 2,160 points. Fate Trajectory Deviation is 21. 6. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Chen Ye raised his eyebrows, not too surprised. In fact, in the past few days with his orders, the entire underground laboratory's attitude towards Su Yan has changed drastically compared to before. Su Yan is well aware of who brought about this change. Therefore, she has been continuously providing him with favorability. Although it was only a few dozen points each time, over time, it has accumulated to more than 1,000. With today's additional 500 points, he has finally broken through the 2,000 mark, and the fate trajectory deviation has also exceeded 20%. However, while Chen Ye was not surprised by this, the next prompt from the system caught him off guard. Ding! Host deviation of Su Yan's fate trajectory has achieved phase progress. Reward: Special Metal Battle Blade. Special Metal Battle Blade. The Special Crown virus is an extremely unique virus that can not only infect and mutate plants and animals, but can also erode all things in the world, including lifeless metal. In the future, researchers studying the eroded metal veins discovered a rare, mutated metal. This metal is an excellent conductor for all abilities, but has a shocking destructive power against the flesh and blood of ability users. It is an excellent material for crafting weapons specifically for ability users, named special metal by the scientist who first discovered it. Weapons made from special metal can greatly enhance the combat power of ability users, making it something all ability users dream of during the apocalypse. However, even decades after the apocalypse, with the Special Crown virus having eroded most parts of the world, special metal remains extremely scarce, and special metal weapons are hard to come by. Chen Ye had previously received a reward when he first gained 10 points of favorability from Su Yan, causing her fate trajectory to deviate by 0.1. After that, there are no more rewards, and he thought that it was just a starting reward from the system, and the next reward would probably have to wait until this task was completed. He didn't expect that now, with progress exceeding 20, another reward would come. Moreover, this reward. Chen Ye looked at the beautifully crafted Tang knife in the system panel, deep in thought. According to the system's description, this thing is a weapon specifically designed for ability users. With this, his combat power would likely increase significantly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Su Yan. This girl truly is a lucky star. The first time he came, the system rewarded him with a virus immunity constitution. And with this constitution and the super virus on Su Yan, he successfully awakened his ability. This time, he received a weapon specifically for ability users, greatly enhancing his combat power. This is not a death girl at all. She is clearly the goddess of luck. What are you staring at me for? You're not suddenly having second thoughts, are you? Su Yan's tentative voice brought Chen Ye back to reality. Seeing her worried expression, Chen Ye smiled and said, "What I say will not change, but if you want to go out, you must agree to a few conditions." "Say it." Su Yan tightened the clothes he had given her. "First, after we go out, you must listen to me, cannot run around, and definitely must not harm or bite anyone. You know better than anyone how terrifying the virus on you is. I believe Miss Su wouldn't want the world to turn into a dead zone because of you, right? The virus in Su Yan's body can no longer spread through the air, so taking her out is not a problem. However, just because it doesn't spread through the air doesn't mean its potency has diminished. On the contrary, the virus she carries is probably much more terrifying than when Su Chun had her bite him. Currently, ordinary people infected by the virus outside have a latency period of half a month to even a month before it breaks out. After the outbreak, many will neither become ability users nor get infected and will remain ordinary people. When the apocalypse truly arrives, the concentration of the Special Crown virus will at most accelerate the mutation of those who can turn into monsters, and there won't be any latency period. Ordinary people will still be ordinary people, and ability users will still be ability users. As for the virus in Su Yan's body, at this stage, except for those who are already ability users, even those who could evolve into ability users from ordinary virus infections would directly turn into monsters upon contact with her virus. Only those who have already gained abilities can withstand it. In other words, she is a super virus queen. Chen Ye even feels that if she develops for a while longer, even weak ability users won't be able to withstand the virus in her body. But fortunately, this virus queen currently has limited means of spreading the virus. As long as she doesn't actively bite anyone, she is actually safer for ordinary people than most virus-infected individuals. So as long as she is obedient, taking her up is not a problem. Upon hearing this, Su Yan nodded. Okay. Another thing is that after we go out, if the laboratory has any needs, you must cooperate with the research as much as possible. Of course, overly excessive research will not happen. At most, just occasionally extracting some virus samples from you. Chen Ye proposed the second requirement. Su Yan naturally had no problem with this, as she was doing pretty much the same thing every day in the laboratory anyway. The last thing is, sometimes I may need you to help me kill some people. Chen Ye stated his final requirement. Killing people? Su Yan not only did not show fear, but instead her eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly said, "Then I have a request too." "Say it." "If they are ability users, I want to handle the bodies after killing them." Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment, looking at the bloodthirsty look in her eyes. After a pause, he firmly said, "No. Why not? Dead bodies are of no use to you." Su Yan questioned in confusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's flames instantly engulfed his body, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Su Yan, gripping her face and coldly saying, "I will only say this once, no eating people. After this girl mutated, she became extremely bloodthirsty and instinctively liked to eat raw flesh and blood. When she immediately asked for the bodies, Chen Ye naturally thought she wanted to eat people. After all, she isn't exactly a proper ability user, but rather a half-infected entity. There are plenty of true infected entities in the laboratory, and those things are already complete humanoid monsters, differing from the zombies in movies mainly in that they are stronger and faster, posing a greater threat to ordinary people. Eating people isn't anything unusual for infected entities. In fact, there have already been occasional appearances of infected entities outside, but the news has been suppressed by the authorities. The Chen family naturally finds it easy to obtain such information. In the case files of these infected entities, nearly everyone states how many people they have eaten. The biggest difference between Su Yin and these infected entities is that she is stronger and can maintain a certain degree of rationality. Therefore, Chen Ye isn't particularly surprised by her desire to eat people, even ability users. Eating people, Su Yin clearly froze for a moment, then immediately waved Chen Ye's hand away with annoyance. Who said I want to eat people? I just want blood. The blood of ability users can enhance my strength. Chapter 41. Is food the lifeline of superpowered individuals? Can the blood of superpowered individuals enhance your strength? Chen Ye narrowed his eyes and released his hand that was engulfed in flames. He truly didn't know this. The research on Su Yin in the laboratory only focused on her terrifying regenerative abilities. As long as she had enough blood and flesh to supplement her energy, she could quickly recover from even the most severe injuries. As for the blood of superpowered individuals making her stronger, even the top scientists in the lab were unaware of that. After all, there were too few superpowered individuals at this stage, and there were no conditions to conduct experiments on that front. Wait, Chen Ye suddenly froze. How did Su Yin know that the blood of superpowered individuals could make her stronger? Logically, she shouldn't have seen a superpowered individual. How do you know? Since the person was right in front of him, he decided not to beat around the bush and asked directly. Because of you. Su Yin glanced at him with some surprise. Didn't you give me quite a bit of blood last time? Me? Chen Ye was taken aback, and his brows gradually furrowed. Upon careful reflection, the only significant difference between him and ordinary people before Su Yin bit him was his immunity to the special coronavirus. His Jinhua ability awakened only after being infected by the super virus within Su Yin that hadn't been present before. Remembering this, his first reaction was, can this thing be considered a superpower? But he quickly snapped back to reality. He realized that he had probably underestimated the first reward this system had given him. If the virus immunity could indeed be considered a superpower, it probably wasn't as simple as he had imagined. It's you. Is there a problem? Su Yin slowly got up, seemingly unconcerned about the burns all over her body, and twisted her neck, which was a bit sore from being pinched. I'm hungry. I've already had someone prepare food. We'll go eat later. Chen Ye shook his head and then walked out of the training room. As soon as he stepped outside, two scholars in white lab coats came out. One of them, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, are you really planning to take her out? The virus concentration and toxicity she carries far exceed the viruses outside, and if something goes wrong. Chen Ye glanced at him and then smiled. You must be Professor Shen, right? The middle-aged man before him was none other than Shen Wangshi, Shen Yinqi's father, a towering figure in the entire medical field of Xia country. Shen Wangshi didn't expect that this young master actually knew him. He quickly nodded. Yes, that's me. I'm aware of the concerns you have, Professor, but you should also know that the virus on her is very special, with very strict transmission conditions. After I take her out, I will impose strict restrictions. You can rest assured. As he spoke, Chen Ye rolled up his sleeves. By the way, I have another thing to ask of you. Help me draw a vial of blood. My constitution is quite special, and you can ask Director Zhao from the Underground Research Institute about it later. He knows more about it. All in all, compared to taking Su Yin out, this vial of blood should hold more value for your research. Draw blood? Shen Wangshi looked at Chen Ye's wrist, then glanced at Su Yin behind him, his expression hesitant. However, at that moment, another old scholar beside him, his hair completely gray, quickly said, No problem, of course, no problem. As Mr. Chen said, the virus on Miss Su has very low infectivity, and the risk of taking her out is not high. Please, young master, let us draw your blood right away. It's a joke. Compare to someone who has been studied for so long without a clear understanding. Even if she is released, drawing blood from Su Yin later wouldn't be a problem. Chen Ye's blood sample as a superpowered individual was something he had wanted to understand since he watched the match earlier. Just a moment ago, he had been worried about how to bring up this request to Chen Ye. After all, whether it was Chen Ye or Chen Ju beside him, if they didn't want to give it, he had no way to persuade them. He didn't expect Chen Ye to bring it up himself. So what is there to hesitate about? For those immersed in research, valuable experimental material is, of course, the most important. As for whether the super virus on Su Yin would deliver another blow to a world already on the brink of collapse, what did that have to do with him? Moreover, Su Yin couldn't be kept in confinement anymore. What difference would it make if she wasn't released? Seeing this, Shen Wangshu fell silent for a moment before also nodding. Chen Ye then followed them to a sterile laboratory, where they drew a vial of blood using already sterilized equipment. After that, he also left some hair and other samples for their observation and experimentation before leaving with Su Yin and Chen Ju. Finally escaping the dark and oppressive underground laboratory and returning to the surface, Su Yin was naturally very excited. This was mainly reflected in her appetite. This girl was now a true big eater. A large table full of dishes, many of which were substantial meals. In the end, Chen Ye and Chen Ju barely took a few bites before she had devoured everything cleanly. Coincidentally, after awakening their abilities, both Chen Ye and Chen Ju also had huge appetites. Helplessly, he simply had them roast a whole cow. A cow weighing over a ton was completely consumed by 2 superpowered individuals and 1 half-infected individual. This amount of food consumption shocked even Chen Ye himself. Since gaining his powers, he had maintained a normal lifestyle, and his meals had also been normal portions. He never expected that after just a bit of sparring with Su Yin today, feeling a bit drained, he would suddenly develop such a huge appetite. Even more outrageous was that after the 3 of them ate so much, there was not even a hint of gluttony visible. Chen Ye even secretly lifted Chen Ju's shirt to take a look. After consuming hundreds of kilograms of meat, her abdominal muscles were still clearly visible, showing no signs of being stuffed. His own situation was similar. This discovery made him think of even broader implications. If the situation of superpowered individuals was roughly the same, in the future, if they couldn't find higher energy food as a substitute, then food would become a top priority, a basic necessity for every superpowered individual. Under normal circumstances, superpowered individuals had a food demand similar to that of ordinary people when not using their abilities. However, once they used their powers or even excessively consumed their abilities, if their food intake dramatically increased, then in a post-apocalyptic world where the production order had collapsed, not only would food be scarce, but danger would also be everywhere, and they would often need to use their abilities. Superpowered individuals might become the group most prone to hunger. The high demand for food might perhaps become a way to control superpowered individuals in the future. Chapter 42, Fragments of the Reborn's Memory Using Food to Control Superhumans, is a guess by Chen Ye that may not be accurate. After all, humans can evolve and gain superpowers after being infected by a virus. Some plants and animals can do the same. In this case, after plants and animals gain superpowers, the energy contained within them might become a brand new, high-energy, high-protein food source more suitable for superhumans. The possibility of this is quite high. By the way, there are also the memory fragments of the reborn. Chen Ye remembered another reward he received when he eliminated Feng Xian. For such questions, there should be answers in Feng Xian's memories. Therefore, after finishing his meal, he asked Chen Ju to take Su Yin around the area and then dove straight into his bedroom. Of course, he also remembered to have Chen Ju inform Chen Ming and others who were handling matters to increase the original food stockpiling plan. Although he wasn't yet sure if superhumans would lack food after the apocalypse, given how much the 3 of them were eating, stockpiling more couldn't be wrong. Once back in his room, Chen Ye lay down on the bed, glanced at the night-shrouded Tianhai outside, and then used the memory fragments. The next moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He wasn't too surprised by this. According to the system, when using memory fragments, he would be in a dream state, experiencing what Feng Xian went through before his rebirth from a first-person perspective, and naturally his body would start to sleep as well. Boundless darkness slowly enveloped Chen Ye's consciousness. and after an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a huge, tiered classroom, which was quite noisy, seemingly just after class, where a group of youthful students was gathered, shouting something loudly. It seemed to be, "Together, together, together." Feeling that it was a bit noisy, Chen Ye saw himself impatiently standing up and walking into the crowd, opening his mouth, ready to ask them to quiet down. But upon seeing the pair surrounded by the crowd, he was directly stunned in place. The girl was Ran Yuming, Fang Xian's childhood friend and neighbor, and the boy was actually Chen Ye. Seeing this scene, the Chen Ye in the dream couldn't help but twitch his lips. No wonder Fang Xian's eyes looked like he wanted to eat him alive when he saw him at the hotel that day. It turned out they had such a huge feud in the previous life. However, Chen Ye was a bit puzzled. Would he really confess to a woman like Ran Yuming? Or was there some other hidden reason behind this? Holding on to his doubts, although he thought this plot was a bit kitsch, he still patiently continued to watch. The subsequent events unfolded without much turbulence. The Chen Ye and Fang Xian's memories successfully confessed, and that night took Ran Yuming to a hotel. Heartbroken, Fang Xian, unwilling to give up, followed them and was publicly humiliated by being thrown a card with 5 million deposits by Chen Ye at the hotel entrance. However, at that moment, Fang Xian, filled with pride, naturally didn't want to accept such condescending charity. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye suddenly understood. No wonder he sent a text message to Fang Xian that night telling him to transfer the money from that card, and this guy contributed so much resentment value. It turned out this fellow was here to extort money after his rebirth. However, this method was too crude and didn't hide his intentions at all. At that time, he directly realized that Fang Xian seemed to be after the money and simply transferred it away. Did this guy really think that just because he was reborn, others would follow the script he used to know? As long as he copied the strategy, he could clear the game? Humans are the most unpredictable variables. Lacking such common sense, it was a waste to be reborn once. Chen Ye complained while watching, but it didn't affect his viewing progress. The part of the memory he was viewing basically belonged to the time before the apocalypse. However, within these fragmented memories, Chen Ye discovered many unusual aspects. From some details, he, as an observer, could see that the social atmosphere at that time was already very tense. The most intuitive point was that the food supplied by the Tianhai University cafeteria, where Fang Xian ate every day, was decreasing. At first, there were some meat dishes, but later there were only rice and cabbage or radishes, and eventually, even staple foods were insufficient. Several cafeterias in the large school could only serve students plain porridge. At such a time, even a mentally challenged should realize that something was wrong. Yet, Fang Xian, who had just experienced a breakup, acted like a brainless idiot, still complaining that the cafeteria's food was getting worse and that prices in the supermarket were rising, showing no awareness that a crisis was about to come. To this, Chen Ye commented, "As expected of the son of destiny, his senses are dull to this extent. Not only can he survive when the apocalypse arrives, but even after living who knows how long before dying, he can still be reborn. Such incredible luck." The scene flashed quickly, and soon it reached the time of the apocalypse. The virus, which had already infected countless people and had been lurking, finally began to erupt on a large scale. Overnight, countless people turned into human-shaped monsters that devoured flesh and blood. At the same time, many lucky individuals gained tremendous opportunities, becoming extraordinary superhumans. Most of those who survived without turning into monsters or evolving into superhumans died at the hands of the countless monsters that suddenly appeared around them, with only a small portion managing to survive. Survivors gradually gathered together through various means, starting to huddle for warmth. A new order emerged after the apocalypse. Those who mutated into monsters were given a new name, zombies. This segment of the memory concluded here. Through the perspective of an ordinary person like Fang Xian, Chen Ye saw a wealth of valuable information, especially related to the time of the apocalypse. This information was extremely valuable and could help him prepare for the impending apocalypse, saving him from taking many detours. It was worth savoring. However, the memory fragments clearly had no intention of allowing him to review them frame by frame at leisure. Quickly starting to play the next segment of memory. Fortunately, Chen Ye had a good memory. Although he couldn't extract all the information at once, he managed to remember the general situation, which he could study slowly later. Have you heard? The medical sage seems to have returned to Tianhai from Feixiong City. It is said that an unwise tribe tried to kidnap her because of her beauty and kindness, but they were all killed. Really? It seems the medical sage is not only skilled in medicine, but her strength has also increased. How many people in this world can be stronger than her? I think there are none. Previously, I was fortunate enough to see the medical sage and a master from the Chen family slay the Snake King on the southern mountain of Tianhai. That strength. TSK, too strong. Sometimes I'm really curious. We're all superhumans. Why can others be so strong while we can only hide here as mercenaries? Doing this knife-edge licking blood business and still worry about what to eat next? Hey, you don't know this, do you? The medical sage actually obtained a peerless treasure when the apocalypse first broke out. Oh, what treasure? Tell me. Lower your voice. I also heard it. You know the god of kill, Yi Chun, right? Everyone knows he became so strong because he obtained a dream flower. But few know that there are actually two dream flowers. The black flower represents death, and the white flower represents life. It is said that Yi Chun obtained the black one, while the medical sage obtained the white one, which is why they are both so strong. The dream flower. There are two. Chen Ye se pulpis involuntarily constricted. Chapter 43. Apocalypse situation. Three major superpowers previously, he had speculated whether there might be more than one dream flower. And unexpectedly, he found confirmation here. In addition, other information revealed in this fragment of memory is also worth savoring. The first and foremost is the mention of Flying Bear City. This is not a name unique to the post-apocalypse, but rather one that exists now. Moreover, this city is extremely special. It is a city built from nothing. Before the establishment of Flying Bear City, the original site was just a vast expanse of farmland, created by Xia country to address some industrial transformation needs, relieve the pressure of a giant urban population, and attract people from villages. As of now, the city is basically completed, but it has not yet been inhabited. To put it simply, a brand new, completely uninhabited, empty city is undoubtedly the best place to establish a giant base in the apocalypse. The most crucial point is that the entire process from the project's initiation to design and construction was almost entirely handled by the Chen family. This area is also the core of the Chen family's power. Prior to this, when Chen Ye learned that the apocalypse was approaching, he heard rumors within the family that they intended to transform Flying Bear City into a giant apocalypse fortress. Currently, he is still managing Tianhai and naturally does not know the specific progress on that side. However, based on these memories, it seems to have been successful. Flying Bear City. Chen Ye's gaze sharpened, and he had many thoughts in his mind. Of course, these were just thoughts. Flying Bear City is not something he can touch at the moment. His current task is to handle matters in Tianhai. Furthermore, if he can truly conquer Tianhai and take everything here into his possession, his future power might not be inferior to the Chen family's main house that monopolizes Flying Bear City. The memories continue to flow like slides. During this time, Chen Ye gained many useful pieces of information. For instance, what Fang Xian said when he was getting close to Zhao Qingya about the Chen family's laboratory creating a savior serum that can control human evolution was not just nonsense, but indeed true. Another example is that according to Fang Xian's memories, after the apocalypse, Tianhai City, a world-class metropolis with a population of tens of millions, will see the rise of three superpowers once order is completely shattered. These are the Star Peak Group, led by Chen Ye, the Apocalypse Preservation Committee, and the Merchant Alliance. The influence of these three superpowers covers the Jiangxin Triangle area, including Tianhai and several surrounding provinces and cities, controlling a population of around 40 to 50 million after the apocalypse. The Star Peak Group naturally goes without saying. It is essentially part of the Chen family, and has been preparing since the moment it was confirmed that the apocalypse would arrive, boasting a solid foundation. The Apocalypse Preservation Committee is quite interesting. It is a coalition formed by the official survivors of Tianhai and surrounding provinces and military personnel. They have absorbed all the resources that Xia country had established in this area before the apocalypse. Their strength is undoubtedly immense, surpassing the Star Peak Group, which can only be considered a branch of the Chen family. As for the Merchant Alliance, it is particularly intriguing. After the apocalypse, or rather, even now before the apocalypse has fully descended, Many wealthy and influential capitalists formed this alliance secretly upon learning of the impending doom. The members of the alliance are not limited to Xia country. In fact, the leaders are even not merchants from Xia country. This is a massive global organization. In Tianhai, the Merchant Alliance stands alongside the Star Peak Group and the Apocalypse Preservation Committee as one of the three superpowers, but in reality, it is merely a branch of the true Merchant Alliance operating in Xia country. For families like the Chen family or the official entities, merchants are considered low-tier and generally not taken seriously. However, when the world's prominent capitalists unite, it becomes a force that no one can ignore. These individuals hold the lifeblood of trade, which translates to possessing vast resources. To control resources is to control everything. When order collapses and money becomes worthless, the resources they hold are the truly valuable assets. Don't talk about neighbors hoarding food and weapons. It is only the merchants from Xia country who find it difficult to acquire weapons. For foreign merchants, weapons are not rare items. In fact, some world-renowned arms dealers are not official organizations of any country, but private enterprises. Therefore, once this alliance is formed, becoming a superpower in the apocalypse is almost inevitable. The Apocalypse Preservation Committee and the Merchant Alliance. It seems that clearing these forces and completely taking control of the treasure that is Tianhai will require much work. Chen Ye let out a sigh. One of these two forces stems from the current officials of the provinces and cities surrounding Tianhai, while the other comprises merely some merchants. Under the existing order, they can only nod and bow to Chen Ye. However, once a new order is born, these organizations that hold hard power and vast resources will inevitably grow. Even though he now understands this, taking action to disrupt them in advance may be too late. Not to mention, these are merely the three strongest forces in the Tianhai area during the apocalypse. There are many more major powers that have not been listed one by one. Each of these major powers has considerable surface strength, and although they are not as powerful as the three major families, they are by no means weak. Resolving the situation will require significant effort. Until he finished viewing the contents of the memory fragments, Chen Ye couldn't help but sigh. Achieving unification of Tianhai after the apocalypse is indeed a long and arduous task, far more difficult than he imagined. Many capable individuals are merely hiding in peace times, but once chaos descends, these people will officially take the stage. They are not like Fang Xian and Yi Chun, who rose due to luck and are considered so-called children of destiny. For Chen Ye, dealing with these individuals is far more troublesome than handling those children of destiny. Of course, the information contained in the memory fragments goes far beyond this. Many scenes contain a wealth of information about the post-apocalyptic era. However, there is too much information, and time is limited. Chen Ye cannot analyze everything while viewing it. The system did not mention giving him an opportunity to save his progress. Therefore, he can only jot down many things and review them later when he has time. In addition to many details worth digging deeper into, there are also many parts of the memory fragments that Chen Ye cannot fully understand. This is mainly because the memory fragments are fragmented and do not provide a detailed account of Fang Xian's past life, lacking the context of the situation at the time, which is why he finds them difficult to understand. This is a normal situation. After all, a person's lifetime memories, when measured by modern standards, could be stored in approximately more than 70 billion terabytes of data. What he sees is merely fragments, not the entirety. However, even this portion of memories is enough for him to gain a deep understanding of the situation after the apocalypse. Chapter 44. The advancing Yi Chun Chen Ye obtained a lot of important information from the fragments of his memory. But there were also many things he wanted to know that he didn't gain from it. For example, he clearly knew that the virus would completely break out and the apocalypse would arrive soon, but he didn't know the specific day. He only knew that the dream flower would appear in the Lotus Pool Wetland Park, but he also didn't know exactly when it would appear. The good news was that he didn't need to know the specific time for the dream flower, as there would naturally be someone to guide him. Yichen was in a good mood these past 2 days. The shadow of having just seen his close friend Fang Xian die before him and being targeted by the Chun family, turning him into a black household, had completely lifted. The reason was simple. He had boarded the large ship of the city guardian of Tianhai. When he saved that old man, he didn't think much of it. He just saw that his ability indicated it was very auspicious and saved him without hesitation. When he learned from that girl in the ambulance that he had saved the father of the city guardian, Yi-chan was initially a bit incredulous. But everything that happened afterward made him quickly accept this outcome. With the causal connection of saving the father of the city guardian and having helped the Leaf family several times using his ability to judge fortune and misfortune, he quickly established a good relationship with the city guardian Leaf family. He had also completely rid himself of the predicament of being easily made into a black household by the Chen family. At the same time, he learned from the Leaf family about the general situation in Tianhai. He understood what kind of family the Chen family was and how immense their power was. Of course, all this information was obtained through casual conversations. Yi-chan wasn't foolish when Chen Ye dared to kill Fang Xian in the bustling city. He guessed that the Chen family's power was definitely not small, so he naturally didn't dare to tell the Li family that he had offended the Chen family. Otherwise, even with the life-saving grace, the Li family might not risk offending the Chen family to help him. However, the information he obtained in this way was ultimately limited and very subjective. The Li family wouldn't tell Yi-chan that their highest-ranking official, city guardian Li Qingtsong, could only smile and curry favor when he met Chen Ye. According to the Li family, the information Yi-chan got was that although the Chen family was strong, in this small area of Tianhai, even a strong dragon couldn't suppress their local snake. Were the Li family wrong in saying this? In a certain sense, they were indeed not wrong. After all, the Li family was not the Zhou family, and Chen Ye couldn't just wipe them out at will. At this critical juncture, he truly didn't want to offend the Li family. But this was only because of the special circumstances and a desire to avoid complications. It didn't mean that the Chen family truly had no way to deal with the Li family in Tianhai. The Li family knew this themselves, but naturally, they didn't want to appear weak in front of outsiders, so they spoke such seemingly ambiguous rhetoric. However, when this was heard by Yi-chan, it naturally became that although the overall strength of the Li family might not be as strong as that of the Chen family, they were definitely not afraid in Tianhai. Thus, his fear of Chen Ye diminished a bit. Of course, even though his fear of the Chen family had decreased significantly these days, it didn't mean there were no worries. That was naturally about Zhao Qingya. After all, his goddess was deeply entrenched in enemy territory, and it was impossible for him not to worry. Now that he had a good relationship with the Li family, it was obviously unrealistic to rely on this relationship to ask the Li family to help him confront the Chen family to rescue someone. He needed to make his position in the Li family a bit more special. So he was currently brainstorming ways to pursue Li Wantong, the daughter of city guardian Li Qingtsong. Unfortunately, progress was quite disheartening. Li Wantong had been busy taking care of her elderly father lately and had no mood to respond to his various invitations and pursuits. Yi-chan had been a devoted admirer of Zhao Qingya for so many years, and after being rejected countless times, he remained persistent. So this minor setback naturally wouldn't discourage him. Instead, it fueled his fighting spirit even more. His pursuit of Li Wantong grew increasingly intense. City guardian Li Qingtsong seemed to be aware of this matter, but had no intention of stopping it. After all, Yi-chan was among the earliest group of superpowered individuals in the world. Not to mention his inherent strength, this uniqueness was worth investing in from the Li family's perspective. If Li Wantong was willing, Li Qingtsong actually wouldn't mind if the two got together. In addition to trying to gain more support from the Li family by pursuing Li Wantong, Yi-chan hadn't forgotten to attempt to contact Zhao Qingya. To his surprise, he actually managed to get in touch with her. He learned that Zhao Qingya's freedom was actually unrestricted. She could go wherever she wanted, though someone would be following her. This discovery made Yi-chan's thoughts start to race again. He then attempted to invite Zhao Qingya out and subtly hinted during their conversation that he could help her escape from Chen Ye's clutches. Zhao Qingya clearly understood his hints and surprisingly cooperated this time. Remembering that he had previously reserved the Lotus Pool Wetland Park to confess to Zhao Qingya, Yi-chan immediately invited her to the wetland park. After all, although Zhao Qingya could move freely and even use her phone to message, Yi-chan thought it was likely that someone was still watching her. So he aimed to act as discreetly as possible to avoid revealing any flaws. The choice to invite her to the Lotus Pool Wetland Park was also because he had already invited Zhao Qingya there days ago when he booked the venue. Inviting her again didn't seem out of place. Moreover, it was already a relatively remote area of Tianhai, far from the Chen family's Xingfeng group. As long as Zhao Qingya cooperated and came here, even if someone from the Chen family followed her, Yichen was confident he could deal with them and rescue Zhao Qingya. Of course, this plan was actually riddled with flaws, and Yichen was aware of that. However, the premise of these flaws was that someone was strictly monitoring him and Zhao Qingya. He didn't believe that Chen Ye, the young master of the Chen family, would be so concerned about this matter. After all, Yi Chun thought his interactions with the Chen family had only happened twice. Once at the sales office, and once when he was with Fang Xian. After being turned into a black household, he guessed it was because of Fang Xian's involvement. After becoming a black household, he and T faced any subsequent pursuits, and these days he had been thriving in the Li family, who were very well informed. No one had told him that the Chen family was pursuing him. Naturally, Yichen believed that the Chen family didn't care about a small character like him at all. As for Zhao Qingya, seeing her move freely, the Chen family naturally paid even less attention to her. He even suspected that the Chen family might not even be aware of his relationship with Zhao Qingya. Therefore, he felt that such a flawed plan had a very high probability of success. Chapter 45. All Elite Out. The Dream Flower. Although Yi Chun believed that nothing would go wrong, he had already endured several beatings since gaining his supernatural abilities. His character had become extremely cautious. Therefore, when he arranged to meet Zhao Qingya at the Lianqi Wetland Park, he decided to go ahead and scout the area first, just in case something unexpected happened. For some reason, he had a feeling of unease, as if something bad was about to occur. As a precaution, he arrived early at Lianqi Wetland Park to check things out and even used his ability, which could be activated 3 times a day once. The results of his scan immediately dispelled almost all of his concerns. Golden, great fortune. Moreover, it was more dazzling than the golden light he encountered when the old man from the Li family fell ill that morning, so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. However, unlike the pure gold he saw then, this time the golden light at Lianqi Wetland Park was mixed with a faint scarlet hue. Yichen didn't quite understand what this meant, as he had never seen such a dazzling color in his abilities before, let alone this shade of red. He speculated that perhaps the opportunities here had reached a certain threshold, possibly triggering another level of alert. It seemed that red was better than golden luck. Yichen pondered it, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. He never expected that in his eagerness to rescue the goddess, he would stumble upon such great fortune. It seemed he was destined to rise in the impending apocalypse. Meanwhile, on Chen Ye's side, he had finally finished viewing the fragmented memories of the reincarnator. He had entered the dream state to watch from the evening, and when he woke up, it was already the next morning. Checking the time, it was October 30th. If you remember correctly, this was the day Yi Chun had reserved Lianqi Wetland Park. If nothing went wrong, the Dream Flower was likely to appear in the wetland park during this time frame. In fact, Chen Ye had been keeping track of Yi Chen's movements for the past few days. Although this person was more difficult to deal with than Fang Xian and required more caution, it was not hard for the elite members of the Chen family to monitor his whereabouts. However, understanding every action and word of his, as they did with Fang Xian, was relatively more challenging. Nevertheless, unlike Fang Xian, Yi Chun didn't require constant surveillance. Knowing his movements was sufficient. After getting up and taking a shower, as Chen Ye stepped out of his bedroom, he saw Qin Ju waiting outside. Upon seeing him, she quickly stood up with a document in hand and said, "Young master, the people monitoring the situation have reported that Yi Chun left the Li family this morning and headed to Lianqi Wetland Park." As expected, he went. Chen Ye took the document, glanced at it, and then smiled, saying, "Zhao Qingya did well. After this matter is completed, remember to reward her according to the highest standards of the family." Highest standards? Qin Ju was momentarily taken aback, a bit puzzled. The Chen family had a set of internal rules, and typically, contributions to the family would earn rewards, which were tiered in levels. The highest standard of rewards, it was no exaggeration to say, could make someone a billionaire out of thin air before the order collapsed. Such rewards were rarely issued by the Chen family. Even Qin Ju had never received one of that level. The highest standard. If this matter succeeds, Chen Ye's gaze sharpened, and he said no more. Qin Zhu, familiar with her young master, immediately sensed the importance of this matter from his attitude. Without further ado, she nodded and asked, "Should we send additional personnel to Lianqi Wetland Park? I recall you previously arranged for some people to control the surrounding area, right? What is the situation there now?" Chen Ye inquired. "I deployed a synthetic battalion's worth of personnel," Qin Zhu answered without hesitation. "That should be sufficient. No need for additional reinforcements." Chen Ye shook his head. "Order all departments to expedite the storage of supplies. The situation is becoming increasingly tense, and it's acceptable to use some special measures if necessary. Today is October 30th. I want to see at least 5 times the planned supplies in the warehouse by the 10th of next month. Also, have you distributed the 20 serums I gave you a few days ago?" Qin Zhu paused in her rapid note-taking and quickly replied, "They were all distributed yesterday. I selected the best individuals. All of whom have clean backgrounds and loyalty issues are not a concern. They will only follow your orders, young master. All 20 have basically completed their ability awakenings, although some of them may not be suitable for direct combat. However, compared to ordinary people, their physical strength without their abilities is far beyond imagination. Do we need to call them in for a look? No need. Just send those with combat-related abilities directly to Lianqi Wetland Park. As for those unsuitable for combat, let them report to the Underground Research Institute and have the researchers look into it," Su Chun replied after a brief thought. "Some abilities are suited for combat, while others are not." He had already suspected as much before, that Yi Chen's abilities were most likely of a non-combat type. Such ability users could not be deemed useless. On the contrary, as evidenced by Yi Chen's extraordinary luck, some non-combat abilities might have a greater impact in other fields than combat abilities. "We have 18 combat-capable ability users. Should we send them all?" Qin Zhu asked, somewhat surprised. In her view, this force was already sufficient to storm the Tianhai City Hall and capture the city defender. Sending them all to catch Yi Chun seemed a bit excessive. "Send them all. You should come with me too. By the way, where's Su Yan? Have her come over as well," Chen Ye decisively stated. It was no joke. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Although he didn't think much of the abilities of these destined individuals, he had never underestimated their luck. Otherwise, if the dream flower fell into Yi Chen's hands, all his efforts would have been in vain, and the benefits of eliminating Fang Xian, this destined individual, would be greatly diminished. After all, apart from the system rewards, the most important thing he obtained from Fang Xian was information about the dream flower. He had dedicated nearly half a month to preparation before the apocalypse. It absolutely could not fail. Chapter 46, I don't even know how to expose myself. Robbing the dream flower essentially means plundering the fortune of Yi Chun, the destined child. Therefore, when Chen Ye could have directly sealed off the Lotus Pool Wetland Park to prevent any accidents, he deliberately chose to let Yi Chun come over. He even specially arranged for Zhao Qingya to cooperate in deceiving Yi Chun. He was worried that if this destined child didn't show up, the dream flower that had created 2 apocalyptic super-strong beings might not appear either. Chen Ye didn't believe in fortune and opportunities before, but after the system appeared and he personally witnessed these destined children, he had no choice but to believe. It is worth mentioning that in the past 2 days, it seems that because he left Zhao Qingya at the Xingfen group, although Yi Chun had already latched onto the Li family's thigh to escape the Chun family's pressure, he had been contributing resentment value to Chen Ye. Yi Chen's resentment value had already exceeded 4,300, and the killing probability had reached 43. Chen Ye was unsure how much the probability of killing would increase by robbing the dream flower in front of Yi Chun, but it certainly wouldn't be less. If the probability exceeded 90 at that time, it wouldn't be a bad idea to kill him to eliminate future troubles. Although the system's rewards would be significantly less, it would also save him a lot of trouble. If not, then he planned to let Yi Chun go for the time being to avoid complications, just like the previous attempt to have Qin Zhu kill Fang Xian, where not only did they fail to kill him, but they also lost the accumulated killing probability. October 30th, evening. Disguised Yi Chen, carrying a backpack and holding half a bottle of mineral water, slowly walked towards the Lotus Pool Wetland Park. He looked like an exhausted tourist planning to rest in the park. However, as soon as he reached the entrance, the park security guard stopped him apologetically saying, "Sorry, sir. This area has been booked for today. Other than the specified invitees, no one else is allowed to enter." "Oh, is that so? Then forget it." Chen replied with a surprised expression and then naturally left the park entrance. He even looked around as if searching for a place to rest before quickly leaving the security guard's line of sight. Being stopped at the entrance not only didn't make Chen feel frustrated, but instead relieved some of his worries. He had already booked the venue for today, so it was indeed correct for the park to prevent outsiders from entering. After all, although it was nominally a park, it had essentially become a commercial farm located in the city, and it couldn't be like other parks where anyone could enter. Of course, the idea of disguising himself to test the waters was also a spur-of-the-moment thought for Chen. For some reason, he felt a bit uneasy, as if something significant was about to happen. Fearing an accident, he came to test the situation in the park. Logically speaking, if he were really targeted and someone wanted to harm him in this park, his clumsy disguise wouldn't fool their eyes. They would be eager for him to enter. So how could they stop him? Since the park security was still doing their job as before, there shouldn't be any problems. However, even so, Chen didn't plan to remove his disguise after coming out and enter the main gate in his original identity. Although he felt that the Chen family shouldn't have been thinking about him for so long as a minor character, it was always better to be cautious. Moreover, if Zhao Qingya came later, he would have to seize the opportunity to rescue the goddess from the clutches of evil. So it was naturally not a good time to expose his identity. Even if later on, the Chen family found out that the person who invited Zhao Qingya out was him, and the one who rescued her was also likely him. So what? Do you have evidence? If he had no backing, Chen certainly wouldn't entertain the absurd idea that without evidence, the Chen family couldn't do anything to him as a minor character. But now he had backing. Chen didn't believe that the Chen family would offend the Leaf family over a mere woman and a minor character like him at this critical moment. Therefore, in his view, it was important not to leave any incriminating evidence. Otherwise, if there was indeed evidence proving that he rescued Zhao Qingya, then the Leaf family would have difficulty speaking up for him later. Quietly sneaking into a grove outside the park wall, Chen saw that no one was around and gently climbed over the nearly 3-meter-high iron fence. Once inside the park, he found himself in the grass by the lake and laid down in the grass. He then slowly took out a pair of binoculars from his bag. This spot was carefully selected when he came to scout a few days ago. It was an excellent location. Hidden in the grass by the lake, it was inconspicuous. And because it was on a small hillside with a higher elevation, he could easily see the entrance of the park and the main activity areas. Chen was quite proud of this, feeling that he indeed had a talent for being a scout, as he had picked such a good position at first glance. He had also made many preparations for this. Now lying in the grass, he began to take things out of his bag one by one. Not only did he have the binoculars, but he also brought a camouflage blanket and night vision goggles. He draped the light green camouflage blanket over himself, feeling that he couldn't be exposed in this way. The night vision goggles were military-grade equipment he obtained from the Leaf family and worked very well. He had agreed with Zhao Qingya to meet at 7 in the evening, and at this season, it would be completely dark by then, which was when the night vision goggles would come into play. Now he was all set, just waiting for the right moment. Glancing at the time, it was just past 4:30 in the afternoon, not even 5 o'clock yet. Chen quietly lay in the grass, not looking at the entrance, but using the binoculars to observe the main activity areas inside the park and the behavior of the park staff. After observing for a while, he didn't notice anything unusual, and his previously tense heart gradually relaxed. It seems I was overthinking. After all, the Chen family is such a large family. Why would they go to such lengths to deal with me? It's not like they have nothing better to do. He shook his head self-deprecatingly as the sky gradually darkened. But there was still some time until the agreed meeting time with Zhao Qingya. He lay there bored counting ants. He had already confirmed with his abilities that there would be great opportunities here today. He wasn't sure what the specific opportunity was. As for why he was still lying here and not actively looking for it, based on Chen's past experiences, as long as he arrived at the right place, opportunities would generally come to him, so there was no need for him to seek them out. After lying down for a while, feeling a bit bored, Chen thought about finding something to do, but since it was already dark, he was afraid that playing with his phone here would attract attention. Out of sheer boredom, he took out the night vision goggles. He had certainly tested them before coming, But since he had nothing else to do, he figured he might as well check them again. Thinking this, he put the night vision goggles on his head. But the next moment, he was stunned. What the hell? Is this thing broken? The night vision goggles had thermal imaging capabilities, allowing them to capture heat radiation at night and display images in front of him. Generally speaking, the hotter an object is, the closer its image would be to warm colors. Mammals have higher body temperatures and usually appear orange or red. And now, as soon as Chen put on the night vision goggles, he discovered that there was a huge red heat source less than a meter away from him, almost filling the screen of the night vision goggles. Chapter 44, Alit, Bru, Yustrol. After being dazed for a while, Chen finally pried open the night vision goggles and looked at the area emitting a huge heat source. It was clearly a flat patch of grass and sand, with no difference from the surroundings. Where was the heat source? Still confused, Chen put the night vision goggles back on. That large heat source was still there. What the hell, is this a ghost? It was fine yesterday. Has it really broken? Not willing to give up, Chen put on the night vision goggles and looked around again. Then he saw that this small park, no bigger than a palm, was now densely populated with hundreds of humanoid heat sources, all red at first glance. Especially by the lake, it was completely a disaster area, with the grass around the lake basically packed with heat sources, hardly any empty space. This is ridiculous. This result amused Chen, and he immediately took off the night vision goggles and tossed them aside, picking up the binoculars to scan the dim sky. The places that showed heat sources under the night vision goggles clearly had not a single hair. What kind of military product is this? It broke in less than a day. This is obviously a counterfeit product. Chen muttered. There's clearly nothing there, yet it shows a heat source. If someone timid saw this, they'd think they ran into a ghost. Saying this, he reached out toward the area that showed a heat source next to him. However, the next moment, the seemingly normal soil and grass suddenly moved. Before Chen could react, a black, hollow pipe emerged from the pile of dirt. Get lost if you don't want to die. A deep voice came from underground, and Chen's hand froze in midair, unable to go up or down. After a while, he managed to squeeze out a smile. Sorry for the disturbance. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly crawled to the side, remembering to grab the night vision goggles he had tossed aside halfway through. You can roll, just leave the stuff. Okay, bro. Chen agreed without a second thought, then rolled and crawled for dozens of meters before finally breathing a sigh of relief. However, as soon as he stopped, he felt the grass beneath him seemed unusually soft. Thinking back to the screen full of red dots he had seen through the night vision goggles, he couldn't help but swallow hard and cautiously look down. Sure enough, a dart gun muzzle had appeared in the weeds beneath his feet at some point. Sorry, I'll just roll. Chen chuckled dryly. Then, without thinking, he bent down and ran wildly through the grass, reaching the park's fence and directly climbing over without caring what was happening outside. It was only then that he realized something big was happening. Of course, he didn't think these events were directed at him. After all, he had run out completely intact after bumping into the lurking people. Clearly, those who were hiding here had other intentions, and their target was not him. So they did not plan to expose themselves at that moment, allowing him to escape. Otherwise, with his earlier chaotic running, he wouldn't know how many disguised people he had stepped on. He'd probably be dead 10 times over. So many people, armed, lurking here, what for? Chen gasped for breath, pondering the reasons. Soon he recalled the brilliant golden light from the ability prompt. Could it be that they were all here to seize opportunities? Realizing this, Chen was startled. If his guess was correct, it proved that the opportunity that might appear here was not known only to him. This was not an opportunity unique to him. After gaining his ability for so long, he had roughly figured out how to use it. Although most of the time, if the ability showed good luck, he would indeed hit the jackpot. But this kind of luck was not something that would just come to him while he sat still. The luck presented by the ability generally falls into 2 categories. One was the kind he encountered when he saved the old man from the Lee family. At that time, he was probably the only one who could save him, and such an event was equivalent to getting good luck for free. The other kind was item-related. For example, when he used to scavenge for valuable antiques in the antique market, he often met some older gentlemen who were fond of antiques and tried to snatch goods from him. However, he used his ability to confirm that what he was interested in was indeed valuable, without any reservations, so he often managed to get what he wanted. Even so, some things were not easily obtainable. He had encountered situations where items worth tens of millions or even billions were on display, and the vendor stubbornly refused to sell for less than 200,000. At that time, he had little money. 200,000 was undoubtedly a huge sum for him, while an old man nearby was willing to pay 100,000 to buy it, and he nearly let that treasure slip through his fingers. In the end, he was certain that it was indeed valuable and managed to scrape together 200,000, seizing the treasure from the vendor's hands while the old man looked on regretfully. It was foreseeable that if he hadn't made that effort at that time, the vendor would likely have sold that item to the old man. After all, the vendor himself didn't know whether it was genuine or how much it was worth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold it at such a low price. This means that item-related luck is something he needs to fight for to obtain, rather than something that will just come to him if he sits still. What to do? Realizing that the opportunity in the park might be snatched away, Chen immediately became anxious. After much thought, looking at the park not far away, he gritted his teeth and decided to approach it. The nighttime park only had lights at the entrance and the main activity areas, while the lakeside was dimly lit with only a few scattered streetlights, giving it a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. It felt like a ferocious beast ready to devour everyone inside. Screech! The sound of brakes echoed. A convoy of black Rolls-Royces slowly stopped by the roadside not far from Lynchy Wetland Park. As soon as the convoy stopped, a dozen men and women dressed in sharp suits and looking like bodyguards got out of the cars. After these people got out of the car, they scanned their surroundings and confirmed safety before one of them went to open the door of the middle car. Chen Ye slowly stepped out, followed by Qin Zhu and Su Yan, the crazy beauty. Meanwhile, in the car behind them, Shen Yinxi and Zhao Qingyao also got out. Zhao Qingyao's presence was naturally easy to understand. In short, it was to mess with Yi Chen's mindset. As for bringing Shen Yinxi along, it was purely because, in the original timeline, the flower of dreams representing life was obtained by Shen Yinxi. Logically, with Yi Chen's dog-like attributes, that flower should have been given to Zhao Qingyao. There was no reason for it to end up with Shen Yinxi. But strangely, in Fang Xian's memory, it was Shen Yinxi who obtained another flower of dreams. Therefore, Chen Ye speculated that this flower of dreams probably wouldn't be something anyone could get even if it was just placed there. It likely had certain requirements for the user, so he brought her along to avoid wasting such a treasure. Chapter 48. The Tentacles of the Merchant Alliance. Kill. What's the situation on Yi Chen's side now? Chen Ye asked faintly while looking at the park from a distance. Our people noticed that over an hour ago, Yi Chen entered the park, but after staying for nearly an hour, he ran out in a panic. We suspect he must have encountered someone inside. Qin Zhu replied immediately. Huh? Chen Ye let out a cold laugh. Have we identified these people's identities? Who sent them? We are still investigating, but we have some leads. Results should come soon. Qin Zhu said without thinking. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye did not continue to ask, gazing at the park not far away. His eyes deep. A bunch of rats in the sewers, dreaming of turning the tide? Indeed, those people hiding in the park that Yi Chen encountered were not from the Chen family. They were a group of unidentified outsiders who had gradually gathered in the park over the past 2 days. Initially, the guards at Chen Ye had stationed in the park to wait for Yi Chen to walk into a trap discovered one of them this morning. The guards did not act immediately, but reported up the chain right away. At that time, Chen Ye was still processing memory fragments, and Qin Zhu, considering that this involved some important strategies for Chen Ye, did not want to alert the snake. Instead, she just sent people to covertly investigate the situation in the park. After a round of inspection, it was confirmed that there were dozens of outsiders lurking in the park, and the exact number was hard to count. Thus, she used her authority to mobilize a composite battalion-level force to secretly control the area around the park. In her view, regardless of who these lurking individuals were, a composite battalion's power was sufficient to crush them in Tianhai City. This was also the reason she told Chen Ye earlier that she had already set everything up and there was no need to worry. However, not long ago, she received reports that the soldier station nearby had discovered a large number of suspicious individuals. This indicated that the Lynchy Wetland Park had not only been infiltrated by a significant number of unidentified armed personnel, but also that many more were surrounding it. Faced with this situation, If it were the previous Chen Ye, he probably would not have chosen to come here at this time, as the situation was too bizarre. According to the intelligence department of the Chen family, there should be no other forces of this scale in Tianhai apart from the Chen family and the officials. Every move of the officials was being monitored by the Chen family, making it impossible for them to secretly dispatch so many people without Chen Ye knowing. It was as if a group of people had appeared out of nowhere. What was even more bizarre was that these people just happened to appear in the Lianxi wetland park. Upon learning this news, to be honest, Chen Ye was a bit stunned. However, he quickly connected it to another piece of information he obtained from the memory fragments of the reborn. The Merchant Alliance. In the future apocalypse, this organization could stand toe-to-toe with him and the remnants of the official powers in Tianhai, but now it was an obscure organization. The memory fragments did not mention when this organization was established, but they did indicate that the rise of the Merchant Alliance was very abrupt. Almost no one anticipated the emergence of such an organization before they suddenly rose to prominence. Therefore, if it was the Merchant Alliance, it was quite normal for the Chen family not to know the details about these people. In this era, the energy that those big capitalists could generate if they united was terrifying. Even for the Chen family, it would be difficult to discover the existence of such an organization without specifically investigating it. Thus, after learning about the situation here, the first thing Chen Ye thought of was the Merchant Alliance, a force that currently was not showing its hand. So in the afternoon, he instructed people to start investigating from various well-known merchants in Tianhai. Sure enough, clues were found quickly. It turned out that the Merchant Alliance was not operating without any leaks. Their rise was simply because no one had specifically paid attention to them before. However, the information that was uncovered made Chen Ye furrow his brows. The first important piece of information discovered by those investigating the Merchant Alliance was that there were people from a Merchant Alliance within the Xingfeng group. Moreover, their positions were quite high, second only to Chun Ming, the public head of the Xingfeng group. Through this clue, the Chen family quickly understood why the Merchant Alliance had sent so many people to Lianxi Wetland Park. Ironically, they themselves did not know why they had sent so many people. They only learned from the spies in the Xingfeng group about Chen Ye's arrangements and attitude towards this small park, speculating that something important might appear here, or even some kind of treasure mutated by the virus. The virus had been around for a long time, and research on it was not only being conducted by the Chen family. Everywhere in the world, money was being poured into this endeavor. Many powerful factions understood that the virus could not only turn people into monsters or awaken supernatural abilities, but also endow certain things with extraordinary powers. The treasures born from the influence of the virus were no longer a secret. The Merchant Alliance clearly had studied Chen Ye's character. They knew he was measured in his actions. If it weren't for something important appearing, he would never mobilize such resources just to deal with a small figure like Yi Chen. So they wanted to insert themselves into the situation. This led to the current scenario. Of course, this was just the speculation of the Chen family based on the existing information. Chen Ye was not entirely clear on why the Merchant Alliance was making such a massive move. Perhaps these people had obtained some more critical information. It might also be that someone within the Merchant Alliance possessed abilities similar to Yi Chen's, and upon discovering the unusual arrangements of the Chen family around Lianxi Wetland Park, sent people to investigate, ultimately realizing that something significant was about to appear, prompting them to gather so much strength to intervene. Chen Ye believed the latter scenario was more likely. After all, in this era, all sorts of strange abilities could emerge. However, this was no longer important. He was determined to obtain the Dream Flower. Anyone who sought to intervene tonight would die. Now, the investigation was merely to find out how many members the Merchant Alliance had in Tianhai and the extent of their power. Once he clarified this, the real show would naturally follow. As for those who had already come to stir up trouble, it was almost time. Let's South clean up the park. Chen Ye instructed, then walked straight towards the park entrance with his hands behind his back. Qingju nodded into her earpiece, indifferent. Kill. Bang. A crisp sound echoed in the park not far away. Flames ripped through the pitch-black night, shattering the tranquility of this giant city and the last layer of window paper before the apocalypse. Accompanying this was the crisp sound of gunfire, like popping beans. The wails and screams mixed with the gunfire startled countless people nearby. Vehicles on the road and pedestrians out for a stroll turned to look. In this nation that had been peaceful for several decades, people were somewhat unfamiliar with the scale of weaponry unleashed like this. Many did not even realize what was happening at first. However, things clearly would not end just because of their shock, before the surrounding people could react. From several large warehouses that had seemingly been idle for a long time, a roar of engines suddenly erupted. Shiny barrel-tipped tanks crashed through the rolling doors, charging out, followed by dozens of the latest infantry fighting vehicles. As these tanks appeared, they immediately raised their barrels, aiming at the park. The infantry fighting vehicles, upon emerging, sped up wildly and rushed towards the park. Alongside these heavy weapons were dozens of armed helicopters painted in camouflage flying overhead. At this moment, one of the strongest families in the Xia country, the Chen family, finally tore off all disguises and revealed its fangs in the largest city of Xia country just as the apocalypse was about to arrive. Chapter 489. Chen, what on earth are these people doing? Have they gone crazy? Have I violated some heavenly law? Outside the Lotus Pool Wetland Park, the undeterred Chen returned, but he didn't dare to enter the park. He stared at the massive crater and the shattered fence caused by cannon fire, dumbfounded. Damn it, he never expected to infiltrate a park in the suburbs of Tianhai City and almost get blown up by a shell. This is too absurd. Fighting in broad daylight in Tianhai City, and even using heavy weapons like tanks, whereas the law. Vaguely, he seemed to understand what the blood-red light he saw in his supernatural ability meant. Damn it, it clearly indicates bloodshed. He was directly caught in a real-life battle royale. However, Chen being the chosen one wasn't solely due to luck. He was much stronger than Fang Xian, who only followed the rules after his rebirth. Initially, when he discovered so many people hiding in the park, he felt a bit discouraged, thinking that this lucky opportunity might not have much to do with him. But now, with another force suddenly intervening and the two sides clashing, Chen found himself at the front lines of the battlefield, and instead, his mind became alert. This is a city, even if it's the suburbs, it's still one of the largest cities in the world. The population density is definitely higher than 99 of areas worldwide. If a fight breaks out here, it will inevitably affect ordinary people. The scene will not just be a simple brawl between two sides, but will be exceptionally chaotic. Amid this chaos, Chen caught a whiff of an opportunity. Looking at the park already engulfed in flames, he hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and slipped back into the park through the gap in the wall created by the shell explosion. Not long after he entered, he heard a muffled sound nearby. Pushing aside the grass, he discovered a gun barrel protruding from under a tree. To be honest, if the muzzle hadn't still been smoking, he would never have guessed there was a person lying there. But since he had found them, Chen steeled himself, pulled out a half-foot-long dagger from his pocket, and silently approached the sniper hiding under the tree. He was a supernatural being, even without professional training. He could control his muscles very well. Moving without making a sound was not difficult for him. It was only when he was almost face to face that he realized there was not just one person under the tree, but two. One was the sniper, and the other was an observer. Just as he reached this point, he heard the sniper say, 3 o'clock direction. The young man in a black suit walking ahead of a group, with a few women behind him. He's the primary target. Wind speed, XXX, humidity, XXX. Chen didn't know who they were aiming at and found it hard to understand how there could be such a flamboyant person in the world, casually walking around with women in a place like this. However, this didn't stop him from noticing a blind spot. The place where these two were hiding was a relatively safe corner in the park, with a wide line of sight and completely inconspicuous. After all, it was a sniper's chosen position, much better than the place he had previously chosen. If he took them out and hid here, then waited for the right moment, it would be a major boost to his plan to fish in troubled waters. To the unknown, unfortunate soul being targeted, thank you. Chen is here to save your life. Chen raised the dagger and, amidst the chaotic sound of gunfire, plunged it down fiercely. With one stab, he pierced the observer's neck entirely. Before the sniper could react, Chen swiftly turned and slit his throat. In just 3 seconds, Chen, who had never killed anyone before, had taken the lives of 2 people. Looking at the bleeding bodies in front of him, he didn't feel fear. Instead, his heart raced, adrenaline surged, and he was immensely excited. Ever since he learned that the apocalypse was approaching, he had been mentally preparing himself for killing. Huh, is this the feeling of killing? The violent genes deep within the instincts of a supernatural being made Yi Chen tremble at the sight of blood and corpses. Soon after, he discovered the spoils left by these two: a high-precision sniper rifle and a set of seemingly expensive observation equipment. This was just what Yi Chen needed to understand the situation, especially since his night vision goggles had been stolen. Without hesitation, he pushed the bloody corpses aside and lay down. He casually picked up the Observer-S scope and aimed at the direction he had just been targeting. Let me see which lucky guy I just saved. Hiss! This tattooed girl is so beautiful, and there's a woman in high heels walking around here. Those legs, wow. And the other one isn't bad either. That figure. Wait a minute. Why does that figure look familiar? Is that Zhao Qingya? Wait, that flamboyant guy in front of her. Damn it, it's that bastard Chen Ye. Seeing Chen Ye walking ahead of Zhao Qingya, Yi Chen's nose flared with anger. If he had known, he would have waited a bit longer and let the sniper take this guy out first. What a huge loss. And why is Qingya here with Chen Ye? Could it be that one of the fighting sides is from the Chen family? Of course it must be. Only the Chen family has the power and audacity to create such chaos in the city. As Yi Chen thought about this, he felt that something was off. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and realized, yes, damn it. Isn't this the place he had arranged to meet Zhao Qingya? He had reserved it weeks in advance. What the hell were these people doing fighting here? Is it for some opportunity he saw in his supernatural hint? But what could be so valuable that the Chen family would go to such lengths? And it's not even the apocalypse yet. He never expected anyone would dare to confront the Chen family in Tianhai City. Various clues and discoveries felt like chaotic lines, stimulating Yi Chen's nerves, leaving him completely bewildered. Everything seemed too coincidental and magical. He sensed something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint it. If it were a coincidence, then just days ago, Zhao Qingya was still chatting with him on WeChat, and now she just happened to appear here with Chen Ye. Yi Chen was very familiar with Zhao Qingya. Even her texting habits were clear to him, so he could confirm that the person who chatted with him a few days ago was definitely Zhao Qingya, not someone else chatting for her. Why did Zhao Qingya want to talk to him about these things? To lure him here? But what would be the purpose of bringing him here? Could it be that the Chen family forced her to do this just to catch someone as insignificant as him? That would be even more absurd than the current fighting in the city. Vaguely, Yi Chen felt that the situation in this park was much more complicated than he had imagined. His instincts told him it was best to put away the thought of fishing in troubled waters and make a quick escape. But the good fortune indicated by his supernatural ability and the fierce battle happening before him were all hinting that the opportunity here could be immeasurable. Damn it. Forget it. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. I'm a supernatural being, I'll be smart about it. And if things seem off, I'll run. I just need to keep a low profile, and the fighting sides shouldn't notice me. Chapter 50. The Ability Users Strike Ding. Task Progress Refreshed. Yi Chen's resentment value towards you is 1,000. Current total resentment value is 5,300. Kill probability is 53. Heh, someone really loves to meddle. Chen Ye couldn't help but smile when he saw this message. He actually knew that there were many eyes watching him in this forest, but Chen Ye was not nervous. With his current strength, the damage from a sniper rifle was negligible. Yi Chen must have thought he was clever and eliminated the sniper, only to realize that the sniper's target was Chen Ye. After inviting Zhao Qingya to the Xingfen group, Yi Chen had contributed a lot of resentment value to him in the past few days. However, compared to this wave, it was truly a minor issue. Since he is nearby, just right, let me continue to farm some resentment value. Thinking this, Chen Ye paused for a moment, then walked directly into the middle of the row of girls following him. On his left was Qin Zhu, and on his right was Zhao Qingya. Seeing that Zhao Qingya seemed a bit frightened by the battlefield filled with gunfire, Chen Ye placed a hand on her shoulder and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Dr. Zhao, are you feeling unwell?" He was a head taller than Zhao Qingya, and as he leaned down to look at her, anyone watching from a distance might mistakenly think he was kissing her. Ding. Task progress refreshed. Yi Chen's resentment value is 500. Current total resentment value is 5,800. Kill probability is 58. As expected, Yi Chen's resentment value appeared again. Chen Ye smiled, confirming his guess. However, Zhao Qingyao was a bit flustered by his somewhat ambiguous action and stammered, "No, I'm fine." "Well, that's good. For some reasons, I need you all to make this trip. But you can rest assured, I will guarantee your safety." Chen Ye smiled and nodded, then continued to walk leisurely forward. A moment later, Qinju, who had been holding a tablet and wearing a headset to receive messages and issue commands, paused and looked at Chen Ye, saying, "Young master, the counterattack from these people is quite strong. After our first round of helicopter and tank heavy fire suppression, the infantry fighting vehicles went directly into the park. We originally thought it would be easy to deal with these people armed only with light weapons, but we didn't expect their resistance to be very strong. Currently, about 1/3 of the park is still under their control. Moreover, many of their people have appeared around the park, although they do not have heavy weapons like us. These people are well-trained and equipped with top-notch individual gear. Relying on the city's complex terrain, they have caused significant trouble for our outer troops, preventing their heavy fire support from assisting the troops inside the park. Some of these people even carry shoulder-mounted anti-air missiles, and not long ago, we had a helicopter shot down. Rough estimates suggest that there are no fewer than 3,000 unidentified armed personnel around the park. As long as they establish a foothold in the park, there will be a continuous influx of reinforcements. Furthermore, not only from the park, but also from the enemy's fire support in the complex high-rise buildings outside the park has become a reason why the temporary positions they've built in the park remain unassailable. The enemy positions inside and outside the park are mutually supportive. If we cannot resolve the enemies outside, then without heavy fire support, it will be very difficult to clear the remaining enemies inside the park in a short time. So according to the current situation, how long will it take to completely take the park? Chen Ye asked calmly, showing no signs of joy or anger. With the current troop strength, it will take at least until tomorrow morning to completely eliminate the enemy positions outside the park and start encircling the remaining enemies inside the park. At the latest, we can annihilate them before tomorrow afternoon. Qinju quickly replied. That's too late. Chen Ye shook his head. What if we transfer a few more combined battalions over? Or simply bring the entire heavy combined brigade here? That's not feasible, young master. The urban terrain is too narrow, and it's difficult for such field troops to deploy quickly, Qinju said, shaking her head with some difficulty. She had more to say. Unless we deploy in advance, control all the traffic routes, and set up positions at all critical locations, that would be a sure thing. But when she received the increasing reports of suspicious personnel appearing here in the afternoon, she had suggested reinforcing troops, but Chen Ye had rejected it. Now that her young master was asking about the possibility of reinforcements, she certainly couldn't say that deploying in advance would have helped much and that the reinforcements would not shorten the time significantly. Does the young master not care about face? However, although she spoke tactfully, Chen Ye naturally understood her meaning and smiled. Yes, it's definitely too late to bring in more people. So what should we do? As he spoke, he glanced at the dozen or so ability users who had been injected with serum following behind him. Within half an hour. I need you to clear the park. Is there a problem? We will guarantee to complete the task. A group of ability users immediately stood firm. As the eldest young master of the Chen family, Chen Ye had received various types of education that were countless. He certainly understood the basic military theory. The reason he didn't let Qinju send reinforcements in advance was simply to test the combat ability of this batch of ability users. Of course, he had other motives behind it. It was a thought that emerged after learning about certain information regarding the post-apocalyptic flying bear city from the fragments of the memories of a reborn person. The true foundation of the Chen family was something even he, the direct descendant, did not fully understand. He only had a vague concept. From the information he gleaned from the memory fragments, it was clear that he had previously underestimated the family he came from. This not only indicated the strength of the Chen family, but also suggested that his father, as the head of the Chen family, might not be able to fully control this huge family, and even lacked a concrete understanding of their own assets. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to keep it from him. The real power of the Chen family was actually in the hands of a few older men. Of course, as Chen Ye's father or Chen Ye himself, as long as they endured for a few decades, they would surely become one of those old men in the future. But he certainly couldn't wait until then. Moreover, he was not used to sharing power with others. So if he wanted to gain more support from the family and break free from the shackles of the family, he needed to show some of his true strength. Almost everything he currently possessed came from the family, except for the various rewards and abilities from the system, as well as the ability users derive from those rewards. At this stage, although there were wild ability users like Yi-chun, they were definitely rare. By gathering so many ability users at once and forming a certain scale of combat power, even the old folks in the Chun family's old residence would have to reassess him as the heir. Young master, there are still at least hundreds of enemy troops inside the park. They have already set up temporary positions. These ability users can indeed work with our troops to breach the positions, but solving those few hundred people in such a short time and blocking any possible reinforcements seems a bit difficult. If there are casualties here, it would be quite a pity, Chen Ye said softly. If you're afraid of casualties, then why fight at all? Chen Ye shook his head and casually placed a hand on Su Yan's fragrant shoulder, his fingers lightly brushing over her collarbone, smiling. And who says they're only ability users? There's her too, right? What do you say, Su Yan? By the way, remember to distinguish the uniforms later, so you don't accidentally kill your own people. Hearing this, Su Yan, whose bloodthirsty instincts had long been provoked by the smell of blood lingering on the battlefield, rolled her eyes and said, I'm not an idiot. Stop talking nonsense. You're asking me to kill. Those wearing the enemy's clothes can be killed, right? That's right, go ahead. There will be rewards when you come back, Chen Ye said, patting her perky bottom. However, ever since Su Yan drank his blood that time, she no longer cared about his occasional rude behavior. Upon hearing his words, she instantly took off like a wild horse, vanishing from the spot in an instant, leaving only a bloodthirsty figure shimmering with dark purple light. Chapter 51. What is confidence? How's the situation over there? A low, deep voice casually asked in the brightly lit conference room. It's not good, Alliance leader. The mercenaries we've recruited are barely holding on. We only have some light weapons, while their side is equipped like a regular army, and even better than a regular army in some cases. Even though the families of those mercenaries are in our hands, forcing them to fight with all they've got, they can't hold out for much longer. They could have lasted a few more hours. But now the Chun family has unleashed a group of monsters. Each of these people is agile, professionally trained, incredibly strong, and possesses different special abilities. With their assistance, the Chen family's troops are now advancing rapidly. In a few minutes, we will have to withdraw completely from Lianxi Wetland Park. The urgent report interrupted the calm in the conference room, causing a stir among the people sitting inside. I said long ago, don't poke the tiger's whiskers of the Chun family. They are the Chun family. Why confront them head on? To be honest, I'm not afraid of the Chun family. If we unite now and work together, our strength may not be weaker than theirs. But is it really worth going to war with the Chun family over a mere park? The apocalypse hasn't arrived yet, and order hasn't collapsed. Once the Chun family investigates, they will find us, which will definitely be detrimental to our planned developments before the apocalypse, putting us in a very passive position. Indeed, no matter what is in that park, it's just an object after all. At this stage, we should stick to the original plan and focus on low-key development. In the past, we operated in the shadows without being noticed. Now we have suddenly been exposed. The elderly man known as the Alliance leader sat at the head of the table, watching the group of people sigh and frown, his expression cold. After a moment, as the discussions quieted down, he said lightly, Are you done arguing? Alliance leader, we weren't arguing. Shut up. The old man suddenly stood up and looked at the group, saying, This decision was made jointly by me and Mr. Xiao. Are you questioning this old man or Mr. Xiao? As expected, once these words were spoken, the group in the conference room fell silent. Seeing this, the old man softened his tone slightly and said, You don't need to worry about what is happening over there. Mr. Xiao is already there, and he will resolve the issue. You must understand, our goal is only to obtain the items that will appear in Lianxi Wetland Park, not to defeat the Chen family. These mercenaries are merely cannon fodder. If they die, they die. As for this battle, if we lose, we lose. You are all veterans of the business world. Business is like war. As long as we achieve our ultimate goal, what does a temporary win or loss matter? The Chen family is large and powerful. We must take risks to gain something from them. That said, I urge you all to think carefully and not to make foolish decisions at such a critical moment. Otherwise, Even if this old man shows some concern, Mr. Xiao will not care about that. With that, the old man slowly stood up and left, seemingly uninterested in the heated battlefield on the other side. However, the Mr. Xiao he mentioned seemed to hold great respect among this group. Although the members of the business alliance who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with the incident still had some concerns, they ultimately refrained from saying anything further, quietly waiting for the final outcome. On the other side, at Lianqi Wetland Park, with Chen Ye sending over a dozen superpowered individuals into the battlefield, the fighting immediately intensified. Although these superpowered individuals had only recently gained their powers, each possessed terrifying strength, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, with speeds that ordinary people could not react to. As soon as they entered the battlefield, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. They charged directly into a corner of the park occupied by the mercenaries of the Business Alliance, swiftly eliminating dozens of mercenaries who were counterattacking the Chen family's troops from temporary fortifications. They quickly captured this stronghold, causing chaos among the mercenaries of the Business Alliance, who hurriedly dispatched a small team to try to reclaim the position. However, under the precise fire cover of the elite Chen family troops, this was destined to be futile. None of the dozen superpowered individuals suffered casualties. In less than 3 minutes, they took down a stronghold, successfully compressing the already limited positions of the mercenaries in the park. And this was just the beginning. In urban warfare, where heavy weapons were not convenient to deploy, superpowered individuals faced ordinary people with almost invincible terrifying power, making them nearly unstoppable, especially with the monster Su Yin joining the fray. While other superpowered individuals might need to be cautious when facing heavy machine gun fire, Su Yin had no such concerns. The layer of light purple fluorescence surrounding her acted like a shield, with large-caliber machine gun bullets barely causing her any harm. Her speed was so exaggerated that it broke the sound barrier, giving the enemy little opportunity to shoot at her. When she got close, the mercenaries sent by the Business Alliance would understand what it meant for a demon to descend. If these people have no means of countering within 10 minutes, our people can drive them all out of the park. Afterwards, we just need to build positions around the park, and they will never have a chance to break in again, Chen Ye remarked while observing the battle situation. However, Chen Ye did not show any signs of relaxation on his face. He shook his head and said, "Things are probably not that simple. This matter has been shrouded in mystery from the beginning. Even though both sides are nearly at a breaking point, it still seems somewhat elusive." But Chen Ye understood one principle: never underestimate your opponent. The people of the Business Alliance cannot be unaware of the Chen family strength. These people even have spies infiltrating Xingfen Group. They are definitely aware of the news that Chen Ye has stationed troops nearby. Knowing the disparity in strength between both sides, they still chose to confront the Chen family head-on. What is certain now is that these people absolutely know about the existence of Dreamflower. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting so desperately. But Chen Ye did not believe that the entire Business Alliance was filled with reckless gamblers willing to risk everything for such an item, engaging in a near-suicidal clash with the Chen family. Since they dare to do so, they must have some backup plan, a plan that makes them believe they can achieve their goals no matter what. What could it be? Chen Ye showed a contemplative expression, but at that moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted in the park. Chapter 52. Ceasefire? I don't think so. Boom! The terrifying sound of explosions rumbled like thunder, echoing for several kilometers around. Clearly, such noise could not have been caused by the weapons carried by both sides in today's conflict. Although the Chen family could acquire such weapons without much difficulty, Chen Ye had not lost his mind to use them in the city. Moreover, this disturbance felt more like the sound of actual thunder. Chen Ye frowned and looked at Chen Ye, who also seemed puzzled, and asked, "Can your lightning ability create such a sound?" Chen Ye shook her head and replied, "It can, but after using this move, I would probably be completely drained of physical and mental energy, losing all combat capability. That should have been a different sound, right? There shouldn't be any ability users like that at this stage. Shouldn't be?" Chen Ye thought about himself, and then the children of destiny, shaking his head, and said, "Not necessarily. Enough chit-chat. Let's ask the people ahead what happened." "Okay." Chen Ye quickly tapped her earpiece and asked what had just happened at a rapid pace. Soon, she returned to Chen Ye with a serious expression and said, "Young master." The noise was indeed caused by an ability user. A young man in black suddenly appeared at the Business Alliance's position and used a lightning-like ability to launch a surprise attack when our ability users got close. So they really have a backup plan. Chen Ye sighed and then asked, "What are the casualty reports?" The opponent's ability was very strong. The first two ability users leading the charge have already been confirmed as casualties, and several others are seriously injured. By the way, Miss Su Yin was also within the attack range and at the center of the lightning strike. However, although she was blasted far away, she seems unharmed and is currently confronting that young man. The battlefield has nearly reached a ceasefire state because of this person's sudden appearance. Su Yin is confronting him and hasn't charged indirectly? Chen Ye was somewhat surprised, but his eyes were filled with gravity. After spending some time with Su Yin, he understood her temperament very well. Now was the time for a bloodbath. If the opponent's strength was inferior and dared to provoke her, she would undoubtedly tear him apart without a second thought. Yet, she chose not to take direct action and instead confronted him. This indicated that Su Yin likely believed the opponent's strength was at least on par with hers, and even in a bloodthirsty frenzy, she forcibly suppressed her killing intent to seriously assess her opponent. Interesting. With a light chuckle, Chen Ye was about to go check the situation. However, at that moment, Qin Zhu, who was focusing on the front, suddenly said, "Young master, the opponent is speaking." "Oh," Chen Ye asked with interest. "What did he say?" "He said." Qin Zhu furrowed her brows. "He wants to talk to you." "Young master, the battlefield ahead is very dangerous. The fighting has only paused due to an accident and could start again at any moment. I don't recommend you go." However, Chen Ye naturally would not heed her advice. He waved his hand and said, "Since the other party has extended an invitation, it would be a bit rude not to go. Let us go." Saying this, he stepped into the park first. The entrance of the park had always been under the control of the Chen family, and there was no possibility of a minefield, with heavy troops guarding it. It was even safer than outside. Therefore, Chen Ye thought for a moment, and didn't he forget to wave to the hesitant Shen Yinshi and others behind him, saying, "You all come in too. No need to go to the front line. Just stay in the safe area at the back." It would be a joke if these women, who were related to the Dream Flower on the original timeline, turned out to be a prerequisite for its appearance. Chen Ye was going to the front line himself, and he couldn't dare to leave them outside in case of accidents. Hearing this, although the women were a bit scared, they gritted their teeth and followed into the park. Chen Ye naturally brought Qin Zhu directly to the front line of the battlefield. The front line in the park had been pushed back to a corner nearly 2 kilometers from the entrance, right at the lake's edge. Chen Ye did not rush over. By the time he leisurely arrived, it had already been more than 10 minutes. The front line of the battlefield was quite tragic. The originally lush and green park had been reduced to a scene of flames after a fierce battle, with most of the main combat area now only remnants of war. The trees were either burning or had been blown up to just their roots, creating a post-apocalyptic landscape of broken walls and ruins. At the front, the distances between both sides' temporary positions were less than 50 meters, close enough for ordinary soldiers to throw grenades and hit their targets. The battlefield was littered with corpses, mostly from the Business Alliance. Of course, it wasn't that the Chen family members were invulnerable. Rather, with the involvement of ability users, the opponent's defenses had been torn apart quickly, and once the front line collapsed, even the most elite soldiers would fall into chaos. At such times, the Chen family's troops followed the ability users to charge, resulting in relatively low casualties. Chen Ye arrived at the front line, scanned the area, and noticed the charred pit in front of the enemy's position. He also saw the 2 charred, mangled bodies of ability users and couldn't help but frown. Next to the corpses stood a young man in a black t-shirt. His half-long hair hung loosely over his head, and despite being on this dangerous battlefield, facing a terrifying presence like Su Yin, he appeared relaxed and unconcerned, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Chen Ye stepped out of the position, glanced at him without speaking, and walked over to Su Yan's side. "How is it?" Su Yan, who looked serious, finally relaxed when she saw he had arrived, and then pitifully said, "It hurts." "So you must not be injured," Chen Ye remarked, glancing at this seemingly fragile yet unexpectedly tough character, then turned his gaze to the young man. The young man in black was also looking at him, and when their eyes met, he smiled and said, "I assume this is the young master of the Chen family." Xiao Yuan. I had long suspected that the business alliance dared to do such things because they had some other backing. I suppose that backing is you, right? Chen Ye smiled and replied, "You're right. Young Master Chen, please don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with them. I'm just here to help at someone else's request," Xiao Yuan said with a grin. "Mainly, their people found some clues from your Chen family, prompting the relevant ability users to investigate and discover that an extraordinary treasure is about to emerge here. They promised that if I help, we would split the treasure evenly. I couldn't refuse such an offer, could I? Indeed, no one could refuse what is about to appear here." Chen Ye nodded in agreement. "See, how about this? Fighting and killing is not proper, and since the treasure hasn't appeared yet, it's not time to start a war. Your ability users might not be able to deal with me. This girl is strong, but her methods are a bit lacking. She can't really do anything to me. Given that, why not temporarily cease hostilities? When the treasure appears, we can each rely on our own abilities to see who gets it. What do you say?" Chen Ye maintained a gentle smile that felt refreshing, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I don't think so." Chapter 53. Each showing their talents detected a child of destiny near you. The mission has been refreshed. Mission: kill the child of destiny Xiao Yuan. Please note, the child of destiny has extremely high luck, making it difficult to kill recklessly. You need to accumulate a certain amount of resentment value to reduce their luck before a kill is possible. Current resentment value of child of destiny Xiao Yuan, 0. Success rate of kill, 0. Looking at the sudden system prompt in front of him, Chen Ye realized that today's events might not end well. Xiao Yuan, a child of destiny whose strength was not inferior to Su Yin, and who had the backing of the Merchant Alliance, a powerful faction. This was completely different from the script of the Children of Destiny like Fang Xian and Yi Chun, who rose against the odds. This would also be the most troublesome opponent Chen Ye had encountered since obtaining the system. Not good enough? So does young Master Chen mean we should have a fight now? Xiao Yuan said with a smile. But it's a pity that if you wanted to fight a few minutes ago, I would have had a headache. After all, this is Tianhai, and beneath this vast city, I don't know how many ambitious individuals are lurking. I'm also afraid that if I go too far, others might take advantage. So I don't want to fight you to the end. But now, with this little distance between us, do you really think whether we fight or not is up to you? As long as I take down you, young Master Chen, not only will there be no need for a fight, but even the Chen family members present will rush to help me get that treasure to redeem you. Don't you think? With the support of your Chen family, I'm sure there won't be any unexpected incidents. After saying a lot of nonsense, I thought you had some profound opinions. You just want to take me hostage, right? Go ahead and try. Chen Ye impatiently interrupted him and then waved his hand behind him. Qinju immediately brought over a box and opened it beside him. Inside the box lay a beautiful long knife. The long knife was long and straight, resembling a tang knife, entirely black like ink, with intricate patterns carved on it. This was the special metal war knife rewarded by the system. Chen Ye had naturally tested it before. This knife not only had a great compatibility with abilities, but also had a certain amplification effect on the power of abilities. Those seemingly decorative, exquisite patterns were actually some kind of circuits similar to electrical circuits. However, while circuits carry electricity, these patterns carried abilities. It's not an exaggeration to say that with this knife in hand, Chen Ye's combat power could at least double. After trying it out earlier, he had sent the knife to the Underground Research Institute for study. He had a premonition that there might be a major battle when he came out this time, so he naturally brought it with him. Xiao Yuan's gaze focused on the war knife for a moment. Then he praised, as expected of the Chun family. With such deep foundations, even treasures like Xian iron are available. This knife looks quite good. I wonder if young Master Chen would be willing to part with it? Xian iron? Chen Ye gazetikten it. From a system's introduction. He only knew that the material used to forge this knife was a mutated metal after being eroded by a virus, which was the best material for making weapons for ability users. As for what Xian iron was, he hadn't heard of it. The system had mentioned that the explanations for these items were generally based on post-apocalyptic standards, meaning that this metal would likely be referred to as special metal after the apocalypse. This also aligned with the naming habits of researchers in Xia country, being concise and clear, allowing one to guess the type of metal just by its name. While Xian iron sounded good, it leaned more towards the fantastical, leaving people somewhat confused, not quite like something named by researchers. The system had initially mentioned that this was discovered by Xia country's researchers when they studied the effects of the virus on minerals after the apocalypse. Thus, one could probably rule out the possibility that Xiao Yuan was a reborn person like Feng Xian. While speculating about Xiao Yuan's background, Chen Ye clearly had no intention of responding to his provocation. Slowly drawing the tang knife, he handed the sheath to Qin Zhu and signaled her to step back. He then gently stroked the blade and smiled. This knife has yet to drink blood. Your head looks good, making it perfect for a blood offering. Just right since you've injured my people. Now come and die. Ding. Mission progress refreshed. Congratulations. You have gained 200 points of Xiao Yuan's resentment value. Current resentment value. 200 points. Success rate of kill. 2. Xiao Yuan's expression visibly darkened. All right, then I'll see just how capable you, the pampered young master of a noble family, really are. 6 Jia heavenly soldiers. The next moment, he casually scattered a handful of golden beans, which quickly grew into tall warriors clad in golden armor, wielding long knives and exuding an aggressive aura. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Sujian exclaimed, her eyes wide. This probably isn't an ability. Chen Ye shook his head, then patted her on the back of the head. You can take care of these toys. These so-called 6 Jia heavenly soldiers seem to be on par with ordinary ability users. Xiao Yuan likely didn't think he could resolve Chen Ye with them, but rather use them to hold back Su Yan and the other Chen family ability users. They're not living beings. Su Yan shook her head, appearing uninterested. You deal with these things. I'll go break that kid's limbs and bring him here to bleed for you to drink. Chen Ye laughed. Su Yan's eyes lit up at this, and without further ado, she broke through the sound barrier and shot into the group of golden-armored warriors. These golden-armored warriors looked intimidating, but in front of Su Yan's immense strength, they were like paper. She could smash one with a single punch. However, oddly, the golden-armored warrior she smashed would quickly reassemble and rejoin the battle. This was indeed a group of unkillable monsters. Looks like there's something to them, Chen Ye observed, but was not surprised. If they were merely ordinary ability, user-level beings, Xiao Yuan likely wouldn't attempt to use them to stall Su Yan. All right, now it's just the two of us left, young Master Chen. I'm here to die now. Xiao Yuan slowly floated in the air, and at the same time, with a flick of his right hand, a yellow talisman appeared at his fingertips. One of the talismans ignited without fire, and a huge fire dragon suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yuan. Fire dragon spell. Command. Roar. The fire dragon, over 10 meters long, unleashed a tremendous flame, enveloping endless heat, and charged directly at Chen Ye. Interesting. Chen Ye chucked it lightly, a huge fireball appearing in his hand. The next moment, he casually crushed the massive fireball, and bright yellow king fire flowed down his arm like nectar, instantly covering his entire body. The war knife in his hand ignited in flames, emitting a scorching red glow. Boom! With the ground shaking, Chen Ye stomped down, shattering the earth beneath his feet as he charged toward the sky, directly facing the fire dragon. Under the night sky, Chen Ye, clad in flaming armor, clashed head-on with the ferocious fire dragon, the scene freezing at that moment. Then, a dazzling light, like the sun, suddenly erupted, illuminating a good part of Tianhai. Chapter 54. Chaos. Official opinions. My eyes. Mom, quick look. It's dawn. Don't look. Hurry and pack your things. We have to rush to Grandma's house in the countryside. Someone just said there's fighting in the south of the city, and I didn't believe it, but it looks like it's real. What kind of weapon is that? A nuclear bomb? It could be a small tactical nuclear bomb. In any case, there's definitely fighting going on over there, and they're using weapons of mass destruction. We need to leave quickly. What about work? I still have to go to work tomorrow. Hurry and run. What is the point of working when our lives are at stake? On the streets, many residents of Tianhai City, who were drawn out by the commotion in the wetland park, were suddenly startled by the intense light and terrifying explosion. After a long period of peace in Xia country, the people had long forgotten what war looked like. The wetland park had been engaged in fighting for a while, and many nearby residents didn't even know what was happening, let alone those farther away who couldn't even hear the gunfire. But now, with the sound of the explosion and the bright light, people finally realized that something serious was happening in their city. They hurriedly packed their belongings to escape. Those with private cars drove away, while those without rushed into the subway. After all, modern people with some common sense know that subway stations can serve as shelters in times of war. In no time, the streets were jam-packed, and the subway stations below were crowded with people. Panic began to spread through the city, and the result of a population of over 20 million in a big city falling in a panic is complete chaos. While ordinary people were trying to escape the city, some with ulterior motives took advantage of the chaos to loot and vandalize. With the sound of that terrifying explosion, the night in Tianhai was destined to be anything but calm. Tianhai, City Guard Office. Li Qingsong's office was already filled with people. There were high-ranking officials from Tianhai City in administrative jackets, as well as generals in military uniforms. The Chen family has gone too far this time. This is a city with tens of millions of people. Do they still have any law? At this moment, with the citizens in a state of panic, their actions could only escalate the chaos. If we, the officials, cannot take effective measures, it will be very difficult to maintain order afterward. Give the order, City Guard. The two light synthetic brigades stationed outside the city are fully equipped and ready to go. They can set off at any time. Although their equipment is not as good as the Chen family's heavy synthetic brigade, we are not weaker than them in field combat. And they are far inferior to us in urban warfare. As long as you give the order, we can end this farce within an hour. Yes, give the order. City Guard. Even though the Chen family is powerful, this is Tianhai after all. Other families will not allow them to act recklessly. Listening to the urging of his subordinates, Li Qingsong sat at the head of the table, without expressing any opinion. In today's Xia country, the city guard holds great power. He indeed has the authority to mobilize troops to restore order in the city. Of course, that is only in theory. The reality, Li Qingsong was not foolish. Although the people in the conference room were all shouting in indignation, he knew very well that Tianhai City was considered the Chen family's territory by the authorities. And both the military and the officials were unaware of how many hidden agents the Chen family had planted. Now it was the Chen family's young master who was exchanging fire with unidentified forces in the Lianxi wetland park. Even if he wanted to send troops into the city, the only justification would be to assist Chen Ye in eliminating the terrorists sent by the unidentified forces. If he were to follow the suggestions of these people and let the army enter the city to wipe out both sides in the firefight, to bolster the official stance, it would be satisfying to hear, but he had no doubt that if such an order were given, it wouldn't be long before he, the city guard, would find himself with a gun to his head, forced to resign. He might not even have the chance to resign. He could just disappear. Therefore, even though this incident had already caused chaos in Tianhai, a major city, which the officials absolutely could not tolerate, he still did not express any opinion, merely reported the information and waited for orders from above. This matter involved the Chen family, and it was no longer something he could decide. Amid the quarrels among the high-ranking officials in Tianhai and Li Qingsong's silence, the special hotline in the city guard office finally rang. The office instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the phone. Li Qingsong slowly picked up the phone. Yes, okay. Good, I understand. Don't worry, Minter. I will handle the aftermath and will not let the impact of the incident expand. Good. Take care of yourself, Minter. After hanging up the phone, the room was eerily quiet. Li Qingsong looked around expressionlessly and said, General Zhao, order the 198th and 199th Brigades to enter the city, responsible for maintaining order, evacuating the crowd, sealing off the surrounding areas of the conflict, and assisting my 96th Heavy Armored Synthetic Brigade's 755th Battalion in eliminating the unidentified terrorist forces. We cannot let a single-armed thug escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the office was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone here knew that the 96th Heavy Armored Synthetic Brigade was the force that had been brought into the city by the Chen family, essentially their private army. Although the Chen family's private army was not funded by military expenses, it still had a number and combat sequence in the military. Regular military officers generally wouldn't consider this unit as one of their own, usually referring to it as the Chen family army. But now, Li Qingsong used the official military designation to refer to them. There were no fools here. Everyone understood that this was the upper management defining this incident. Ignoring the role of the Chen family in this matter, The focus was directed at the so-called unidentified forces and the mastermind behind this incident, Chen Ye. And the Chen family troops, who had recklessly brought heavy weapons into the city, were naturally being treated as the regular army tasked with eliminating the unidentified armed forces. Many people had already guessed this would be the outcome. However, upon hearing the orders, there was still a twinge of regret in their hearts. Similarly, many had been shouting enthusiastically just now, but upon hearing that they wouldn't have to confront the Chun family in a life-or-death struggle, they also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qing-song noticed the subtle changes in everyone's expressions. He maintained an impassive demeanor, but inwardly shook his head, thinking it was just as he expected. He then continued. As for the officials in charge of administrative work, your task is to calm the panicking crowd and maintain public order. It's a heavy burden, so please do your best. The city guard can rest assured. We guarantee to complete the task. Soon, with the upper management finalizing the main tone of this incident, the Tianhai authorities finally began to take action. Li Qing-song looked at the empty office and sighed softly. Alas, aristocratic families. Why does the city guard sigh? A hoarse voice suddenly appeared from behind, and Li Qing-song immediately widened his eyes and turned around. He then saw a man in a black hoodie, whose face was obscured, had somehow appeared in his office. Just as he was about to call for security, he heard the man in black say, "City guard, don't be anxious. I am here to greet you on behalf of a group of people like yourself. I mean no harm." Chapter 55 Invitation from the Doomsday Preservation Committee, an organization made up of people like me. Li Qing-song's expression was grave as he slowly asked, "What organization? What do they do? Why have I never heard of them before?" The man in black suddenly became serious, his expression earnest as he replied, "We are an organization composed of individuals who care for the world, work for the country and the people, but are suppressed by these ancient noble families, unable to showcase our talents. From the day we were established, the purpose of our organization has been to save the common people from calamity, to sweep these noble families that have been active on the world stage for thousands of years into the dustbin of history, and to spread the true light of freedom and equality across the globe. Our short-term goal is to rebuild order in the impending apocalypse, to save ordinary people struggling to survive, and to restore a clear and bright world to everyone. Therefore, our organization is called the Doomsday Preservation Committee. Mr. Lee, your current position holds significant strategic importance for our committee, so please allow me, the Director of the Abilities Division of the Doomsday Preservation Committee, to extend the most sincere invitation on behalf of our Supreme Chairman, hoping you can join us." As he spoke, the man in black pulled out a pure gold medal from his pocket. The medal had an embossed inscription that read, "Vice Chairman of the Doomsday Preservation Committee, Supreme Executive of Tianhai District, Li Qing-song." Li Qing-song was surprised that the organization had even prepared his position and representative medal for him. After a moment of astonishment, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Are you so sure that I will agree to join?" "Yes." The man in black smiled and said, "After all, we share the same goal, and now is our best opportunity, which you should be very clear about." The so-called common goal he referred to was, of course, to overthrow the four great ancient families led by Chen, Bai, Mu, and Ji, as well as the countless noble families beneath them. Whether this goal was truly for the country and the people, or because these powerful families occupied too many resources, leaving their forces lacking upward mobility in space, thus needing to unite to overthrow the old powers and become the new elite, was hard to say. Of course, this was not important. Having a grand and righteous slogan was enough. After a moment of silence, Li Qing-song finally smiled and took the medal, saying, as the director has said, "I indeed share the same goal as you. Grateful for the chairman's regard, I shall naturally do my part to fight for a clear and bright world for all people." Seeing this, the man in black, whose face had remained hidden, finally revealed his true appearance. He was a pale young man with a smile on his face. Seemingly very pleased with Li Qing-song's response, he immediately clasped his hands and said, "Director of the Abilities Division, Wu Lin, at your service, Chairman Li." Lianqi Wetland Park. The clash of the world's top extraordinary powers continued. As for the undercurrents swirling in Tianhai City, Chen Ye currently had no time to pay attention. After slashing the ferocious fire dragon with one strike, Perhaps his kingly fire was of a higher grade than the flames of that fire dragon. Or perhaps his strength surpassed that of the fire dragon. In any case, he suffered no harm at all. Not even a wrinkle appeared on his clothes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan, who was not far away in the air, looked astonished. From Chen Ye's previous actions and the information from the Merchant Alliance's undercover agent in the Xingfeng group, he had deduced that this young master of the Chen family was likely also an ability user. However, he did not expect that Chen Ye's ability had reached such a level. Being able to easily break the fire dragon talisman that he had painstakingly crafted with countless resources was a display of combat power that could be considered the strongest ability user he had seen since arriving in this world. Previously, he had looked down on those ability users who relied solely on their physical instincts to wield their powers. In his view, this method was too crude and low-level, far inferior to the celestial techniques practiced in the world he came from. Before today, almost all the ability users he had encountered were no match for him in a single exchange, which further solidified his viewpoint. After all, he had not been in this world for long. He had only been seriously cultivating for a week or two. He had already been able to dominate the vast majority of ability users. This performance could be said to have completely outclassed those who relied purely on instinct. However, at this moment, the Chen Ye before him had withstood what could be considered one of his strongest trump cards, the Fire Dragon spell, without sustaining any injury. This made him reassess the group of ability users. Naturally, he also needed to re-evaluate Chen Ye himself. Just then, Chen Ye looked over as well. Their gazes collided, and Chen Ye grinned. "If you have no other means, then you might really die here today. Then you can try," Xiao Yuan scoffed. He then ignited a piece of yellow paper in his hand and began to chant, seemingly reciting some kind of incantation. However, Chen Ye's speed was faster. Having witnessed the power of these talismans, he naturally would not give Xiao Yuan the chance to cast a spell. As Xiao Yuan was still chanting some incantation, a piercing golden light suddenly erupted from Chen Ye's eyes. In the next moment, a pair of massive golden divine eyes appeared out of thin air in the night sky. The pupils looked down upon Xiao Yuan, like a deity from the heavens gazing upon the mortal realm. At that moment, Xiao Yuan, who was reciting a spell, suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning. He then began to uncontrollably spit out several mouthfuls of blood and fell heavily to the ground. However, Xiao Yuan did not have time to care about the excruciating pain in his head, feeling as if 1,000 insects were gnawing at his heart. He looked up at Chen Ye in horror and said, You actually have more than one ability? Otherwise, how could I kill you?" Chen Ye transformed into a streak of fire and instantly appeared before Xiao Yuan, with his battle knife raised high, before his words even fell. He brought it down on Xiao Yuan, seizing the chance to take his life. Even though Xiao Yuan's current resentment value was only 1,300, with a kill probability of only 13, the odds of killing him were low, and the rewards from the system would definitely be minimal. However, facing such an opponent who far exceeded Fang Xian and Yi Chun in every aspect, Chen Ye had no intention of waiting to maximize his kill probability before striking. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. As expected, just as the battle knife was about to chop off Xiao Yuan's head, a green barrier suddenly appeared around him. The barrier looked like a mere light curtain, yet it was as impenetrable as a turtle shell, unable to be cut through. At that moment, Xiao Yuan finally recovered from the spiritual attack that had struck his soul like a heavenly eye. He quickly rolled out from under Chen Ye's knife and swiftly floated away, creating distance. Although he had managed to escape with his life thanks to his life-saving treasure, the earlier confrontation with Chen Ye still left him feeling apprehensive. He currently had no means to defend against such spiritual attacks. He had survived this time due to his treasure, but next time it might not be the same. Chapter 56. The birth of the dream flower. The life-saving method is decent, but I don't know how many times it can save you. After a missed strike, Chen Ye was not discouraged. This was to be expected, not to mention Xiao Yuan. Even Fang Xian and Yi Chun would probably not be so easy to kill. These children of destiny always seem to have good luck that saves them at critical moments. It's safe to say that Xiao Yuan definitely has some trump cards left. And even if he were to reach a dead end, he would likely find a way to survive through unforeseen circumstances. However, he did not leave empty-handed. That strike allowed him to validate some of his conjectures. If he had originally thought that he couldn't kill a child of destiny this way, he wouldn't have experienced a drop in the kill probability. By understanding this mechanism of the system, he could better control the situation where the kill probability decreases due to unexpected failures. Similar to the earlier incident of trying to kill Feng Xian at the Zhou family villa, Chen Ye felt that with Qin Zhu's marksmanship at that distance, there was no way he could miss. In reality, Qin Zhu indeed did not miss. But the bullet just passed right through without injuring any vital organs or major blood vessels. This is the luck of the children of destiny. There's nothing you can do about it. That's why the kill probability dropped that time. This time, however, when Chen Ye struck down with that knife, he already knew he couldn't kill Xiao Yuan. So in the system's judgment, it didn't count as a kill failure, and naturally, the kill probability didn't drop. Chen Ye speculated that the drop in kill probability was likely a form of punishment from the system, aimed at preventing him from harboring any delusions of luck when facing these children of destiny who possess fate, even if he turned the opponent to ashes. As long as the system's kill prompt hadn't appeared, he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. In the sky above, Xiao Yuan looked at Chen Ye, who was wrapped in fiery armor and wielding a long knife, with lingering fear. He glanced again at the pair of golden eyes in the night sky. Slowly, he took out a palm-sized object resembling a turtle shell from his pocket. On that shell, there was a visible knife mark. The shell, which should have emitted a faint glow, was now much dimmer. If he were to receive the same blow again, this life-saving treasure would not protect him. The difficulty of crafting such a treasure in this world was undoubtedly hellish, including the chaotic talismans on him, which required vast resources to create. If it weren't for the Merchant Alliance's incredible reach, he could never have gathered so many consumable treasures. After all, the environment of the current world was still changing. Such resources were too scarce. Perhaps one day, when the apocalypse fully arrives, such treasures would become more plentiful. So, while he had quite a few items on him, they were all consumables. Using one meant losing one, and it would be difficult to replenish them in the short term. Aside from these treasures, in terms of raw strength, Xiao Yuan felt he should have no problem dealing with an ordinary ability user. However, if he were to face monsters like Chen Ye or Su Yin directly, he would surely be slaughtered. This wasn't to say that the cultivation method he brought from another world was ineffective, but rather that he had been here for too short a time, and given the tense situation, he hadn't rushed to cultivate after understanding the circumstances. Instead, he focused all his energy on creating these powerful consumables. His own strength was insufficient, and the consumable treasures he relied on were restrained by Chen Ye's Eye of Heaven ability. There was simply no way to fight. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, then immediately flew back, saying, "Young Master Chen, the rivers and lakes are long. We can settle our accounts slowly later." He didn't know what kind of rare materials would appear in this place, and being naturally cautious, he wouldn't take such a big risk to snatch an unknown item. After all, he had cultivation methods that far exceeded what people in this world could comprehend. On the path of the extraordinary, he was inherently a few steps ahead of others. As long as he continued to cultivate steadily in the future, he could definitely become the most powerful being in this world. There was no need to risk his life over a rare treasure at this moment. Chen Ye watched this guy leave without any intention of stopping him. Xiao Yuan was clearly different from other ability users. No one knew what other tricks he had. And he could fly. This was a means that was difficult to counter at this stage. If he wanted to escape, there was nothing Chen Ye could do about it. Although the mental attack of the Eye of Heaven was powerful, it was not without limits. The previous strike had already consumed most of his mental and physical strength. If he were to use the same move again, his mental power would likely be severely drained. Today's primary goal was to obtain the Dream Flower, not to deal with the unexpected appearance of Xiao Yuan. However, just as Xiao Yuan was about to leave and the mercenaries from the Merchant Alliance were preparing to withdraw, a strange fragrance suddenly spread throughout the entire park. The moment he smelled the fragrance, Chen Ye felt a shock to his spirit. The large portion of mental power he had just consumed was now rapidly recovering, making his mind much clearer. After a brief moment of surprise, he turned around to look at the lake behind him. Many soldiers and ability users present, as well as those lurking in the shadows with ulterior motives, had similar reactions. Under everyone's gaze, a faint light slowly blossomed at the center of the small lake in Lianqi Wetland Park. Then everyone saw that at the center of the light was a lotus stem, and on the stem were a pair of budding lotus flowers, one black, one white, emitting a faint mist and a refreshing fragrance that made everyone who saw this scene feel an instinctive desire rise within them, as if this were some miraculous elixir that could grant eternal life. The dream flower. Chen Ye looked at the budding lotus flowers with a solemn expression. At the same time, a system prompt unexpectedly rang out. Ding! An abnormal event has been detected near the host. A temporary mission has been triggered. Mission: obtain the dream flower. Mission description: reincarnation golden lotus, paired lotus flowers, one for life, one for death. Between life and death lies great terror, as well as endless reincarnation. The two complement each other, together forming the cycle of reincarnation. It is rumored that every time a new cycle begins, the reincarnation golden lotus will appear. Those who obtain the golden lotus after the apocalypse possess great powers, becoming invincible in the world, free from any restrictions. Therefore, the reincarnation golden lotus is also referred to as the dream flower by survivors in the apocalypse. Obtaining the dream flower can reverse fate, allowing the host to have fewer concerns when dealing with the children of destiny, which is of great significance. This was the first time the system had been triggered by something other than a child of destiny. This showed how unusual this item was. At this moment, it wasn't just Chen Ye who felt that the dream flower was extraordinary. Qin Zhu reacted the fastest and immediately ordered, "Everyone listen up, guard the surroundings of the park. No one is allowed to approach the lake. Heavy artillery outside the city is loaded and ready. Anyone who crosses the line will be met with firepower." Chapter 57, Re-engagement. One strike to defeat the enemy in the sky. Xiao Yuan, who had retreated halfway, paused in midair. Looking at the pair of lotus flowers gradually blooming on the lake's surface amidst the smoke, he was momentarily stunned. Then disbelief filled his eyes. The reincarnation golden lotus? This is actually the reincarnation golden lotus recorded only in ancient texts. Not to mention in this barren world. Even in the prosperous immortal cultivation world he came from, such a treasure had only appeared in ancient texts. If he hadn't previously come from a major sect in the cultivation world and read many ancient books in the library, he might not even recognize this treasure. At the first sight of the reincarnation golden lotus, all his previous thoughts about not contending for a lifetime, but for a moment, and to avoid the limelight only to regain his footing later, were instantly cast aside. This kind of heavenly treasure, even if seen by those old monsters in the nascent soul and divine transformation stages, would likely lead to a life and death struggle, let alone someone like him. An unknown small fry. In his previous life, if such a treasure appeared, he wouldn't even have the qualification to watch from the sidelines. But now it was different. With his strength, the only one present who could fight him was Chen Ye. If he still hesitated and dared not to compete, then what was the point of cultivating immortality? Avoiding the limelight was a result of weighing pros and cons, but after the appearance of this pair of lotus flowers, weighing the pros and cons again only led to one conclusion: to fight for this unprecedented great opportunity with his life. In contrast to Xiao Yuan's complex psychological activities in the sky, Yi Chun, who had sneaked to the lake's edge under the cover of night and battle, was left with only one thought in his mind upon seeing the pair of lotus flowers. This is something that is meant to belong to me. He didn't know why he had such an unrealistic thought. After all, the strengths of both sides currently engaged in battle far exceeded his own. Yet this thought appeared in his mind so naturally, as if it was rightfully his. Of course, while he thought this way, he didn't actually lose his mind and rush out to grab it. Instead, he chose to wait. Originally, the two sides in battle were suddenly retreating due to Chen Ye's intervention, which made Yi Chun feel uneasy. After all, if they stopped fighting, it would be absurd for him to try to take advantage of the chaos. But now, with the sudden appearance of the pair of lotus flowers, he had no doubt that both sides would continue to fight fiercely. At this moment, it was his time to take action amidst the chaos. However, he was still on the shore, several hundred meters away from the dream flower in the center of the lake, a distance that made it impossible for him to take advantage of the situation. Yi Chun observed his surroundings, confirmed that both sides were at a standoff and no one was paying attention to his corner, then quietly crawled out of the bushes and slowly submerged into the lake. It was already early winter and the lake water was quite cold. But for an ability user with a strong physique, this temperature was completely bearable. Moreover, with Yi Chen's current lung capacity, holding his breath underwater for half an hour was no problem. With his strength, he needed to approach the dream flower slowly from the bottom of the water in this battlefield. Exiting the park, Paul remains intact. Looking at Xiao Yuan, who is hovering in midair and restless, Chen Ye held his long knife horizontally across his chest and said calmly. At the same time, he glanced back at Qinju. With just one look, Qinju immediately understood his meaning. She promptly ordered a team to take kayaks toward the dream flower. Of course, even though these people were all trusted followers of the Chen family, they were not allowed to approach within 10 meters of the dream flower. The purpose of sending them was to prevent Yi Chen from taking advantage of the situation. Apart from Chen Ye himself, only a few people present knew about Yi Chen's existence. Qinju understood her young master's intentions best, seeing his gaze. She guessed that Chen Ye wanted her to guard against Yi Chen trying to take advantage of the chaos. If it were something else, I really wouldn't want to be enemies with young Master Chen. But it's a pity that the reincarnation Golden Lotus is right in front of me. No matter what, I must fight you today. Xiao Yuan shook his head and looked at Chen Ye. I just don't know how many times you can use that direct attack on the soul. Young Master Chen? Chen Ye smiled upon hearing this. I think you should worry more about how many times that turtle shell can be used. Earlier, Xiao Yuan clearly intended to run, proving that the number of times he could use his life-saving method was definitely limited. Yet he didn't know how many more times Chen Ye's heavenly eye could be used. In this regard, Chen Ye was more confident than him. If it were under normal circumstances, this information gap alone would likely be enough for Xiao Yuan to retreat. But unfortunately, this was not a normal time. From Xiao Yuan's gaze, Chen Ye easily noticed that this guy initially just wanted to take a chance. But now his eyes were resolute. It was clear he was determined to obtain the dream flower. Then let us give it a try. Xiao Yuan shouted loudly. In the next moment, several talismans appeared in his hand. Unlike the talismans that required some time to chant previously, this time, as Xiao Yuan took out the talismans, a small dagger also appeared in his hand. The dagger directly cut through Xiao Yuan's palm, and blood flowed immediately. However, Xiao Yuan seemed completely unconcerned, directly smearing the blood from his palm onto the talismans. This time, there was no need for complex incantations to detonate the talismans. As soon as they were stained with blood, they ignited spontaneously. Immediately afterward, a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, striking directly at Chen Ye. Chen Ye's expression remained unchanged, and the flames surrounding him flared even more. Then he shot out like a cannonball, instantly reaching Xiao Yuan's front. The surging flames extinguished the bolt of lightning as he approached, taking the hit head-on. But what followed was another massive fire dragon and a gigantic ice spear that appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, a glowing yellow barrier appeared in front of Xiao Yuan, blocking Chen Ye's advance. With a barrier in front and a deadly threat behind, Chen Ye found himself in a difficult position in an instant. However, he showed no signs of panic. If that were all, then today would be your death day. In the sky, the divine eye watching the mortal realm slowly opened. This time, what appeared in his eyes was not a mental attack, but a brilliant golden divine light. In an instant, the divine light destroyed the fire dragon and ice spear, effortlessly tearing apart the yellow barrier. It struck directly at Xiao Yuan. Meanwhile, Chen Ye did not wait for him to fall to the ground from the divine light's impact. He slashed down with his knife. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and the emerald green barrier was directly sliced apart, along with Xiao Yuan's right arm disappearing with it. One slash couldn't finish Xiao Yuan, and taking advantage of the last moment in midair, Chen Ye's right palm, covered in flames, directly grasped Xiao Yuan's throat. The two fell to the ground like cannonballs, creating a large pit on a small hill in the park, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Chapter 58. Using the Child of Destiny against the Child of Destiny as the smoke cleared, Chen Ye, cloaked in flames, slowly rose. Yet, the massive pit before him was completely empty. The earlier strike had hit Xiao Yuan, and he had indeed grasped Xiao Yuan's throat firmly. But now, that guy had vanished. Looking around, Chen Ye saw no sign of Xiao Yuan, nor anything unusual. His gaze sharpened slightly as he slowly backed out of the large pit created by the impact. On the other side, the so-called six Jia heavenly soldiers that had been entangling Su Yin finally lost their regenerative ability, and Su Yin easily tore them into countless pieces. It seemed that with their master Xiao Yuan dead, they too had lost their strength. However, Chen Ye was 100% sure that Xiao Yuan was not dead, because the system had not issued a kill notification. Moreover, a child of destiny wouldn't die so easily. Did you kill that guy? Where's the body? Su Yin panted as she returned to Chen Ye's side. He is not dead. Chen Ye shook his head and then looked at Qin Ju. Order the artillery positions outside the city to fire and plow through the remaining areas of the park. Qin Ju nodded and immediately gave the order without hesitation. Moments later, the roar of heavy artillery echoed. The entire park, except for the area occupied by the Chun family troops, was bombarded by large-caliber shells. The remaining mercenaries, seeing that Xiao Yuan seemed to be defeated, mostly retreated. Otherwise, not a single living soul would be left now. Faced with 152mm heavy artillery, even the Hulk would have no way out in this makeshift park. Seeing that the areas still uncontrolled by his side had all been bombed to pieces, Chen Ye finally let out a sigh of relief. Casually placing his hand on Su Yan's shoulder, he gazed at the dream flower slowly blooming on the lake behind them. Although his physique and mental strength had far surpassed that of ordinary people, using an attack of that magnitude had still left him somewhat drained. He felt dizzy, with aching limbs. Fortunately, the aura emitted by the blooming dream flower could help quickly restore physical and mental strength, so he could still hold on for a while. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, being drained to such an extent would probably make him faint. Of course, under normal circumstances, neither he nor Xiao Yuan would fight to such an extent. Watching Su Yin, who was still full of energy, Chen Ye couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Although her explosive power was about the same as his, or even slightly less, her endurance was truly off the charts, like a perpetual motion machine, seemingly unaware of fatigue. This was also the reason Chen Ye, despite being drained, was still here and hadn't left. Even if Xiao Yuan really wasn't dead and came back fully charged, with Su Yin around, they still had a fighting chance. Moreover, he didn't believe that Xiao Yuan could come out of that collision unscathed. Compared to Xiao Yuan, what he needed to guard against more was Yi Chun, who had completely vanished amidst the chaos. After all, this guy was the one who had truly acquired the dream flower in the original timeline. Looking at the calm water surface, Chen Ye pondered slightly and then once again squeezed out the little mental strength he had just recovered. A golden light flashed in his eyes. The dark lake surface in front of him seemed to turn into a transparent glass. And within that glass, a dozen people. Among them were Yi Chun and the vanished Xiao Yuan. At this moment, they were hiding in the mud at the bottom of the lake, using their extraordinary vision as ability users, staring at the dream flower that was about to bloom, waiting for this treasure to mature. Chen Ye say gazish sharpenit. Then he withdrew his eyes. From the looks of it, the dream flower would fully bloom in 1 or 2 minutes at most. It was definitely too late to have the Chun family directly draw water now, and with these people hiding at the bottom of the lake, there really was no good way to deal with them aside from sending out another ability user to confront them. Moreover, the time was too short. Although the blooming of the dream flower would greatly benefit surrounding ability users, allowing them to quickly recover their mental and physical strength, it was already too late for Chen Ye. The situation didn't seem too good. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ye's gaze roamed over the lake surface before finally settling on a certain spot. He then leaned down and whispered something in Su Yan's ear. Su Yan was momentarily stunned but then nodded. "You can't back out. I haven't lied to you," Chen Ye said lightly. "However, that guy may not be strong, but he could be difficult to deal with. Don't worry, I'll go and tear him apart right now." Su Yan waved her hand, completely unconcerned. Without waiting for Chen Ye to say anything else, she headed straight for the lake, exerting herself and leaping nearly 100 meters, crashing into the water with a splash. The direction she fell into was exactly where Chen Ye had just told her Yi Chun was hiding. Host, Chen Ye. Physique, 18. Human limit is 1. Mental strength, 22. 7. Human limit is 1. Special abilities, June Fire, also known as Divine Fire called Shang Mei. Heavenly Eye, breaking illusions and tracing truth, subduing demons and bandits. Items, Ability Awakening Serum 80. Current mission, Kill the child of destiny Yi Chen. Kill the child of destiny Xiao Yuan. Change the life trajectory of the child of destiny Su Yin. Please note, the child of destiny has extremely high luck, making it difficult to kill recklessly. It requires accumulating a certain amount of resentment value to reduce their luck before a kill is possible. Current resentment value from the child of destiny Yi Chen towards you: 6,800 points. Kill success rate 68. Current resentment value from the child of destiny Xiao Yuan towards you: 1,100 points. Kill success rate 11. Current favorability from the child of destiny Su Yin towards you: 3,660 points. Fate trajectory deviation 36. 6. Focusing on the kill success rate for Yi Chen for quite some time, Chen Ye then glanced at the column for Su Yin. In terms of strength, there was no doubt that Su Yin could easily slaughter the weak Yi Chen before he obtained the Dream Flower. In terms of luck, Yi Chen was a child of destiny. Was Su Yin not one as well? For him, the kill success rate for Yi Chen barely exceeded 2/3, which actually wasn't very high. Moreover, the current situation was chaotic. Aside from the Merchant Alliance, there were likely many other forces watching from both inside and outside the scene. In this situation, it would be very difficult for him to kill a child of destiny, as unexpected events could occur at any moment. These kinds of children of destiny thrived on various unexpected events. Therefore, asking Chen Ye or anyone else from the Chen family to kill Yi Chen would actually be quite challenging. He could only let Su Yin, who was also a child of destiny, give it a try. If successful, the rewards from the system for killing Yi Chen would be enough for him to break free from a mutually destructive confrontation with Xiao Yuan and dominate the scene. Chapter 59. Killing Yi Chen, changing the original timeline, and forcibly seizing opportunities and luck that do not belong to oneself naturally comes with a price and risks. Destiny is like this. Even if you calculate everything, it's useless. Although it seems that the Chen family has the advantage on the surface, with a large number of elite soldiers controlling the entire park and heavy firepower outside the city ready to provide long-range support. In reality, seizing the Dream Flower ultimately depends on the performance of a few individuals. Chen Ye is uncertain about the efficacy of this Dream Flower, but he is fairly certain that if either Xiao Yuan or Yi Chen obtains it, the intricate trap laid by the Chen family today will be unable to stop them. In fact, given his current state, staying here could also be dangerous. But what does it matter? Since the day he obtained the system, Chen Ye was destined to compete on the same stage as these children of destiny favored by heaven and earth. Every competition is a grand drama of seizing the essence of heaven and earth, capturing the essence of the sun and moon. It will never be the case that someone sits in the tent while good news comes from afar. The rewards gained from defeating each so-called child of destiny are as abundant as the risks that must be borne behind them. When facing Feng Xian and Yi Chen, his background helped him mitigate most of the potential risks, but in the face of a freak like Xiao Yuan, even a mighty Chen family cannot completely avoid the risks he brings. This is the true test of whether he can bear the weight of this crown. Right now, he still has Su Yin as the last card in his hand. Until this card is played, victory or defeat is still undecided. If he leaves now, the Dream Flower will be completely out of his reach. If Xiao Yuan becomes the final winner, then the Merchant Alliance, empowered by strength, will become the most powerful force in Tianhai, and the Chen family, represented by Chen Ye, will probably have to withdraw from Tianhai. Once they withdraw, his status within the Chen family is likely to plummet. The legitimate eldest son? So what? In such a large family, what they have the least of are heirs, and even less so, geniuses. By then, he would face not only the failure of managing Tianhai, but also a loss of power within the family. If the situation ends up the same as originally, with Yi Chen obtaining the Dream Flower in the end, then he will also have to face an extremely terrifying opponent in the future, and he may never have the chance to kill Yi Chen again, rendering all his previous efforts futile. Therefore, he absolutely cannot give up on these two flowers that condense the essence of heaven and earth and can even reverse destiny. Looking at the spot where Su Yin disappeared beneath the lake, Chen Ye's expression turned solemn as he said to Qin Ju, "Prepare a boat. I need to go over." However, Qin Ju replied, "It's too dangerous in the lake, young master. Let me go. I will bring this flower back to you." Chen Ye slowly turned his head, looking into Qin Ju's clearly defined eyes. After a moment, he smiled faintly and said, All right, then you go. Wait by those 2 flowers. If Su Yin fails to kill Yi Chun, there's no need to wait for the flowers to bloom. He was unsure of the consequences of picking the flowers before they bloomed, but he would rather see the flowers destroyed here than let them fall into the hands of the 2 children of destiny, Yi Chun and Xiao Yuan. Such matters, aside from himself, could only be entrusted to the most trusted person. Evidently, there was no one more suitable than Chen Ye present. Yes, at this moment, Chen Ye showed almost no hesitation. Soon, a small boat was brought over, arriving near the dream flower. Looking at the 2 flowers that seemed ethereal and on the verge of blooming, Chen Ye felt an impulse to claim them for herself. This was an instinct of living beings. However, humans are precisely the kind of beings capable of overcoming their instincts. Chen Ye took a deep breath, letting the small boat float beside the dream flower, waiting for the outcome from Su Yin at the bottom of the lake. The calm lake water gradually stirred up waves, hinting at the unrest below. The dream flower on the lake's surface seemed completely unaffected by the turmoil beneath, quietly blooming. The fragrance in the park grew stronger. Chen Ye, who had been somewhat exhausted, found that his body had almost fully recovered. Of course, it was not enough to continue fighting. He could only move normally now. Regardless of whether it was on the surface of the lake or at the bottom, or the various forces hiding around the park, everyone's gaze was focused on those 2 flowers. All were waiting for the flowers to bloom. The battlefield that had been filled with conflict just a moment ago was now surprisingly quiet. But this was merely the calm before the storm. Everyone knew that a greater storm was brewing. At a certain moment, it bloomed. The flower bloomed. Someone suddenly shouted. At the same time, one of the dream flowers on the lake's surface slowly opened a petal. Then came the second, the third. Compared to the previous budding stage, the speed of blooming was evidently much faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than half of the 2 flowers had bloomed. The lake water surged even more violently, and at this moment, everyone present, whether from the Chun family, other forces, or those hiding at the bottom of the lake, focused their attention on those 2 flowers. Only Chen Ye, looking at the spot where Su Yin had submerged, spoke softly into his earpiece. 10 seconds. If I don't call it off, destroy it. Yes. Chen Ye's resolute voice echoed in the earpiece. 10, 9, 8. Time passed second by second. The blooming of the dream flower continued in an orderly manner, one petal after another unfolding, with the black and white lotus pods faintly visible. 1. Chen Ye calmly watched the 2 flowers, lightning flickering in her palm. But at that moment, she heard Chen Ye's laughter in her ear. No need to act. The next moment, she saw Su Yin leap out from the bottom of the lake, landing lightly. In Su Yan's hand was a severed head. The broken neck was still connected by many blood vessels, with the severed vertebrae exposed to the air. It was evident that this had been violently ripped from a person's body. This was indeed something Su Yin could accomplish. Done. This guy really can run. Luck or not, 2 ability users suddenly appeared from the bottom of the lake to block him, almost letting him escape. Su Yin casually tossed the head at Chen Ye's feet. However, Chen Ye didn't even glance to confirm whether it was Yi Chun, as he already knew the outcome. Ding. Task progress refreshed. Yi Chun's resentment value is 3,199. Current total resentment value 99.99. Kill probability 99. 99 ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed the child of destiny Yi Chun, completing the system task. Congratulations, host. You have received a basic reward. Physique 30, mental strength 30. Detection of kill success rate reaching 99. 99. Additional reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received an additional reward. Astrology ability awakening serum 100. Astrology can predict fortune and misfortune, consumes 10 mental strength points each time, and requires a 3-day cooldown after use. Chapter 60. Bloom Indeed. The difference between achieving a 100 kill success rate and not achieving it in terms of the rewards gained is on a completely different level. Chen Ye looked at the reward list and understood in his heart. Although the rewards increased both physical fitness and mental power, the most intuitive aspect was the lack of ability rewards. While physical fitness and mental power are good, in the long run, the potential for developing abilities is naturally stronger. Moreover, looking at the additional rewards gained from killing the children of destiny this time, Chen Ye found another characteristic. One of the additional rewards should be related to the traits of the children of destiny. For example, Fang Xian is a reincarnator, so after killing him, Su Chen obtained fragments of the memories of a reincarnator, which are the most precious things for a reincarnator. As for Yi Chen's special trait, Chen Ye is still uncertain what it is, but he can roughly guess it has something to do with predicting the future or divination. As a result, the system rewarded him with astrology in the additional rewards. This means that with each kill of a child of destiny, he gains a watered-down version of their most critical abilities. Although these children of destiny rely heavily on luck, at the end of the day, this world still values strength. Therefore, their special traits are evidently not simple. Although they are watered-down versions, as long as Chen Ye collects enough, they may not be inferior to awakening several top-tier abilities. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. He glanced at the last petal of the dream flower, which was about to bloom. Chen Ye took a deep breath and silently thought. Extract rewards. Ding. Extraction successful. Host. Chen Ye physical fitness. 48. Human limit is 1. Mental power. 52. 7. Human limit is 1. Special abilities. June Fire. Also known as Divine Fire, called Shang Mei. Heavenly Eye. Breaking falsehood. Retracing truth. Exorcising demons and bandits. Astrology items. Ability Awakening Serum 180 Boom. A terrifying power surge from within Chen Ye. His body, which had become somewhat weak due to overusing abilities, almost instantly returned to its peak state. As the saying goes, the system's judgment of physical fitness and mental power is not as simple as 1 + 1. For Chen Ye, who originally had a physical fitness of only 18 and a mental power of only 22. 7. An increase of 30 points in both attributes at once does not mean that his strength has more than doubled. Instead, it has increased several times. If he had such power before, he could have shattered Xiao Yuan's life-saving tortoise shell with the first strike and taken his head. However, it's not too late now. Chen Ye slowly opened his eyes, and the golden heavenly eye, which spanned the horizon, reappeared in the night sky, overlooking the mortal world like a divine being. Almost at the same time, the last petal of the dream flower finally unfolded. The refreshing fragrance reached its peak. Even Chen Ye felt that his power seemed to have gained a significant boost at that moment. He took a moment to glance at the data panel, and both physical fitness and mental power had remarkably increased by more than a point. Physical fitness reached 49.6, and mental power reached 54.5. This is the dream flower. Even before it is in hand, just by smelling the fragrance, one can gain such a great enhancement. At this moment, almost everyone present who felt this lost their rationality. Their gazes were all fixed on the dream flower, which seemed even more magnificent after blooming. With greedy expressions in their eyes as they rushed forward recklessly, even Qin Zhu, who was closest to the dream flower at that moment, felt ripples in her eyes as she looked at the flower, her delicate hand instinctively reaching out. However, just as she was about to touch the black lotus that represented death, she suddenly paused and then abruptly came to her senses. No, this is young Master S. Immediately, a fierce look appeared in her eyes. Terrifying thunderclouds suddenly materialized, enveloping her completely, within the armor formed by lightning. Qin Zhu's beautiful eyes radiated killing intent as she looked at the rolling surface of the lake and shouted, "Die!" Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a greedy-looking ability user, engulfed in flames, emerged from the water. Under normal circumstances, he should have been cautious of Qin Zhu, who was guarding the dream flower. However, this ability user ignored Qin Zhu, who was surrounded by lightning and clearly not to be trifled with, and only had eyes for the two dreamlike divine flowers. Qin Zhu naturally wouldn't care about this. She only knew one thing. This treasure is rare in the world and has great use for young master. Anyone who dares to steal it will die. Crack! Qin Zhu directly grabbed the head of the ability user who had emerged from the water. With the dual boost of thunder and the ability user's immense strength, she crushed the head of the unidentified ability user. Brain matter splattered, and before it could fall onto Qin Zhu, it was evaporated by the lightning surrounding her. However, this was just the beginning. There were more than a dozen people lurking at the bottom of the lake, including Xiao Yuan. This guy had set traps at the bottom of the lake. which Chen Ye had noticed the last time he squeezed out his power to use the heavenly eye. So he only sent Su Yin to kill Yi Chun and didn't he let her provoke Xiao Yuan and the others at the bottom of the water. Therefore, there were still many ability users in the water. After Qin, Zhu killed one, within a range of less than 5 meters from the dream flower. 7 or 8 heads emerged one after another. She was gathering her abilities and preparing to strike. But at that moment, Chen Ye's gentle voice sounded behind her, "Don't act yet." Then she felt a gentle hand resting on her shoulder, and the lightning surrounding her involuntarily returned to her body. Qin Zhu turned back in surprise to look at Chen Ye. "But my things, they can't take them." Chen Ye shook his head, wrapping his arm around Qin Zhu's slender waist, and with a step, he returned to the shore. He let those lurking ability users in the water rush madly towards the dream flower. Seeing that these people seemed to have lost their rationality, he didn't need to think to know that this thing was likely unusual. It probably wasn't a simple heavenly material, an earthly treasure that could be easily seized by others. Just now, he heard Xiao Yuan refer to the dream flower as the reincarnation golden lotus, which proves that this guy absolutely knows about the dream flower. Now that Chen Ye is confident he can crush Xiao Yuan with absolute strength, since he isn't in a hurry, Chen Ye naturally isn't either. Finally, an ability user came to the root of the dream flower, staring greedily at the black lotus above. Almost without any hesitation, he reached out towards the black lotus. However, the moment he touched the petal, the black lotus blossomed with an eerie light. The aura of death and despair emanating from the eerie light was terrifying. The next moment, the ability user stood frozen on the water's surface. The scene froze. A gust of turbid wind carrying gunpowder swept by. The ability user, along with his clothes, turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Chapter 61. Yin and Yang do not exist alone indeed. Chen Ye's expression was serious as he looked at the black lotus among the twin lotuses. To be honest, he couldn't understand how this thing could turn an ability user into ashes in an instant. However, his guess was not wrong. Even if the treasure was right in front of him, not everyone was qualified to take it. This guess stemmed not only from the deadly temptation that the dream flower exerted on everyone present at the moment it bloomed, but also from a question he had been pondering. Why was it that Yi Chun, as Zhao Qingya's devoted admirer, ended up with Shen Yinshi obtaining the dream flower in the original timeline? Now it seemed clear. It was simply because Shen Yinshi had the qualification, while Zhao Qingya did not. Although she obtained the white lotus, which appeared to be strange at this moment compared to the black lotus, Chen Ye did not believe that this white lotus was as harmless as it looked. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Shen Yinshi behind him. As expected, the others behind them had almost all been mesmerized, their eyes filled with greed and desire as they gazed at the dream flower. Yet, Shen Yinshi's gaze was clear, with no signs of being attracted. Just then, Shen Yinshi also looked at Chen Ye, and their eyes met. In an instant, Chen Ye appeared before her, then took her back to the lakeside. In that brief moment, several more ability users had turned to dust after touching the black flower. Chen Ye glanced at them and then asked Shen Yinshi, "What do you think?" Shen Yinshi pondered for a moment and replied, "These two flowers, one black and one white, are distinctly different. However, these two entirely different flowers are part of the same twin lotus, which reminds me of the way of yin and yang. You understand this?" Chen Ye asked, somewhat surprised. "Somewhat," Shen Yinshi said with a confident smile, then continued, "Although you, this riddle man, haven't told us why you brought us here, I can guess a bit now. These two flowers are some kind of treasure, and obtaining them will have unexpected effects. Perhaps they will enhance an ability user's powers, or maybe something else. In any case, they are very powerful. This item is originally related to Yi Chun, and you brought Zhao Qingya and me here because we had some connection to Yi Chun, right? That's one way to understand it." Chen Ye replied calmly. "So now you want to ask me how to bypass the strange killing methods of these two flowers and claim them for ourselves, right?" Shen Yinshi adjusted her glasses. Chen Ye looked at her without speaking. "Don't be so serious. I'm just curious and asking a couple of questions," Shen Yinshi said, sticking out her tongue. Then, without thinking too much, added, "You've definitely heard this saying, Tao produces one, one produces two, two produces three, and three produces all things. All things embrace yin and bear yang, and harmony is achieved through qi." Chen Ye remained silent, simply watching her. Chen Ye couldn't help but retort. So dumb. Yin does not give birth to yang, and yang does not grow alone. Yin and yang combine to create all things. This is the way of heaven. Still don't understand? There are only two ways to obtain this thing. One is that you're a strong person and use both flowers. How exactly to use them is up to you ability users. I don't know. The other way is that you contain me, and I contain you. If you want to use one of them, you must use it together with a part of the other flower. You mean, if I want to gain the power of that black lotus, I must also use a part of the white lotus when using the black lotus, like picking a petal? Exactly, Chen Ye replied immediately, but then quickly added, but just to clarify, this is just my guess. I have no evidence, and it's not guaranteed. You can have someone try it. Try it. Chen Ye's gaze shifted to Qin Zhu, paused briefly, then returned to Chen Ye. Although he knew that her guess was likely true, since she was the one who obtained the white lotus representing life in the original timeline. He didn't want Qin Zhu to try this out. Even if it succeeded, allowing Qin Zhu to gain unimaginable power would also mean gaining a trustworthy, powerful ally. But the risks involved were something he had to consider. There were many ways to make Qin Zhu stronger, and it would likely be more opportunities in the future. There was no need to rush this. For something that held such great risk, it was better to let Chen Ye, who was supposed to obtain the white lotus, try it herself. However, just as he looked at Chen Ye, before he could say anything, a wild laugh echoed from the bottom of the lake. Good. What a wonderful saying about all things embracing yin and bearing yang, and harmony through qi. This young lady is quite sharp. Since the young Master Chen is unwilling to take risks, let me try for you. Before his voice faded, Xiao Yuan, who had only one hand left, surged out from the bottom of the lake, aiming directly at the dream flower. However, Chen Ye had long been on guard against Xiao Yuan lurking underwater and would not allow him to succeed so easily. Almost the moment Xiao Yuan leaped out of the water surface, Chen Ye appeared in front of the dream flower, precisely blocking his path. With a plain but powerful downward slash of his battle knife, he aimed straight at Xiao Yuan. If he did not retreat voluntarily, that slash would split him in half. Ha ha ha! Chen Ye, you fell for it. The next moment, Xiao Yuan's voice came from another direction. The Xiao Yuan in front of Chen Ye had vanished, and the water's surface began to churn. Almost instantaneously, a cage formed by water columns trapped him inside. Chen Ye's knife struck the water column, producing a sound like metal clashing against metal. Don't waste your effort. This is the water prison array diagram I painstakingly crafted with countless resources. If it weren't for the reincarnation golden lotus appearing here today, I wouldn't have been willing to use it. Young Master Chen, you calculated everything. Your divine eyes are indeed unparalleled, but now we're both in a state of exhaustion. If we were to fight again, I might not be your opponent either. What a pity. You thought you could see through my hiding at the bottom of the lake with your divine eyes and felt secure. How could I not know? In this game, I ultimately have the upper hand. Of course, my cultivation is still shallow, and the array I crafted is quite crude. If you were still at your peak, perhaps it wouldn't hold you for long, but after that last battle, how much strength do you still have left? Rest assured, I won't kill you. After all, you still have the Chen family standing behind you. A colossal entity that neither I nor the Merchant Alliance can afford to provoke right now. However, it's no problem to trap you here for a day and a night. By then, when I refine the reincarnation golden lotus, I can have another battle with you. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you for coming. I've only seen a little about the reincarnation golden lotus in ancient texts, knowing it's extraordinarily mysterious, but I didn't know how to claim it for myself. Thanks to this young lady you brought. As he spoke, Xiao Yuan had already arrived next to the dream flower, looking at the two dreamlike twin lotuses before him. He reached out to attempt to pick them according to Chen Ye's suggested method. However, just as his hand was about to touch the dream flower, a bright blade light suddenly cut through the night sky. Xiao Yuan felt a chill on his remaining left wrist, and then his hand gradually slid down. Chapter 62. You have a trump card, don't I have one? Ding. Task progress refreshed. Xiao Yuan's resentment towards you is 1,200. Current total resentment value is 2,300. Kill probability is 23. Watching the remaining hand slowly slide down, Xiao Yuan was first stunned. Then he couldn't help but let out a painful cry. You. How can you break the water prison great formation? Even after being beaten by Chen Ye twice, and even having his right arm chopped off, He had never lost his composure like this. The resentment value he obtained from Chen Ye was proof of that. Before this, he had contributed a total of 1,100 resentment points to Chen Ye. And this time, he contributed 1,200 points in one go, surpassing his previous total. The reason was simple. He did not consider this a failure. With the techniques he learned in the cultivation world, losing an arm was not a big deal at all. Whether it was improving his cultivation later or acquiring resources through other means, he could make his severed arm regenerate. But this time, under the meticulous calculations, he was unexpectedly broken by Chen Ye, who used the most direct and incomprehensible absolute power to chop off his other hand, completely shattering his defenses. Regenerating a severed arm takes time, and losing one hand is completely different from losing both. Even if he survived today, he would be hindered everywhere for a considerable time in the future. He might even miss the most critical window before the apocalypse descends because of this. This was something he could not accept no matter what. Of course, what made him break down the most was Chen Ye's mocking expression. Coming from the cultivation world, after crossing over to this place, to be honest, he looked down on everything in this world, whether it was the people of this world or the abilities that seemed crude in his eyes. And now, in front of him was Chen Ye, a native of this world, using abilities that he considered trash, completely shattered all his pride. The combination of these factors was what led him to contribute so much resentment value at once. You have a trump card, can I have one? Chen Ye slowly placed his battle knife against Xiao Yuan's neck. I said, I will kill you. Feeling the cold blade on his neck, Xiao Yuan, whose mindset was somewhat collapsing, suddenly regained his spirit. He was not an ordinary person after all. Although Chen Ye had caused great fluctuations in his mindset at this moment, he still put away all the chaotic thoughts. His incomplete body gradually became illusory, and Xiao Yuan looked at Chen Ye with resentful eyes. This time, I admit defeat. But if you want to kill me, you might be thinking too much. Next time, I will let you see what true power is. As a cultivator, he naturally had means to escape and could not die here. With his escape methods activated, the knife that Chen Ye had against his neck lost its threat to him. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to say something fierce, but before he could finish his words, that pair of divine eyes in the sky suddenly focused on his already illusory figure. Immediately after, he felt a darkness before his eyes, as if someone had struck him hard on the head with a heavy iron hammer, causing him to faint and lose consciousness. Fortunately, his life-saving mechanism was not interrupted, and he was still teleported away while unconscious. Otherwise, Chen Ye would probably have to try the feat of killing 2 destined children in one day. Regarding Xiao Yuan's escape, Chen Ye had no expression, not even a hint of surprise. The kill probability was too low now, and Xiao Yuan was the type of destined child with endless trump cards, merely having a knife at his neck. For him, escaping was too easy. With Xiao Yuan's disappearance, the entire park gradually quieted down. The damned ability users attracted by the Dream Flower were almost all dead. This was nearly all the foreign ability users in the park. As for the dozen or so ability users from the Chen family, they naturally could not escape the fate of being attracted, but since Chen Ye was still conscious, he certainly would not let his subordinates go to their deaths. Thus, they survived as well. Some time had passed since the blooming, and they had naturally returned to normal. Besides these Chen family ability users, the lurking forces nearby gradually dispersed after Xiao Yuan's defeat. Under a tree in the park, less than 300 meters behind Chen Ye, a man in black, lurking in the shadows, seemed to merge with the darkness. After watching Xiao Yuan disappear, the man in black seemed somewhat regretful and let out a light sigh. Then, he slowly transformed into a black mist and vanished into the darkness. After the strongest person besides Chen Ye, Xiao Yuan, was easily defeated by Chen Ye, the farce of the night came to an end. The remaining ability users, as long as they had not been attracted to their deaths, basically chose to retreat. After all, everyone could basically judge their own strength. Chen Ye, who couldn't even handle Xiao Yuan's endless methods, although they were more numerous, what could they do? Let alone Chen Ye. It was uncertain whether they could even defeat the dozen or so ability users from the Chen family together. Even Su Yin alone could tear them all apart. Although it was regrettable that they couldn't take advantage of the chaos to obtain this treasure. If they didn't leave now, they were afraid that once Chen Ye was free, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. The troublesome mice finally finished their escape. Chen Ye took a gentle breath and then brought Shun Yinshi to the dream flower. If you are willing, you can try the method you just mentioned. Of course, if you are unwilling, you can tell me directly, and I can find someone else. Try it. Of course, I want to try it. Seeing how hard you all worked for these 2 flowers, this thing is obviously a treasure, right? Not trying it would be a huge loss, Shen Yinshi said confidently. Then she directly reached out and picked the white lotus that represented life from the lotus stem. She also picked a petal from the black lotus. Compared to how the dream flower had just bloomed and devoured people, now, when Shen Yinshi picked the flowers like this, it surprisingly showed no reaction at all. Seeing Chen Ye's gaze, Shen Yinshi casually plucked a petal from the white lotus and handed it to Chen Ye. Then, looking at the flowers in her hand, after hesitating for just a moment, Shen Yinshi stuffed them all into her mouth. It's quite fragrant, and it tastes sweet. Shen Yinshi chewed the white lotus with big bites like a cow, grinning and commenting, until she swallowed the white lotus. Chen Ye did not notice any abnormal situation with her. Not only did she not have any negative effects, but Shen Yinshi's aura actually became stronger, and her whole person was rapidly transforming. Chapter 63. Sacrificing oneself for justice, what a strange feeling. Chen Ye, an outsider, could see the changes, and naturally, Shen Yinshi, the person involved, felt it too. A gentle power gradually merged into her limbs as she consumed the white lotus. Beneath this gentleness, there was vaguely a violent energy rampaging within her. Shen Yinshi felt as if she were in a warm ocean. Her body had never felt so relaxed. This was her own feeling, and from Chen Ye's perspective, Shen Yinshi had already floated into the air, radiating a faint white glow like a goddess descending to the mortal realm, appearing incredibly holy. At the same time, a massive life force erupted from within her. Almost instantly, the small park lake, which had become bare after entering winter, began to churn once more. Soon, sharp lotus leaves broke through the lake's surface and grew rapidly, reaching heights of 1 or 2 meters. The pointed lotus leaves unfurled, covering the small lake with vibrant green amidst the howling cold wind. A large number of lotus flowers also bloomed. Standing in the center of the lake, Chen Ye felt as if he had suddenly appeared in a sea of flowers. It was dreamlike and surreal. However, the refreshing fragrance of the flowers and the tangible lotus leaves told him that this was all real, not an illusion. Lotus blooming in winter, defying natural laws. Chen Ye looked at the scene before him, his expression serious. The dream flower truly lived up to its name. Just a bit of the life force released during the absorption of one flower could manifest such unnatural occurrences before everyone's eyes. Wow, how did it bloom? Just then, Shen Yinshi, floating in the sky, finally opened her eyes. She looked at the drastically changed surroundings, her expression one of surprise. You don't know? Chen Ye glanced at her. I had no idea. After eating that flower, I felt like I was in a trance, completely unaware of my surroundings. What do you feel now? Not bad. Just that my strength seems to have suddenly increased a lot. Shen Yinshi scratched her head, her gaze falling on Chen Ye. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Su Yin, who was watching from the lake's edge. In any case, I feel like I can definitely take her down. Su Yin. After a moment of shock, Su Yin disdainfully said, You? I'm quite powerful now. Just wait to be captured by me for research. Shen Yinshi seemed very confident about her suddenly enhanced strength. Chen Ye was naturally uninterested in the banter between the two women. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no issues, he reached out and plucked the black lotus. Like Shen Yinshi, he stuffed it into his mouth along with one of the remaining petals of the white lotus. Bitter. That was Chen Ye's first impression. It was the kind of bitterness that could make one cry. As soon as it was in his mouth, he inwardly cursed Shen Yinshi for being dishonest, claiming it was sweet. However, he quickly realized the dream flower corresponded to the yin-yang principle, mutually generating and restraining each other. To some extent, if the white lotus was sweet, then the black lotus was indeed bitter. Shen Yinshi might not have lied to him after all. There wasn't much time for him to dwell on the taste. Like Shen Yinshi, as soon as the lotus entered his mouth, he felt a terrifying power surge into his body. But before he could focus on it, a system prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and successfully obtaining the dream flower. Task reward, killing word technique. Killing word technique. The heavens generate killing intent, shifting stars, and changing abodes. The earth generates killing intent, dragons and snakes rise on land. Humans generate killing intent, the world turns upside down. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully merging with the dream flower, Black Lotus. Awakened ability. Sacrificing oneself for justice. Attributes greatly enhanced. Sacrificing oneself for justice. The more killings, the stronger the power. Host, Chen Ye physique, 106. The human limit is 1. Mental strength, 124. The human limit is 1. Special abilities. Monarch fire, heavenly eye, astrology. Sacrificing oneself for justice skills. Killing word technique items. Ability awakening serum, 180. The surging power within him slowly faded. Chen Ye opened his eyes and looked at his hands. There was no special feeling, just a significant increase in strength, similar to the sensation when the system directly increased his attributes. Young master? At this moment, Chen Ye suddenly called out tentatively. Chen Ye turned to look at her. Your eyes. Chen Ye hesitated, took out her phone from her pocket, switched to selfie mode, and held it in front of Chen Ye. Seeing himself in the reflection, Chen Ye was momentarily stunned. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his eyes were markedly different. It was hard to describe. If forced to, one might say his black irises were deeper than before. To describe it more abstractly, when he opened his eyes, the killing intent within them was undeniable, making others feel intimidated. Interesting. Chen Ye returned the phone to Chen Ye. In that instant of their gaze meeting, Chen Ye instinctively looked away, unable to meet his eyes. Chen Ye pinched her cheek lightly, without saying much. This situation was likely due to the ability, sacrificing oneself for justice, which bestowed an immense deterrent power to his gaze, capable of stopping a child's night crying with just a look. It was normal for Chen Ye not to adapt to it immediately. However, Chen Ye seemed completely unaffected. After Chen Ye finished, she ran over to him and circled around him, inspecting him up and down, then shook her head and sighed. You've gotten a lot stronger again. I thought after eating this flower, I could become powerful and defeat you, this villain, to rescue my dad from your evil underground research facility. Now it seems there is no hope. Hearing this, Chen Ye directly flicked her smooth forehead, too lazy to argue with her. This girl was so clever it was almost uncanny. Chen Ye didn't want to engage her in a verbal spar. Chen Ye immediately covered her head, almost in tears from the pain. Chen Ye ignored her and looked around, only to find that the huge life force that erupted when Chen Ye consumed the white lotus had caused the season-defying blooming lotus leaves and flowers to wither, likely influenced by the fluctuations he emitted while merging with the black lotus. Reincarnation, golden lotus. Reincarnation. Chen Ye muttered a couple of phrases, then shook his head, not delving deeper into the issue. He felt that the secrets and uses of the dream flower, or rather the reincarnation golden lotus, were far greater than what he currently perceived. There was no need to be entangled in this right now. He could explore it gradually in the future. After all, Chen Ye wouldn't be able to escape. Looking at the park, which had almost completely turned into a wasteland, Chen Ye calmly ordered, let the soldiers withdraw and have someone clean this place up. As for the public opinion impact caused by this incident, let us see how it unfolds. If it becomes too difficult to handle, just ignore it. After all, it won't be long now. If the old folks in the family have any opinions, let them come find me. Chapter 64, Unexpected. Chaos begins to emerge. On the way back to the Xingfeng group, Chen Ye sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, closing his eyes to rest and carefully feeling the powers he had just acquired. The gains this time could be considered quite substantial. Not only had he obtained the Dream Flower, but he had also triggered a special mission from the system, earning a wave of rewards, which coincidentally matched with the newly acquired ability of killing. At the same time, he had killed the ability User Yichun. Although the reward was not as high as when he killed Fang Xian due to the incomplete kill probability, it still provided Chen Ye with a brand new perspective. Using the Child of Destiny to deal with another Child of Destiny seemed to indeed be a feasible path. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Su Yan, who was seated in front of him. Right now, he was in the boss seat in the back, with Su Yan in the passenger seat and Qin Zhu beside him, giving him a shoulder massage. Shen Yinxi and Zhao Qingyao were in another car. Just as Chen Ye was pondering how to wrap up this matter, Sudden screeching sounds echoed on the urban expressway. Naturally, the Chen family convoy had to stop abruptly as well. Fortunately, the few people in the car, including the driver, were ability users, so nothing happened to Chen Ye. Once the car came to a stop, before Chen Ye could ask, Chen Ju nodded and spoke into her earpiece. What happened up ahead? Ju, yeah. It seems there was an accident up ahead, likely a car crash. I'm going to check it out, came the voice of a bodyguard through the earpiece. Chen Ju didn't say much in response. Chen Ye could hear the voice in the earpiece as well, and he usually didn't bother with such matters, leaving them to Chen Ju to handle. So he was quietly waiting for the outcome. However, Su Yin, who had originally been resting with her eyes closed in the front seat, suddenly opened her eyes and said, "There's something going on up ahead." "Oh." Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. "What situation?" "I smell a very familiar scent. Similar to those monsters I encountered in the underground research facility, but slightly different. It seems there's something even more violent and ferocious than those monsters up ahead." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye glanced at Chen Ju. Chen Ju immediately understood and ordered, "Send 2 ability users to check ahead. There might be zombies or mutated beasts. Be careful." "Yes." As soon as the message was given, 2 ability users from the front car got out and walked ahead. At this point, the expressway was completely jammed. Cars were packed in both directions. Moreover, this section was elevated, and if something really happened up ahead, ordinary people wouldn't be able to drive away. They could only abandon their cars and walk back. From the Chen family's research lab's experiments on these mutated monsters, it was clear that with just 2 legs, ordinary people would likely not be able to outrun them. Chen Ye tapped on the armrest of the car door, watching the confused crowd outside, waiting for news. However, it seemed there was no need to wait long, as chaos quickly erupted outside. A large number of people were running back from the front, their expressions panicked, fleeing in a chaotic manner, as if they had seen something terrifying. The drivers and passengers in the back, unable to see the situation ahead, also panicked upon witnessing this scene. And those who were quick-witted decisively joined the fleeing crowd retreating backwards. Some, however, were still reluctant to abandon their beloved cars, hesitating in place while looking ahead. Something happened. There are several infected individuals up ahead. In just this short while, it seems that over 100 people have been infected, and the situation is very chaotic. "What should we do?" came the voice of a bodyguard through Chen Ju's earpiece. At this stage, the existence of the virus and zombies was no longer a secret. The elite bodyguards from the Chen family who could participate in such important actions naturally knew the inside story, so they were well aware of how serious the current situation was. Chen Ju looked at Chen Ye upon hearing this. "Since we've encountered it, let us send someone to clean it up," Chen Ye said lightly. However, there was a rather playful expression on his face as he gave the order. The apocalypse did not arrive in a day. The Chen family had predicted the possibility of the apocalypse over half a month ago and had calculated that the current order would likely collapse completely in about a month. Now, more than half of that month had already passed. It was impossible that there hadn't been zombies or infected mutated plants and animals threatening human lives during this time. However, the authorities had been putting out fires everywhere, suppressing the news. After all, the current virus concentration was still insufficient. There would be a considerable incubation period before the virus broke out in the human body. Under the official suppression, most infected individuals were still in the incubation period and had not yet had time to mutate before being secretly dealt with. That was why the news could be suppressed, and normal people could not see any monsters while going out. Now, however, so many monsters had appeared all at once in the city center of Tianhai, and so many people had been infected at once. The nature of this incident was undoubtedly extremely severe. Moreover, with the current speed of information dissemination on the internet, even if the authorities reacted quickly, it would be difficult to suppress the situation. Even if they managed to suppress it, various rumors would still arise. One shouldn't underestimate these rumors. While 1 or 2 might not mean much, once they accumulated, it wouldn't be long before the authorities admitted that the apocalypse was imminent. The fact that such incidents occurred despite the authorities' full suppression of the infected likely indicated that the situation of virus spread and outbreak had become quite serious, even to the point where the authorities could no longer manage it. Chen Ye calculated the time. There should be about 10 days left until the predicted arrival of the apocalypse, according to the Chen family laboratory. Boom! In the distance, Chen Ye saw flickering flames. Accompanying it were the sounds of violent explosions. It seemed that the Chen family's ability users had arrived and were dealing with those infected individuals who had already turned into zombies or were about to. Of course, neither Chen Ye nor Qin Zhu took this matter seriously. With so many ability users present, clearing a few blocking zombies would not pose any suspense. The only troublesome part was that with the road blocked like this and many people having died up ahead, it was unknown when traffic would be restored. However, at that moment, Qin Zhu felt her phone vibrate. After checking it, she turned to Chen Ye and said, "Young master, the family is going to hold an online video conference in an hour to discuss your actions tonight at Lianxi Wetland Park. You'll probably have to log on to explain. Is it finally here?" Chen Ye was not surprised at all. His actions at Lianxi Wetland Park tonight clearly violated the low-profile development route set during the previous Chen family meeting before the apocalypse. Now that it was done, the faction within the family that was at odds with him would naturally seize the opportunity to question him. "Prepare the helicopter to come over. Let us head back early. I also want to see what these old folks plan to do to me." Chapter 65 Family Meeting, Accountability Soon. Chen Ye took a helicopter back to Xingfeng Tower. As for the situation on the overpass, by the time he left, the Chen family's bodyguards had basically dealt with those zombies. It is worth mentioning that the zombies appearing this time were generally much stronger than the early zombies captured for research from the underground laboratory. A dozen or so ability users went to handle the situation and had quite a bit of trouble. One of the zombies was completely different from the others and was extremely powerful. One ability user even got injured. This was, of course, partly due to the fact that the Chen family's ability users had just recently gained their powers and were not yet familiar with controlling their newfound abilities, making it difficult to coordinate their powers. However, fundamentally, it still seemed that the zombies appearing now were a bit too strong, especially the most special one. After the ability users killed it, they sent its body to the Research Institute for study. Compared to the few zombies that had been studied for so long in the Institute, these new ones were clearly better research material for the scientists. On the top floor of Xingfeng Group, where Chen Ye lived, there was a small meeting room specially designated for him to attend video conferences. Only the direct descendants of the Chen family could participate in today's meeting of this caliber, so Qin Zhu naturally could not come. Chen Ye entered the meeting room alone, verified his identity through a series of technological means, and then simply waited. As soon as the agreed-upon time arrived, the screen in front of him lit up. There were 9 boxes on the screen. Besides Chen Ye himself, there were 2 elderly men with gray hair and 6 middle-aged individuals, all around their 40s or 50s, including the current head of the Chen family, Chen Ye's father. Chen Ye was the only young one there. These were the core members of the Chen family. Of course, the true core was not just these few. It was just that for today's meeting, only these individuals were participating. The entire Chen family was busy preparing for the impending apocalypse, and many people did not have time to get involved in this matter. After all, everyone understood that while this meeting was said to be due to Chen Ye violating the previously established development tone of the Chen family, it was essentially a conflict between the main and secondary branches of the family. Besides the elders from these 2 branches, only 2 other people from the Chen family were present to listen in, and there wasn't even an elder representative. As a junior, Chen Ye should have greeted them in this situation. After all, they were family, and even if there were internal disagreements, everyone usually maintained a semblance of harmony. However, this time he had no interest in doing so. After greeting his grandfather, father, and uncles, he said lightly, "I heard that this temporary family meeting was initiated by Uncle Chong. I wonder if Uncle Chong has any guidance regarding my matters in Tianhai." Chen Chong, the head of the second branch, had competed with Chen Ye's father, Chen Wu, for the position of family head, but had failed. However, he was still a leading figure in the second branch of the Chen family, and was considered an influential figure in the family. Outside, even provincial governor would have to address him as Master Chenair. Chen Ye's direct approach, without any pleasantries, made the people from the second branch quite unhappy. But these old foxes naturally would not show it on the surface. Chen Chong merely smiled and said, "It can't be called guidance. It's just that the situation in Tianhai has already spread among the upper echelons, and several families have come to ask me about it. This is inconsistent with the development tone we established in our previous family meeting regarding the apocalypse. Therefore, considering the family's interests, I convened this meeting to inquire about the situation. I.e., you also know that Tianhai is a top priority for our Chen family, and its location is special, with a mix of good and bad elements. You need to be extra cautious while handling matters there. As soon as he finished speaking, another middle-aged man from the second branch said in a deep voice, "Last time, you unilaterally destroyed the Zhou family, which was allied with the Bai family, without the family's consent, putting the family in a very passive position. This time, you actually ordered the military to fire in the city, turning an entire area into ruins. Such actions are rather overbearing. You are the legitimate eldest son of the Chen family's main branch, not some nouveau riche's second-generation heir. Do you not consider the consequences of your actions?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ye had not yet spoken when his second uncle from the main branch said, "The Zhou family relied on the Bai family for support and caused trouble for Yi and Tianhai. What is wrong with eliminating them?" All the elders previously nodded in agreement. Where does the term unilaterally come from? And what about what happened tonight? I'm afraid the elders did not agree to let him open fire in the city, right? The second branch countered sharply. Do I need to explain how severe the repercussions of this matter are? Making such decisions without the family's consent, in my opinion, should be dealt with according to family law. Ridiculous. Special times require special measures. According to what I heard, I acted to seize a treasure that had appeared. If it weren't for those reckless forces in Tianhai competing with our Chen family, could things have escalated to this point? Instead of seeking justice from outsiders, you come to trouble your own family. What do you mean by that, second branch? What treasure is worth such a commotion? Moreover, according to family law, finding a special treasure should be reported to the family for a decision. When did it become the prerogative of a junior to act unilaterally? As the two sides began to have a normal exchange, the conversation was turning into a verbal battle. An elder who had been keeping his eyes closed immediately said, "Enough. What kind of manner is this, making such a ruckus? You speak." "All right, Grandpa." Chen Ye nodded and then said, "What my second uncle said is not wrong. The commotion tonight was indeed to compete for a treasure that can grant people abilities and greatly enhance their power." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire video conference fell silent. Several people's breathing became visibly heavier. After a moment, Chen Chong from the second branch said solemnly, "Where's the item?" "Naturally. I used it." Chen Ye Gurinut. According to family rules, special items obtained by mobilizing a large amount of family resources should be turned over to the family for disposal. Chen Chong said expressionlessly. He had already guessed that Chen Ye must have used such an item himself, but after hearing that this thing could awaken abilities, he still felt somewhat unwilling. What does a treasure that can help awaken abilities represent? It represents extraordinary power. More importantly, it represents the ability to ensure one's survival when the virus completely breaks out. That's right. Even the high-ranking members of the Chen family cannot be sure that they can survive under a virus that treats all lives equally. An ability users will no longer be susceptible to the virus. A treasure that can awaken abilities is undoubtedly something of immeasurable value for people in their positions of power. But such a thing was obtained and used by Chen Ye, the legitimate eldest son of the main branch, who usually had a poor relationship with the second branch. Now, Chen Chong felt as if he had eaten something unpleasant. However, he could not show it on the surface and could only try to use family rules to see if he could exchange some other benefits from the main branch. Chapter 66. My big brother is also very happy this item is quite special and not convenient to preserve, so it might not be suitable to hand over to the family, Chen Ye replied nonchalantly. So, the family had to expend a lot of effort and resources to handle this matter, but in the end, there were no gains? Another person from the second branch asked, "How could there be none? Am I not a member of the Chen family?" Chen Ye retorted. This statement left the uncle from the second branch speechless. There is always political correctness everywhere. The political correctness of the Chen family is family unity. Even though the person opposite is a senior from the second branch and a notable figure in the entire Chen family, he dared not engage in this topic in front of the clan elders and the first branch. Fortunately, they were not foolish. Chen Chong said lightly, "The legitimate eldest son of the Chen family, to obtain a special ability, has to waste so many family resources. How can he gain the support of others? My yin, or over in Mountain City, hasn't mobilized any family resources and has awakened her special ability on her own. There have been quite a few similar young family members recently. As the eldest of this generation, you should set a good example. This time it's somewhat lacking in consideration. Chen Ye didn't believe that these old guys still didn't know what level of treasure the dream flower was after such a long time since the incident occurred. To put it bluntly, these people were just trying to put pressure on him, wanting some benefits from the first branch. After all, Chen Ye was a member of the first branch, and now that he had obtained such a treasure, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire first branch had profited greatly. We are all family. You guys in the first branch are making so much and not sharing a bit with your brothers. As for whether these benefits were in the form of territory, resources, or something else, Chen Ye had some guesses. However, regarding their insinuations that Chen Ye, the heir of the first branch, was not as good as them from the second branch, he certainly couldn't just let it go. Hearing this, he just smiled and said, "Is that so? Since our Chen family's younger generation has so many talented young members, I, as the eldest brother, am also very happy. Coincidentally, we have already scheduled a family meeting at the old residence in 3 days before the end of the world. Everyone should be present. How about this? I propose that all the awakened young members come out to compete. After all, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The future world will be a world of special ability users, and our family needs to make some changes internally. The strong should have more say, and who is stronger should naturally be proven through action. I wonder what the two clan elders think." At this point, without waiting for the clan elders to speak, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "All right, the biological laboratory in Tianhai has recently developed a good thing called the Special Ability Awakening Serum. My subordinates have already cultivated a batch of special ability users using this serum. However, the production of this thing is low, and I don't have enough for myself. But since it's a family event, I will bring out 3 vials as a token of goodwill. As elders of the family, naturally their vision is broader and they cannot be constrained by the internal factional struggles. Thus, the 2 clan elders present, whether it was Chen Ye's grandfather from the first branch or another elder from the second branch, were originally reluctant to agree to Chen Ye's proposal for a competition of special ability users. They were afraid that such a sensitive time would hurt the family's harmony. However, upon hearing that Chen Ye would bring out the Special Ability Awakening Serum, they hesitated slightly and nodded, indicating their stance. Just as Chen Ye had guessed, they were basically aware of every move on his side, and the Awakening Serum was a key focus for the family. He suspected that the second branch's sudden attack today was also because of this. So now, he simply brought it up proactively. Since the clan elders agreed to this, the second branch naturally could not oppose it, and the other 2 members from other branches who came to watch were also very supportive. After all, this was a serum that could awaken special abilities. At this stage, it was undoubtedly an invaluable life-saving medicine. Who would want it? The competitors would all be young people who had awakened their abilities, and those who had already awakened would naturally not need it. When the time comes, if their own descendants managed to get a vial, how to use it would still be decided by the elders in their respective branches. Originally, it seemed like a public trial video conference, but the atmosphere suddenly made a complete turnaround. The 2 observers praised Chen Ye endlessly, and the few people from the second branch had now achieved their goal and were no longer aggressive. Their attitudes became quite amiable. In just a short while, the harmonious and happy family scene of a millennium-old family was fully displayed. However, just when Chen Ye thought that today's matter was settled, Chun Chong from the second branch suddenly said, "By the way, the force competing with you for that treasure tonight includes a new business alliance that has emerged from your Tianhai, right?" Chen Ye was taken aback and looked at Chun Chong with a playful expression. "Yes, Uncle Chong, I have been preparing for this matter early on. If it weren't for the business alliance intervening, tonight's unexpected incident probably wouldn't have happened. Then, how you plan to deal with this organization?" "Naturally, I will follow the clues and uproot it," Chen Ye said. "That might be very difficult." Chun Chong shook his head. "The leader of this business alliance is an old acquaintance of mine, and I know his background. This person used to do business overseas and engaged in international trade with substantial capital. He returned to the southeast over a decade ago and coincidentally seized the opportunity of rapid development in recent years, gaining significant influence in both political and business circles in the southeast. If it were in the past, such a person would be nothing more than an ant to our Chen family. We could just crush him if he got in the way. But now it's different. This person has used his previous overseas connections and has formed a large multinational organization called the Business Alliance in conjunction with a group of big capitalists from Western countries. With overseas forces backing him, he secretly established a branch in Xia country as the founder of the Business Alliance, which is the one in your Tianhai. The influence behind it is enormous. If we move against him, the Business Alliance will not take it lying down. The capital these people hold is enough to shake the entire world's trade. At this crucial moment, Uncle Chong still hopes you can prioritize the bigger picture, and it's best not to act against him for now. Anyway, I heard that you didn't suffer any loss in Tianhai this time. Instead, the Business Alliance suffered a silent loss. In my opinion, it's better to put this matter aside for the time being. Chen Ye really didn't expect that the Business Alliance's influence would even reach inside the Chen family, and even Chen Chong, a high-ranking member of the Chen family, would speak for them. It was quite surreal. However, in response to Chen Chong's earnest advice, Chen Ye's answer was also very simple. I will handle the matters in Tianhai myself, so there's no need for Uncle Chong to worry. Chapter 67. 3 Parts of Tianhai. Dream on. This is the reality. Many people tend to view large organizations, even nations, as a whole. They fail to understand why such entities often change their orders from day to day, appearing inconsistent. They think this is simply due to a lack of rigor in their operations. In reality, their understanding of these organizations is fundamentally flawed. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. When organizations and families grow to a certain scale, the intricate web of internal interests can give rise to countless factions. These factions spout various ideologies and ideas, but at the end of the day, it's just about banding together for profit. It is perfectly normal for smaller groups within a large organization to unite and carve out their interests. The Chen family is no exception. It is also quite normal for a faction like the Second House, which has lost power internally, to seek external support to enhance its influence within the family. However, Chen Ye did not expect that the people from the Second House would actually have connections to this merchant alliance. Previously, he had clearly investigated and found that there were undercover agents from the Merchant Alliance within the senior management of the Xingfeng Group. This matter is worth pondering. However, it is unnecessary to continue investigating to see if this undercover agent is linked to the Second House. It is unlikely to yield results. Chen Ye is aware of this and does not want to waste effort. Moreover, often, doing certain things does not necessarily require evidence. To be honest, considering the influence of the Merchant Alliance, after just learning of their existence from the fragmented memories of a reborn person, Chen Ye originally planned to deal with this attempt to undermine his 3-part Tianhai organization gradually, like boiling a frog in warm water. But now, after Chen Chang's remarks, he has abandoned that slow approach. Of course, part of the reason is the presence of Xiao Yuan. This guy is too special. Chen Ye suspects he might be a traveler, and possibly from a high martial arts world or something similar. If given too much time, Chen Ye is uncertain how much this guy could grow. With so many factors combined, the Merchant Alliance must be dealt with decisively. After ending the video conference, Chen Ye gazed at the night view outside the wall and contemplated plans to handle the Merchant Alliance. The simplest and most brutal method is, of course, to directly resort to violence. But this method has a flaw. This organization is too mysterious. He does not even know where the Merchant Alliance's headquarters in Xia country is located. Furthermore, these people cannot possibly stay gathered together. Even if he mobilizes resources to track down a few key figures, once he takes action, the others will definitely scatter. To capture them all, the manpower required is currently unimaginable. At least with the forces allocated to him by the Chen family in Tianhai, it is difficult to achieve. After all, they are not made of paper. It's not as simple as just finding out where they are and sending a few people over to arrest them. A fierce battle is unavoidable. The insufficient strength at hand is the main issue here. Instead, a fierce battle is likely to throw Tianhai into complete chaos, bringing the apocalypse closer, and his plan to gather supplies would be hindered, which is a minor issue. After all, the merchant alliance has deep foundations. Once they are eliminated, a large amount of resources would naturally fall into his hands. Considering this, Chen Ye suddenly raised his eyebrows. Yes, people can run, but resources can't. A group of wealthy capitalists, relying on their resources to win people's hearts and having supernatural beings work for them to grow their power. If he can seize all their resources, what do they have left to develop into the colossal entity from Feng Xian's memory fragments? In comparison, the people in the Merchant Alliance are actually the least important. However, this matter is not easy to handle. After all, the current order has not yet collapsed. What he has already done in Tianhai is quite excessive, and the official tolerance has its limits. If he were to stage a citywide raid on the Merchant Alliance's warehouses and hunt down their members, it would likely create a huge uproar, and the officials would probably not be able to hold back any longer. Of course, with the Chen family's power, they're not afraid of the officials. But at this moment, neither Chen Ye nor the Chen family wishes to conflict with the authorities. Otherwise, if things get too ugly, they might be taken advantage of by other factions. They need to communicate with the officials first, or perhaps. Chen Ye's eyes flickered as he recalled another piece of information from the reborn person's memory fragments. Or perhaps communicate with the Doomsday Preservation Committee. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Xiao, Mr. Xiao, are you awake? Somewhere in Tianhai, Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a pure white room with no windows. The moment he saw his surroundings, he let out a sigh of relief. Recalling the events of his escape during that battle, he still felt a lingering fear even now. That divine eye overlooking the world seemed to be his nemesis. All his trump cards appeared so pale and powerless in front of those eyes. If given another chance, he would never have chosen to confront Chen Ye when his cultivation was still insufficient. That person is terrifying. Mr. Xiao, it's so good that you're awake. Hearing the crisp voice beside him, Xiao Yuan weakly moved his head to look at the young nurse beside him and forced a smile, asking, "How long have I been asleep?" "A whole day and night." The nurse replied quickly. "You suddenly appeared at the base yesterday, and as soon as you showed up, you fainted. Luckily, someone on patrol found you and brought you to the infirmary. Your injuries were too severe, and you lost too much blood. We thought you would be unconscious for at least 3 to 5 days, but you woke up so quickly. Mr. Xiao is truly different from ordinary people. You're so strong." Complimenting someone who had just been brought in after a crushing defeat at Chen Ye's hands felt somewhat ironic to Xiao Yuan. Nevertheless, he merely flashed a hint of gloom in his eyes and did not lash out. He knew very well that this young girl was the daughter of an important member of the Merchant Alliance, and her presence beside him was quite obvious in intent. If it were before, he would have looked down on such tactics. He had never lacked women as a cultivator. But now it was different. He was seriously injured. His right arm was completely gone, and his left arm was just a bare limb without a hand. This was merely the surface of his injuries. His soul had been severely damaged after enduring Chen Ye's consecutive attacks from the Heavenly Eye. In this situation, he needed the support of the Merchant Alliance more than ever. With the vast resources of the Merchant Alliance backing him, he could quickly find the resources he needed to heal. Otherwise, let alone seeking revenge on Chen Ye, he wouldn't even know how long it would take to recover on his own. After chatting casually with the young nurse to build a rapport, Xiao Yuan asked her to bring the person in charge of the Merchant Alliance to him. Having witnessed Chen Ye and the Chen family's power firsthand, he clearly realized that the previous strategy of the Merchant Alliance was unworkable. He needed these merchants to change their original strategy that occupied Tianhai. Otherwise, the disastrous defeat in the park tonight would likely not be the end, but just the beginning. Chapter 68. The New Plan of the Merchant Alliance. Mr. Xiao, are you feeling any better? Soon, an elderly man with white hair entered the hospital room. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Xiao Yuan shook his head and said, "Old Wu, what is the current situation in the Alliance?" "The situation is not good." The elderly man, referred to as Old Wu, said slowly, "The recent defeat at the Lotus Pool Wetland Park has caused unrest within the Alliance. Many people feel that the Chen family is targeting them, and there are quite a few discordant voices. In fact, everyone knows that the successful establishment of the Merchant Alliance's branch in Xia country was not solely due to the Alliance's reputation. The bigger reason is the person Xiao Yuan. His previous displays of extraordinary abilities are the main reason why so many members are willing to stake their fortunes and lives. If Xiao Yuan had retreated after failing in his first confrontation with Chen Ye yesterday, there likely wouldn't be too much of an issue now, as victory and defeat are common in warfare. The members of the alliance are all major merchants, and they can understand this. They won't be fixated on momentary gains and losses. The mistake was that after failing in the first encounter, Xiao Yuan was tempted by the dream flower and was then completely defeated by Chen Ye without mercy. By the time he returned, he was even unconscious. If it weren't for his multiple life-saving measures, he would have almost been killed on the spot. This is completely different from a mere defeat in battle. It indicates that the young master of the Chen family is now far beyond what Xiao Yuan can match, and it is only due to his various tricks and skills that he survived. Unfortunately, such a person is now standing on the opposite side of their alliance. How can this not cause unrest among the members? This defeat in battle is entirely my fault. I was too arrogant, Xiao Yuan sighed. There is still plenty of time ahead. It's just a momentary gain or loss. Mr. Xiao need not be discouraged. Old Wu comforted gently, then continued. Given the current situation, I plan to revise the original arrangements and initial development plan we had in Tianhai. What do you think, Mr. Xiao? After listening, Xiao Yuan nodded and said, given the current situation, there is no other way. The rest can wait until I recover from my injuries and my cultivation improves. Then I can naturally return to Tianhai. The original development plan of the Merchant Alliance was to secretly prepare in Tianhai, waiting for the apocalypse to come. Once the apocalypse arrived, they would begin to exert their strength, controlling the most important multinational trade port and part of the main urban area of Tianhai, to stand against the Chen family and divide Tianhai. They naturally did not know that there was secretly another apocalypse survival committee watching them closely. So for the Merchant Alliance, their hypothetical enemy from the beginning was only the Chen family represented in the Tianhai Xingfeng group, or rather, Chen Ye. Now that the apocalypse has not yet come, and their plans have not been implemented, they have already been exposed. The original plan is naturally no longer feasible. Therefore, the revised plan is for the Merchant Alliance to seize the largest multinational trade port in Tianhai, while the other forces withdraw from Tianhai and occupy Tianzhou City to the south of Tianhai, controlling the port. These people see it clearly, even when the apocalypse arrives. Trade cannot simply stop. Even if various monsters may appear in the sea, there will always be ways to deal with them. The role of the port will not diminish. It may even become more significant. The largest port in Tianhai, however, is on a remote overseas island. Once they occupy the port, they only need to secure the one vital transportation route to ensure that neither the government nor the Chen family can do anything to them in a short time. Only the Navy can deal with them. Such a thing, during peacetime, they wouldn't even dare to consider. After all, the power of the government is not to be trifled with. But now it is different. The government cannot spare the manpower to manage them. And even if the Chen family has the energy to mobilize warships, they likely won't have enough time. As long as they capture this port, their losses from withdrawing from Tianhai won't be that significant. Tianhai has become a target for the major powers as the apocalypse approaches precisely because of the city's unique geographical advantages. Internally, it can radiate to the prosperous Yangtze River Delta area of Xia country, and it can influence the densely populated banks of the Yangtze River across the entire Xia country. Externally, it can connect directly to the whole world, gathering countless resources and skilled talents from Xia country. This will be significant after the apocalypse. By controlling this port, the Merchant Alliance essentially monopolizes the largest foreign trade outpost in Tianhai. Moreover, if they can acquire some warships amidst the chaos at that time, this will also serve as the best springboard for attacking the land. The situation in Tianzhou City, south of the port, is similar. It is an archipelago city. As long as they can complete the occupation, it can almost be said that no one can do anything to them. Xiao Yuan was highly supportive after reviewing Old Wu's new plan. This is the plan that minimizes the losses to the alliance. It is also a concession he had to make after this defeat. Overall, as long as this plan is successfully implemented, the Merchant Alliance will support him. But since they support him, he naturally cannot show no indication of gratitude. Sure enough, after expressing his approval of the plan, Old Wu immediately wore a worried expression and said, Mr. Xiao, this plan is a plan, but it ultimately depends on people. Right now, we are facing a considerable difficulty. Oh, what difficulty? Old Wu, please tell me. Let me see if I can help. Xiao Yuan quickly replied. It goes without saying that he is relying on the Merchant Alliance to support him in his current state. It is impossible not to contribute. It is only natural to pay some price within the Merchant Alliance to account for his defeat. After all, they're a group of merchants, not his parents, and they must consider their interests. According to reliable information, it seems that Chen Ye has mastered a technology that can awaken superpowers in people. And now, a large number of superpowered individuals have emerged among his subordinates. As far as we know, there are already no fewer than 30. You also know the destructive power of these superpowered individuals. Now we lack matching strength among our people, and even if we occupy the port, once the Chen family dispatches these powerful individuals to compete, it will be very difficult for us to hold our ground. We rely on the sea for defense in occupying the islands, as it is easy to defend and hard to attack. Even if the Chen family has heavy artillery that can reach the island, landing is extremely difficult. But if we lack means to deal with superpowered individuals, if they manage to infiltrate and land, it will be very hard for us to stop them. You understand this. At this point, Old Wu sighed and did not continue. The plot thickens. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, secretly thinking that these merchants are indeed greedy, directly asking for his greatest secret, but he felt helpless in his heart. Chapter 69. Exchange of interests under currents. Xiao Yuan is very special. This is not a secret among the upper echelons of the Merchant Alliance. At this stage, although there are few abilities outside the Chen family, they do exist. With the resources of these business tycoons, they naturally have an understanding of the extraordinary individuals. If Xiao Yuan were merely an extraordinary individual, how could the vast Merchant Alliance possibly unite around him alone? The reason he can gain the support of the Merchant Alliance is that he has demonstrated many differences from other extraordinary individuals. What attracts these businessmen the most is his cultivation method that allows others to also gain abilities. Xiao Yuan has deliberately showcased this before, with the most direct beneficiary being Old Wu's own grandson, who is now also a practitioner. Although his strength is still weak, it at least ensures that even if the apocalypse arrives and the virus breaks out completely, he won't be infected. Just this point is enough to create a fatal attraction for these businessmen. Old Wu's so-called concern about the Chen family's extraordinary individuals is essentially just an excuse. His own grandson has cultivated Xiao Yuan's method, and his current strength is only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. He wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from an extraordinary individual. Although the cultivation method has a more distant future and greater potential than extraordinary abilities, the speed of gaining power in the short term is far inferior to direct awakening. Relying on his method to train a group of people to fight against extraordinary individuals is nonsense. It would be better to equip professional soldiers with some powerful gear. In the end, they simply want Xiao Yuan's cultivation method to ensure that they won't die from the virus outbreak when the apocalypse arrives. Xiao Yuan is well aware of this. Moreover, this thing is essentially what he prepared to use as a bargaining chip to exchange for more benefits before the apocalypse. Now that the plan has encountered unexpected circumstances, he can only use it to hand over to the Merchant Alliance to stop losses. Of course, the cultivation method he provides to these people cannot be the best he has. It is merely an introductory version. If they want to cultivate to a higher realm, they will need him to provide subsequent techniques. Once this thing is distributed, it will also be a bargaining chip for him to further control the Merchant Alliance in the future. So, although giving it away in such a nakedly profit-driven manner does not align with his original psychological expectations, he has no intention of withholding it. Old Wu, rest assured, I will solve this problem. Later, you can have someone come to the ward, and I will dictate a formula for you to write down and distribute for cultivation. In this way, it will all depend on Mr. Zhao's power. Old Wu said hurriedly. Meanwhile, while the Merchant Alliance was making significant decisions for the exchange of interests, a similar exchange was taking place simultaneously elsewhere. Tianhai City, Xingfeng Building. In the elegant reception room, Chen Ye sat in the main seat, and across from him sat the city defender of Tianhai City, Li Qingcong. After not seeing each other for many days, the city defender looked somewhat haggard, It seemed he had been busy with official duties lately. There was no way around it. Young Master Chen also knew that this was a special period, and many things had no precedent. The people below were indecisive, so they naturally had to inquire about everything. No matter how trivial, Li Qinggang Siga. There was one thing he didn't say. If the Chen family didn't cause trouble, he probably wouldn't be under such great pressure. The incident at Lianxi Wetland Park had already caused a huge stir online, and under the terrifying pressure of public opinion. Even he, the city defender, was feeling the strain. Everyone was demanding an explanation. But how the hell was he supposed to give one? Should he arrest Chen Ye directly? Don't make me laugh. As for those people from a merchant alliance, their emerging power was already considerable, and the official side simply couldn't spare the strength to manage them at this stage, nor could they publicly announce that this matter was instigated by the merchant alliance. Otherwise, if the criminals were known but could not be apprehended, wouldn't the official side lose even more face? After both sides have stirred up this matter, the one caught in the middle is the official side. However, he did not bring this up, and Chen Ye took the initiative to say, the incident at Lianxi Wetland Park yesterday must be giving the city defender a headache now, right? Naturally, it's a dilemma. Although Li Qingtsong felt uncomfortable, he still maintained a calm expression and smiled. What is so difficult about it? The Merchant Alliance despises the law, disregards the lives of countless citizens, and attempts to conduct evil biological experiments in Tianhai City. Therefore, the Tianhai official dispatched the 96th Brigade to eliminate them. But unexpectedly, these rebels hoarded weapons, leading to a battle in the city, and ultimately, our army won decisively, causing the evil capitalists of the Merchant Alliance to flee. Chen Ye said with a smile, "What does the city defender think of this explanation?" Li Qingtsong shook his head. This might not be appropriate. Those who commit crimes should be brought to justice. Only then can the law be enforced. Before he could finish, Chen Ye preemptively said, I understand the officials' difficulties. As for bringing these anti-human traitors to justice, the Chen family will certainly not stand idly by and will fully cooperate with the official to eliminate the criminals. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtsong tapped his fingers on the table, no longer evading, but also not directly agreeing. Chen Ye's intention was very clear. He wanted the official to cooperate with him to define yesterday's incident, using the official's authority to label the Merchant Alliance as a pariah. His response was also straightforward. If the Merchant Alliance could not be completely dealt with, the official would absolutely not endorse it. Regarding this issue, Chen Ye expressed that he could handle it, but the official side could not remain idle. Everyone had to work together. If Chen Ye had taken this matter upon himself, Li Qingtsong would have certainly not hesitated. He understood the strength of the Chen family, although he lacked a certain understanding of the Merchant Alliance. He did not believe that the Chen family would be unable to deal with a group of capitalists banding together. However, now Chen Ye was clearly suggesting that the Chen family and the official side work together to deal with the Merchant Alliance. The implications contained in this were quite significant. The Merchant Alliance was probably more troublesome than he had imagined, and the Chen family's strength in Tianhai could not guarantee complete control, which was why Chen Ye sought him out for cooperation. The official side currently had limited power at its disposal, but it was not entirely powerless. In fact, if looking solely at the armed forces on paper, the Tianhai City Defender's Office undoubtedly still possessed the strongest armed force in the city. Collaborating with the Chen family to eliminate the Merchant Alliance would certainly not pose any issues. However, what he, or rather the official side, could gain from this afterward was very important. Seeing him hesitate, Chen Ye proactively threw out his bargaining chip. After the matter is accomplished, the official can take 1/3 of all the assets and resources controlled by the Merchant Alliance. The city defender might not yet have a clear concept of what kind of organization this is, but I can clearly tell you, city defender, that this 1/3 of what they hold is probably enough for the over 20 million citizens of Tianhai to survive for half a year. Upon hearing this, even Li Qingtsong, who had been inscrutable from the start, could not help but change his expression. Chapter 70. The Attack of the Mutated Beasts. Then, let's cooperate happily. Lord City Guard, take care. At the entrance of Xingfeng Building, Chen Ye and Li Qingtsong shook hands warmly to bid farewell. After some small talk, Li Qingtsong finally got into his special car. In the upstairs reception room, After a round of friendly exchanges, as Chen Ye had predicted, Li Qingsong indeed agreed to work with the Chun family to completely eradicate the Merchant Alliance's influence from Tianhai City. Not only was the Merchant Alliance too lucrative, and eliminating them would yield a large amount of material wealth, but Chen Ye had also offered an irresistible condition: the awakened blood serum. Initially, Chen Ye offered 1 vial, but after some negotiation, Li Qingsong managed to secure 2 vials. Such a thing was something that any powerful figure could not refuse at this stage. Li Qingsong was no exception. Of course, from an interest perspective, Chen Ye was well aware that Li Qingsong, besides being the city guard of Tianhai City, was also a member of the Doomsday Preservation Committee. Eliminating the Merchant Alliance, while they were still weak, might not align with official interests, but it definitely aligned with the interests of the Doomsday Committee. Therefore, no matter what, Li Qingsong would ultimately agree. However, agreeing was one thing. When to agree, when to take action, and how much force to use was another matter altogether. In order to quickly resolve the troublesome Merchant Alliance, giving up some benefits was not a big deal for him. Let's go back. As Li Qingsong's convoy was about to leave the Xingfeng group's premises, Chen Ye casually said and turned to head upstairs. Just at that moment, a sharp screech suddenly came from the sky. Chen Ye, who had just turned around, paused, then quickly looked back in the direction of the sound. The next moment, he saw a gigantic bird with a wingspan of over 30 meters diving down from the sky, creating a series of sonic booms. Its speed was so fast that apart from him and a few other ability users like Su Yin and Qin Zhu, almost everyone else could only see a blur. The target of the bird's dive attack was none other than the vehicle of city guard Li Qingsong. Chen Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked at the giant bird. Su Yin tilted her head and asked, "Should we help?" "I'll handle it," Chen Ye replied coldly. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot and appeared in midair between the giant bird and the ground vehicle. As he faced the incoming giant bird, flames erupted around him, and with a clang, his battle knife was drawn. Clang! He swung the knife at what seemed to be a transparent wave in the air. Sparks flew, and a sound of metal clashing echoed. Was that a windblade? A mutated beast with abilities? Chen Ye glanced at his undamaged special metal battle knife, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that this giant bird, which had suddenly attacked in Chen's territory, was actually a mutated beast with abilities. However, he didn't have much time to think. After the giant bird launched several wind blades at him, which were all cut apart by his knife. Its massive body had already swooped down to within 100 meters of Chen Ye. At this distance, given their speeds, they would collide in an instant. This creature was clearly a mindless beast, since it was determined to attack, then let it have its way. Chen Ye shook his head, pushing aside the thought of capturing it alive for research. The battle knife in his hand suddenly ignited with blazing flames. With its initial momentum spent, the body that was about to plummet in free fall defied the laws of physics and halted in midair, then flew directly towards the giant bird. Screech! The enormous, mournful cry echoed for several kilometers. In an instant, feathers flew through the air and blood rained down. The giant bird, directly sliced open by Chen Ye's knife, plummeted from the sky. It crashed onto one of the vehicles in Li Qingsong's convoy, reducing it to a metal pancake, and none of the accompanying security personnel survived. Amidst the bloody rain, Chen Ye, enveloped in intense flames, slowly descended to the ground. Looking at the prehistoric giant beast before him, he calmly said to the arriving Qin Zhu, "Have a research institute take samples for study and temporarily seal the rest." From the fragments of memories of Feng Xian's reincarnation, he knew very well that this type of mutated beast with abilities was actually edible. Moreover, consuming it would greatly benefit ability users. And eating a lot could even enhance both their physical and mental attributes, making them stronger. Furthermore, energy is conserved as ability users gain strength. They also develop a correspondingly large appetite. Since the energy contained in the food normal people eat can no longer meet the needs of most ability users, they need to consume large amounts of food to compensate for this deficiency. This is also why hoarding large amounts of food after the apocalypse has many benefits. The meat of these mutated beasts, however, is different. It contains terrifying energy that could make ordinary people nosebleed after just a few bites. But for ability users, consuming it is just right. is the most suitable food source. Chen Ye was currently facing this very issue, and now that such a creature had presented itself, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Upon hearing this, Qinju immediately had people handle the massive corpse. Meanwhile, Chen Ye went to knock on the window of Li Qingsong's vehicle. The window soon rolled down, and Li Qingsong, wearing a special gas mask, opened the window with a wry smile and said, "Thank you, young Master Chen, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, I fear I would have inexplicably died here." "That might not be so inexplicable," Chen Ye shrugged. After all, Li Qingsong was an ordinary person, and it was normal to wear a gas mask in such an environment. After all, the area was filled with the blood mist of mutated beasts. If an ordinary person inhaled a couple of breaths, they might very well end up mutated themselves. Upon hearing this, Li Qingsong's expression turned serious. "Young Master Chen means." Before Chen Ye could elaborate, intense gunfire erupted nearby. Soon, an ability user ran up to Chen Ye and reported, "Young Master, just now a large number of mutated beasts suddenly appeared, attacking the areas we had fortified around Xingfeng Building. It seems there are no less than 100 of them, and our firepower is currently suppressing them. All right, after eliminating them, seal the corpses of those mutated beasts with abilities and hand over the ones without abilities to the Research Institute." Chen Ye nodded lightly, not surprised at all. He had already seen the mutated beasts rushing in from all directions when he was high up in the air earlier. After saying this, he looked at the astonished Li Qingsong and chuckled. "The world has changed. It's unsafe outside. I'll order a team to escort the city guard back to his residence." Chapter 71. Does it matter who did it? At this moment, Li Qingsong was filled with doubts, but since Chen Ye had clearly issued an eviction order, he did not dare to ask further questions. Soon, accompanied by an elite team led by superhumans in 8-wheeled armored vehicles, he left the Star Peak building. As he departed, the sound of gunfire around the Star Peak building gradually calmed down. A total of 129 mutated beasts were exterminated, and our army suffered no casualties. In the conference room, Chen Ye listened expressionlessly to the reports from below and did not praise them for their good performance. After all, it was just a group of mindless mutated beasts charging at their well-prepared defenses. If there had been casualties, that would have been surprising. This outcome was only to be expected. After the security officer finished reporting the casualty situation, he paused for a moment and quickly continued. "We have found the source of these suddenly appearing mutated beasts. About half an hour ago, a large-scale animal mutation occurred at the Tianhai Zoo, less than 2 kilometers from our Star Peak building, causing great chaos. However, what is strange is that these animals completed their mutation process in just a few minutes, catching everyone off guard and resulting in a large number of casualties at the zoo. What is even stranger is that after they mutated and broke out of their cages, they did not scatter and attack others randomly, but instead purposefully charged towards the location of our Star Peak group. Thus, the earlier events unfolded. Logically, these mutated beasts should not have attacked us with such purposefulness. The whole matter felt odd from beginning to end." As he spoke, the officer set down the documents in his hand, glanced at Chen Ye, whose expression was as cold as water, and did not dare to say more. This incident was truly not their fault for failing to provide an early warning. The entire timeline from the event occurring to the mutated beasts clashing with the Chen family took only about 10 minutes. No one could have reacted in time. "What does your research institute think?" Chen Ye did not comment on the security department situation and then looked toward an old man who hadn't even had time to change out his lab coat. The old man immediately replied, "Young Master, this is likely man-made. The current viral concentration, from infection to outbreak, absolutely would not be less than 10 days. Even if the animals in the park were infected earlier, it would be too coincidental for them to fully mutate in just a few minutes. The only possibility for this situation is that someone extracted a high concentration of the virus through some means and then transmitted it to these animals." At this point, the old man paused and continued. "However, the security department did not report any cases of humans mutating in the park, which is somewhat strange. Logically speaking, once this man-made high-concentration virus is spread, it would not only infect animals but also humans." Upon hearing this, the security officer quickly responded. "At first, there were indeed no cases of human infection in the zoo, but there were quite a few bodies of people killed by the mutated beasts that later underwent mutation and turned into zombies. Well, That indicates that the initial wave of the virus outbreak in the zoo did not affect humans. The old man pondered. From this point, we can boldly speculate that this man-made concentrated virus does not cause human mutations. To achieve this, the person extracting the virus must have conducted deep research on it, requiring substantial resources and data, and also necessitating a high-standard laboratory, at least not inferior to our underground laboratory. To accomplish all this, they must be backed by a massive organization. Having said this, the old man from the Underground Research Institute did not elaborate further. His meaning was quite clear. This was not only man-made, but also likely orchestrated by a significant force behind the scenes. Currently, there are three major forces around Tianhai that can meet these conditions. One is the Chen family, one is the Merchant Alliance, and the other is, of course, the Apocalypse Survival Committee. Of course, at this stage, the Apocalypse Survival Committee cannot be compared to the Chen family and the Merchant Alliance, as the official system has not completely collapsed. Their rise depends on the complete collapse of the official order and the acquisition of a large amount of official assets. Thus, this third force can also be considered an official power surrounding Tianhai. The strange bird that attacked earlier was the city guard. This incident must have been orchestrated by the Merchant Alliance, Su Yin immediately stated. As one of the strongest combat forces under Chen Ye's command besides himself, she was naturally qualified to attend such a high-level meeting. However, her mind was filled only with fighting and killing, clearly not suited for the intricate and cerebral nature of this discussion. Chen Yinshi couldn't help but interject. How do you know it was the Merchant Alliance that did this? It's simple. If the city guard dies here, how could the official system cooperate with us to deal with the Merchant Alliance? This clearly benefits them. Su Yan replied confidently. Then from another angle, if the city guard dies here, whether it's us or the officials, we would all think it was the Merchant Alliance's doing. Wouldn't that make us even more united against them? Chen Yinshi countered. Su Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Fool! Chen Yinshi shot her a glance. But just then, Chen Ye suddenly laughed and said, Su Yan is right. This matter was indeed done by the Merchant Alliance. Chen Yinshi was taken aback for a moment and then asked in confusion, but as of now, there is no evidence pointing to them, right? Wouldn't it be too hasty to draw such a conclusion? Chen Ye glanced at her and said lightly, Hasty? It is indeed very hasty. But the question is, does it matter who is behind this? It is important, in a way, as it may indicate that there is a significant force lurking in the shadows around Tianhai. But to say it's unimportant is also valid. The most crucial thing right now is that the Chen family needs to work with the officials to deal with the Merchant Alliance. So this matter can only be attributed to the Merchant Alliance. The official system is a massive organization. Even if Li Qingtsong is the city guard of Tianhai, he cannot dominate the official system in Tianhai. The Merchant Alliance has insiders even in the Chen family, let alone within the official system. He knows without thinking that after Li Qingtsong returns, he will face considerable resistance in cooperating with the Chen family. And now, the Merchant Alliance's misuse of the purified virus leading to animal mutations has caused significant casualties and used technical means to control the mutated beasts to attack the city guard and the Chen family as stronghold. Is there any better reason to suppress dissenting voices internally? This reason is not only useful for Li Qingtsong, but it is also equally useful for him. Chapter 72, Taming the Mutated Beasts Careless? Hearing Chen Ye's rhetorical question, Chen Yinshi was taken aback for a moment, but with her intelligence, she quickly reacted. She then said, I understand. Chen Ye nodded, preparing to discuss the next steps and objectives with them. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came through the earpiece that Qin Ju had been wearing. She furrowed her brows slightly, then got up and whispered to Chen Ye, Just now, our various supply depots and strongholds in Tianhai City were attacked by mutated beasts. The scale of this attack is enormous. The defense forces at those places are far weaker than those at the Xingfeng Group headquarters. Several warehouses have already fallen, and a large amount of supplies have been destroyed by the mutated beasts. Moreover, these mutated beasts are not only attacking us, but also ordinary people. A rough estimate suggests that there have already been thousands of casualties, causing massive chaos in Tianhai City. Chen Ye, who was about to speak, paused and then scoffed. These people really will stop at nothing. if he had previously only suspected that this was the work of the Merchant Alliance, but wasn't certain. He was now 90% sure this was their doing, because causing such a huge uproar in Tianhai does not align with the interests of the authorities, nor does it align with the interests of the Apocalypse Survival Committee. The only apparent beneficiaries are the Merchant Alliance. By creating so many mutated beasts and plunging Tianhai into chaos, they are forcing the Chen family and the authorities to first deal with the issues in the city, preventing them from focusing their energy on the Merchant Alliance. Thus, they have breathing room to focus on other matters. Whether it's relocating supplies out of Tianhai or re-establishing a presence there, both require time. Chen Ye did not intend to keep this news hidden and immediately announced it in front of everyone. The members of the Chen family clearly did not expect the Merchant Alliance to be so ruthless. However, since they were all elites here, they quickly reacted and began proposing various solutions. But these solutions ultimately required a significant investment of manpower and resources, which would indeed delay their efforts to deal with the Merchant Alliance. This was their open strategy, and there was really not much that could be done. After all, Chen Ye could not ignore all the territories and supplies of the Chen family in Tianhai, aside from the Xingfeng group, and allow them to be destroyed by the mutated beasts. It was certain that manpower would be diverted to help. However, at that moment, Shen Yinshi suddenly raised a question. Why do these mutated beasts obey their commands? From the very first strange bird that appeared, haven't you noticed? The attacks of these mutated beasts seem to be very purposeful. This cannot be achieved just by slightly guiding the mutated beasts. I believe they must have some means of controlling the mutated beasts. If we can find this method, not only would we not need to send a large amount of manpower and resources to deal with the mutated beasts, abandoning the siege on the Merchant Alliance, but we could also capture a batch of mutated beasts, greatly increasing our strength. Her perspective was indeed something that none of the others had considered. However, after a brief silence, someone shook their head and said, "Such matters are probably classified secrets within a Merchant Alliance. It would be very difficult for us to find out." Right? Indeed, while it sounded good, it was not very realistic. Everyone shook their heads. Only Chen Ye, after hearing her words, suddenly said, "It may not be unrealistic," because he suddenly remembered something. In the fragments of Feng Xian's memories, it was mentioned that high-level mutated beasts can command low-level mutated beasts. The higher the level of the mutated beast, the higher its intelligence. This also means that they are easier to tame. After the apocalypse, there have been many instances of people taming mutated beasts as mounts. Sometimes, when encountering large-scale attacks from mutated beasts, if the tamed mutated beasts are strong enough and of high enough level, they can easily help their owners escape danger and even harvest a large amount of mutated beast resources. This was highly valued after the apocalypse. However, very few people have the ability to tame high-level mutated beasts. At least Feng Xian did not have this capability. Because the simplest requirement to tame a high-level mutated beast is that you must be stronger than it. And here, what Chen Ye lacked the least was individuals with strong individual strength. Chen Ye did not know what methods the Merchant Alliance used to control the mutated beasts. Perhaps it was through some technological intervention or through some controlling virus. But it didn't seem matter. They had their ways, and he could have his own. Finding a high-level mutated beast to tame, and then capturing all the mutated beasts sent by the Merchant Alliance, turning them into the vanguard to flatten the Merchant Alliance. This seemed like an incredibly profitable venture. "Oh, young master, do you have a way?" The head of the research institute adjusted his glasses, looking eagerly at Chen Ye. Their interest in mutated beasts was currently very high, and the laboratory was conducting research day and night. Naturally, they were curious upon hearing Chen Ye say this. "Away." Chen Ye smiled and asked Qin Zhu beside him, "Where's the strongest mutated beast that has appeared? What type of mutated beast is it? And what has it evolved from?" Such data was clearly something Qin Zhu, who had been at Xingfeng Building, did not have. Hearing this, she quickly tapped her earpiece to inquire about the front lines. After about 10 minutes, she finally got an answer and hurriedly said, "Young master, it is a white tiger located over 20 kilometers to the south, currently attacking one of our suburban warehouses." According to the information gathered from the front lines, the white tiger probably escaped from a nearby zoo. This tiger is enormous, with a shoulder height of over 8 meters and a body length exceeding 15 meters. It can even spit out sharp wind blades. Its strength is extremely powerful, clearly having a significant gap compared to other mutated beasts. It has already destroyed at least 3 main battle tanks of ours. If it weren't for the massive amount of supplies stored in that warehouse, which is of great importance, our people should have retreated long ago. This is the first time we have encountered a monster capable of destroying main battle tanks. The soldiers stationed at the front have exhausted all means to stop it. However, attacking that warehouse is not just this white tiger. There are many other mutated beasts as well. Currently, the security personnel at that warehouse have sent 3 distress signals to the command center, and the situation is extremely urgent. A company equipped with heavy firepower has been dispatched for support and is on the way. She quickly reported the situation. Chen Ye nodded thoughtfully. It seems that even if the reinforcements get there, it may be useless. In that case, I'll go take a look myself. Chapter 73. The Tame Mutant Beast? The howling wind blew past. However, the usually chaotic wind that would knock people off balance now concealed a deadly threat. Inside the infantry fighting vehicle, a soldier looked at the vehicle's front about 10 meters away and the smooth cut larger than the door, where it had been sliced in half, feeling the cold wind rushing in. He couldn't help but swallow hard, gripping his weapon tightly. He stared at the empty space in front of him. Thud! Heavy footsteps sounded. The hearts of the soldiers inside the vehicle raced uncontrollably. Along with the footsteps came a heavy, wheezing breath like that of a bellows. In the next moment, several soldiers felt the darkness enveloping them. A massive head appeared at the cut end of the severed infantry fighting vehicle. The size of the opening was so large that they couldn't even make out the head's specific shape. They could only see half of a head in the cold, merciless amber pupil. Facing such a prehistoric beast at this distance, the fear rooted deep in their genes rendered the soldiers' minds blank, causing them to forget that they were still holding weapons. Of course, their weapons were probably no different from firewood in front of this monster. After all, the cannons on the vehicle couldn't inflict any damage, let alone the rifles in their hands. The howling wind inside the broken vehicle made it difficult for them to keep their eyes open. After an unknown amount of time, one soldier suddenly felt the wind die down and the heavy footsteps receded. Did we survive? The soldier instinctively checked his body, relieved to find that he was still intact, and quickly called out on the vehicle's channel. Hey, what's going on? If anyone's alive, say something. And no, it's fine. Thankfully, that was too damn scary. What kind of monster is that? Hearing the familiar voice of his teammate on the channel, the squad leader also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Report immediately. The vehicle is completely destroyed, and that monster is approaching the warehouse. Warn the guards there to be cautious." Also, the squad leader hesitated for a moment before continuing. It seems it doesn't intend to harm us. It just destroyed our vehicle. After the tanks in front were destroyed, the personnel inside didn't seem to suffer casualties. All right, that's it. Report to the command center and let them decide. Since 3 p.m. today, numerous monsters have appeared throughout Tianhai City, with incidents of monster attacks happening one after another. We can see that a large number of troops have entered the city to eliminate the monsters and protect the safety of the people. I am currently located in Shuping Bay Village in the southern suburbs of Tianhai City, right at the front line of the battle. The unit engaging the monsters is a part of the 96th Heavy Armored Combined Brigade, which was stationed in the city recently due to rising tensions to prepare for emergencies. They are currently in fierce combat with a large number of monsters, and it is reported that they have killed many monsters, but they have also sustained significant casualties. In the southern suburbs of Tianhai, just a few hundred meters from the front line, many reporters are reporting the current situation in front of the cameras. The last battle that occurred at Lianqi Wetland Park was too sudden, coming and going in a flash, and no media could arrive in time. However, the attack by numerous mutant beasts on the city has been ongoing for several hours, naturally attracting fearless reporters to the front lines for the latest updates. Unlike previous reporting styles, with the rise of the internet, many media outlets now prefer live broadcasts to attract traffic and attention. As a result, the situation here is not only known nationwide, but can even be seen across the country. Ground cameras, aerial drones, various shots switch in an orderly manner. Coupled with explanations from professionals, Even viewers with no understanding of the situation can roughly grasp the current state of affairs. The situation doesn't seem good. That white tiger is too powerful. Even tanks can't stop it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, when the drone was filming earlier, I saw it flip a tank's turret with a single paw. It was brutal. The key point is that it took a shot from a main battle tank's 125mm smoothbore gun and didn't even flinch. It's hard to imagine this is a carbon-based life form. It's over. Another infantry fighting vehicle has been destroyed. It seems that a company-level unit is stationed here. All 3 tanks are gone, and there are only a few infantry fighting vehicles left. Heavy equipment is becoming increasingly scarce. We can only rely on the weapons on the positions to push it back. Where's the heavy firepower? Support us. The heavy armored combined brigade has rocket artillery, right? What are you waiting for? Fire. Are you crazy? Although this isn't the city center, it's still urban. Do you know how many residential buildings and factories are around? If we fire a volley of rockets, everything will be flattened. The key point is that there's a large granary not far behind. If that gets blown up, I don't know how many people will be left to fend for themselves. You don't think that if the granary doesn't get blown up, people won't be left out in the cold, do you? Do you know how much grain costs per pound in Tianhai now? In the live stream's comments, many viewers express concern about the unfavorable battle situation while offering various suggestions. Of course, no one would listen. If their suggestions were useful, the elite soldiers present wouldn't be struggling so much. After all, they had a command center behind them, filled with the most rigorously trained commanders and staff who had already considered all possible solutions. Either the current environment was unsuitable, or they found that whatever they tried had no effect on that white tiger. If they could find a quick solution suitable for the current environment, they would have dealt with the mutant beasts here long ago. Why would they wait for internet users to teach them how to fight? However, reality is sometimes like this. Outsiders always like to give advice to insiders online, saying, I think this should be done like this, after which they feel proud, thinking their ideas are unique and have discovered blind spots that professionals haven't noticed. In reality, from the perspective of true experts, these off-the-cuff suggestions are foolish and often only consider the benefits without acknowledging the drawbacks. Everyone knows that when facing these ferocious beasts rampaging through the city, a large-scale rocket artillery strike or even a barrage of regular artillery could basically eliminate them. No matter how powerful that white tiger is, it would probably not withstand such bombardment. But some people can only think of the city aspect, believing that the aftermath of the bombardment would be worse than the losses caused by these monsters. Some simply can't see this point, thinking that professional commanders are just playing dumb and they could do better. Chapter 74. No one stronger than me has been born yet in the car. As Chen Ye was rushing to the front line to confront the white tiger mutant beast, he realized that instead of waiting for updates from the people below about the battle situation, it would be more intuitive to watch the live broadcast of the scene directly. So he was watching the live stream at that moment. Seeing the comments in the live chat blaming the frontline commander for being incompetent, Su Yin, who had come to watch the excitement like a follower, disdainfully said, "A bunch of idiots." On the other hand, Chen Ye shook her head. That can't be said. We can only say that they indeed lack a certain level of professionalism and are not thoughtful enough. This is a limitation of their understanding. Su Yin raised her eyebrows, but considering that she was likely no match for Chen Ye in a verbal spar, she simply chose not to argue with her. Instead, Chen Ye chuckled. This is what the public is like. They want to participate, yet they are unprofessional and do not want to take responsibility. Individually, their intelligence may not be lower than anyone else's, but what limits them is the constraints of their understanding. However, when they're mixed together, their brains really get thrown out of the window. If they were to command on the front line, they wouldn't foolishly order a bombardment of the city, but that doesn't stop them from banding together online to vent. Therefore, the so-called public opinion is essentially manipulable. The masses can be deceived. When the amount of information is sufficient, their attention will be captured. Compared to direct coercion, people are more likely to believe the answers they deduce themselves. Through some general, vague, and broad descriptions, they can be guided to arrive at the desired conclusions, which is more evident when people appear as a group. At this point, he looked with interest at Chen Ye and Su Yin sitting on either side of him. Do you believe in astrology? Of course. I'm a Sagittarius, Su Yin said without hesitation. Chen Ye, however, wore a look of disdain. That's enough. I'm a PhD in psychology. How could I not know about the astrological effect? It's just that this idiot doesn't even realize she's being insulted. Chen Ye smiled slightly and did not elaborate further. Su Yan, looking confused, rolled up her sleeves and asked Chen Ye, "Who are you insulting?" "I didn't insult you. He's the one calling you an idiot." Chen Ye gave her a roll of her eyes. "Not an idiot, just someone who has overcome certain weaknesses in human nature and is easily manipulated." Chen Ye shook his head. Dialectical thinking is a good thing, but very few people can truly think dialectically. Most people who boast about it every day only know that it exists without understanding the reasons behind it. They know what it is, but not why it is. Due to frequent unexpected incidents today and the tense situation, the authorities had implemented road control measures over the past 2 days. The main road was now empty and unobstructed. Chen Ye's convoy reached Shuping Bay, more than 20 kilometers away from Xingfeng Building, in just about 10 minutes. Before getting close, they could hear the intense sounds of gunfire in the distance. Based on a live broadcast he had seen and the reports from the front line, Chen Ye had roughly grasped the current situation. Although the strongest white tiger had destroyed a lot of heavy equipment and caused considerable losses, the information from frontline soldiers indicated that it did not seem to have any intention of harming people. At least the casualties reported on the front line were unrelated to it. Therefore, the command center had directly ordered the frontline troops that, unless absolutely necessary, they could temporarily ignore the terrifying white tiger and focus their firepower on dealing with other more violent, destructive, and aggressive mutant beasts. Thus, the gunfire they were hearing was mostly directed at other mutant beasts. There were quite a few mutant beasts appearing on this side. Previously, they had been concentrating their efforts on dealing with the white tiger and had not addressed the other mutant beasts. Now that they had freed up their hands, they had achieved several results. A mutant beast that did not harm people piqued Chen Ye's interest. No matter how you looked at it, this creature definitely possessed a high level of intelligence. Chen Ye had come intending to subdue the white tiger and control other mutant beasts through it. The higher the intelligence it displayed, the greater its value would be after domestication. Of course, subduing such a mutant beast had no shortcuts. It relied entirely on hard power to convince it. The white tiger had shown a commanding presence since its appearance, and it was hard to say how strong it really was. Chen Ye didn't dare to claim he could definitely subdue it. However, even if he couldn't subdue it, he should have no problem retreating safely. That was his confidence. Screech. The car came to a stop. Chen Ye calmly got out of the car, looking at the battlefield shrouded in smoke not far away. The co-pilot, Qin Zhu, hurriedly opened the door and handed him the battle knife, hesitating as she said, "Young master, actually, we can request some stronger resources from the family, like the Navy or Air Force, or even missile units. The family should agree. With their help, it shouldn't be a problem to clear out the mutant beasts attacking our various strongholds in Tianhai in a short time. You don't need to take risks personally. We've already had a supernatural being test the white tiger before, but we couldn't gauge how strong it really is." However, Chen Ye shook his head. The negative impact of using such high-tech, powerful weapons is too great. And if we need to seek support from the family for this kind of thing, then when the apocalypse arrives, the family will be too overwhelmed to handle things themselves. What will we do then? Zhu Jie, you need to understand one thing. The family is the family, and we are us. Sometimes we need to distinguish between the two. Qin Zhu wasn't unaware of the intricacies involved. She just didn't want Chen Ye to take risks. Hearing this, she said, "Then how about I?" However, this time, Chen Ye didn't let her finish. He pinched her delicate face, interrupting her words, and then leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Remember, in this world, no one stronger than your man, whether human or mutant beast, has probably been born yet. This kind of thing shouldn't be left for a woman like you to test the waters for me." At his sudden intimate gesture, Qin Zhu's face flushed, and she lowered her head, no longer trying to persuade him. Chen Ye chuckled lightly, casually holding the knife and walking forward. He directly passed through the street that had been nearly turned into ruins and the positions set up by the security department soldiers. He faced the mutant beasts that occasionally sprang out from various corners, attempting to leap over the positions to pounce on the food storage in the rear. In the air, many patrolling drones immediately noticed his actions and turned their cameras towards him. A reporter who was live streaming couldn't help but exclaim, "What did I just see?" There's a person walking out of the position with a knife, heading towards those monsters. Chapter 75, Deeper Considerations. Suddenly, a person holding a knife appeared on the tense battlefield. Once discovered, it naturally attracted the attention of countless spectators. What the hell, what does this mean? Where did this reckless kid come from? Where are the soldiers? Why aren't they stopping him? Wow, there really are people who aren't afraid of death. Who is this guy's commander? This dude can't be thinking of going to chop those monsters, right? It's really a bit difficult. The regular army with a bunch of weapons can only hide behind defensive fortifications. Yeah, those monsters are ridiculously fast. Ordinary people can't even aim properly with guns. They can only hold their ground and wait for them to come. This guy running here with a knife is just too humorous. Is this some internet celebrity trying to create content? Almost immediately upon his appearance, Chen Ye became the focus of the entire audience. Viewers watching the live stream online were naturally confused, thinking he was courting death, while various mocking comments flooded the chat. There was no way around it. Although the existence of ability users and mutated beasts was no longer a secret at higher levels, for the vast majority of ordinary people, it was still unheard of. Ordinary people didn't understand the power of ability users. Seeing someone confronting these monsters, which were difficult to deal with even for those with guns, was naturally hard to comprehend. Of course, among so many spectators, there were some who had some understanding of these things. Many tried to inform others that in such a situation, the military personnel should have stopped him, and that this person under the camera was likely an ability user with unimaginable extraordinary power. However, once this kind of informative comment was posted, it was either directly drowned out by a flood of comments or noticed and ridiculed by others who thought the informant had read too many novels. People are sometimes like this. When faced with something beyond their understanding, they stubbornly refuse to hear any other voices. Chen Ye could naturally guess the situation online when he arrived. If he wanted to, with just one sentence, he could shut down all the live streams or prevent those mocking him from ever speaking online again. But it wasn't necessary. People can say whatever they want. Can you really stop them? Moreover, everyone has a need to show off, and he was no exception. At this moment, he could be considered somewhat powerful. If he didn't showcase himself in front of everyone, wouldn't that be a waste of his abilities? As for the doubts and mockery of others, if everyone believed he could chop down those mutated beasts, then what would be the fun in showing off? Since he was going to show off, he might as well make it a dramatic reversal, right? Of course, making such a big scene couldn't be solely for the sake of showing off. This was merely a side effect. There were deeper considerations behind it. Primarily, it was to showcase his strength. After the apocalypse, what is the most important thing? Undoubtedly, it is resources, because as long as resources are not lacking, there will never be a shortage of talents willing to join. Ability users, with powers far exceeding those of ordinary people, require resources that ordinary people cannot compare to. Chen Ye certainly didn't lack resources now. If he could eliminate the Merchant Alliance, the resources he could obtain would only increase. But he wasn't the only one with resources. Not to mention the distant past. Just looking at the current Tianhai, the Merchant Alliance, and the yet-to-emerge Apocalypse Survival Committee, which of them has resources that are inferior to his? None. And under the premise that everyone has a large amount of resources to attract more talents, what is needed is naturally strength. Strong strength means fewer chances of failure. If given the choice of the same resources, the vast majority of people would definitely choose to side with the stronger force. However, strength also needs promotion. After the apocalypse, this promotion is basically done through brute force. If you're strong, your reputation will naturally grow. But limited by the environment of the apocalypse, this promotion can only be regional and is difficult to extend further. Now, however, it's different. The apocalypse has not yet arrived. Is there any means of promotion stronger than the modern internet? None. This was a blind spot that Chen Ye suddenly realized while in the car. Of course, if he could think of it, other forces could not possibly be unaware. However, even if others could think of it, it would be difficult to achieve. At least, to create a huge wave online as simply as he did, leaving a lasting impression that even after the apocalypse could not be forgotten, is very challenging. Because even among the major forces, the ability users they currently have are definitely not numerous. In fact, they could be said to be very rare. They lack powerful individual combat strength like Chen Ye to ensure that future survivors, even when they awaken as ability users after the apocalypse, will still vividly remember the scene they saw today. If they brought a few ordinary ability users, it would be completely impossible to achieve such an effect. After all, once ordinary people awaken their abilities in the future, when they recall the scenes of ordinary ability users in action, they may think it's impressive, or they may think, I could do that too. However, Chen Ye's current strength absolutely crushes the vast majority of ability users at the beginning of the apocalypse, and even for a long time after the apocalypse. When those ability users recall what they saw today, they can only exclaim that it was truly impressive. This is why Chen Ye could directly enter the battlefield at a speed invisible to the naked eye, taking down mutated beasts one by one. Handling all these low-level mutated beasts, and they're going to find that white tiger. But he deliberately chose to walk slowly toward the battlefield. Under the watchful eyes of countless people behind the camera, Chen Ye strolled leisurely into the middle of the main road of Shuping Bay Village. Here, he was already far away from the positions set up by the Chen family's security department soldiers, and the village had become a paradise for mutated beasts. In the surrounding buildings, there were no less than 30 various mutated beasts hiding. These creatures weren't stupid. Compared to the terrifying white tiger, heavy firepower still posed a significant threat to them. Therefore, they were hiding in the residential buildings, waiting to ambush the positions, trying to break through to the huge granary behind. Why these creatures were fixated on the granary and so persistent, Chen Ye wasn't sure. He could only guess that someone behind was using some means to control these mutated beasts. What means he didn't care? Because in the fragmented memories of the reborn, the information he obtained was that in the apocalypse, there were no special means to control mutated beasts. The most common method was to tame a high-level mutated beast and then use it to control other mutated beasts. This could prove that the method the current mastermind used to control mutated beasts would inevitably be eliminated after the apocalypse. Naturally, it had no value. On the contrary, when it came to taming mutated beasts, he was uncertain about how to do it. He could only try when he encountered that white tiger. And now, on the smoke-filled battlefield, Chen Ye paused his leisurely steps and looked toward the 6-story building beside him. At the small entrance, a pair of blood-red eyes was staring at him from the darkness of the stairwell. Chapter 76. Everyone is here. Let's hit the road. Through layers of darkness, Chen Ye could vaguely see that he was being watched by a rat. A gigantic rat. This creature was hiding in the stairwell of the apartment building, its exposed head comparable to a car wheel. What should have been a palm-sized rat now had a size akin to that of a tiger or a leopard. Its crimson eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness, and its sharp claws scratched the cement floor incessantly, carving out deep grooves about a foot deep. Clearly, it had set its sights on Chen Ye. Although the private soldiers stationed here were from the Chen family, they were still operating under the official banner outside. Therefore, when a large number of mutated beasts began to attack, most of the villagers had already been evacuated. Now, the place was empty, and Chen Ye, who had entered alone, appeared to these mutated beasts like a light in the night, dazzling and out of place. It was only natural that he attracted their attention. Faced with the lurking monster, Chen Ye showed no intention of leaving. Instead, after pausing for a moment and seeing that the creature did not attack, he proactively walked toward the apartment building. Before he got close, he heard the giant rat emit a warning growl, its claws scratching the ground, becoming increasingly agitated. Its bulbous eyes showed suspicion and hesitation. It was observing Chen Ye. Rats are inherently timid and cautious creatures. Even after mutating and gaining terrifying power, their nature remained. When confronted with fleeing ordinary people, it would directly pounce and tear them apart, then devour them with great delight. But facing Chen Ye, who did not seem afraid and was instead approaching, it instinctively sensed that this person was different from the humans it had encountered before. If it were acting on instinct, it would have surely fled. However, since it had hidden in the stairwell to ambush passing individuals, it had no escape route. Now, with Chen Ye drawing closer, it could only issue a blustering warning, attempting to drive away this unusual human. At this point, it was likely too late to run. Chen Ye reached the front of the apartment building, just 7 or 8 meters away from the giant rat. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the other half of the big metal door that was closed. Boom! The metal door let out a loud bang, instantly deforming and shooting out from the doorframe. Before the rat could react, the deformed metal door smashed straight into its forehead. The creature let out a terrified wail. However, this finally triggered the giant rat's bloodthirsty instinct. The next moment, it shook off the door that had struck it and charged directly at Chen Ye. Chen Ye slightly sidestepped, and then a flash of his knife appeared. The giant rat flew several meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Its massive body continued to twitch, but its head, comparable to a car hub, had vanished without a trace. The smell of blood immediately filled the air. Then, Chen Ye heard a cacophony of footsteps around him. There were the dull sounds of hooves pounding the ground, as well as the rustling of reptiles slithering on the ground. Clearly, many mutated beasts nearby had been attracted. This was the effect Chen Ye wanted, so he remained completely calm, stepping back a little from the foul-smelling giant rat, and quietly waited for the other mutated beasts to arrive. What the hell? This big rat is bigger than a tiger. So terrifying. Dude, isn't the real scary part that the brother down there just chopped this thing in one stroke? What's the difference between that and a slide tackle kill on a tiger? He didn't even need to slide tackle. To be fair, this rat looks much fiercer than an ordinary tiger. I originally thought that seeing a tiger slide tackle was just a joke, but now I realize it's actually realistic. Stop being sarcastic. He didn't even need to slide tackle. He just casually sidestepped the pounce and then effortlessly took down this giant rat. I once doubted that I wasn't the same species as him. This is too fierce. Just a moment ago, I was saying he was just showboating and looking for death, right? Speak up. Good thing I didn't say anything. I knew the moment he came over that even the frontline soldiers didn't stop him. He must have strength. A bunch of clowns were still questioning him. When did humans evolve? Why didn't they take me with them? As Chen Ye casually slayed a monster that even ordinary firearms couldn't handle. The viewers in the live stream were stunned for a long time before they couldn't help but gasp. If Chen Ye could see the bullet comments now, he might have said, everyone has been evolving for a while now. It's just that some will evolve into superhumans while others will become mindless zombies. Everyone has a bright future. There's no need to envy others. But he certainly didn't have time to say that now, as a large number of mutated beasts were rapidly approaching, drawn by the scent of the giant rat's blood. The first to appear, to Chen Ye's surprise, was a snake. This creature was enormous, its body thicker than a water tank. Most importantly, it was a venomous snake. From its appearance, Chen Ye estimated that before mutation, it was likely a king cobra, already larger than ordinary snakes. Now, after evolving, its length had exceeded 30 meters. Coiling around a 5-story building, it unfurled the scales on its neck with a head comparable to the front of a large truck, creating a tremendous sense of pressure. Its cold vertical pupils stared at Chen Ye, and from its slightly open mouth, drops of venom continuously fell. When they hit the ground, the venom reacted and emitted hissing sounds. A bite from this creature would be lethal, not just to ordinary people or superhumans. Even a blue whale would likely be poisoned to death. Without a doubt, this was now the most powerful mutated beast present, aside from the harmless white tiger. Any ordinary superhuman would likely only have the option to flee. They would be no match for it. However, Chen Ye was here. Seeing the giant snake appear, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, he looked around, observing that the areas he had surveyed were basically filled with lurking mutated beasts. These creatures clearly did not dare to provoke the giant snake, and were waiting in the shadows for it to engage in a confrontation with the unusual human before they could seize the opportunity to tear off a piece of meat from the slain rat. Time passed slowly, and the giant snake kept hissing but never took the initiative to attack. Chen Ye continued to observe the surroundings, waiting for the nearby mutated beasts to gather and showing no intention of attacking. After an unknown period, Chen Ye noticed the sound of rubble being crushed from a collapsed ruin about 200 to 300 meters away, finally nodding. Everyone is here. It's time to send you beasts on your way. Chapter 77 System.As Boom. As soon as the words fell, terrifying flames erupted, spreading outwards from Chen Ye. The area within 100 meters instantly transformed into a sea of fire. With a physique and mental strength exceeding 100 points, his abilities had already reached a terrifying level. Once unleashed, the surroundings turned into a scorching hell. A fire dragon slowly formed from the sea of flames, its size rivaling that of the giant snake, which was several dozen meters long. As soon as it took shape, it let out a silent roar towards the sky and rushed towards the giant snake, enveloped in endless heat. If it were just an ordinary mutated beast, even though the giant snake was of considerable size, it would have been instantly reduced to ashes facing the fire dragon condensed from June fire. However, this giant snake was clearly not simple. It was also a mutated beast with abilities. Venom was its power. Facing the oncoming fire dragon, the giant snake opened its mouth and spat out a stream of emerald green venom. As the venom met the fire dragon, it instantly vaporized into a swirl of dark green, foul-smelling smoke. A gentle breeze blew, and the toxic smoke rapidly spread with the wind. Along the way, it passed through areas inhabited by other mutated beasts. In an instant, these mutated beasts stood frozen in place, before slowly disappearing like ancient sands in the wind, as if they had been dead for millennia. TSK, this ability is indeed quite disgusting. It's a weapon of mass destruction that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe on the battlefield, Chen Ye thought. However, this little trick was naturally not enough to harm him. Wrapped in June fire, under the scorching flames, no evil could approach him, let alone this mere toxic mist. The people around had long since evacuated. Besides him, there were no living souls left. The giant snake used this move, but it was of no real use other than taking out the other mutated beasts present. It clearly didn't consider the other mutated beasts as allies. As it saw more and more mutated beasts succumbing to its toxic mist, it showed no intention of stopping. Instead, it spewed venom faster, seemingly wanting to expel its bile. Even so, in front of the fire dragon, the venom it spat was insignificant and retreated step by step. Other mutated beasts showed no signs of retreating in the face of the deadly toxic mist and the terrifying Chen Ye, still charging forward without hesitation. Only the giant snake appeared to be more intelligent. After realizing it couldn't win in a simple clash, it began to fight while retreating, moving further back. However, since Chen Ye had already arrived, how could he let it go? In the next moment, as the fire dragon entangled the giant snake, the light of his blade flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of a mutated beast that had charged forward. He struck with a simple yet effective downward slash. In the world of martial arts, speed is king. Under his terrifying speed, the mutated beast didn't even realize Chen Ye was in front of it before feeling a sense of dizziness. And then it crashed to the ground, its last sight being its own headless body slowly collapsing. Without using any abilities, relying solely on his basic physical strength, he killed the mutated beast in one strike. This was the terrifying combat power brought by his super high stats. It was something no ordinary mutated beast could compare to. Even the strongest mutated beast present, the giant snake, if he wished, could have charged in to cut it down. He simply didn't do so for visual impact, as it wouldn't meet his expectations. Is this fake? Is this a human? This is outrageous. Who switched the live stream to a fantasy drama? Trying to fool me, huh? Is it possible that this is actually real? A bunch of ignorant mortals. How would they know the power of an ability user? Almost in the blink of an eye during the skirmish, large numbers of mutated beasts fell in droves around them. This was much faster than what the Chen family warriors had achieved with various weapons, leaving the audience in disbelief, with some even thinking that the live stream had somehow switched to a special effects movie, deeming it all fake. Just as they were discussing and unable to believe their eyes, Chen Ye had already decapitated the giant snake's massive head. Thud! The enormous body and head fell helplessly, hitting the ground with a dull sound. Chen Ye slowly sheathed his battle knife. Upon looking around the entire Tree Bay village, there was not a single living mutated beast in sight. Of course, Chen Ye didn't believe that his 2 strikes had truly dealt with all the mutated beasts here. After all, the purpose of his visit today was the massive white tiger, which hadn't even shown its face yet. He instructed someone to handle the corpses of these mutated beasts and to avoid approaching the gymnasium in the south of the village. Picking up a headset, he casually gave the order, but his gaze never left the nearby open gymnasium. He could sense that the white tiger was inside. This was clearly the most bizarre mutated beast he had ever seen. Based on its various actions, Chen Ye leaned towards believing it possessed advanced intelligence. And unlike other mutated beasts, it didn't seem to harbor hostility towards humans. It hadn't taken the opportunity to ambush him while he was dealing with the other mutated beasts, and now it was just sitting still in the gymnasium. Chen Ye had a feeling that it was waiting for him to approach, seemingly intending to communicate with him. Although this sounded absurd, it was entirely impossible. After giving the order, Chen Ye walked leisurely towards the gymnasium with his knife in hand. The distance from the combat area to the gymnasium was about several hundred meters. This distance wasn't close, but even though Chen Ye appeared to be walking slowly, he was actually faster than an average person running. In just a moment, he reached the entrance of the gymnasium. Once there, he could clearly feel the oppressive aura of the terrifying mutated beast inside. After a brief pause, Chen Ye pushed open the gymnasium door without any hesitation. Upon entering, he saw the white tiger lounging leisurely under a huge canopy in the open gymnasium. The moment Chen Ye entered, the white tiger's gaze also turned towards him. Their eyes met, but no sparks flew. As Chen Ye guessed, the white tiger not only possessed high intelligence, but also showed little desire to attack humans. There was no killing intent in its gaze, just a casual glance. Upon seeing the white tiger, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Detected a child of destiny nearby. Task refreshed. Task: subdue the child of destiny by Xiao Bai and change its life trajectory. Chapter 78. Is this also the child of destiny? Capturing the child of destiny? Chen Ye was stunned for a while before he reacted, and his gaze towards the white tiger became increasingly strange. Good heavens! He never expected this could be the child of destiny. Although most of the children of destiny he encountered were somewhat anthropomorphic, appearing dignified when things were going well. They would resort to any means necessary in adverse situations, completely abandoning the image of nobility and righteousness expected of them. But at least they were human. Now, there was one that wasn't even human at all. However, speaking of which, this task was surprisingly just to capture the child of destiny, similar to Su Yan's task, rather than to kill the child of destiny. This did bring him some delight. Such unconventional tasks had often yielded substantial rewards for Su Yan, far exceeding the usual rewards for killing a child of destiny. Another one had appeared this time, undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. As his thoughts raced, Chen Ye regained his composure and began to rethink his strategy. Considering that the white tiger seemed to be waiting for him here intentionally and showed no signs of aggression, he quickly formulated a general plan. The entire process may sound lengthy, but in reality, it took only a moment. Chen Ye's reaction was swift. Upon discovering the system refreshed his task, he abandoned the initial idea of directly subduing the white tiger to control other mutated beasts. Under the white tiger's watchful gaze, he walked step by step towards the shelter where the white tiger was located. Soon, he arrived outside the shelter. Their eyes met, and without any hesitation, Chen Ye stepped into the tent. Although I don't know if you can understand my words, since you're here waiting for me, you must have something to discuss. You can speak frankly. Upon entering, Chen Ye asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The white tiger stared at him for a while, then a sharp claw, as sharp as a dagger, popped out from its forepaw. The claw pierced into the concrete ground in front of it like it was tofu, accompanied by a series of teeth-grinding sounds, and soon enough, a line of crooked characters appeared on the concrete ground. Chen Ye looked at it and saw it was written, "I want to talk to the highest-ranking person among you." Although he didn't know whether you refer to humanity as a whole or just his Chen family, it didn't make much difference. He should be able to make decisions on both counts. What he couldn't do now would likely be achievable soon. So he said directly, "If what you say interests me, then I can overlook the damages caused by you and these ferocious beasts making a scene on my Chen family's territory today." The white tiger clearly understood human speech. After staring intently at Chen Ye for a while, its massive body suddenly shifted, revealing a wall that had been hidden behind it. The wall was already filled with writings carved by its claws. It roughly explained the reason for its appearance here. Even Chen Ye, who considered himself well-informed, couldn't help but show a look of astonishment upon seeing the writings. The story was roughly as follows. This white tiger was called by Xiao Bai. To be more specific, when she was still human, she was called by Xiao Bai, until she awakened a very special ability. She could control animals. Moreover, this ability developed at an astonishing speed. At first, she could only control small animals like cats and dogs, but within a few days, she gradually developed the ability to control large animals like tigers and leopards in a zoo to some extent. As her ability grew stronger, she herself didn't even know to what extent she could control animals. Until she was targeted by someone. It was a massive organization. But even now, she didn't know the name of this organization. The people from this mysterious organization kidnapped her when she wasn't paying attention. And when she regained her senses and realized what had happened, she found that her parents had also been kidnapped, under the threat to her family's safety. She had no choice but to obey the orders of this organization. Then, she followed their commands and tried to use her ability to control mutated beasts. The difficulty of controlling these mutated beasts was much greater than that of ordinary animals. At that time, Bai Xiaobai found it extremely difficult to control ordinary mutated beasts. However, she didn't know if it was talent or something else, but her progress was astonishingly fast. In less than 2 days, she could fully control ordinary mutated beasts. The ability to control mutated beasts was already very powerful at this stage. If one were to talk about combat power, most ability users wouldn't stand a chance against mutated beasts. Being able to control mutated beasts to fight for her made her one of the strongest in her current stage. However, the people from that organization were clearly not satisfied with just that. What they wanted was an army of mutated beasts that they could control, not just one mutated beast. Someone then suggested letting Bai Xiaobai try to control some formidable mutated beasts and issue commands through them to achieve the goal of controlling a large number of mutated beasts. Initially, they just came with a trial and error attitude. However, after trying it, they discovered that this method actually worked in the world of mutated beasts. The rule of the strong prevailed, and a powerful mutated beast was like a deity to weaker ones. As long as they mastered a powerful mutated beast, they could indeed realize their plan for an army of mutated beasts. Thus, recently, that organization crazily searched for those strong mutated beasts. Eventually, they found this white tiger, a very special mutated beast with strength that was not typical of current life forms. Even with their strength, capturing this white tiger for experiments was quite challenging. So they could only create opportunities for Bai Xiaobai to exert her ability to control it. The plan was perfect with no flaws. However, from a moment Bai Xiaobai appeared, there had been no unexpected abilities, but this time, an accident occurred. After successfully taking over the white tiger's body, Bai Xiaobai suddenly discovered something extremely horrifying. Her consciousness was trapped inside the white tiger's body and couldn't return. After countless attempts, she finally accepted that she had suddenly become a mutated beast and was no longer human. Originally, she intended to pretend that her ability had failed and she was killed by backlash, hoping that those crazy people would let her and her family go. However, those people clearly had no intention of letting her go. Even believing she had indeed failed to control it, they decided to kill her family to silence her. With no choice left, she could only choose to confess her situation. Naturally, the mysterious people who had kidnapped her felt no sympathy for her plight. Instead, they were overjoyed. Because now, as long as she was present, all the mutated beasts in Tianhai City could be at their disposal. Chapter 79 Helping you? What's the reason? After reading what the white tiger had written on the wall, Chen Ye couldn't help but frown. The ability to control mutated beasts was indeed quite rare. At least he had never seen it before. Even in the fragmented memories of his past life, he hadn't come across any related information. Most of the abilities that had appeared so far were elemental powers like gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and lightning. Rarer ones included Chen Ye's own heavenly eye and Yi Chen's ability to predict fortunes. An ability that could control mutated beasts was a bit too unexpected. If those in the research institute found out, they would probably be unable to resist pulling her in for study. Of course, this was all contingent on her being alive. Given her current state, Chen Ye couldn't really say whether she was alive or dead. Her body could be considered dead, yet her consciousness occupied the body of a white tiger, which was quite strange. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ye finally asked, "I've read it. So what is your purpose?" Upon hearing this, the massive body of the white tiger moved slightly, and it used its paw to carve 2 words into the ground. "Help me." Help you? You mean help you rescue your family and free you from that mysterious organization as threats? Chen Ye immediately guessed her meaning. The white tiger quickly nodded in agreement. However, Chen Ye smiled and said, "Why do you think I can help you?" "Because they fear you." The white tiger quickly provided an answer, but this statement was vague, and Chen Ye couldn't quite grasp its meaning at the moment. If there were many people who feared him, why would they let this creature bring a group of mutated beasts to bother him? After a laborious exchange, Chen Ye finally understood what she meant to convey. Essentially, the organization behind her acted rather unscrupulously in the past, often instructing her to do things without any concealment. But this time, when they ordered her to bring a group of mutated beasts to Tianhai to cause chaos, they had given her numerous things to pay attention to, even a specific action plan, insisting that she must strictly follow the plan. From her explanation, Chen Ye gathered two pieces of information. First, the force behind her was not based in Tianhai. They had deliberately come to stir up trouble. This basically ruled out the possibility that the Merchant Alliance had sent her. Second, the organization behind her had significant power, enough to allow mutated beasts to attack others in certain areas without drawing much attention. Even someone of Chen Ye's status hadn't seen any related news. Of course, this didn't mean that this force was stronger than the Chen family. It was very possible that this force was a local tyrant in some area, with much stronger control over that territory than the Chen family, leading to the current situation. Overall, analyzing for what the white tiger had said, it seemed that these people, although they didn't know why they were getting involved in Tianhai's affairs, were indeed wary of the Chen family. They even set up a trap to direct all clues about mutated beast attacks on the Chen family towards the Merchant Alliance. If it weren't for this creature suddenly turning against them, even Chen Ye himself would have thought it was likely the work of the Merchant Alliance. If their power was strong enough, they wouldn't need to be so secretive. Thus, the reason for the white tiger voluntarily coming to seek his help was also valid. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Chen Ye continued, "What's the reason? Why should I help you? You must give me a reason. The real world is not a fairy tale. If you want someone to help you, there must always be a price to pay. Right now, the only thing that seems valuable about you is your ability to control mutated beasts, but it looks like you are not willing to do that. After all, you came to me for help precisely because you wanted to escape that organization. I just don't want to be threatened." The white tiger quickly wrote down a reason. The meaning was clear. As long as Chen Ye helped her rescue her family, she would be willing to serve him. However, Chen Ye naturally scoffed at this statement. For someone who enters a faction midway and possesses strong abilities, any organization must grasp certain weaknesses to ensure loyalty. It's impossible to give them absolute freedom and trust. This is similar to Qin Zhu and Su Yan. Qin Zhu grew up in the Chen family but still had parents and relatives. However, the Chen family wouldn't restrict her relatives' freedom because the worldview instilled in her from a young age had made her completely loyal to the Chen family. There was no need to control her family to ensure her loyalty further, as doing so might even make her think the family didn't trust her, creating a rift. Su Yan, on the other hand, had family members currently living in Xingfeng Mansion. However, in this silly girl's mind, she clearly believed that in the impending apocalypse, her family would be much safer in Xingfeng Mansion than at home. She had no awareness that this, in a sense, was a layer of control imposed by Chen Ye. Of course, she might have realized it but simply didn't care. From a manpower perspective, Chen Ye usually assigned tasks based on who was more suitable for what, rather than who he trusted more for important matters. At least on the surface, he showed equal trust in both Qin Zhu and Su Yan. But the reality was that he didn't need to control Qin Zhu's family, while he needed to keep Su Yan's family in Xingfeng Mansion. That was the distinction. If the white tiger in front of him truly intended to seek his help and allegiance, it would clearly be the latter. Chen Ye could offer her a certain level of trust, but he must also hold some of her vulnerabilities to ensure her loyalty. This meant that even if he rescued her family, he would ultimately send them to Xingfeng Mansion. For most people, this logic was perfectly reasonable. After all, you couldn't expect a complete stranger to trust you so readily and hand over important tasks. But for the white tiger, who was no longer human, whether she would view this behavior as akin to what her organization did, using her family to threaten her compliance, was hard to say. If she thought that way, then it was inevitable that there would be trouble in the future. Chen Ye couldn't confidently take her under his wing. However, Chen Ye's approach to this was simple. It's fine not to like being threatened, but the aspect of threat that you refer to is subject to negotiation. If keeping your family in a certain place, well-fed and well-cared for, counts as threatening you, and you must release them to go wherever they want, then I'm afraid we won't have any opportunity for cooperation. Chapter 80. Receiving Rewards. The universe ring Chen Ye's straightforward words left by Xiaobai bewildered. She only wanted to rescue her family. She didn't want them to become tools for others to threaten her. As for how to establish trust between her and Chen Ye after the rescue, that was something she hadn't considered at all. However, Chen Ye guessed correctly on one point. She indeed had no intention of turning her rescued family over to Chen Ye to be used as hostages. The current situation was that both sides had a similar demand. Chen Ye wanted to uncover the forces behind Bai Xiaobai, while Bai Xiaobai needed the Chen family to help her deal with those controlling her. The problem was that they couldn't establish a trust relationship regarding how to cooperate specifically. This was essentially a deadlock. In normal negotiations, when both parties cannot reach a consensus on basic interests, the matter would typically fall apart, unless one side was willing to make concessions. Seeing Baihu suddenly fall silent, Chen Ye couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems you haven't figured out what to do yet. But there's no rush. We can first discuss how to eliminate the force behind you. After that's resolved, we can consider how to settle your family." For Chen Ye, this matter wasn't particularly significant. Whether Bai Xiaobai was willing or not in the apocalypse, she would ultimately have to send her parents to his Xingfeng building, unless she didn't care about her parents' lives at all. Moreover, wanting to control Bai Xiaobai didn't necessarily mean he had to use her parents as leverage. Often, the logic of power prevailing, as seen with mutated beasts, was similarly applicable among humans. As long as Chen Ye was stronger than her, he wouldn't have to worry about her loyalty. Most importantly, for him, whether he could recruit Bai Xiaobai as a top-notch henchman wasn't the key. The key was that he needed to increase the system's recruitment progress. As expected, after he spoke these words, he immediately heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Task progress refreshed. Bai Xiaobai's favorability towards you is 100, total favorability 100, recruitment progress 1. This was the first time he had seen such a notification, and it wasn't hard to guess what the information meant. The final recruitment progress, if nothing unexpected happened, was likely similar to loyalty. After all, the system required him to recruit Bai Xiaobai. If one day the recruitment progress reached 100, it would naturally indicate that Bai Xiaobai was 100 loyal and would never betray him. At the same time the system notification appeared, another voice Chen Ye had been anticipating also sounded in his ear. Ding! Successfully diverted the life trajectory of the destined child Bai Xiaobai. Reward. Universe Ring. Universe Ring. A ring made from special materials after the apocalypse, with an internal independent space of 100 cubic meters, capable of storing any items. Note, the internal space of a ring is not suitable for living beings, and it is not recommended to place living beings inside. The Universe Ring, a space of 100 cubic meters, was equivalent to a portable small warehouse. This reward immediately made Chen Ye's eyes light up. It also further confirmed a discovery he had made. Encountering these non-kill destined child tasks could indeed continuously yield rewards, unlike those that required him to kill the destined children to obtain rewards. Thinking of this, his gaze towards Bai Xiaobai became increasingly friendly. This was no destined child. This was clearly a fortune-bringing child. Bai Xiaobai, of course, was unaware of this. She was still tangled up in whether to hand her family over to Chen Ye after rescuing them. Hearing Chen Ye say that they could talk about that later and that they should focus on saving people first, she felt immensely grateful. Seeing Chen Ye's friendly demeanor, she didn't think much of it and only felt that this person was really nice, far better than those who threatened her with her parents. Then she heard Chen Ye say, "Please tell me about the force that kidnapped you and your parents. For example, how far their location is from Tianhai, the environment of their base, or any special places you've noticed. Before helping you rescue them, I need to at least understand which force we're dealing with." Bai Xiaobai replied uncertainly, "I'm not sure about the distance. I was brought here in a large vehicle, but my home is in Jinling. I feel like they should also be in Jinling." Jinling? Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. Jinling is over 300 kilometers from Tianhai and is an important city in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang Shanghai area. However, It happens to be outside the territory assigned to him as the legitimate heir of the family. The family doesn't only have his line. They have divided the most prosperous areas within their domain, leaving some for others. However, the southeastern part of the Xia country largely falls under the Chen family's influence. And Jinling is no exception. If they are in Jinling, it undoubtedly overturns Chen Ye's previous speculation that they were from some unknown local force. After all, such an important city, the Chen family would not allow a powerful and uncontrolled force to emerge right under their noses. Even if there was one, they would definitely be monitoring its every move closely, and it would be impossible for them to extend their reach to Tianhai without the Jinling side having any information. If I remember correctly, the family sent Chen Ye from the second branch to manage affairs in Jinling. Chen Ye thought thoughtfully. Of course, he wouldn't just rely on by Xiaobai's single account to conclude that the people behind her were from the second branch. Although those from the second branch had indeed spoken for the Merchant Alliance in the previous family meetings, clearly having a close relationship with it, they did have the motive to send someone to make things difficult for Chen Ye, causing his plans to unite with the authorities to suppress the Merchant Alliance to fail in the short term. But motive is just motive. Ultimately, it all comes down to evidence. Moreover, he was only speculating based on this information from Jinling. Whether they were actually in Jinling was still uncertain. Even if they were, it couldn't be guaranteed that Chen Ye, who was in charge there, was so incompetent that he didn't know what forces were hiding in his own territory. In any case, there were many possibilities, and he couldn't draw a conclusion based on this bit of information alone. After all, such statements that could be detrimental to family unity should not be made lightly. Bai Xiaobai briefly described what she had seen. However, overall, there wasn't much valuable intelligence, and it couldn't even confirm whether the force was indeed located in Jinling. Clearly, the force controlling her was very cautious and hadn't provided her with any significant information. Chapter 81. I have a good suggestion. Why not let you be my mount? After asking a few more questions, I still couldn't get a definite answer. However, Chen Ye wasn't in a hurry at all. Although there was no direct answer, he had already gathered a lot of information from some clues. For example, it took about 4 to 5 hours from when she got in the car to when she was sent to Tianhai, proving that the location of that force was indeed not far from Tianhai. Additionally, she vaguely remembered the license plate of that car. Based on a license plate, Chen Ye could have someone trace a lot of information. In summary, although there were no direct clues, there was still a lot of valuable information. It wouldn't be difficult for Chen Ye to spend some time getting it checked out. However, after asking this, they needed to discuss the current issue. What are you planning to do now? Chen Ye glanced at the huge white tiger in front of him. I've already sealed off the area, so you don't have to worry about their people watching your every move. However, there are a lot of drones patrolling and live streaming above us. Since we are under this shed, the drones can't see us, but if you go out later, you will definitely be suspected and your parents' safety might be compromised. Hearing this, Bai Xiaobai hurriedly carved a line of words on the ground. Don't worry, I've recently gained a special ability that makes me very fast, and the drones in the sky can't catch me. They don't know about this ability either. Since she could sneak in here undetected while avoiding so many live-streaming drones to wait for Chen Ye, she naturally had confidence that she wouldn't be discovered when she left. So you mean, we each go our own way for now? Chen Ye asked. Bai Xiaobai immediately nodded. Clearly, that was her original plan. However, Chen Ye smiled and shook his head. If we part like this, how will I contact you if I have questions later? I can't just call you, right? I have a suggestion that would allow you to follow me without worrying about your parents' safety, and it might even help us gather some useful information. What suggestion? Bai Xiaobai paused for a moment, then carved the question. It's simple. I'll give you a beating, and you can be my mount. Chen Ye smiled. Bai Xiaobai's expression turned strange upon hearing this, and she quickly shook her head, carving another line of words. No way. That's too fake. Too fake? Are you saying that you can't beat me is too fake? Bai Xiaobai didn't continue carving, but her expression clearly showed what she was thinking. That's why you dared to swagger in front of me earlier. It seems they didn't inform you of my strength when they sent you over, right? Or do they think you could actually defeat me? Chen Ye smiled and stepped forward, looking at Bai Xiaobai. If you're worried about it being fake, then go all out. If we're going to act, we should do it properly. After observing for so long, although they hadn't directly fought yet, he could roughly gauge Bai Xiaobai's strength. She was indeed not weak, but only on par with Su Yan at best. The inherent abilities of the white tiger might be a bit tricky, but it wasn't a major issue. There was no way she could defeat him. That's why Chen Ye was so confident. Seeing this, Xiao Bai's expression became serious, her body slightly crouching as she assumed a combat stance. By the way, how come this guy disappears as soon as he enters that gym? Did he encounter some powerful monster and get taken out? Nonsense. Can't he just be resting inside? He single-handedly wiped out so many monsters. What monster could take him out without a sound? Exactly. Use your brain. Such a tough guy wouldn't die so easily. Speaking of which, I saw them collecting the bodies of those monsters. I wonder what they're doing with them. Isn't that obvious? With all those corpses on the ground, are they just going to leave them there? No. Can you at least check out the process of them collecting the bodies before you speak? They had people with knives, bleeding them out and shaving them, then putting them in refrigerated trucks. Is it a problem to ask what they're doing with them? I saw it too. It feels like they want to collect these things to eat. Huh, you can eat that? To be fair, many of these monsters look similar to the animals we're familiar with, and two of them looked quite like wild boars. They should be edible, right? Wow, that's top-tier delicacy. Definitely rare, one of a kind in the world. Damn, now that you mention it, I'm getting hungry. In the live stream, because Chen Ye hadn't appeared for a long time. Even though the drone's live camera was still focused on the last place he disappeared, the comments in the chat began to drift further away. However, even so, most of the streamers controlling the drones were unwilling to reposition them to shoot something else. Because everyone knew that Chen Ye, who had just displayed such terrifying power, was the focus of everyone's attention. It had been less than 2 hours since Chen Ye made his move, and someone had already cut clips from the previous live stream and posted them online, quickly attracting a lot of attention. The video hit over 100 million views in less than an hour, and related topics surged to the trending lists across platforms. At this moment, a massive number of people had come over via the trending topics, eager to see what was going on with the formidable Chen Ye in the video. Chen Ye was truly the key to traffic. These streamers pursued traffic, so they naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. If it weren't for the fact that someone had warned them shortly after Chen Ye disappeared, stating that drones could only film from a distance in the air and were not allowed to get close, they would have already controlled the drones to follow Chen Ye into the gym to investigate. Of course, even so, there were still some daring individuals trying to sneak in with small drones, but the Chen family security department was meticulous, having already set up jamming devices in the surrounding areas. Until Chen Ye came out, these drones couldn't get in. This created a scene where, despite the numerous drones filming the gym from above, none dared to approach for a closer look. And because Chen Ye's earlier display of power was so explosive, the later arrivals, once they understood the current situation, were actually more willing to waste time chatting in the live stream instead of leaving immediately. They all wanted to wait and see what a non-human with extraordinary powers like Chen Ye looked like, whether he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Thus, the number of people watching the live stream here only increased, just as countless people were eagerly waiting. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded from inside the gym. Then, everyone saw a massive shed in one corner of the gym suddenly fly up. Chapter 82. A Thief at Home. If by Xiao Bai previously thought that Chen Ye was just slightly stronger than an average ability user, now after their direct confrontation, she realized how powerful he truly was. She exhausted all her means, utilizing her innate ability to the fullest, unleashing a storm of wind blades formed from the pervasive metal energy, yet she couldn't inflict even a scratch on Chen Ye. Meanwhile, a single punch from him was enough to completely overpower her. They were simply not on the same level. Almost in an instant, she was defeated, becoming a tamed mutant beast. There was no way around it. The disparity in strength was apparent. Whether it was an act or not, Bai Xiao Bai felt that it would be hard for her to escape the fate of being tamed by Chen Ye today. Of course, ordinary mutant beasts find it hard to betray their tamers once tamed, but she was different from them. For her, being tamed did not impose any strict constraints, and if she wanted to escape one day, it wouldn't be difficult. Thus, she wasn't very resistant to it. Moreover, as Chen Ye said, this way she could follow him openly without raising suspicions of betrayal from the forces behind her, ensuring the safety of her parents and loved ones. In fact, those who controlled her might even look for opportunities to contact her privately, which could lead to more clues and help Chen Ye root them out. It was a win-win situation. Why not? The confrontation between them did not create much of a commotion. At least, it was nowhere near as loud as when Chen Ye had just slain the ferocious beast. Bai Xiaobai's full-out attack turned the gymnasium into ruins and toppled the tent. But that was about it. The remaining time was naturally just Chen Ye beating her up unilaterally. He didn't even need to use his abilities. His physical strength of over 100 points was sufficient to dominate Bai Xiaobai. It was only because the Baihu, White Tiger, body was sturdy enough that she remained alive and kicking after being thoroughly beaten. After brutally assaulting Bai Xiaobai in front of numerous drones broadcasting live, Chen Ye placed a knife against her neck and said softly, "All right, your part of taking the beating is over. Now it's your turn to beat others. First, let's go take down the Merchant Alliance's stronghold." Bai Xiaobai whimpered in response. After all, it wasn't convenient for her to carve words into the cement floor like before to communicate with Chen Ye. Although she was a bit puzzled as to why Chen Ye didn't deal with the people who sent her to create chaos, but instead looked for trouble with the Merchant Alliance. At this moment, she clearly had no choice but to agree. "I never expected Chen Ye to be this strong. I thought those rumors were exaggerated. What should we do now? Losing the Baihu and returning might not end well. No need to rush." Chen Ye didn't kill her. He probably thinks she's quite clever, different from other mutant beasts, and her combat ability is decent, intending to subdue her for his own use. As long as Chen Ye didn't kill her immediately, her family is in our hands. Eventually, she would find a way to come back without us needing to help. Indeed, but Chen Ye is a bit too strong, and he is naturally cautious. It might not be easy for her to escape. At this time, we would naturally need to help. Not far from the village, on a high-rise building in the suburbs, two men dressed in very ordinary clothing, resembling electricians, were using a high-precision telescope that was completely incongruent with their appearance to observe the situation in Shupingwan village. They were discussing countermeasures while watching. However, just as they were deep in conversation, the sound of high heels clicking against the ground came from the stairwell not far behind them. Both men had received professional training and instantly reacted. One quickly hid in a blind spot of vision from when they had come up, while the other readied his firearm. Keeping it within easy reach, his gaze fixed on the stairwell, breathing steadily, prepared for an uninvited guest. With their strength and cooperation, they were confident they could kill even an ability user on the spot. Thus, when they confirmed there was only one set of footsteps, they did not panic at all. However, that confidence vanished upon seeing the figure approaching. Qinju. After a moment of shock, the man in front stammered in surprise. His words were filled with astonishment, but more so, he was warning his hidden companion not to do anything foolish. Coming from the Chun family, they knew all too well how strong Qinju was. If they had thought that with two of them working together, they could kill even if an ability user came. Now, facing Qinju, even if both of them awakened abilities, they might not be a match for her. Moreover, Qinju was already an ability user herself. "Oh, you know me?" Qinju said, shaking her head without surprise. It seems the young master was indeed right. It's hard to guard against thieves from within. Upon hearing this, the two guessed that today would likely not end well for them. They steeled themselves and launched a sudden attack. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted on the rooftop, but after the shots rang out, Qinju, the target of their fire, remained unscathed. A faint electric spark danced at her fingertips. Looking at the two men who had emptied their magazines, Qinju smiled lightly and said, "Out of bullets? Then it's time to go. Remember not to associate with the second branch in your next life." As soon as these words were spoken, one of them widened his eyes in shock. "How do you?" However, she didn't give him a chance to say more. Terrifying lightning instantly turned both of them into charred remains. After a quick search of their bodies, as expected, Qinju found no valuable information, just as she had predicted. The people trained by the Chen family would never make such a low-level mistake. Moreover, although the man's behavior before he died resembled panic after a secret was exposed, it was actually a feigned distraction to deal with Qinju's probing. As for why she didn't spare their lives to take them back for interrogation, that was unnecessary. The Death Warriors from the Chen family always left some contingency plans during missions to ensure they could end their lives if they were overpowered. These two must have similar means. Even if Qinju didn't kill them, they would end up committing suicide. However, this trip wasn't in vain, at least after arriving. Chen Ye could be 100% certain that these two were definitely from the Chen family. This meant that those secretly causing trouble for Chen Ye were also undoubtedly members of the Chen family. It was just uncertain which faction they belonged to for now. Chapter 83 Departure. Target. Merchant Alliance. Our people have found traces of some suspicious individuals around various incident sites, which can basically confirm that these are all death warriors sent by the family. Hearing Chen Ye's report, Chen Ye's expression remained calm. Previously, he had already guessed from Bai Xiaobai that this was likely the handiwork of other members within the family, and now this can only be considered further confirmation. However, with such a large family, there are quite a few people who have death warriors under their command. Moreover, the death warriors are a rather special department within the Chen family, managed by a dedicated clan elder, and even his father, the family head, cannot intervene. He also cannot take the DNA of these death warriors back to the family to ask who they were assigned to. After all, although the Chen family publicly calls for unity every day, it is quite indulgent regarding internal struggles among family members. As long as it doesn't come to light, they will certainly turn a blind eye and muddle through. Therefore, for matters involving internal family conflicts, one shouldn't expect to rely on the family's power. Ultimately, it is a matter of individual strength. As the eldest son of the main branch, and the most likely candidate to inherit the position of family head in this generation, many will keep an eye on him, and such issues will only increase in the future. There's no need to take it too seriously. In fact, there are only a few who are capable of causing him such trouble. When he returns home in a couple of days, he will naturally teach these people a lesson about respect for hierarchy. As for now, he has more important matters to attend to and cannot afford to deal with these hidden mice. Shifting his gaze to Bai Xiaobai, who was lying in front of him, Chen Ye said in a low voice, "Let's continue. According to you, can you now control all the mutated beasts in Tianhai?" Bai Xiaobai quickly responded by carving words. "Actually, not entirely. I can only control those that I have previously encountered and have already been controlled at a distance. Those that I haven't controlled and are still far away will mostly just be scared off and won't follow my commands. The various mutated beasts that have suddenly appeared recently are mostly under my control. If you want, I can help you control them to do other things. But as for the mutated beasts that have naturally evolved in Tianhai, I cannot control them. However, there should be very few of those naturally evolved ones at this stage." Her speed in carving words with her claws was not fast, but Chen Ye was patient and waited until she finished before he stood up from his seat and looked at the map of Tianhai City hanging nearby, pointing to a location in the southeastern coastal area. He said, "This connects to the largest port in Tianhai and is a storage center that holds a large amount of supplies. There are many important facilities and resources inside, and we cannot use heavy firepower. The Merchant Alliance has secretly built numerous bunkers and defensive structures in this area, so without heavy firepower, it will be difficult for us to take this place in the short term. I don't have that much time to waste with them. Gather the mutated beasts you can control to assist my ability users in clearing out the mercenary station here and seize the stronghold. Can you do it?" This large-scale attack by mutated beasts on the Chen family's various outposts in Tianhai had already shown one thing. In the face of such monsters, the defensive structures built for modern warfare are indeed limited in their effectiveness. Now, with the roles reversed, it is Chen Ye who has the support of the mutated beasts, making them the best vanguard to deal with the Merchant Alliance. After all, they're just a group of mutated beasts. There is no need to feel sorry if they die. If they also don't have any powerful weapons, it should be feasible. Bai Xiaobai's reply was very simple. Chen Ye did not ask further. Glancing at the sun that was gradually setting in the west, he said, "Then let's set off. They should have some heavy firepower weapons. But that's fine. We will handle that. Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy." After dealing with the Merchant Alliance, he still has plenty of things to do. Nightfall. However, Tianhai is not peaceful. In the southeastern corner of Tianhai City, the area connected by cross-sea bridge to the huge port is bustling with activity. Numerous forklifts are busy in the countless warehouses nearby, loading fully loaded containers onto large trucks to be transported to the port via the cross-sea bridge. At this time, the number of people working in this area is probably no less than 50,000. The recent vicious incidents involving mutated beasts in Tianhai City do not seem to have affected the workers' enthusiasm. The reason is simple. the pay is too good. To get so many people to come out and work hard during the special period, the boss behind it has offered salaries equivalent to 10 times the usual amount, with half paid up front and the other half settled immediately upon completion of the work. The money is piled up like a small mountain and cannot run away. Their generosity cannot be overstated. Moreover, seeing the large number of soldiers protecting the area, they naturally do not fear being attacked by anything. However, what they do not know is that the soldiers they see may not be the soldiers they think they are, and the money may not be as valuable as they imagine or even worth their lives. As the night deepens, large areas outside the storage area have gradually quieted down. In the silence, huge mutated beasts slowly emerge from various corners. Along with these mutated beasts, there are also hundreds of people dressed in ordinary uniforms of the Chen family security department, as well as a dark mass of regular troops, with numerous tanks and armored vehicles. Whether human or beast, they all stopped about half a kilometer from the storage area, quietly waiting for the next instructions. Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, it was just after 1 o'clock in the morning. At this point, people are the most fatigued. After working all day, many need to take a break and have a late-night snack to replenish their energy. Therefore, the vast open space outside the large warehouses in the storage area is filled with workers resting and eating. Speaking of which, the world has become increasingly chaotic lately. Who says it isn't? What kind of place is Tianhai? Recently, there have been all sorts of incidents. It's either fighting with terrorists or monsters eating people on the streets. Yes, it's too dangerous. A fellow villager of mine just went out yesterday and even saw the monster. That thing was bigger than a wild boar. Even bigger than an elephant. Tanks can't kill it. I think something big is about to happen. We should quickly make some money and go back to our hometown to take refuge. In this world, the countryside seems to be safer. Of course, there are fewer people in the countryside. Speaking of which, my hometown is a great place, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Don't believe me? Ask Old Wong. He is from the same hometown as me. Old Wong, say something. Why are you not talking? Are you asleep? A group of workers chatting and laughing turned their gazes to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, wearing a hard hat, had spilled half of a rather generous lunchbox and was squatting on the ground with his face buried in his knees, seemingly asleep. Hey, you can't sleep here in such cold weather. You should sleep inside the warehouse. Get up. A kind-hearted worker patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. However, what responded to him was a beast-like roar. Roar. Chapter 84. I'm different, I'm bad. Roar. The terrifying roar shattered the silence of the night, as if it had opened Pandora's box. The roars echoed throughout the storage area, with their source being individuals dressed in work uniforms, but with ashen faces, shriveled skin, and bloodshot eyes. Or rather, zombies. Old Wong. What are you doing? Let go. Monster. There's a monster. Someone's been killed, bitten to death. Someone's gone crazy, run. People reacted quickly, and upon seeing their once familiar co-workers suddenly transform into bloodthirsty monsters, they immediately began to flee in a frenzy. However, at that moment, they discovered that the road leading out of the storage area had long been blocked by layers of barbed wire and roadblocks, making escape nearly impossible. Of the countless massive warehouses, only the already emptied ones had their doors open. The others remained tightly shut. These warehouse doors were incredibly thick and designed to withstand small-caliber artillery fire. Once closed, they couldn't be opened by human strength. The open warehouses were all empty inside. Offering no shelter, it was a luxury to hope to enter and close the door, as all the remote controls had been deliberately destroyed. In such a large storage area, filled with so many people, there was not even a place to hide. As for the mercenaries hired by the Merchant Alliance that they had seen earlier, they had already donned gas masks, witnessing this area slowly descend into hell on earth. Young Master, we've received news from the official side. They have arrived. On the rooftop of a building not far from the storage area, Chen Ye handed a document to Chen Ye. It detailed the positions of the forces dispatched by Tianhai. After a brief glance, Chen Ye tossed it aside and said coolly, "Then let's get started." Chen Ye nodded, preparing to give the order, but just then, another voice came through the earpiece. Stunned for a moment, she immediately turned back with a serious expression. "Young Master, there's been an incident. A large-scale virus outbreak has occurred in the storage area. Since yesterday, The Merchant Alliance has hired a massive number of workers to transfer the stored goods from the storage area to the port, and there are currently about 55,000 workers inside. Just now, a large-scale virus outbreak occurred, and these tens of thousands of workers are rapidly mutating, while those not directly mutating are being chased by the first mutated zombies. Soon, this place will turn into a paradise for zombies. Chen Ye looked towards the brightly lit storage area, and in the salty sea breeze, it seemed he could still hear the roars and wails coming from there. Are they still human? Do they have no bottom line at all? Beside him, Chen Ye slammed her fist against the railing. The steel railing was smashed in half by her strike. What do you expect from merchants? Chen Ye looked at her in surprise. Chen Ye opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. The intense fluctuations of her capital reflected the anger in her heart. No. Chen Ye shook his head and scoffed. It's not just the merchants. The vast majority of those in power have no bottom line. Those who can reach such high positions are hardly good people. They usually just embellish their malicious actions. Deceiving themselves is fine, but they can still fool others. For instance, when doing such things, they tell themselves that they cannot be overly compassionate. It's just a necessary sacrifice on their path to achieving their goals. And you? Chen Ye suddenly looked up. Are you any different from them? Me? Chen Ye smiled. Of course, there is a difference. The difference is that when they do bad things, their first thought is how to beautify themselves, while I don't need to beautify anything. I can openly admit that I am bad. Their little calculations are merely to buy time. With tens of thousands of zombies gathering in this area, along with their mercenaries obstructing us on the ground, even with the help of mutated beasts, it would be very difficult for us to get in without using heavy weapons, and even if we did get in, we couldn't safely acquire the materials inside. They only need to hold the port and the cross-sea bridge. When the apocalypse fully descends and we lack supply points here, we will naturally have to retreat. Their calculations are quite loud, but unfortunately. Speaking, Chen Ye turned to Qinju. Notify the rear fire support units. I want heavy artillery and rocket launchers to bombard the area. First, use artillery to clear the ground forces before advancing. Qinju hesitated for a moment and quickly said, but wouldn't that be a bit too dangerous? There are many oil tanks inside, as well as many devices storing a large amount of chemical materials. If the shells miss and hit these facilities, considering the various chemical materials and crude oil stored here, it would likely have a huge impact on the entire Tianhai. Haha, Chen Ye laughed. Don't worry. Such industrial materials that would be hard to find after the apocalypse have definitely been moved long ago. After all, they are merchants. Besides having no bottom line, they also have a characteristic. They value money above all else. Originally, he didn't want to flatten this place, not because he feared these dangerous things, but mainly because he was afraid of destroying useful industrial products or resources that could be directly utilized inside. Because he knew these were things the Merchant Alliance wouldn't move right away, but would be very useful after the apocalypse. After all, the people of the Merchant Alliance do not possess his memories as a reborn person. In their view, after the apocalypse, food could still be grown, and as long as the stored food was sufficient for the short term, production could be quickly restored afterwards. At least growing food wouldn't be a problem. In contrast, industrial materials produced by modern industrial systems would be impossible to produce in a short time, and their value goes without saying. Only Chen Ye understood that restoring food production after the apocalypse would be extremely difficult, and most food crops would not survive at that time. However, there might still be survivors inside. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment, but still said, indiscriminate bombing might lead to the deaths of many survivors and those who just happen to evolve into ability users at this time. That's the Merchant Alliance's sin. Chen Ye shrugged and looked at Qinju. Qinju immediately nodded. I will give the order right away. Wait. Chen Ye quickly called to stop him, then looked at Chen Ye. Right now, we just need to lure out those who have turned into zombies, right? I might have a way to try. There are a lot of materials inside. Bombing wouldn't benefit you either, so why not let me give it a shot? If successful, we can clear the zombies without large-scale bombardment. Chapter 85, you should support me, right? Want to give it a try? Chen Ye looked at Chen Ye with an interested expression. How do you plan to try? This woman obtained the flower that represents life. So she must have some powerful special abilities, but she has never revealed them in front of others, since she was unwilling to speak about it. Chen Ye naturally had no intention of asking. After all, Once they split the dream flower, they were intertwined. Chen Ye could never threaten him. So hearing her say that they could try to deal with the tens of thousands of zombies inside, even Chen Ye was a bit shocked. I can restore those who have just turned into zombies back to normal. Chen Ye paused for a moment, dropping a bombshell. It left everyone present in stunned silence. Chen Ye only knew that her ability was related to saving people, but he didn't expect it to be this extraordinary. Being able to save those who had just turned into zombies was no different from bringing the dead back to life. No wonder this woman would become a medical saint in the apocalypse of the original timeline. Even he would not easily provoke her. With this ability, she was destined to be revered wherever she went. Given this, he couldn't help but ask, how long has just turned? Not more than 6 hours. After which it's hard to say, Chen Ye replied calmly. So that means within 6 hours, you need to save more than 50,000 people inside? Chen Ye wasn't just anyone. Although she had a bit of a savior complex, her mind was very sharp. The fact that she dared to say this meant she was confident, not just speaking randomly. However, thinking about the scale of this task, it was a bit daunting and it would require a great price. At this point, Chen Ye looked at Chen Ye. I need your help. Reason? Chen Ye was not surprised by this. Their abilities originated from the same source, the twin lotus. They were complementary. With sincere cooperation, their effect could be far greater than the sum of their parts. It was only natural that Chen Ye would seek his help if she couldn't manage it herself. After I save these people who have been poisoned by the Merchant Alliance and turned into zombies, you also need to kill members of the Merchant Alliance. And it can't be too few. It must be at least half of the people I saved. As for the reason, you know better than I do that you gain power through killing, but have you considered that the dream flower is essentially about the balance of yin and yang, about symbiosis and complementarity? If you kill too many and I save too few, that balance will be broken, which is what we often refer to as an imbalance of yin and yang. Once this happens, the efficiency of you gaining power through killing will significantly decrease, and the power of your abilities will also diminish greatly. That ability would essentially be wasted. Of course, because of our special relationship, I would also be affected. The result of this imbalance is that both of us would lose the power we derive from the dream flower. So after I save people, you must go and kill enough people. Of course, saving so many people at once will definitely exhaust my abilities, and you will need to replenish some of the pure life force you gain from killing for me. Chen Ye quickly stated her reasoning. Well, that is indeed quite convincing. In simple terms, the relationship between Chen Ye and Chen Ye was one of contradiction yet mutual dependence. To put it plainly, Chen Ye was responsible for killing, and Chen Ye was responsible for saving. Both needed to be balanced. Even if absolute balance couldn't be guaranteed, it shouldn't be too far off. Gaining power always requires some cost. The power given by the dream flower was immense, which was the price or a certain limitation. So troublesome? Chen Ye rubbed his chin and said playfully, why not just open fire directly? If you don't go save people, wouldn't that solve everything? Then do you plan to never use the abilities you gained from the dream flower? Chen Ye shot him a glance. Don't secretly think that I'm just a troublemaking saint and disregard what I say. This is a good opportunity. If I save more people, you won't have to worry about the imbalance between us for a long time, and you can confidently and boldly enhance your power through killing. So you should support me in saving people. Chen Ye say liebsteichit, and he hurriedly waved his hands. All right, I'll let you go. Indeed, when it came to talking, there were probably very few people in the world who could outsmart this woman. Yet what she said made sense, and from every angle. It was more advantageous for her to save people. After all, no matter how much one talked, the most crucial thing after the apocalypse arrived was one's own strength. In front of Chen Ye's opportunity to enhance his own strength, any plan would have to take a back seat. Just like how Chen Ye previously ignored the family's plans and the huge impact they would have, directly surrounding the Lotus Pond wetland park with heavy troops to seize the dream flower, compared to eliminating the Merchant Alliance in the short term. It was evidently more worthwhile for Chen Ye to directly enhance his own strength. Chen Ye saw this clearly, which was why she made this request. Otherwise, even if she couldn't bear to see so many innocent people die before her eyes, she wouldn't have made this request, because she knew it wouldn't matter. Chen Ye wouldn't listen to her. Seeing Chen Ye agree, Chen Ye let out a sigh of relief and continued. I also need to borrow someone from you. Who? This idiot. Shen Ani pointed to Suyin. Being called an idiot by Shan Yinshi every day, Suyin was already used to it. Upon hearing this, she blinked, curious about why she needed to borrow her. Reason? I have a capability that allows me to perform large-scale healing, as long as within this range. No matter how many people there are, they will benefit from a healing effect. To maximize the effect, I need to enter the center of the storage area, into the zombie horde. However, this ability consumes a lot of physical strength and energy, and I can't act before that, so I need her to protect me. All right, the reasoning is quite sufficient. However, Chen Ye thought of another question. Right now, it's not just zombies there. The perimeter is filled with dense fortifications, and inside are all mercenaries from the Merchant Alliance. How do you plan to handle that? It's not a problem for our 2 strengths to sneak in without being noticed, and then you can launch an attack from the outside. Do you think they could defend against your attack while also managing the zombie horde behind them? Shen Yinshi clearly had already thought of all the countermeasures. Hearing this, Chen Ye nodded and looked at Su Yin. Let us go, don't let her die. If worst comes to worst, drag her back. Since he had spoken, Su Yin naturally had no objections, blinking her big eyes and responding with an O. She didn't have that many thoughts, and her favorability towards Chen Ye was already quite high. Since Chen Ye had spoken, she certainly wouldn't refuse. All right, Chen Ye said in a deep voice. Time is running late. Since the plan is set, let us set off. Chapter 86. Your lives under the night, under the night. The storage area has turned into a hell on earth. The pungent smell of blood can be detected from miles away. Clearly, at the moment the virus broke out, not everyone turned into zombies. Among the more than 50,000 people, at least a few thousand were immune to the virus. These people do not turn into zombies or become superpowered individuals when the virus breaks out. In fact, they represent the majority of survivors in the post-apocalyptic world. Superpowered individuals are only a minority, both now and after the apocalypse. The closer they got to the storage area, the tighter Shen Yinshi's brows furrowed. The strong smell of blood made her feel uneasy, indicating that there probably weren't many survivors left inside. In contrast, Su Yin grew more excited as she walked deeper in. The purple aura flickering in the dark patterns on her face became more intense. However, at that moment, Shen Yinshi suddenly said, there are 3 hidden bunkers ahead. The design of these bunkers is quite clever, so it might be difficult to go around them. Su Yin immediately widened her eyes to observe closely, then looked puzzled and asked where. Shen Yinshi rubbed her forehead and pointed casually at the 3 locations. This kind of bunker design was extremely secretive, and ordinary people indeed wouldn't notice it. However, Su Yin, being a powerful, superpowered individual, should have been able to hear them even by sound. Sure enough, after she pointed out, Su Yin suddenly realized, so it's here. I was wondering why there were so many heartbeat sounds in this concrete ground. I thought I misheard. What should we do now? She asked. Mishearing could be a problem. Shen Yinshi was somewhat speechless, but quickly said in a deep voice, kill them. That was simple. After all this time, they finally came to something Su Yin was good at, and she immediately became excited. With a quick couple of steps, she leaped across 100 meters, landing on a small house by the roadside. This was originally a transformer station next to a residential area, built with concrete to avoid accidents. After being reinforced by the mercenaries of the Merchant Alliance and expanding the underground space, it became a fortress with 1 above-ground level and several below, connected by underground passages, capable of housing dozens of people. Now, the strength of this small transformer station was probably enough to withstand a tank shell. However, in front of Su Yin, this structure could not protect the mercenaries inside. Before they even realized what was happening outside, Su Yin landed on the roof and swung her delicate fist down onto it. Boom! A shock wave swept through for dozens of meters, visibly sinking the entire fortress by half a meter with that one punch. The top collapsed instantly. The few mercenaries on lookout duty didn't even realize what was happening before being crushed by the debris. Su Yin lightly landed inside the fortress. In the pitch-black environment, a faint purple glow surrounded her. After confirming that there were no living people on this level, she reached out and grabbed the surrounding corpses. The still warm blood inside the bodies flew straight into her palm. In a moment, The ground was covered with dry corpses. The hunt begins. Su Yin glanced at the entrance to the next level and licked her lips. Young master, the boat is ready. Shall we go now? At a seaside, not far from the storage area, Chen Ye and Chen Ye stood side by side. Indeed, after Chen Ye proposed a new plan. Chen Ye had no intention of staying here any longer to capture the storage area. Instead, he planned to directly cross the sea to the island where the port was located. That was the core area of the Merchant Alliance. Of course, Chen Ye had no idea when it was taken over or what it had been turned into. The Chen family hadn't even received news of the organization's emergence. He only discovered it from the fragments of memories of his past life. It was unrealistic to clarify everything in a short time. However, it was certain that there were a large number of people above, important members of the Merchant Alliance, along with far more resources than in the storage area. Originally, Chen Ye's plan was to first take the storage area and then use the cross-sea bridge connecting the storage area to the port to attack from both the sea and the ground in conjunction with the authorities. During this process, Chen Ye did not intend to intervene. However, now that the plan had changed, Chen Ye needed to rescue people, and after she finished rescuing them, Chen Ye also needed to kill a large number of people in a short time. Naturally, they could no longer wait for the storage area to be secured before moving against the port. Although there were thousands of mercenaries from the Merchant Alliance around the outskirts of the storage area, they were too dispersed, making it troublesome to deal with quickly. Moreover, the surrounding area was still a residential area with many ordinary people. If the army exchanged fire, it was unlikely that these ordinary people would be affected enough to cause significant casualties. But if Chen Ye took action, that could change. The island was small, and according to reliable information, the ordinary people there had long been cleared out by the Merchant Alliance. As for whether they were killed or handled in some other way, he did not know. In any case, it was not a good thing. This meant that the island was now filled entirely with members of the Merchant Alliance. Once he got there, he wouldn't need to distinguish anyone. He could just eliminate them all, which was much simpler than dealing with the mercenaries scattered across countless fortresses here. All right, let us go. Keep an eye on this side. I'll leave everything to your command, Chen Ye instructed, then leaped onto a speedboat. For him, everyone on the island was an experience point. However, for others, even for Chen Ye, a superpowered individual, the lair of the Merchant Alliance was undoubtedly a den of danger. Since Chen Ye was fully capable of handling the situation, he clearly wouldn't let Chen Ye accompany him into danger. The quiet speedboat, which could be disregarded in terms of noise, was sufficiently stealthy, but sacrificed some speed. The port was nearly 40 kilometers from the shore, and it took Chen Ye almost half an hour to approach the island where the port was located. By now, it was already past 3 in the morning, but the island was still brightly lit, as bright as day. A large number of cargo ships were docked at the port, queuing to load and unload goods. The docks were packed with cargo ships, each a massive vessel displacing tens of thousands of tons. The docks were bustling with people, and various large machines were operating at full capacity, loading boxes of goods onto the ships. It was indeed lively. Chen Ye docked the small boat at a deserted shore and calmly stepped onto the island. He made no attempt to conceal himself, naturally being spotted by the surveillance set up by the Merchant Alliance around the island as soon as he arrived. Soon, a team of armed mercenaries rushed over, led by 2 superpowered individuals. Before they got close, Chen Ye heard them shout, "What are you doing?" As they spoke, the mercenaries behind the 2 superpowered individuals had already loaded their weapons, pointing them at Chen Ye. However, he just chuckled and replied, "I'm here to take your lives." Chapter 87. Complete Elimination in the Dim Light. Chen Ye's dark eyes became even more profound. Unbeknownst to him, a long knife had appeared in his hand, its blade trembling as if it were already celebrating the impending blood feast. You are. Run. The leader of the ability user recognized Chen Ye's appearance as he drew closer and, upon seeing the long knife in Chen Ye's hand, he shouted in terror and quickly fled. He had witnessed how Chen Ye defeated Xiao Yuan at the Lotus Pool Wetland Park that day. The image of that figure, akin to a demon descending upon the world, had long become an unshakable nightmare in his mind. Seeing it again now, he had no desire to fight. He just wanted to escape. After all, this was merely a job for him. What if the Merchant Alliance offered a higher salary? Millions a month was nothing worth risking his life over. Unlike this ability user, The other ability users and the mercenaries behind them clearly had never seen Chen Ye before. They might have heard of him, but in the dead of night, they evidently did not recognize him immediately. When they saw their comrade scream and run, they were still somewhat confused. Of course, the confusion they felt just a moment ago was merely an adjective for them, but in the next moment, it became a verb. Chen Ye had no intention of wasting words with these small fry. In a flash, all that remained behind him were headless corpses. The speed of his strikes was so swift that these individuals didn't even have time to fall before losing their heads. The headless bodies stood silently by the beach. The fleeing ability user heard a sudden silence behind him, turned around, and was instantly filled with dread. However, his speed was clearly insufficient in front of Chen Ye. By the time he looked back ahead, he found Chen Ye already standing right in front of him. The ability user reacted quickly, sliding to a halt in front of Chen Ye and bowing his head several times while repeatedly pleading, "Spare me, spare me, grandfather, spare me. I just want to earn a living, don't kill me. Where are the high-ranking members of the Merchant Alliance?" A cold voice came. The ability user didn't dare to raise his head and hurriedly replied, "In the Doomsday base in the middle of the island, the tallest building there." A flash of light passed. The head of the ability user dropped to the ground, while in front of him, there was nothing but emptiness. The benefits of killing an ability user far outweighed those of killing an ordinary person. As Chen Ye continued on his way, he opened the system panel to take a look. Host: Chen Ye physique, 105. 4. Human limit is 1. Mental power, 126. 5. Human limit is 1. Special abilities: June Fire, Heavenly Eye, Astrology. Killing begets mercy skills. Killing word technique items. Ability Awakening Serum, X80, subtracting the increase in his physique and mental power over the past 2 days. After killing those people just now, he gained approximately 0.2 in physique and 0.3 in mental power through the ability Killing begets mercy. It wasn't much, but it was certainly not insignificant, because the difficulty of increasing these two attributes becomes greater as they progress, especially after surpassing 100. Gaining even a single point becomes harder than gaining 10 points before. Calculating this way, if it were in the past, with this skill, just from killing those few people earlier, Chen Ye could have increased both attributes by several points. No wonder that useless Yi Chun could thrive so well in the apocalypse just because of a dream flower, even earning the title of Killing God. Feeling the boost brought by this extraordinary ability, Chen Ye couldn't help but sigh. However, this thing also had considerable limitations. The two individuals who obtained the flowers needed to maintain a certain balance, which was quite abstract, because no matter what, killing was much easier than saving lives. If the person who obtained the White Lotus was somewhat dim-witted, the one who obtained the Black Lotus could not recklessly kill to enhance their strength. There was even a risk that they could be dragged down by the White Lotus, causing an imbalance in abilities and leading to a decrease in strength. Originally, in the timeline, it was Shun Yinshi who obtained the White Lotus, which allowed Yi Chun to quickly enhance his strength through abilities, becoming famous in less than 3 years. Whether others had minds as sharp as Shin Yinshi's was uncertain, but even if someone did, it was unlikely they would have her kind heart, willing to sacrifice themselves to save others. Therefore, for the bearer of the Black Lotus, handing the White Lotus to Shun Yinshi was the most appropriate choice. At this moment, Chen Ye felt fortunate that he had chosen to trust Shun Yinshi back then and did not act recklessly. The Doomsday base mentioned by that ability user was not difficult to find. Not only was it in the middle of the island, but its main building also rose to 300 or 400 meters, making it very conspicuous on this small island. Chen Ye quickly arrived at the location. Along the way, he encountered many people, most of whom he dealt with. He wasn't sure how many he had killed during this journey, but he roughly estimated it to be in the thousands. All of them were ability users recruited by the Merchant Alliance from around the world, including quite a few foreigners. Of course, they were all dead now. The presence of so many people indicated that the Merchant Alliance had already noticed him coming to the island and attempted to send people to stop him while organizing the retreat of important figures. Unfortunately, Chen Ye had already contacted the Chun family and the authorities before coming to the island. The fleet dispatched from the Tianhai City Guard was currently on the sea within 5 nautical miles of the island, with radar fully operational. Not a single bird was allowed to fly away, and not a single ship could escape. Thus, everything was in vain. It was destined that no one could escape. With so many people gone for good, the acrid smell of blood was already wafting through the island, and even a fool could tell that something big had happened. By the time Chen Ye arrived, the Doomsday base was already in chaos. There were no walls surrounding the outside of the base. This place was on an island. If they couldn't even defend the ocean's barrier, then a wall wouldn't help much either. Apart from a main building that soared hundreds of meters high, there were countless structures over 100 meters tall within the base. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, it didn't appear much like a Doomsday base, but rather like a modern metropolis of steel and concrete, provided one ignored the missiles and close-in weapons mounted on the rooftops. Chen Ye roughly estimated that if these skyscrapers were fully occupied, the island could easily accommodate 1 million people. Presumably, if nothing unexpected happened, this would be the future headquarters of the Merchant Alliance in Xia country, and this organization would begin to develop into a top-tier Doomsday force, rivaling his Xingfen group. And today, what he needed to do was to completely eliminate them before the apocalypse descended and the Merchant Alliance rose. Chapter 88. Chen Ye must die. He has landed on the island. The situation we were most worried about has indeed happened. On an island hundreds of nautical miles from Tianhai port, in an underground base located in a hidden ravine, Old Wu of the Merchant Alliance sat at the head of the conference room. Hearing the news from the front, he looked solemnly at the members before him and said, "Let's discuss this." As soon as he spoke, the members below immediately erupted in chaos. Among them, a short-tempered middle-aged man sitting to his left, whose status was evidently high, slammed the table and said, "What's there to discuss? The vast majority of our assets are still at Tianhai port and haven't been moved. If we can't hold that place after the apocalypse arrives, we might as well find a mountain to become bandits. Don't even think about finding refuge in Tianhai. Even in slightly developed counties, we probably won't have a place to stay." Upon hearing this, another member sneered, "If we could go into the mountains and become bandits, that would be fine. Right now, the authorities along with that Chung kid are after our lives. Whether we can survive until after the apocalypse is uncertain." Although their words were harsh, they were indeed the stark truth. The vast majority of the Merchant Alliance's resources and power were currently at that port. This was also the reason they had to protect that place when they formulated their response plan after failing to seize the Dream Flower and realizing they would definitely be targeted. If they couldn't hold the port, they could run, but that would mean everything was over. Running away was easy, but then what? Even the Zhou family, who had previously been considered immensely wealthy, wouldn't be able to board their ship. Each of them had previously been among the top tier of billionaires, with enough capital to leverage a $1 trillion market. Once they failed, they would instantly fall from the heights, and, when facing the impending apocalypse, they would be no different from the vast majority of people. This was something they could never accept. It felt no different from being dead. But now, with Chen Ye, an extraordinarily powerful individual who had surpassed anyone's expectations, already on the island, it could be said that everything was over. Without him, if it were just a stalemate with the Chen family and the authorities until the apocalypse arrived, they might still have a glimmer of hope. Now, however, it could be said that they had completely lost heart. In despair, some members fell silent, while others began to voice their grievances. With these two leading the charge, others also started to express their dissatisfaction. I've said it long ago, don't provoke the Chen family. Don't provoke the Chen family. Did anyone listen? Huh. It's not just you who said we shouldn't provoke the Chen family. Everyone said so. What good did it do? En alliance. Adam alliance. I was blind to invest all my wealth here, and in the end, when it comes to life and death, we can't make decisions. Everything depends on that young brat Xiao Yuan's mood. Our leader doesn't consider our opinions when making decisions. Had I known this, I might as well have taken my assets to join one of the 4 great families. At least I would still be a power broker after the apocalypse, rather than becoming a stray dog like now. As they sensed the inevitable defeat and the hope of a comeback fading, many members who had endured for a long time finally couldn't hold back. After all, the developments leading to this point were fundamentally due to Xiao Yuan provoking the Chen family, which caused the Merchant Alliance. Originally planning to secretly accumulate strength and emerge when the apocalypse was imminent, to surface prematurely. This had led to a joint targeting by Chen Ye and the Tianhai authorities. Regarding the incident at Lianxi Wetland Park, None of the senior members of the Merchant Alliance had agreed to it at the time. It was still Old Wu and Xiao Yuan who suppressed the dissenting voices and forced it through. Now that things had gone awry, as they reached the stage of dividing the spoils after the war, everyone naturally began to bring up old grievances. While bringing up these old grievances might not yield any benefits, and there was a high possibility of being held accountable by Old Wu as the leader. Since this island was also a secret base for the apocalypse with armed forces that primarily listened to Old Wu's commands, they felt they had to vent their frustrations, especially since they were all facing total loss. In a situation where everyone was bound to lose everything, they felt the need to express their emotions. The conference room soon became a chaotic mess. The words being exchanged grew increasingly harsh. Throughout all, Old Wu maintained a calm demeanor, merely watching the arguing members with indifference. Even when they directed insults at him, he seemed unfazed. Until at a certain moment, a voice came from the entrance. Enough. The conference room fell silent. They turned to see a young man standing at the door, who was none other than Xiao Yuan. At this moment, Xiao Yuan was no longer the disheveled figure from 2 days ago. His severed right arm had miraculously regrown, and his left wrist was no longer bare. It seemed he had grown a new hand, looking fair and delicate, slender and graceful. However, he was wearing long sleeves, so the condition of the wrist wound was not visible. We haven't lost yet, why the rush? Coldly glancing at the core members of the alliance, Xiao Yuan strode forward confidently. He then sat down in the chair closest to Old Wu, drawing everyone's attention toward him. Those who had thought the defeat was certain and had given up hope, upon recalling Xiao Yuan's previously displayed powers, had some glimmers of hope in their eyes. However, many also remembered how Xiao Yuan had been directly defeated by Chen Ye and had fled in disgrace. Hearing him speak boldly now, they naturally responded with cynical laughter. Everyone has become a stray dog, and you say we haven't lost? What would count as losing? Should we wait until Chen Ye has a knife to our throats? We can't lose Tian High Port. How could you all become stray dogs? Xiao Yuan had come prepared and naturally wouldn't be silenced by a few words. He continued without waiting for their questions. I have already set up a 7-kill formation with a large amount of resources at the headquarters of Tian High Port some days ago. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the table, but whether due to the unfamiliarity of controlling his newly grown limb or some other reason, his movements were quite stiff. Nonetheless, this did not affect his ability to speak. Under the gaze of the members, Xiao Yuan smiled lightly and said, under the 7-kill formation, even true cultivators would perish on the spot. If Chen Ye does not come and only sends his subordinates to seize the island, how would T have a way to deal with it? But since he is here, he is destined to die here. When Chen Ye dies, the Chen family will have to reallocate the interests on this side of Tian High, and this vacuum period will be enough for us to survive until after the apocalypse. Chapter 89 Layout Design, Blood Sacrifice. Kill Chen Ye. Xiao Yuan's shocking words made the group of business tycoons, who would do anything for profit, shudder. After all, that was Chen Ye, the young master of the Chen family. Killing him was no different from breaking the heavens, even when they were at their strongest. With the most cards up their sleeves, they had never considered killing Chen Ye. They only wanted to drive Chen Ye's Xingfeng group out of Tian High. But now, Xiao Yuan actually said he wanted to kill him. If Chen Ye died in Tian High Port, wouldn't the Chen family go insane? However, the people present were smart and quickly realized an important point. If they didn't kill Chen Ye, today would be their death day. Even if they didn't die now, it would be equivalent to declaring their death sentence. But if they killed him, at least Xiao Yuan was right. Once Chen Ye was dead, even if the Chen family was furious, facing a power vacuum in the Tian High branch, the first thing they would do would be to engage in internal strife, and then send core family members to take over the Chen family's influence in Tian High. This process would take time, enough for them to drag things out until the apocalypse. And by the time the apocalypse arrived, even if the Chen family was still furious, it would be hard for them to do anything about it. After all, their reach would be limited. As for the Chen family's members coming to take over the influence in Tian High, they couldn't immediately take control of Chen Ye's fierce and capable subordinates, so there was no immediate threat to them. Viewed this way, it seemed that killing Chen Ye was the key to breaking the deadlock. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up. What are your chances of winning? Chance? Xiao Yuan sneered. If he doesn't enter the base on the island, if he doesn't step into the range of the 7-kill formation, it's impossible to kill him. But once he enters the 7-kill formation, it's not just a matter of a few chances. I have 100% certainty that I can definitely kill him. 100% certainty. Such words could not be considered anything but arrogant. If this had been a few days ago, the tycoons present would have seen Xiao Yuan's strength and would naturally have believed him. However, just recently, Xiao Yuan had almost been killed by Chen Ye. Now, with such bold claims, it was naturally hard for people to believe him. For a moment, the expressions of the crowd were uncertain, with most showing more skepticism. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan coldly smiled. "It seems you don't believe me?" Without waiting for their response, he clapped his hands, and a large screen in the conference room lit up, showing the core area of the island where Tianhai Port was located. They could even see Chen Ye calmly walking towards the main building of the base, holding a knife. Only one person, yet it seemed as if he was accompanied by 1,000 troops. That overwhelming aura made the people on this side feel somewhat suffocated. Even through the screen, just as everyone was lost in thought, Xiao Yuan said, "Just now, in the name of the Alliance, I issued an order to the people at Tianhai Port. Do you know what it was? To have everyone converge towards the Apocalypse base. There are over 20,000 mercenaries belonging to us on the island, and they have all gathered in the core area of the base, which is near or inside the Apocalypse building. You must be curious why I did this. Don't worry, I will tell you. Chen Ye, in Lianqi Wetland Park. If we talk about actual combat power, he is actually slightly inferior to me. The reason I lost that day was fundamentally due to his ability being extremely restraining to me. I haven't trained long enough and haven't cultivated my divine sense or refined treasures to protect my soul, so he was able to ambush me with a mental attack. Although I suffered a great defeat, after knowing his abilities, if I were given some more time, I would only need to refine some protective items for my soul. And next time we meet, I could avenge my shame. It's just a pity that the tremendous opportunity in Lianqi Wetland Park was taken by him due to my defeat. After obtaining this item, his strength has far surpassed what it was before. I admit that if I were to encounter him directly now, even if I were prepared, I would definitely not be his match. But we cultivators are not reckless brutes. Since a direct confrontation is unfavorable, we can naturally choose other ways to defeat our opponents. And the 7-kill formation is the grand gift I prepared for Chen Ye. Hearing this, the members couldn't help but frown. After all, this sounded like Chen Ye, a god descending to earth, slaughtering everyone and leaving Xiao Yuan in a state of defeat and retreat. Everyone present was smart, and they weren't going to fall for his deceptive rhetoric. Xiao Yuan noticed this and didn't care. Continuing, "You all have more or less come into contact with some cultivation-related matters, so you probably understand that to defeat an opponent stronger than oneself, one must naturally pay a price. There is no free lunch in this world, and there is no power that comes from thin air. Therefore, this 7-kill formation indeed requires a price. The price." Xiao Yuan's eyes were indifferent. His blood sacrifice. The large screen in the conference room switched, revealing the interior of the Apocalypse building. It had turned into a hell on earth, with countless people lying on the ground, but more were still alive, running and screaming, unleashing their last madness before death. In fact, neither Xiao Yuan nor Old Wu could have overlooked the possibility of Chen Ye, this exceptionally powerful individual, single-handedly killing his way onto the island when considering things. They had anticipated it long ago. But the reason they didn't withdraw the most important mercenary force of the business alliance was precisely because of this. These people were the bait they left there, with the aim of luring Chen Ye in. Xiao Yuan came from a world of cultivation and had a diverse knowledge. Although he wasn't entirely sure what abilities Chen Ye would gain after obtaining the Reincarnation Golden Lotus, he could roughly guess. The Reincarnation Golden Lotus. White represents life and black represents death. The White Lotus can only be used by those with great virtue, while the Black Lotus can only be used by those with a heart of stone who view life as nothing. For others, not to mention using it directly, even touching it would mean certain death. In Xiao Yuan's view, someone like Chen Ye, who was morally corrupt, certainly could not be a person of great virtue, so he could only obtain the Black Lotus. Its abilities must be related to death and slaughter. That's why he deliberately left so many people on the island. Otherwise, he and Old Wu could have evacuated all of them in advance. The supplies on the island could be replaced. As the saying goes, while others stockpile food, I stockpile weapons, others in my granary. As long as they had these tens of thousands of mercenaries, even if they had to rob, they could occupy a territory in the apocalypse and dominate a region. To even increase credibility, they also left nearly half of the core forces of the business alliance on that island, including many senior members. The Chen family's intelligence system was too terrifying. They feared that without doing so, Chen Ye would not take the bait. You all. Upon hearing this, the members in the conference room finally reacted. Their gazes toward Xiao Yuan and old Wu gradually turned fearful. These two could abandon so many core members on the island to die, and so openly tell the remaining members this, that how could I have any way out? Chapter 90. At most, I'll offer myself to him. Boom. The solid asphalt road exploded with a loud bang as Su Yin, enveloped in a purple halo, leaped up from the ground. At the highest point, she clenched her fist toward the void below. Countless drops of blood seemed to have a life of their own, actively drawn out from the pit and finally gathered in Su Yan's palm. Damn, these people have turned the sewers into military fortresses, but they did a half-hearted job. It stinks to high heaven, and they're too weak, killing 70 or 80 people, and this little blood doesn't even make a significant difference for me. As expected, the blood of ability users is much more nutritious. Su Yin, with her usual swagger, landed beside Chen Ye and began to grumble incessantly. Chen Ye twitched the corner of her mouth and shook her head, saying, "You're making too much noise. We're supposed to infiltrate, not crash in. If we kill everyone who sees us, then nobody will find out, right? That would be a perfect infiltration." Su Yin dismissed her concerns, then took a confident step forward to clear the way. Seeing this, Chen Ye could only shake her head helplessly. The Merchant Alliance really had bad luck running into two killers like Chen Ye and Su Yin. Not that Chen Ye needed an introduction. His ability gained from the Black Lotus was all about sacrificing himself for others, embodying the very essence of a killing god. Su Yan, a semi-mutant, was bizarre in her own right. She inexplicably evolved an ability to directly absorb the blood of others to enhance her own power. For these two, killing was the fastest way to increase their strength. Anyone who became their opponent would likely end up with only one fate: death. Of course, Chen Ye didn't feel that the people from the Merchant Alliance were dying unjustly. They used high salaries to lure innocent workers into doing their bidding, only to turn these people into zombies with refined viruses, believing they could create a zombie army to block the Chen family and the authorities. Such actions could not be described as merely insane. For those who happened to collide with Chen Ye and Su Yin, Chen Ye could only say that evil meets evil, and they deserve their fate. What is that? While clearing the path, Su Yin glanced back and suddenly noticed a small drone flying behind Chen Ye. A drone, modified from the Chen family's most advanced small drones. Impressive, right? Chen Ye smiled. "No, I know it's a drone, but why did you bring a drone to this place?" Su Yin asked, puzzled. "Do you know what I did before Chen Ye brought me to the Chen family?" "What? Live streaming." "Live streaming? Someone like you needs to rely on live streaming for money?" Su Yin was somewhat incredulous. Though she feigned disbelief, she knew very well how smart Chen Ye was. That mouth could even persuade someone as domineering as Chen Ye. "Who said I made money from it? It's just part of my learning, you know." Chen Ye rolled her eyes at her, then said blandly, "There are millions of eyes watching you behind this camera, so mind your image." Once Su Yin realized, she became indignant. "Wait, you didn't even tell me before streaming? That's illegal, infringing on someone else's portrait rights. Don't think I don't understand. How about this? You can give me half of the gifts you receive, and I'll be magnanimous and let it go." "Get lost." Chen Ye replied irritably. "Why would you ask me for money? Go ask young Master Chen. He has plenty of money. How much do you want? Besides, in a few days, money will be useless anyway. What do you want it for?" "TCH, stingy." Su Yin scoffed, no longer paying attention to her, and continued forward. She was carefree and didn't mind such matters. Her earlier words were mostly in jest, akin to the playful banter between close friends. However, after she turned away, Chen Ye quietly murmured an apology. She certainly wasn't bored enough to want to stream at a time like this and perform for countless viewers. There was, of course, a purpose behind it, and there were many purposes. First, to publicly announce that the apocalypse was approaching. She had already leaked a lot of information in their conversation. With so many people in a live stream, there were bound to be clever individuals. When she broadcast the scene of tens of thousands of zombies gathering, the authenticity would be undeniable. The reason she did this was simple: to hope that more people could prepare before the apocalypse arrived, increasing their chances of survival. After the apocalypse, about 90% of people would likely turn into corpses due to the virus outbreak, while only 10% would survive. Of this portion of survivors, only a tiny fraction would gain abilities, while the vast majority would remain ordinary people. A simple calculation would reveal that most ordinary people who didn't die from the virus outbreak in the initial chaos would inevitably die from zombie attacks. By announcing the news of the apocalypse in advance, she aimed to reduce the casualties in this group. This was her first purpose, and it was purely out of her own kindness, without considering any benefits. In fact, this act somewhat harmed Chen Ye's interests. After all, if it were just her, trying to go live to say such things would undoubtedly get her banned immediately, and she wouldn't be able to say a word. While there were already many videos online about mutated beasts and zombies, news of the apocalypse was still a forbidden topic. In any country where order had not completely collapsed, such information was absolutely not allowed to spread. It was precisely because she was now part of the Chen family and was beside young Master Chen that she could go live without anyone daring to shut her down. Once the information was released, it was easy to imagine that various factions would pin the blame on the Chen family, and Chen Ye would surely have to bear some pressure. Her other purpose was indeed from a profit perspective. She wanted to tell everyone that she had miraculous medical skills that could bring people back to life. Thus, after the apocalypse, there would be a continuous stream of people seeking her help. She would be establishing her own brand, ensuring that she wouldn't have to worry about a lack of patience, which would lead to an imbalance of abilities with Chen Ye. This second purpose was also the reason she planned to use to persuade Chen Ye about why she did this. Of course, Chen Ye was well aware that this reasoning was rather flimsy, and Chen Ye would certainly not let it slide. However, as the dream flowers dual existence, once separated, they would gain infinite benefits if they reunited under certain conditions. So, at most, I'll just offer myself to him. A rare blush appeared on Chen Ye's fair face. Chapter 91. My friend said the biohazard is coming to two individuals who obtain the dream flower after meeting certain conditions, such as saving or killing many people, can reunite and combine in a certain way, achieving the effect of yin and yang merging and the cycle of reincarnation, thus gaining stronger powers. As for what form this power would take, Chen Ye was also unclear. Her speculation mainly arose from the fact that she had recently noticed her increasing closeness to Chen Ye. She often found herself wanting to approach him actively. Chen Ye had a similar tendency, but it was not very obvious, so he did not pay much attention to it. Chen Ye, being meticulous and a master of psychology, was very sensitive to the emergence of her unusual feelings, which is why she noticed it. After reviewing many records related to yin and yang theories, she arrived at this conclusion. She was about 80% sure that her conclusion was correct. Of course, this was something only she knew and had not told Chen Ye. Otherwise, she could easily guess that with Chen Ye's personality, if he found out, he would probably want to test its authenticity directly. However, even more absurdly, when she linked this to the thought of being with Chen Ye in an intimate way, Chen Ye surprisingly felt no resistance, but rather some anticipation. This was certainly not because she had fallen in love with Chen Ye at first sight or was willing to be intimate with someone she had just met for a short time. It was the influence of the dream flower at play. Forget it. Let's focus on the task at hand. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ye suppressed these chaotic thoughts and the ripples in her heart, quickly regaining her composure. Like a robot, she began to execute her plan. A pure smile blossomed on her face as she walked and addressed the drone filming her from the side. Everyone can see. I am currently in the storage area connecting Tianhai Port in the suburbs of Tianhai City, working with the authorities to eliminate a group of terrorists that have taken hold here. Of course, I can't say too much, but everyone should know about the incident that happened in Tianhai a couple of days ago. The terrorists mentioned in the news at that time are this group. This time, we aim to completely eradicate them. I am here to live stream because of my special identity, and you can trust the authenticity of this live stream. There should be some friends living nearby watching a live stream, right? Many people should be aware of the commotion here. She quickly introduced the situation while skillfully avoiding the issue of her identity and the existence of the Chen family, framing the operation as an official effort to eliminate terrorists. It was not that the existence of families like the Chen family couldn't be made public at this time. It was just unnecessary. After all, this is the modern era, and most people wouldn't believe in the so-called four great families, revealing that the Chen family was the main player in today's events, and that the authorities were merely cooperating with them would not enhance credibility. Rather, it would lead many to suspect she was creating a microfilm with an alternate worldview. Explaining it later would be even more troublesome. Chen Ye had an extremely high popularity online. In just a few months, she became a top-tier streamer with tens of millions of active fans, so there was no shortage of viewers when she started streaming. In fact, after being caught by Chen Ye and made his secretary, she hadn't streamed for a long time, and now that she was back, she attracted a large audience. Even though it was around 2 or 3 in the morning, the least active time on the internet, the number of viewers in the live stream room had already surpassed 1 million. Of course, this was due to Chen Ye's fame and also thanks to Su Yan. Her impressive performance when taking down those bunkers earlier had drawn countless viewers in. At this moment, as they heard her description, the speed of the bullet comments in the live stream room had reached a point where it was difficult to see with the naked eye. I watched the news a few days ago, and I'm curious what kind of terrorists could cause such a big stir in Tianhai, and why hasn't the government completely eradicated them yet? From the sounds nearby, this doesn't seem like an operation to eliminate terrorists. It sounds more like a battle. The crackling noises are like setting off firecrackers. Is the streamer really on the battlefield? I'm a bit curious about what the streamer actually does. I only knew she was a doctor before. Isn't the streamer a psychology major? I remember she also excels in history and finance. Don't ask. Just know she's a genius girl who has been invited multiple times by the National Academy of Sciences, but has rejected them, even after being awarded the honorary academician medal. New fans are still asking what the streamer does. Old fans have long been kneeling to watch the true pinnacle of humanity. LOL. But when the streamer was talking to that stunning beauty earlier, didn't she mention something remarkable? What does it mean that money won't be useful in the future? Could it be that the apocalypse is coming? The recent situation does seem a bit apocalyptic. My friend's family lives near the border, and they've been telling me they've seen zombies, saying a biohazard is coming. Haha, don't laugh. They might actually be telling the truth. Chen Ye subtly guided the discussion in the live stream room, from Su Yan to herself, and then to her words. Soon, it led to the topic of the apocalypse. In fact, many people had realized that the apocalypse was approaching, as there was not much time left before it truly arrived. Numerous unusual phenomena had appeared in reality, and even zombies and mutated beasts had started to emerge in small numbers. Naturally, many people had seen these monsters firsthand. It was just that people usually couldn't talk about it online. At this moment, Chen Ye's live stream room provided a space for those in the know to speak up, and a large number of people began to share their terrifying experiences, openly stating that the apocalypse might really be coming. In an instant, a multitude of information that the authorities and various major forces had gone to great lengths to conceal was revealed. What is Chen Ye up to? In the temporary command center, Qin Zhu looked at the situation reported by her subordinates and personally took out her phone to open Chen Ye's live stream room. Watching the discussions in the comments, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. As Chen Ye's close bodyguard and assistant, she was well aware of the potential impact of leaking information about the apocalypse. Yet, it was Chen Ye who was doing this, and, for a moment, she couldn't decide whether to cut off her live stream or not. Chen Ye had long established a unique personal image among those around Chen Ye. Even Qin Zhu believed that what she was doing must have its reasons. It might even pertain to some other strategy. She wasn't sure if interrupting the live stream would harm Chen Ye's interests. Moreover, Chen Ye was already on the island where Tianhai port was located, which could truly be described as a den of dragons and tigers. Qin Zhu didn't want to distract him, so she didn't contact Chen Ye to ask about it. Chen Ye had a bond with Chen Ye through the Dream Flower and should not do anything detrimental to him. Since it was beneficial to him, then, times have changed, the information has been leaked, and if other families and the authorities come to hold them accountable later, so what? Chapter 92. Only a fool would go to his death, gudu. The roundhead fell to the ground, rolling far away. Chen Ye glanced at the battle knife in his hand. Not a drop of blood on it, shiny as new. This was already the nth head he had chopped tonight. And with his physique over 100 points, he certainly felt no fatigue at all. This knife was also a gift from his system, having chopped so many people without any issues at all. If it were an ordinary tool, no matter how strong the materials used to make it, it would probably have dulled by now. After sheathing the battle knife, Chen Ye continued walking towards the central area of the Doomsday Base. Behind him lay a ground covered in headless corpses. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere as if it were free, eventually pooling into small puddles on the ground. Calling it a river of blood would not be an exaggeration. Wisps of life essence, almost invisible to the naked eye, rose from the blood and gradually gathered into his body with each step he took. Chen Ye paused it, his brow slightly furrowing. Why did it feel like the power gained from killing was much less today? The ability to gain power through killing allowed him to absorb the life essence of others to enhance his own strength. The amount of life force he could absorb was usually linked to the strength of the killed. Generally speaking, ordinary people provided about the same amount. If the average life force from an ordinary person was quantified as 1, then a strong person would be around 1, and a weak person around 0.9, a difference so small it was almost negligible. Yet, today, after killing so many, he could clearly sense the difference. The power he gained was at least 1/3 less than before. Chen Ye looked at the grand building not far away. Something was off about this place. Chen Ye actually had some guesses about Xiao Yuan's background. After all, they had already crossed paths, and the various amazing abilities Xiao Yuan exhibited undoubtedly surpassed the capabilities of ordinary ability users. It was highly abnormal. He seemed more like a practitioner described in literary works. Therefore, Chen Ye had always been cautious in this regard. Since Xiao Yuan could create powerful items using things like yellow paper, it would not be surprising if he had some powerful tools hidden in his lair. However, it was clear that he needed to confirm whether there was truly something strange about this place, or if there was another reason for the reduced power gain from killing. It would be too ridiculous to scare himself over a misunderstanding. The good news was that this was quite simple. Chen Ye directly grabbed a few members of the Merchant Alliance, killed 2 inside, and dragged 2 outside to kill. Soon, he confirmed the authenticity of his suspicion. The core area of the Doomsday Base indeed had issues. There was a special force in this area competing with him for the life force that dissipated after a person died. Moreover, after running back and forth in this process, Chen Ye also noticed that something seemed to be happening inside the Doomsday Base, causing chaos. Many individuals dressed as mercenaries were not coming to find him, but were instead rushing deeper into the base. This was clearly not to concentrate forces in the core area to resist him, the unwelcome guest. After all, although the Doomsday Base had many buildings capable of accommodating millions, the places these people were heading were all centered around that landmark building. With so many mercenaries, they could not fully deploy in such a small area. As long as the opposing commander had a functioning brain, they would not do this. This indicated that their gathering here was not to defend against him, but rather for some other purpose. So, what could be more important than Chen Ye, who had already invaded the island and had a knife at the throats of so many, that made these mercenaries completely abandon resistance and concentrate here? Chen Ye found it hard to understand. However, it didn't matter. He would soon know the answer, because he was not the only one confused. When a person steps into unfamiliar territory and encounters things they cannot comprehend, they naturally become more vigilant, just like the commanders of these mercenaries, as well as the generally high-quality mid-level officers inside. After receiving orders from the highest levels of the Alliance to gather everyone in one building, these smart individuals found themselves puzzled. They could not figure out why this was necessary. Were they abandoning the defenses built with so much money on the island? What if the Chun family and official personnel landed on the island now? What was the purpose of concentrating so many people there? Countless questions flashed through the minds of the mid-level officers among the mercenaries. Thus, although they ultimately followed the orders of their backers and obediently abandoned their defenses to gather in the core building of the Doomsday Base, they remained cautious. The vast majority of mercenaries did not enter the building after gathering. Instead, they stayed outside under the pretext of assembling and only sent a few soldiers inside to scout the situation. Then they discovered that those who entered never came out again and did not send any messages, as if they had vanished into thin air. This was quite alarming. After sending several waves of people inside without receiving any useful information, the mid-level mercenary officers could no longer hold back. They proactively contacted the Alliance's higher-ups, hoping the Merchant Alliance could clarify why they were called over and why those who entered had gone silent. Naturally, they received no reliable information in return, only repeated urgings from the Alliance's upper echelons. Moreover, the liaison between the Merchant Alliance's upper management and the mercenaries even hinted that if they sent those people into the building now, the Alliance would immediately grant them immunity to viral infections, allowing them to secure their safety post-apocalypse, along with a host of other benefits, all related to personal strength, things that were highly sought after by discerning individuals at this stage. For the mid-level commanders among the mercenaries, it would be a lie to say they were not tempted. However, being greedy did not mean they were foolish. Their greatest reliance for their current status was their subordinates. Sending everyone into the building now, especially when it appeared that most would not survive, would leave them as empty shells. Would they still have such a status in the Merchant Alliance? Impossible. Even the promises made by the Merchant Alliance might not be fulfilled later. Therefore, after careful consideration, the mercenaries directly refused the Merchant Alliance's demands. It was obvious that this was a death trap. Only a fool would walk into it. Chapter 93. The hunter squad. The people had arrived at the building, but refused to enter. This naturally left Xiao Yuan and others, who were hundreds of miles away, feeling quite frustrated. He had meticulously planned everything, but never expected that these mercenaries, whom he regarded as mere tools, would throw him a curveball at such a critical moment. In any plan, the most uncontrollable variable is human behavior, and Mr. Xiao need not feel disheartened by this. Seeing this, Elder Wu beside him offered some comforting words. However, Xiao Yuan shook his head. Elder Wu, I'm not particularly troubled. The fact that these people are now refusing to enter the building does indeed have a significant impact on our original plan, but it is still within an acceptable range. It's just that the execution of the plan may encounter some unexpected issues, and there is a possibility that Chen Ye will notice something amiss. If he realizes something is wrong and leaves before gathering enough energy in the 7-kill formation, then this scheme will end in failure. Originally, every aspect of the plan was exceedingly perfect, but this unexpected turn has brought about many variables. Sigh. All we can do is try our best and leave the rest to fate. The so-called 7-kill formation is not a sophisticated array in the realm of cultivation. Simply put, it is about sacrificing a large number of living beings through blood offerings and then using the life essence of these beings as energy to unleash a more powerful attack to defeat stronger opponents. Its principles are quite rudimentary. Even novice practitioners in the realm of cultivation would disdain using it. However, there is no choice. The conditions of this world are limited, and resources are scarce. Although Xiao Yuan had more powerful options in mind for overcoming stronger foes, he simply didn't have the time to set them up or gather enough resources in a rush. The 7-kill formation, which only requires killing to accumulate power, has ironically become the most useful tool at this moment. The downside of this formation is also quite obvious. It requires absorbing a large amount of life essence and sacrificing many beings before activation. The more beings sacrificed, the more life essence the formation absorbs, resulting in greater power when it is activated. If large-scale sacrifices cannot be made, this thing is utterly useless, merely a decoration. With such a significant flaw, Xiao Yuan naturally considered the issue of voluntary sacrifices during the setup. The core of the 7-kill formation can directly sacrifice any beings entering it, and he placed this part inside the building at the Doomsday base. This is also why everyone who enters the building disappears without a trace and cannot be contacted. Once inside, they die immediately, making it impossible to communicate with the outside world. Additionally, the magnetic field disturbances caused by the formation inside prevent any signals from existing. So the situation inside cannot be relayed to the outside in time. However, while the only place that can sacrifice people is inside the building, the area covered by the 7-kill formation is far beyond that, almost encompassing the entire Doomsday base. During the power accumulation period, those being sacrificed do not necessarily have to die inside the building to have their life essence absorbed, as long as they are within the Doomsday base's range. It's acceptable. So, the mercenaries' refusal to enter the building means they want to die. But having them killed outside the building would still supply energy to the 7-kill formation. As long as these people are killed within the Doomsday base, the effect is the same. However, this is the scenario Xiao Yuan envisioned. In reality, the life essence of those directly sacrificed inside the building is absorbed by the formation, while those who die outside the building can only have part of their essence absorbed because another part will be taken by Chen Ye's formidable killing power. The numbers he originally planned to sacrifice to supply the 7-kill formation to kill Chen Ye would be reduced if they died outside the building. Consequently, not only would the life essence available to the 7-kill formation decrease significantly, but Chen Ye's power would also gain a substantial boost. With this ebb and flow, relying on this method to defeat Chen Ye becomes nearly impossible. Of course, the formation and the required number of sacrifices were all determined based on Xiao Yuan's estimation of Chen Ye's strength. He couldn't accurately gauge Chen Ye's true power. Even if the formation was activated in what he envisioned as the perfect process, he had no certainty about being able to defeat Chen Ye in a direct confrontation. However, he certainly couldn't let anyone else know that, not even Elder Wu beside him. Otherwise, why would anyone risk their lives and fortunes to support a plan he wasn't confident about? Xiao Yuan believed he had overestimated Chen Ye's strength, even elevating it to double what he had observed during their confrontation at the Lotus Wetland Park just days ago. It had only been a few days. Cultivation emphasizes gradual progress rather than immediate results. Xiao Yuan believed that abilities should follow a similar principle. Even if Chen Ye had significantly improved in strength due to obtaining the Dream Flower, it was unlikely that his power had doubled. After all, this would be akin to rapidly advancing several small realms in just a few days, which Xiao Yuan had never heard of in the realm of cultivation. Therefore, even though he didn't have 100% certainty, he was about 70 to 80% confident that this plan could succeed, so it wasn't entirely a deception. Given the circumstances, since these people were unwilling to cooperate, we can only make them comply, Chen Ye said lightly. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu nodded. Our hunter squad remaining on the island is ready. Although there are only 3,000 of them, it should be enough to deal with these mercenaries at the industrial base. The so-called Hunter Squad is essentially a group formed by Xiao Yuan over the past few days through distributing some sinister cultivation methods and supplementing them with certain drugs, making them similar in nature to ability users. Of course, these hunters do not possess abilities. They merely have physical capabilities slightly inferior to those of ability users. Compared to true ability users, they are certainly no match, but when facing ordinary people, they can deliver a crushing blow. The advantage of this approach is that it is extremely cost-effective to cultivate. It doesn't matter whether the user has any talent for cultivation. Anyone can practice with these sinister methods supplemented by Xiao Yuan's specially formulated drugs, and they can unleash powers far beyond ordinary people in a very short time. Moreover, due to the hallucinogenic properties and extreme addictiveness of these drugs, there's no need to worry about the hunter squad turning against them like those mercenaries, making them very easy to control. Of course, the drawbacks are also quite apparent. Individuals who practice these methods typically do not live beyond 3 months, and that's in non-combat situations. Once they engage in battle, that number decreases significantly. Thus, these people can generally only be used as disposable consumables. The Hunter Squad is a backup plan Xiao Yuan specially devised to prevent surprises. Relying on these half-human, half-ghost beings to deal with Chen Ye would be a joke. But they are perfect for dealing with those mercenaries unwilling to die calmly. Chapter 94. Eating melons and getting rewards? Whether it's the 7-kill formation that requires the blood sacrifice of living beings, or the evil techniques that turn people into disposable consumables, these are actually forbidden methods in the cultivation world. Anyone who dares to use them would be branded as demonic and attacked by the entire world. Xiao Yuan, born from a prestigious righteous sect, naturally would not use such sinister things in the past. However, there is no choice. He has been forced by Chen Ye to resort to these forbidden techniques to level the objective gap between them. Besides, this world is not the cultivation realm, and no one will punish him for using evil techniques. As a righteous cultivator, Xiao Yuan values clarity of thought, and he would not do anything that goes against his conscience. Deep down, he feels that when dealing with someone like Chen Ye, there's no need to talk about chivalry. He can use any means necessary. Thus, he has never thought there was anything wrong with using these evil techniques. As long as he defeats Chen Ye, he naturally will not touch these sinister things again and will ensure that the methods of these evil techniques do not flow into this world. Therefore, there is no possibility of having unclear thoughts. It will not affect his future cultivation at all. So, Xiao Yuan said solemnly, "Let the hunters out of the cage." Interesting, the Merchant Alliance, Xiao Yuan. What are these people really up to? On the rooftop of a building not far from the main building inside the Doomsday base, Chen Ye looked with great interest at the tens of thousands of mercenaries gathered below at the main building. On the rooftop, beside him, 7 or 8 corpses lay in disarray. All these corpses were wearing mercenary uniforms, and he had just captured them. Through these people, he roughly figured out the current situation. All the mercenaries received orders to gather at the main building, but because their leader was cautious, they found that anyone who entered the building immediately lost contact. Naturally, they did not dare to go in. It is said that the mercenary leader below is still haggling with the higher-ups of the Merchant Alliance, appearing to want to leave, but also hesitant, not knowing what they are discussing. The current situation is that he, the one causing trouble, is standing on the rooftop eating melon seeds, while those mercenaries below seem to be about to fight with the Merchant Alliance. It's quite surreal. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the large building located in the center of the Doomsday base. Normally, he wouldn't be able to see what was inside just by looking through a wall. But he has the eye of heaven. This ability has always been terrifying. Aside from direct killing and mental attacks, it also possesses the ability to break illusions and seek the truth. To Chen Ye's surprise, he actually saw a considerable amount of life essence in that building through his eye of heaven. This thing is simply a supreme treasure to him right now. A good thing that can directly enhance his strength. He had discovered this for a while, but he didn't act rashly before because he didn't understand the current situation. And now, although he still doesn't quite know what Xiao Yuan's plan is, Chen Ye can basically be sure that Xiao Yuan's plan should be related to these mercenaries and likely requires them to die. After all, according to the tongue he captured, over the past half hour, the mercenaries had already sent in more than 10 waves, totaling no less than 500 people into the building. But now, Chen Ye observes inside through the eye of heaven and sees no living people at all. This means that those who were sent in earlier must have already died. Coupled with the absurd order issued by the Merchant Alliance for all mercenaries to gather here, it's hard not to draw such conclusions. However, at the same time, Chen Ye also grasped the key point of the matter. No matter what Xiao Yuan's plan is, it is clear that the plan has not yet been completed. In other words, it's worth a try. Chen Ye retracted his eye of heaven ability, glanced at the large mass of life essence, and without any hesitation this time, he leaped forward, directly crossing hundreds of meters to land on the outer wall of the building. With a casual punch, he shattered the glass of the outer facade and entered the building. Just as he stepped inside, gunfire erupted below, and the sounds of shouting and wailing filled the air. Chen Ye was taken aback and leaned down to look. He saw that the mercenaries gathered downstairs were actually being attacked by another army that looked exceptionally strange. Why strange? Because these people charged with an incredible speed, far exceeding what ordinary people could achieve. They were not much different from ordinary supernatural beings. Yet their numbers were so overwhelming that even Chen Ye, who could mass-produce supernatural beings, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Roughly speaking, there must be 2,000 to 3,000 supernatural beings among them. No, if they truly had such a large-scale supernatural army, it would have made no sense for them to abandon the Dream Flower that day at the Lotus Pool Wetlands Park. Quantity changes quality. This is universal in any field. Not to mention that at that time, Chen Ye's strength was far from what is now, and his endurance in battle was not as good as now, where he could grow stronger by killing after obtaining the killing to become benevolent ability. If the Merchant Alliance had brought out these thousands of supernatural beings then, Chen Ye would have had no choice but to give up the Dream Flower, with almost no other options. They must have been produced in bulk through some special means, and there must be some limitations. No, perhaps they aren't even considered supernatural beings. Chen Ye observed the battle below and quickly got a clue. It's simply too easy to see through this. These people seem to have similar speed and strength to ordinary supernatural beings, but not a single one has released any abilities. From the actual combat effectiveness they displayed, they should be far inferior to supernatural beings. Of course, even so, this strange batch of supernatural beings was almost a slaughter against the mercenaries below without any suspense. The mercenaries naturally had heavy firepower weapons, but those were all stationed at various defenses on the island. They were hastily summoned to gather in the core area of the Doomsday base, so they couldn't possibly bring heavy firepower with them. Faced with only some light weapons and suddenly being charged at by this strange army, the outcome was naturally predictable. The mercenaries barely fired a few shots, and then those supernatural beings rushed into the crowd, rendering firearms completely useless. The scene of tens of thousands of mercenaries being pursued by thousands of people looked somewhat comical from above, but the bloody slaughter was very real. After watching the internal conflict of the Merchant Alliance for a while, Chen Ye felt that they were a bit too extreme. Damn! He arrived on the island in the middle of the night, and his knife was almost blunt. Yet he killed as many as they did in just a few minutes. Indeed, there's power in numbers. But the good news is, Chen Ye suddenly discovered that even if he didn't kill the people himself, it seems he could still obtain life essence from it, to enhance his own strength or temporarily store it in his body for later use. This, it seems I've gotten rewards from eating melons. Chapter 95. Crude means if Chen Ye was somewhat surprised by the life essence obtained from the spectators killing others. Then taking another look at the mass of life essence gathered in the building beneath him made him unable to contain his excitement. If the life essence stored in the building earlier could barely allow him to increase his physique and mental power by 3 to 5 points, then in just a few minutes, this mass of life essence had grown large enough for him to boost those two attributes by over 20 points. What does 20 points mean? When he personally killed Feng Xian, he had raised Feng Xian's kill probability to 100. The extra rewards were 10 points in physique and 10 points in mental power, and that was when he was still relatively weak, making it easier to increase these two attributes. It is no exaggeration to say that now, increasing even 1 point is much harder than increasing 5 points back then. And now, if he could just seize this mass of life essence, he could receive rewards that would elevate his two attributes by more than 20 points, even better than the rewards from killing the Child of Destiny. Of course, this is a somewhat exaggerated statement. In fact, the value rewards he obtained from killing Feng Xian were just a bonus. The real gains were the Eye of Heaven ability and the fragments of the Reborn's memories. However, regardless, the boost this could provide is exceedingly outrageous. Chen Ye estimated that if he killed everyone on the island using his ability to harvest life essence, it would have a similar effect. Moreover, after the killing, he would probably be left in a daze. This situation meant that Xiao Yuan had saved him a lot of trouble by packing so many people's life essence and delivering it to him. Looking down again, seeing that the mercenaries below had already been slaughtered for the most part in such a short time, he lost interest in watching further and turned to walk straight into the building. If one were to ignore the sounds of shouting and wailing outside, the entire building was in an eerily quiet state. It could even be said to be terrifyingly quiet. The building had the layout of an office building, not an apartment. The floor Chen Ye entered seemed to have been an office for some company, with several computers still on and even unfinished PPTs displayed on the screens. The air conditioning in the office was still blowing warm air, and the water purifier and coffee machine in the corner were still functioning normally. All of this indicated that there had been people working here not long ago. Yet now, there was not a single living person in sight, making it as quiet as a ghost town. Previously, Chen Ye had speculated that the mercenaries sent here to scout had all died inside, but he was unclear about how they had died. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the anomalies within. Floor 68, still 68. This is an illusion? Looking at the 2 digits displayed at the stairway, Chen Ye pondered for a moment and did not immediately use his Eye of Heaven to see through the illusion. Instead, he was contemplating another question. In fact, this illusion was quite crude. Even without using the Eye of Heaven, he could easily break free with his current strength. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to escape, but not entirely hopeless. There would always be some strong-willed individuals who could see through such a crude illusion. Yet no one had walked out alive. This proved that what killed them was not the illusion, but something lurking in the shadows after the illusion. The purpose of the illusion should merely be to keep these people from fleeing quickly. Chen Ye waited for quite a while, but did not feel any murderous intent emerge from behind the illusion. Finally, he shook his head and casually crushed a wisp of flame that appeared out of nowhere. The scorching flame armor immediately enveloped his entire body. The next moment, the scene before him shattered like glass. The world behind the glass was almost indistinguishable from what he had just seen, yet it gave a refreshing feeling. Perhaps this was the sensation of entering the real world from an illusion. This was too crude. Any random ability user who realized something was off would likely not be trapped. Only ordinary people could be held captive. Shaking his head in discontent, Chen Ye continued to descend. As expected, after reaching the bottom of the stairs, the floor number changed to 67. Seeing this, he was too lazy to continue down and directly pressed the elevator button. However, the moment the elevator doors opened, the scene inside was somewhat horrifying. The elevator was filled with corpses, roughly estimated to be around 30, lying haphazardly inside. Judging by their clothing, they were likely the clerical staff who had been working in the building not long ago, not mercenaries. The dead bodies had almost no serious wounds on them, but each had a grim expression, clearly having suffered inhuman torment before dying. If someone with a weaker constitution saw the scene in the elevator, they would probably faint from fright. Fortunately, Chen Ye had a decent amount of courage. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at the elevator, which had no space to step in, and casually dragged out the body of a petite female, then stepped inside himself. The elevator didn't ring. It was just stuck at the weight limit. The moment the elevator doors closed, Chen Ye noticed that the eyes of the corpse he had dragged out, which were wide open in death, were now staring directly at him. Looking back, he saw that almost all the corpses lying haphazardly in the elevator had their eyes wide open, staring at him. Is this the killing move? Too low level. Chen Ye shook his head and said lightly, "If you keep looking, I'll twist your heads off." A group of corpses remained unmoved, still staring at Chen Ye. Clang! A flash of the blade. A round head flew up and fell into the pile of corpses with a muffled thud. The headless body then gushed out a few drops of thick, clotted black blood before going still. This indicated that the corpses had been dead for at least 3 to 5 hours. Although not completely stiff, they were not far off. This means that these people had already died before I arrived. Does that mean they anticipated my arrival? Chen Ye thought to himself and shook his head again. No, they couldn't have guessed. The purpose was merely to prevent me from coming back. Just to be cautious, they killed so many people in advance to prepare. It must be said that even though Chen Ye felt he was already cold-hearted and did not value human life, compared to the Merchant Alliance, he was still a small fry. Casting a glance at the corpses in the elevator, he noticed that the eyes that had been glaring at him just moments ago had quietly closed at some point. Chen Ye ignored them and turned his attention to a red-lit camera in the elevator. Xiao Yuan, you should be watching this, right? It seems I was indeed a bit heavy-handed last time. You've become so afraid to show your face and can only hide behind and use the lives of these ordinary people to pave the way for you. But unfortunately, it won't work. Clean your neck. I will find you within 3 days and take your head off. Also, I will gladly accept the life essence stored in this building. Thank you. Chapter 96. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? As soon as the words were spoken, Chen Ye drew his battle knife and slashed a huge hole in the top of the elevator shaft. Then, with a light leap, he jumped up. In the pitch-black elevator shaft, seeing the heavy steel cables suspending the elevator, Chen Ye directly cut them all with a single stroke. The elevator, which had stopped at some point, instantly plummeted after losing the support of the cables. Free falling from over 60 floors would absolutely turn an ordinary person into a pulp. However, for Chen Ye, this height was merely a tickle. Instead, when the elevator reached the first floor, the scene outside, resembling a battlefield, made him furrow his brows. If the bodies in the elevator were merely densely packed, creating a visually shocking discomfort, then this floor was an absolute slaughterhouse. Not only were there corpses scattered all over the ground, but various blood and entrails also hung from the walls. It looked like a living altar conducting some evil ritual. The ominous aura emanating from it made Chen Ye feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he had obtained the Black Lotus, and killing was as routine for him as eating. In the very center of this slaughterhouse, a heart the size of a human head was beating incessantly. Visible life essence converged from all directions, eventually being absorbed into this heart, causing its beating to grow faster and stronger. What Chen Ye saw through his heavenly eye was the life essence converging around this heart. Was this thing a specially made container by Xiao Yuan, or did a large amount of life essence spontaneously generate it? If it was the latter, could a sufficiently large amount of life essence directly create a life form out of nothing? Chen Ye looked at the pulsating heart, lost in thought. However, such matters were clearly not for him to consider. He casually pressed the camera hanging at his collar to record it, then walked straight towards the heart. He entered the building, arriving at the core area of the 7 Kills formation, hundreds of nautical miles away at the base. Xiao Yuan and Old Wu watched through the surveillance monitors as Chen Ye approached the heart. After exchanging a glance, they fell silent. Clearly, the 7 Kills formation had not yet accumulated enough power. Even if activated, it would be difficult to pose any significant threat to Chen Ye. Moreover, the Chen Ye they referred to was still the one from the day he fought Xiao Yuan. They had no idea what Chen Ye's current strength was like. All preparations were made based on the standards from that day. Ideally, after the 7 Kills formation completed the absorption of life essence, even if Chen Ye's combat power had doubled compared to then, it could still suppress him. However, the energy accumulation of the 7 Kills formation was far from reaching even half of what they originally envisioned. After a long while, Xiao Yuan sighed. It said that the son of a wealthy family does not sit in a dangerous hall. Chen Ye's previous cautious demeanor indicated that he is not someone who would take risks easily. I have tried my best to create an illusion of danger in the building, yet he still dared to enter with only limited information. This truly is fate. Old Wu, prepare for contingency. We may need to find another place to develop. Xiao Yuan certainly did not know that on the day Chen Ye seized the dream flower in the Lotus Pool Wetland Park, he had obtained not only the dream flower, but also the astrological reward from Yi Chun, the destined child. Before coming today, he had already predicted the outcome. The divination was extremely auspicious. It was calm and uneventful, indicating that no accidents could occur midway. This type of divination directly suggested that there was nothing on the island that could threaten him. If it had been some kind of favorable outcome that sounded nice, it would have made Chen Ye act more cautiously, as it would imply that there were indeed threats on the island, which was clearly different from the current situation. Upon hearing this, Old Wu sighed as well, preparing to rise to make arrangements for evacuation. Although they were quite far from Tianhai, separated by hundreds of nautical miles, this was not a place for development. With the complete failure of the Merchant Alliance in Tianhai, they needed to find a new place to grow. However, as he stood up, he inadvertently glanced at the live camera and was taken aback. Wait, it seems we don't need to rush to leave. Old Wu's gaze sharpened. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan quickly looked up at the surveillance video. He immediately noticed that Chen Ye did not directly destroy the heart that had condensed countless life essences. Instead, he circled around it twice before sitting down beside it, allowing the heart to grow stronger. What does he want to do? The two exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Xiao Yuan, who was not on site, was unaware that the 7 Kills formation had absorbed much less blood energy. Nor could he guess that the life essence was also useful to Chen Ye. He was waiting for the outside hunters to finish off the mercenaries before harvesting. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Yuan speculated, could it be that Chen Ye thinks this is some kind of treasure and wants to take it once it fully forms? Old Wu immediately nodded. Now it seems that this possibility is the greatest. If he does not directly take the object, then the 7 Kills formation can continue to absorb life essence. The outside hunters are still hunting those mercenaries, and it won't be long before we can gather the life essence we need for our plan. At that time, both of them began to breathe heavily. Changing places for development would not only be painful for the members of the Alliance, but also for them. If it weren't for necessity, who would want to abandon Tianhai? This treasure land, along with the massive resources accumulated by the Alliance's members, and start from scratch in a foreign land? Earlier, it was because they saw no hope. But now, it was different. Chen Ye's actions undoubtedly gave them a chance to turn the tables. Inside the building, Chen Ye found a relatively clean chair to sit down in the slaughterhouse. Besides wanting to wait for the things Xiao Yuan made to help him accumulate more life essence before harvesting, he had another purpose. In his earpiece, Qin Zhu had just reported the latest news. With the cooperation of the official and the Chen family's information experts, they had successfully traced back through many signal sources on the island to find the hiding place of the remaining high-ranking members of the Merchant Alliance. It was on an island several hundred nautical miles away. The bad news was that the place was too far from here, even outside the seas of Xia country. The good news was that international law was basically not being enforced anymore, and no country cared about its territorial waters. While Xia country just so happened to have a fleet nearby, the Tianhai officials did not have the authority to command the fleet, but the Chen family could. In just half an hour, the fleet could strike that island, and at that time, the remnants of the Merchant Alliance would be unable to escape. Therefore, he did not directly harvest the life essence here. His purpose was to delay these people. The surveillance equipment on this island was numerous, and Chen Ye was fully aware that Xiao Yuan was monitoring his every move. Since he wanted a chance to turn the tables, Chen Ye would give him an opportunity. Chapter 97. The more you look, the more silent it becomes in fact. The fleet of Xia country is still over 600 nautical miles away from the island where Xiao Yuan and the others are hiding. After all, such coincidences do not exist in the world, and the Merchant Alliance is not so foolish as to choose their last base in an area frequently patrolled by the Xia country fleet. However, at this moment, it must be mentioned that the exaggerated strike range of the aircraft carrier strike group is significant. With the aircraft carrier at its core, the surrounding maritime area of over 1,000 kilometers is essentially within striking distance. Carrier-based aircraft and missiles work in tandem. It would be a pipe dream for the remnants of the Merchant Alliance to escape. The reason for needing to wait half an hour is mainly that the fleet needs to adjust its course after receiving orders, and the launch of carrier-based aircraft and other necessary preparations also require some time. It takes a certain amount of time for the carrier-based aircraft to travel hundreds of nautical miles to reach the target area. Half an hour is a conservative estimate. In reality, with the efficiency of the Xia country fleet, it would be even faster. Xiao Yuan and the others were unaware that while they were spying on Chen Ye through surveillance equipment, Chen Ye had already quietly completed a wave of exchanges between predator and prey. They were the prey being targeted, but they were still oblivious to it. The slaughter outside the building continued, while the two sides inside the building fell into a strange silence, separated by a network connection. Both sides were waiting for the final moment to arrive. In contrast to the quiet here, Shan Yinshi and her group were already quite lively. The Chen family's troops were engaged in fierce battles with the mercenaries of the Merchant Alliance on the outskirts of the storage area. The solid fortifications were giving the well-equipped regular army a headache, and the pace of advancement was not fast. Both sides had brought out heavy firepower, turning the quiet, uninhabited night into chaos. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Shen Yinshi, who had already infiltrated the interior of the storage area, were extremely busy. Shen Yinshi, who had originally opened an account to become a streamer in order to pursue a degree in film and television performance, had finally experienced what it felt like to have a city emptied of people. After all, she had never encountered being chased by thousands of zombies before. Now that she had the chance and was live streaming, she could be said to be fully utilizing her streaming talent. While attracting zombies to gather them for later use of her powers to save them, she also satisfied various requests from her viewers. For example, if someone sent a super chat asking to see a real zombie, she would go catch a live zombie and bring it in front of the camera to prove that it was not a hired actor. Or if someone sent dozens of super chats asking to see how a human turns into a zombie, she would go to the outskirts of the storage area to capture a mercenary, have him take a bite from a zombie, and then live stream the entire transformation process. The variety of her show and its novelty made the viewers in the live chat shout in delight. In the process, Shen Yinshi made the existence of zombies a reality, convincing most people that this was not just her acting. After all, who could casually twist the head off a mercenary turning into a zombie while performing? The scene of blood splattering made many viewers nauseous. It was undeniably real. As we all know, live streaming is hard to fake. And even though it was late at night, over 5 million people were already watching the stream. With so many eyes on it, anyone with a bit of sense could tell what was real and what was not. However, as Shen Yinshi fulfilled more requests, The details displayed in front of the camera increased. What initially felt like a lively atmosphere in the live chat, where viewers were entertained by watching the streamer being chased by countless zombies and making jokes along the way, gradually became heavy and tense. Because it was real. If all of this were fake, then everyone could just enjoy the fun in the live chat, occasionally mocking how dumb some zombies were. But after confirming that it was real, no one could laugh anymore, as one of those silly and clumsy zombies could very well be them one day. This live stream is making me feel increasingly creepy, one viewer commented. Who isn't feeling the same? I came here for fun, but thinking about the day, I might become one of those monsters. I'd rather be killed, another replied. By the way, will the apocalypse really come? Do we even need to ask? It's just a matter of time. Just look at this horde of zombies, sigh. Woo woo woo. I don't want to become such a monster. It's too ugly. Ugly? To be fair, some people are already ugly. It really doesn't have anything to do with becoming a zombie. I just saw a female zombie in a black stockings OL outfit. I was impressed. She wasn't ugly at all, just a bit pale and had more bloodshot eyes. That's actually more exciting. If possible, I really want to try it. Bro, don't be too outrageous. Who would have thought that even after becoming a zombie, a beautiful woman wouldn't be safe? While running, Chen Ye happened to see these comments and immediately pointed the camera at Su Yin, saying, actually, that big brother is right. Look at her. She is essentially a half-infected entity. In a sense, it wouldn't be a problem to consider her as a zombie. I don't think anyone would find her ugly, right? Su Yin, who was clearing the way in front, immediately turned dark-faced and scolded without looking back. Get lost. Just you wait until I leave you behind here. Oh, I was just giving an example. Plus, isn't that a compliment? I'm interacting with the viewers. You just focus on what you're doing and don't mind me. Chen Ye waved her hand nonchalantly. Hearing this, Su Yan's face darkened even more, and she impatiently said, how much longer are we going to run? They've all gathered together. Are you really up to this? It's not time yet, Chen Ye replied, looking up at the coastline not far away. She was waiting for Chen Ye. After all, an imbalance of powers was no trivial matter. It was best for her to synchronize with Chen Ye for the final step. Through the bond of the dream flower, she could clearly feel that the speed at which Chen Ye was absorbing life essence had slowed down, and the current speed was not fast. It was not hard to guess that Chen Ye was waiting for a big wave. It would be best if he could use that power at this moment to revive all the people turned into zombies here at once. Of course, she was also unclear about the current situation on Chen Ye's side. All she could do now was wait. However, Chen Ye did not think anything unexpected would happen. She could be said to be the person who understood Chen Ye's strength the most in the world. The dream flower created a special bond between her and Chen Ye, allowing her to sense the extent of his power. After chatting with Su Yin for a few moments, Chen Ye glanced again at the rapidly scrolling comments. She happened to see a question in the chat. Host, if the apocalypse really comes, how many people will turn into zombies, and how many will survive? Is your purpose in this live stream to teach everyone how to save themselves? Chapter 98, Doomsday Survival Guide. Although the viewers in the live stream had been discussing doomsday topics, this was the first time someone directly asked her through a comment. Most of the audience had been guessing and showing off their skills, forgetting that they could simply ask her directly. Now that she finally encountered one, Chen Ye had no intention of holding back. She read the comment aloud and confidently replied, I can tell you clearly that doomsday will definitely arrive. At this stage, nearly everyone has been infected by the virus. Everyone is a potential carrier. The day the virus breaks out will be the day doomsday arrives. At that time, about 90% of people will turn into zombies, while the remaining 10% will be those who have natural antibodies and will not be infected by the airborne virus. However, this does not mean you are safe. The bodies of those who mutate into zombies will contain a higher concentration of the virus, and any wounds that come into contact with their bodily fluids will also lead to mutation. The only type of person who can be completely immune to mutation is the ability user. You heard it right, ability users, and they're just like what you imagine. These individuals possess powers far beyond ordinary people, along with various powerful abilities. They are completely immune to the virus, even if they are bitten by zombies. They will not be infected. Among the 10% of those who will not mutate into zombies in the early stages, about 1% may become ability users. To put it simply, Each of you here has roughly a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming an ability user. At this point, Chen Ye paused for a moment before continuing. As for the last question regarding whether I am hosting this live stream to teach everyone self-rescue, in a sense, yes. Although the vast majority of you will mutate into zombies, I still hope that more people can survive the virus outbreak. Because once doomsday arrives, what you will face will not only be the virus, mutated zombies, hunger, and disease are all potential key factors that could cost you your life. Without warning, and in an unexpected situation, I can almost guess without needing statistics that most survivors who do not die from the virus outbreak will perish from these factors. And those who manage to survive will be very few. Now that everyone has received this news in advance, although many still think it's fake, I believe there will be quite a few who choose to believe it and prepare ahead. This portion of people is who I can save within my capabilities. As for those who do not believe, there is nothing I can do about that. Her frankness silenced many in the comment section who were still debating whether doomsday would come. However, as she laid it all out, many smart individuals began to ask her for doomsday survival tips. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ye replied, "Actually, it's very simple. Stock up on food, water, and some emergency medicines. And if conditions allow, prepare some handy weapons. The more you have, the better. I can tell you clearly not to fantasize about rescue teams coming when so many people are lost and so many dangerous zombies are out there. There will also be a large number of mutated beasts in the wild. Official order will completely collapse. No one will be able to save you. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. Beyond these necessary self-rescue methods, the most important point is..." At this point, she paused for a moment, then continued without changing her expression, "Find a sturdy room, and it's best to prepare a pair of handcuffs. When you have some free time, lock yourself in the room and cuff yourself. If you do not mutate at that time, then with the key, the handcuffs can be easily opened. Once you mutate, zombies have no rationality and will not use keys to unlock handcuffs. So these handcuffs will restrain you and prevent you from harming others. Of course, it may seem that this is not beneficial for personal survival, and it even sounds a bit self-sacrificial. But in reality, this is the most crucial step for everyone's self-rescue. If everyone can do this, then there will be far fewer zombies wandering outside, and the survival chances for survivors will be much greater. No one knows if they are a survivor, so the benefits of doing this could benefit each and every one of you. Chen Ye knew very well that even if she said this, very few people would actually follow her advice. After all, people are selfish. The vast majority of those who heard this would definitely be thinking about locking others up and preventing them from harming themselves if they mutated. As for themselves, if they mutated, they would think, who cares? But as long as one person listens to her and does this, then those survivors close to this person will have a slightly higher survival rate. Saving even one more person is not a waste of breath for Chen Ye. However, she was somewhat surprised that after hearing her words, the comments took a turn that was different from what she had imagined. Wow, good idea. If everyone can cuff themselves, then the survival rate of survivors will definitely be significantly higher. A 10% chance of survival. That would mean at least 100 million survivors. And it doesn't seem difficult to rebuild order and end doomsday. The idea is good, but it's too difficult to implement. We've reached this point. It's worth trying no matter how difficult it is. Anyway, regardless of what others think, I've decided that whenever I have free time, I will cuff myself in the room. If I feel anything wrong with my body, I will actively cuff myself. Me too. I've already ordered handcuffs. If I do mutate, I'll cuff myself to the headboard and write a farewell letter next to me. I hope that years later, when survivors rebuild order and reclaim the city, they will remember that at the arrival of doomsday, there was someone who made the last contribution for humanity's future. Oh wow, that gave me goosebumps. Thinking of that scene, it feels kind of romantic. Lock my body, turn into starlight, illuminating the future for civilization. I'm not that noble. I just hope that if I turn into a zombie, I won't hurt my family, so I'll do it too. Damn it, you guys are too fast. In just a little while, handcuffs have sold out online. It's no big deal. Chains should work too. Exactly, as long as the front door of the house is sturdy. Locking yourself inside the house has the same effect. Think a little more. There are always more solutions than difficulties. No way, I have to promote this. I'm in publishing and printing. Tomorrow, I'll get the host's words into the newspaper so more people will know. I've even thought of the headline. It'll be called Doomsday Survival Guide. I'm a video blogger, and I'll make a video overnight. A merchandise streamer here. I've already contacted the manufacturers of handcuffs and chains to lower the prices for families. Starting tomorrow, my live stream will focus on pure prison style. Chapter 99, I'm ready. Chen Ye remembered a famous saying in psychology. Once an individual merges into a group, their IQ and personality will be submerged. Initially, her understanding of this saying was merely theoretical, as she had not had the opportunity to test it before. But now she suddenly realized that she seemed to have inadvertently conducted such an experiment. She had previously speculated that most people would dismiss her suggestions. But the mainstream sentiment expressed in the live broadcast room was vastly different from her expectations. Did she guess wrong? Not really. Instead, she had unwittingly given the audience in the live stream a group buff. This group was the identity of humanity. After seeing those terrifying and ugly zombies, the audience in the live stream had inadvertently strengthened their sense of identity as part of the human group. With this sense of identity, they were more likely to consider things from the perspective of the group's interests, setting aside their personal selfishness. This was why the current situation had exceeded her original expectations. The saying in the book was correct. Once an individual merges into a group, their IQ and personality will be submerged. However, at times, this may not be a bad thing. Chen Ye pondered. The group needs guidance, and the quality of the outcome depends on the guide, not the group itself. Although she understood this aspect well, she was not as skilled in practice as Chen Ye. From a young age, Chen Ye had received education focused on manipulating people's hearts, and he had ample practical opportunities. Although Chen Ye was intelligent, many things she had not tried were not so easy for her to comprehend. If it were Chen Ye wanted to do this today, he would have guided the thoughts of the viewers in the live stream from the very beginning, achieving better results than Chen Ye was getting now. However, it was not too late. Realizing this, Chen Ye began to guide towards this direction. At first, it felt a bit awkward, but she quickly became familiar with it. Before long, the vast majority of people in the live stream actually believed that tying themselves up to avoid harming others in case of mutation was what a truly conscientious person should do. Even the most selfish individuals usually thought this way now, because they were now in a group that Chen Ye had constructed for them. Of course, once they left this group, their thoughts would naturally change. However, most people would not have such a keen awareness to detach themselves from the group. But there would naturally be some so-called enlightened individuals who would come out to explain, constructing another group with a different set of fallacies, profiting from it while also pulling some people out of the identity constructed by Chen Ye. The good news was that Chen Ye still had Chen Ye backing her up. She just needed to persuade Chen Ye, and there were plenty of ways to silence those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos. At the very least, maintaining this temporary group identity until the apocalypse arrived would not be a problem. This way, she could achieve her goal of saving as many survivors as possible after the apocalypse, even if the means were not particularly